Before we start, please make sure to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends and family. Also, can you please tell me from where and what time you're watching? Thanks.
The first thing that struck me was the silence. A dead, suffocating quiet that settled over the waters like a shroud. I'd grown up along the coast of Mississippi, the Gulf of Mexico, practically a second home to me. But that day, as we drifted deeper into the endless oil-slicked expanse, the water felt different. Not alive. Not dead, something in between. I've faced storms that lit the horizon on fire and waterspouts that threatened to swallow boats whole. Those were thrilling, sure, but predictable in their chaos. What I experienced during the Deepwater Horizon spill in 2010 was something else entirely, something that clawed at your mind and stayed with you no matter how many showers you took to scrub it off. When the oil rig exploded, spewing crude like black blood into the Gulf, BP scrambled to piece together a cleanup operation. They invited boat owners to join the effort, promising good pay and the chance to help restore our wounded waters. I didn't hesitate. The Gulf wasn't just where I lived, it was part of me. I got my hazmat certification and joined a fleet of fishing and charter boats repurposed for cleanup. My first assignment was on a 127-foot vessel that ferried clients to the Chandeleur Islands for fishing trips. Those islands are a paradise, or at least they were. Now they looked like something out of a post-apocalyptic nightmare, stained and smothered by thick, viscous oil. For weeks my job was simple: search for crude slicks, log their locations, and report back. The waters we scouted turned darker each day, the oil clinging to everything it touched like a disease. Then came the day that changed everything. We were nearly 100 miles offshore when we hit the thickest oil yet, 6 inches deep in most spots, a foot in others. The stench hit you first, sharp and acrid, burning your throat before you even stepped out onto the deck. The water didn't look like water anymore. It was a black, sluggish mass, churning and writhing like it was alive. And then we found the life jacket. It floated there, half submerged in the sludge, the name on it scrawled and faded but still legible. It belonged to one of the workers from the rig, a man who never made it home. I don't know why, but I reached out and grabbed it. The fabric was slick with oil, cold to the touch, and I swear it felt like it pulsed in my hands. It was as if the Gulf itself was trying to speak, to scream its agony. From that moment, nothing felt the same. The cleanup shifted into high gear, and our small fleet was tasked with more than just reporting. We donned hazmat suits and worked in suffocating heat, wrangling the crude with skimmers and booms, sweating under layers of protective gear as the oil seeped into every crack and crevice it could find. The sight of dead fish and sea turtles became our new normal, and I began to feel like we were fighting a losing battle against something far beyond our control. One day, while working about 20 miles past the Barrier Islands, we saw something on the horizon that stopped us cold. The water ahead was boiling, or at least it looked like it. Reds, oranges, and yellows swirled together in a mesmerizing, almost hypnotic display. As we drew closer, we realized it wasn't the water, but a massive school of redfish and jack crevalle, their bodies shimmering and writhing in unison. It should have been beautiful. It should have been a sign of life. But all I could think about was the life jacket. The school stretched as far as we could see, hundreds of yards wide, a kaleidoscope of scales against the grim backdrop of the oil-stained Gulf. For a brief moment I felt hope. Maybe what we were doing wasn't in vain. Maybe the Gulf could heal. But then I noticed the fish weren't swimming. They were struggling. The oil was suffocating them, dragging them down like unseen hands, pulling them into the depths. The Gulf was still bleeding, still crying out, and we were powerless to stop it. To this day, I can't shake the memories. The sight of the slick, black water swallowing the horizon. The sound of the silence out there, so profound it felt like a curse. And that life jacket, bobbing lifelessly in the current. A grim reminder of the lives lost and the scars left behind. They say the Gulf is healing now, that the marine life is slowly returning, but I know better. Beneath the waves, buried in the sediment, the oil still lingers, waiting, and every now and then when the waters are calm and the air is still, I think I can hear it. A faint whisper carried on the wind, a warning, a plea, a curse. There's something about being underwater that makes you feel utterly vulnerable. A world where the rules of survival shift and danger lurks in silence. If I'd known how close I'd come to death, I would never have stepped onto that boat in Bali. I was a scuba instructor back then, leading a group of young vacationers on an underwater walking excursion. They were a lively bunch, couples and friends in their early 20s, buzzing with excitement. For most of them, this was a fun novelty. For me, it was supposed to be just another day at work. It wasn't. The mothership was a larger boat we used as a base for diving, but it had its quirks. Painted on its hull was a massive, ominous alien head, a tongue-in-cheek nod to its name. The group loved it, snapping pictures and laughing as we approached. Little did I know that painted face would haunt my memory in the weeks to come. Underwater walking itself was a newer activity at the time. Instead of traditional scuba gear, we used sci-fi-looking helmets connected to oxygen tubes that floated on the surface. It was supposed to be safer, easier. It wasn't. As the first to descend, I felt the weight of the helmet immediately pulling me downward. The sensation was unnerving. The pressure mounted quickly, making my ears throb until I yawned and swallowed to adjust. Even breathing felt strange. Every inhale created a vacuum, forcing me to pause as the helmet refilled with air. I chalked it up to part of the experience and motioned for the others to follow. Once everyone was underwater, the guide handed us bags of bread to attract fish. Within seconds, the water swarmed with vibrant, darting creatures, rushing against us like curious ghosts. The group was delighted, their laughter muffled by the helmets. But for me, the constant whir of the oxygen tube was an unsettling reminder of our reliance on the surface. And then it happened. The sound stopped. For a moment I froze, expecting the system to kick back in just as it had earlier. 2 seconds passed, then 3. The air returned and I exhaled in relief, telling myself it was just a minor hiccup. But it wasn't over. The interruption happened again, lasting a few seconds longer this time. I glanced at the guide, who didn't seem concerned. Still, the unease in my chest grew heavier. My instincts told me something was off, but I pushed the thought aside. The guide motioned for me to follow him over a railing, leading me along a narrow path flanked by sharp corals. The current was stronger here, tugging at my air tube and making every step a struggle. I looked back at the group to ensure they were following. They were, or so I thought. And then, the whir stopped again. This time, it didn't come back. 5 seconds. I tried to stay calm. 10 seconds. My chest tightened. 15 seconds. The training drilled into me, screamed, "Don't panic!" But panic doesn't listen to logic. I signaled to the guide, pounding my chest in the universal sign for I can't breathe. He turned, his expression unreadable through his mask, then started moving away. My mind raced. Was he leading me to safety or abandoning me? The pressure in my lungs became unbearable. Water started seeping into the helmet, each droplet a harbinger of doom. I tilted my head back, desperately sucking at the diminishing pocket of air. My vision blurred, and the world around me felt distant, like I was sinking into an abyss. 30 seconds. My body screamed for oxygen, but my mind kept replaying the risks of removing the helmet, getting the bends, hitting my head on the boat, or simply drowning before I reached the surface. 40 seconds. I clung to the guide, my grip ironclad, as if holding him could anchor me to life. Then I saw it, the ladder leading up to the boat. Adrenaline surged through me. With every ounce of strength, I reached for the ladder, my fingers fumbling against the rungs as the helmet distorted my perception. When I finally grasped it, I pulled myself upward with everything I had. As my head broke the surface, air flooded back into the helmet. I gasped, sucking in lungfuls of sweet, life-giving oxygen. Relief crashed over me like a tidal wave, but it was short-lived. Looking back, I don't know what haunted me more: the suffocating moments underwater, or the realization that down there, you're utterly at the mercy of the equipment, the guides, and the depths themselves. I quit being a scuba instructor not long after that. To this day, the thought of descending into the ocean fills me with dread. I don't recommend underwater walking, not to anyone. The year was 1941, a time when the seas were restless, not just from storms, but from the silent predators lurking beneath. I was aboard the SS Britannia, a vessel that promised safe passage to India amidst the chaos of war. Little did I know, the ship carried more than its passengers. It bore secrets, and perhaps something far darker. The night before departure from Liverpool, I had a dream, vivid and unsettling. I saw a vast ocean stretching endlessly, its surface shimmering unnaturally under a blood-red moon. In the distance, a shadowy figure stood on the water, pointing directly at me. When I woke up, I laughed it off as pre-departure nerves. But now, looking back, I wish I had heeded the warning. We set sail on March 11th, 1941. At first, the journey seemed uneventful, save for the constant rolling of the ship that left me seasick for days. The ship's escorts, a few destroyers and an armed merchant cruiser, were supposed to ensure our safety, but something about their presence felt futile, like a fragile barrier against an inevitable fate. Then came March 25th. The morning was oppressively hot, the kind that clings to your skin and drains your energy. I was lying on my bunk, staring at the ceiling, when I heard it. A low, guttural hum that seemed to vibrate through the very bones of the ship. It wasn't the engine. It was something alive. Moments later, a thunderous explosion shattered the eerie calm. I stumbled to the porthole and saw fountains of water erupting around the ship. The tannoy crackled to life, the voice of the captain trembling as he announced we were under attack by a German raiding vessel. Panic spread like wildfire. Soldiers barked orders, passengers screamed, and the ship groaned as if it were alive and in agony. I ran to the deck, only to be met with chaos. The enemy shells were relentless, and the air was thick with smoke and fear. Our small rear gun tried to fight back, but its efforts were silenced with a deafening blast. The crew manning it were gone, obliterated in an instant. The lifeless bodies of those who had once been my fellow passengers and crew now littered the deck, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. Then came the order we dreaded. Abandon ship. I joined the desperate crowd scrambling for lifeboats. There was no sense of order, just raw primal survival. By sheer luck, I managed to find a lifeboat that wasn't damaged. As we lowered it into the churning sea, the cries of those left behind echoed in my ears, their voices fading into the smoke and fire as the Britannia was pummeled into submission. But the true horror was yet to come. As we drifted away from the burning wreck, I saw it. The German raiding ship, its deck lined with men, their faces devoid of emotion as they finished the job. A final barrage of shells struck below the Britannia's waterline, and the ship let out a sound I'll never forget, a mournful, almost human wail before disappearing beneath the waves. We were adrift for days, baking under the relentless sun, tormented by the ceaseless presence of sharks. They circled us like specters, their dead black eyes watching, waiting. The faintest splash would draw them closer, their fins slicing through the water, a chilling reminder of how fragile our existence had become. One man in our lifeboat, a quiet fellow who had barely spoken since the attack, finally cracked. Without a word, he stood, put on his overcoat, and stepped overboard. The sea swallowed him whole, his body disappearing before we could even cry out. His heavy clothing dragged him into the abyss, but his final act stayed with us, a haunting symbol of despair. The nights were the worst. The ocean was eerily still, the silence broken only by the soft lapping of waves against the lifeboat. But there were moments, fleeting yet unforgettable, when we heard whispers. They came from nowhere, faint and unintelligible, as if the sea itself was speaking. Some of us dismissed it as the wind. Others were too afraid to say what we were all thinking, that the voices belonged to those who had perished, their souls trapped in the water, calling out to us. By the time we were rescued, we were barely alive. A Spanish vessel spotted our flare, and we were pulled aboard, weak and delirious. As I climbed the rope ladder, my hands blistered and bleeding, I couldn't help but glance back at the ocean. For a moment, I thought I saw it again, the shadowy figure from my dream, standing on the waves, watching us. Even now, decades later, I can't escape the memories. The ocean's whispers still haunt me, and in the quiet moments of the night, I hear the wail of the Britannia as it sank. Some say the sea forgets, but I know better. It remembers. The darkness of the Atlantic was a living thing, its waves whispering promises of death. The storm was ferocious, battering Stephen Callahan's one-man sailboat, Napoleon Solo, like a toy in the hands of an angry child. But it wasn't just the storm he had to fear. That night, under a moonless sky, something massive, something unseen, collided with the boat. The sickening crack of splintering wood filled the air, followed by an ominous gurgling as seawater rushed in. Callahan's worst nightmare was unfolding. His vessel, the culmination of his expertise as a naval architect, was dying beneath his feet. In the chaos, the sea seemed alive, eager to claim him. Forced to abandon ship, Callahan scrambled into his tiny lifeboat just as Napoleon Solo vanished into the abyss. Alone, drenched and shivering, he drifted aimlessly as the first light of dawn crept over the endless horizon. But the fight for survival had only begun. Before the Napoleon Solo sank, Callahan had salvaged what little he could: a spear gun, emergency rations, a sleeping bag, and 2 solar stills for water. As an experienced sailor, he understood the unforgiving nature of the ocean. He charted his survival plan. The Atlantic's currents and trade winds would eventually drift him towards civilization, if he could stay alive. The food rations didn't last long. Hunger clawed at his stomach, gnawing away at his strength and will. Desperate, Callahan turned to the spear gun. He knew the ocean's secret. Flotsam often became ecosystems, attracting fish and inevitably predators. It wasn't long before schools of mahi-mahi gathered around his lifeboat. His survival seemed possible. But the ocean is a cruel provider. Where small fish thrive, larger predators follow. One morning as the sea calmed, Callahan awoke to a sound that froze his blood, a soft lapping against the sides of his raft. He peered over the edge and saw them, 3 dorsal fins slicing through the water, moving in perfect circles. Sharks. The predators were enormous, their sandpaper skins scraping against the flimsy nylon walls of his raft. They could smell him. Callahan's breath came in ragged gasps as he realized the truth. The sharks weren't just curious. They were hunting. With trembling hands, he grabbed his spear gun. The weapon felt pitifully inadequate, but he had no choice. Leaning over the side, he jabbed at the circling beasts. Their thick, rubbery skin resisted the strikes, and within hours, his spear gun broke. Undeterred, Callahan lashed a knife to the shaft and continued the fight. Days turned into weeks. Callahan's body weakened, his mind teetering on the edge of madness. His solar stills, the fragile lifeline providing drinkable water, began to fail. Every breath was a struggle. Every moment felt like his last. Then came the tipping point. On the 44th day, Callahan caught a large mahi-mahi. Its death throes were violent, and in its final moments, the fish tore into the lifeboat's tubes, puncturing them. The raft's buoyancy was compromised. Panic set in as water seeped in. Callahan had to repair the raft, but doing so meant plunging his arms into shark-infested waters. The predators returned, sensing his vulnerability. Fear turned to rage. Callahan lashed out at the ocean, screaming into the emptiness. Yet deep inside, he knew rage wouldn't save him. He improvised. Using a plastic fork from a Boy Scout mess kit, he patched the raft as best he could. Exhausted, he collapsed into restless sleep. When he awoke, the patch held. For the first time in weeks, he allowed himself a sliver of hope. By the 76th day, Callahan was barely human. He was skeletal, hallucinating visions of the dead beckoning him into the deep. His last cans of water were gone. His body was failing. Then, as if the universe had finally relented, a miracle appeared. On the horizon, a fishing vessel emerged, drawn by the seabirds circling above his lifeboat. The birds had been scavenging the ecosystem Callahan's lifeboat had created, their presence a silent beacon for the fishermen. As the boat approached, Callahan lay limp, too weak to even wave. The men aboard gasped at the sight of him, a hollow-eyed ghost of a man who had cheated death. Callahan's rescue was nothing short of miraculous. By the time he was pulled aboard, he had lost a third of his body weight. It took weeks before he could walk again. Yet, in his own words, he bore no regrets. The stars, he once said, were like heaven seen from a seat in hell. The ocean had broken him, but it had also transformed him. Stephen Callahan's 76 days adrift remain a testament to human endurance, but his tale is more than one of survival. It is a haunting reminder of the ocean's indifference, a force that can offer beauty and death in the same breath. The ocean was eerily calm that night, its vast expanse cloaked in darkness. Beneath the surface, something ancient stirred, something hungry. For the men of the USS Indianapolis, there would be no warning, no escape. Their fate was sealed before they even realized the ocean had turned against them. It began on July 30th, 1945. The USS Indianapolis, a Portland-class heavy cruiser of the United States Navy, had just completed a mission of unimaginable importance. Carrying parts for the world's first deployable atomic bomb, the ship had raced to the island of Tinian at record-breaking speed. Its crew felt the pride of a mission accomplished, yet they were unaware that death lurked just beneath the waves. As the cruiser sailed toward Leyte for training, disaster struck. Just after midnight, the Indianapolis was spotted by a Japanese submarine. Alone, without escort, and lacking sonar capabilities, the ship was a vulnerable target. At exactly 12:15 a.m., two Type 95 torpedoes ripped through its side with thunderous force. The impact was catastrophic. Flames erupted, metal screamed as it twisted apart, and men were hurled into the ocean like ragdolls. Within just 12 minutes, the USS Indianapolis was gone, swallowed by the Pacific. Over 300 men went down with her, leaving nearly 900 survivors adrift in a sea that would soon become their graveyard. At first, the men clung to hope. Surely, they thought, rescue would come within hours. But unknown to them, their SOS signals had been ignored. The Navy had lost track of their ship, and the commanders who might have acted dismissed the calls as false alarms, or worse, traps. For the sailors floating in the open ocean, the nightmare was only beginning. When dawn broke, they saw it, the glint of dorsal fins slicing through the water. The sharks had arrived. Drawn by the chaos of the sinking and the scent of blood, dozens, perhaps hundreds, of oceanic whitetips and tiger sharks began circling the survivors. At first, the predators feasted on the dead, their massive bodies thrashing as they tore into the lifeless flesh. But soon, the corpses were gone. The sharks turned their attention to the living. The attacks were relentless and unpredictable. A man would be talking one moment, his voice trembling with fear, only to be dragged screaming into the depths the next. Survivors watched helplessly as their comrades disappeared beneath the waves, the water around them stained crimson. Each attack eroded their sanity, leaving them hollow-eyed and trembling. Some men tried to fight back, thrashing and screaming to ward off the predators. But the frantic movements only attracted more sharks, mimicking the death throes of wounded prey. Others succumbed to despair, their bodies giving out under the unrelenting sun by day and the bone-chilling cold by night. By the third day, madness took hold. Men began to hallucinate, seeing rescue ships that weren't there or claiming they could hear planes overhead. One sailor swore he saw the Indianapolis just below the surface, its mess hall stocked with fresh water. He dove repeatedly, inviting others to join him, but the water he drank was the salty ocean. He died shortly after, his body convulsing from the poison. On the fourth day, salvation finally came, but only for a few. A Navy seaplane happened to spot the survivors, its crew horrified by the sight of hundreds of men clinging to life amidst a sea of sharks. They signaled for rescue, and after what felt like an eternity, help arrived. Out of nearly 1,200 crew members, only 317 survived. For those who lived, the ordeal left scars that would never heal. But the horror didn't end there. Captain Charles McVeigh, commander of the Indianapolis, was court-martialed for failing to evade the torpedo attack. Though even the Japanese submarine captain testified that nothing could have saved the ship. Cleared of some charges but burdened by guilt, McVeigh spent the rest of his life haunted by the loss of his men. In 1968, unable to escape the ghosts of the past, McVeigh ended his life on his front lawn with the Navy-issued revolver he had carried since his service began. The story of the USS Indianapolis is not just a tale of war. It is a story of unimaginable suffering, of men consumed by the merciless sea and the predators within it. And even decades later, the silent screams of those lost beneath the waves still echo, a haunting reminder of how the ocean never forgets. The distress call crackled over the static-filled airwaves, sending chills down the spines of the radio operators who intercepted it. All officers are dead, including the captain, lying in chart room and bridge, possibly the whole crew dead. I die. The message, fragmented and haunting, was accompanied by eerie, indecipherable Morse code, then silence. It was 1948, and the tropical waters of Southeast Asia's Malacca Strait, an essential artery for global shipping, had suddenly become the stage for one of the most baffling and horrifying maritime mysteries in history. The strait itself, a narrow stretch of water squeezed between the Malay Peninsula and the Indonesian island of Sumatra, has long been a place of legend and danger. Yet no pirate tale or storm story could prepare the world for the nightmare about to unfold aboard the Dutch freighter SS Orang Medan. When the American merchant vessel Silver Star intercepted the distress signal, its crew knew they had to investigate. Setting a course toward the ship's last known coordinates, they found themselves sailing into an enigma drenched in blood and fear. The Silver Star spotted the Orang Medan hours later, its silhouette ghostly against the horizon. The ship floated lifelessly, eerily still, as if time itself had abandoned it. No movement, no sound, just an unnatural calm that sent shivers through the rescue crew. Hailing the ship yielded no response. With growing unease, the captain of the Silver Star ordered a boarding party. What they found would haunt their memories forever. As the sailors climbed aboard, an icy chill greeted them. This alone was bizarre, given the tropical heat exceeding 100 degrees Fahrenheit. The deck was a charnel house. Lifeless bodies of the crew lay scattered, their faces frozen in expressions of sheer terror. Their limbs were grotesquely contorted, as if they had died trying to fend off some invisible assailant. Even the ship's dog hadn't escaped the horror. Its lifeless form, jaws locked in a final snarl, bore the same inexplicable expression of fear. In the captain's quarters, the master of the ship lay face down in a pool of blood and gore. His eyes stared blankly at nothing, wide with unimaginable terror. On the bridge, the officers and engineers were similarly mangled, their shredded uniforms the only clue to their identities. And then there was the radio operator, the one who had sent the chilling SOS. He remained seated at his station, his fingers still gripping the transmitter. His eyes, like all the others, were wide open, unblinking, and filled with a horror that death had failed to erase. The deeper the boarding party ventured, the more unsettling the scene became. The ship seemed unnaturally cold, despite the blazing sun outside, and while the bodies were undeniably fresh, they were decaying at an alarming rate, as though some unnatural force was accelerating the process. What struck the rescuers most was the absence of visible injuries on most of the crew. Aside from the bridge officers, who appeared to have been savagely torn apart, the others bore no wounds at all. It was as if they had simply dropped dead, their souls ripped from their bodies by an unseen force. The Orang Medan itself showed no signs of external damage. There was no evidence of piracy, no indication of a mutiny or struggle, and yet something had killed every soul aboard. As the rescuers completed their grim inspection, the Silver Star's captain made the decision to tow the Orang Medan back to port. But the ship had one final horror in store. As the Silver Star's crew secured tow lines, smoke began to billow from below decks. Panic ensued as they scrambled to sever the ropes. Moments later, the Orang Medan erupted in a massive explosion, the blast so powerful it lifted the ship out of the water before it sank into the depths of the Malacca Strait. The chilling mystery of the Orang Medan was now sealed beneath the waves. The story of the Orang Medan has been told and retold, each version adding to its mystique. Official records of the ship's existence are scarce, and some argue it never sailed at all. Skeptics point out that the Silver Star itself was operating under a different name during the time of the incident. Yet believers insist the ship was real. Its name derived from the Indonesian city of Medan in Sumatra. They speculate that its deadly cargo, possibly chemical or biological weapons left over from World War II, may have been the cause of the tragedy. One theory links the Orang Medan to Unit 731, a secret Japanese military facility notorious for its inhumane experiments. After the war, the theory goes, deadly biological agents were smuggled out of Asia aboard civilian vessels to avoid detection. A catastrophic leak aboard the Orang Medan could explain the sudden deaths and the eerie lack of external injuries. Whether the Orang Medan was a victim of human folly, supernatural forces, or some combination of the two, the truth remains elusive. To this day, the story of the ghost ship lingers in the shadowy corners of maritime lore, a haunting reminder of the perils that lie beneath the surface of the sea. Perhaps it is better that we never uncover the full truth. After all, some mysteries are best left to the depths. The sand beneath his feet was soft, warm, a stark contrast to the cold, relentless ocean. The water lapped gently at his ankles, soothing his soreness after a grueling morning of soccer. But when 16-year-old Sam Kazan stepped out of the shallows of Brighton Beach that Saturday, something was wrong. His feet felt strange, tingling like 1,000 tiny needles piercing his skin. When he looked down, his breath caught in his throat. Blood. Bright, vivid, and unstoppable, it trickled down his legs and pooled on the golden sand beneath him. Panicked, Sam rushed back into the ocean, desperate to let the salt water cleanse his wounds. But even as the waves washed over his feet, the bleeding wouldn't stop. The more he looked, the more it became clear. This wasn't just a cut or scrape. His legs were covered in tiny pinprick-sized wounds, too many to count. His father wasted no time. Within minutes, they were racing toward Dandenong Hospital. Sam sat in the waiting room, his legs wrapped in a towel that quickly soaked through with blood. It wasn't long before the floor beneath him was dotted with crimson. Nurses and doctors exchanged puzzled glances, their confusion growing with every passing minute. Specialists were called in, toxicologists, marine biologists, but no one could explain the strange, relentless bleeding. The wounds were small, like something had nipped at his flesh, but the damage was catastrophic. Finally, someone whispered a name, sea lice. At first it sounded absurd. Sea lice were tiny, shrimp-like parasites that fed on fish, not people. They were barely visible to the naked eye and harmless in small numbers. But Sam's injuries told a different story. Something far more sinister had happened in those waters. Sam's father, determined to uncover the truth, returned to the beach with a net and raw slices of beef. He submerged the bait in the same waters where his son had waded hours earlier. When he pulled the net back up, his stomach turned. The meat was swarming with hundreds, no, thousands of tiny creatures. They weren't just feeding on the flesh. They were draining it of blood, leaving behind nothing but pale, shredded tissue. He filmed the gruesome discovery and rushed back to the hospital. Marine experts reviewed the footage in stunned silence. These weren't ordinary sea lice. They were something far more aggressive. Adult sea lice, particularly the females, can become ravenous under certain conditions. Once they latch onto a source of protein, they feed with relentless hunger, consuming tissue, mucus, and even blood. Dr. Walker Smith, a marine biologist, reviewed the case. "It's impossible," he muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. "These creatures aren't predators. They don't swarm like piranhas." But the evidence was undeniable. Sam had disturbed a feeding frenzy, a rare and horrifying event. His injuries were so severe that even seasoned experts were left shaken. Jeff Weir, the executive director of the Australian Dolphin Research Institute, recounted his own experience. While diving beneath a nearby pier, he had surfaced to find blood streaming from his cheeks and forehead. Even so, he admitted that Sam's encounter was the worst he'd ever seen. "They're vital to the ecosystem," one expert explained, trying to downplay the horror, like scavengers of the sea. But for this to happen, he must have been there far longer than he realized. Sam's story didn't just terrify the locals of Brighton. Thousands of miles away in Virginia Beach, swimmers reported similar encounters. Tiny bites, relentless itching, and rashes that lasted for days sent terrified beachgoers running from the water. Some even ended up in local hospitals, convinced they were infected with a mysterious disease. Experts in Virginia were quick to clarify. In their case, the culprits weren't sea lice but blue crab larvae, tiny creatures that looked like alien lobsters with pincers sharp enough to irritate human skin. While not dangerous, their swarming behavior was enough to keep people out of the water. But Sam's case was different. His encounter highlighted a chilling truth. The ocean, vast and mysterious, holds secrets we may never fully understand. Beneath its surface lurk creatures and phenomena that defy explanation. For Sam, the scars eventually healed. But the memory of that day, of feeling his flesh nibbled away by a swarm of unseen predators, remains. And as he stands on the shore now, looking out at the tranquil waves, he knows one thing for certain. We are strangers in the ocean's world, and sometimes the ocean reminds us. It was around midnight on a chilly Saturday night in March when I made a decision that I would regret for a long time. I had just left a friend's place in San Diego after a long, exhausting day. The drive home to Riverside was a 2-hour stretch of mostly empty highway, something I had done countless times before. But that night, it felt different. There was a heaviness in the air, a thick, almost suffocating stillness that settled over the road like a fog. It wasn't a physical fog, but a kind of unnatural quiet, the kind that makes your skin prickle and the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end. As I started my drive, I tried to shake off the feeling. How bad could it be? A simple drive, just a couple of hours. I had done it before, and surely I'd do it again. I set the car's cruise control and let the hum of the engine and the occasional whir of passing trucks lull me into a false sense of calm. The faint sound of classic rock on the radio kept me company, but something felt off. The radio seemed distant, almost as though the music was coming from another world entirely. It didn't help that the further I drove, the darker the night seemed to grow. By the time I was about 30 minutes out, the city lights had faded behind me, leaving only the bleak, desolate highway stretching out before me. My GPS was acting strange. It kept flashing red, rerouting me, insisting I take an exit that wasn't on my usual route. I brushed it off at first, assuming it was just a glitch. But soon the words "recalculate" flashed across the screen and I realized something wasn't right. Maybe there was an accident ahead, or construction. The thought of a detour was less than ideal, but it seemed harmless enough. I took the exit. Immediately everything shifted. The road narrowed and the thick trees on either side closed in like sentinels, their dark, looming shapes merging with the night. The headlights of my car barely pierced the darkness, illuminating just enough of the road to keep me from veering off into the trees. I was alone out here, truly alone. No other cars, no signs of life, just me, the road, and the vast, oppressive silence that seemed to swallow everything. The sense of unease crept in slowly, like ice water creeping up my spine. The road twisted ahead, winding through dense woods with sharp, unpredictable turns. It was as if the road itself was conspiring against me, pulling me deeper into the darkness. And then my gas gauge, already hovering near empty, warned me it was even lower than I thought. Panic settled in. There was no sign of another car, no sign of civilization, just miles of endless trees and shadow. I had to keep going. There had to be something ahead. Anything. Then, just when I thought I might drive off the edge of the earth, I saw it. A faint glow, almost as if the darkness itself was cracking open. A small, run-down gas station sat in the distance, a beacon in the night. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. It looked like the kind of place that had been frozen in time, a relic of a bygone era, the faded fluorescent lights flickering overhead. The cracked pavement and the sign, half-missing letters, gave the place a haunted, abandoned feel. Still, I was desperate, and I pulled up to the pump. No other cars. No life. Not a sound except for the hum of the lights. I stepped out of the car, the cold air biting into my skin, and walked toward the pump. Only then did I notice the oddity. The pump was one of the old models, the ones where you had to prepay inside. Of course, I muttered under my breath, irritated at my own forgetfulness. I pushed the door open and the squeak of the hinges seemed unnaturally loud in the eerie silence. As soon as I entered, the musty air hit me, thick with the scent of old wood and stale cigarette smoke. Behind the counter, an old man sat, staring blankly ahead, his face half obscured by shadows from the flickering light above him. His presence was unsettling. There was something about his eyes that seemed to follow me, though he didn't move, didn't speak. I walked up to the counter and handed him a $20 bill for the gas. He took it without a word, his gaze lingering a fraction too long on my face. My stomach tightened. I forced myself to look away, trying to shake the feeling that something was wrong. I turned quickly, eager to leave. But as I grabbed the pump and started filling up, I couldn't help but glance back at the store. The old man was still there, standing motionless behind the counter, his eyes fixed on me through the window, his face partly obscured by the shadows. Something about that gaze sent a jolt of cold fear straight through me. I finished pumping the gas as quickly as I could and got back in my car, slamming the door behind me. The engine roared to life, but the eerie silence still clung to the air. I didn't look back as I pulled out of the station. It felt like I was being followed, watched by unseen eyes. Every turn, every shadow in my periphery seemed to whisper my name. The road ahead stretched endlessly, the dark trees pressing in around me, suffocating in their silence. Then my headlights caught something in the road. At first I thought it was an animal, but as I got closer, I realized it was just an old tire. The sight startled me, and I swerved slightly to avoid it. My heart hammered in my chest. I glanced in my rearview mirror. There was no one behind me. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding, trying to calm my nerves. But then, the headlights appeared. At first, I thought it was just another car, maybe a late-night traveler on the same lonely road. But as I checked my mirror again, I realized something was off. The car was still behind me, but it wasn't moving any faster, wasn't gaining any ground. It just stayed there, perfectly aligned with my rear view. I sped up. The car behind me matched my pace. My hands gripped the wheel, my palms clammy, my pulse quickening. There was something wrong with this. The road was too narrow to pull over, so I kept driving, trying to keep my cool. But the car kept its distance, staying just close enough to be unsettling, just far enough to make me doubt my senses. And then, I caught a glimpse of it. A beat-up sedan. The paint was chipped, the body faded and rusted. The driver's seat was empty, or at least that's what it looked like. The headlights burned bright, almost too bright, illuminating everything in their path. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't see the driver's face. It was obscured by shadows, by the darkness, as if they were trying to hide themselves. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. That this wasn't just some random person driving down the road. The car was waiting, watching. I didn't know what to do, so I did the only thing that made sense in that moment. I veered off onto a dirt road. The gravel crunched beneath my tires as I accelerated, bouncing over rocks and potholes, trying to lose them to escape whatever strange pursuit this was. My heart was in my throat, my breath shallow. The sound of the engine was drowned out by the thumping of my pulse in my ears. I finally came to a stop, my car hidden in the blackness of the road. The engine died, and for a moment I thought I might have lost them. I waited. I held my breath, and then, just as I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, I saw the glow of headlights cutting through the darkness. The sedan had found the dirt road. I slouched down in my seat, barely breathing, my heart in my mouth. The car crept forward, slow, deliberate. The headlights bathed everything in their harsh light, but the driver, whoever they were, remained hidden in the shadows. They passed by. The seconds felt like hours. I waited, holding my breath, not daring to move, not daring to make a sound. After what felt like an eternity, I saw the sedan's lights fade into the distance. The road was empty. The silence returned, but this time it felt even deeper, more oppressive. I started my car and drove again, not looking back. The road ahead was empty, and yet the unease didn't leave me. It followed me like a shadow, hanging over me, a constant reminder that something had been watching, waiting. When I finally reached home, the first light of dawn was beginning to creep over the horizon. The sun, still hidden behind the trees, painted the sky with a faint, eerie glow. I sat in my car for a long time, my hands still shaking, my mind racing. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone, or something, had been right there with me, trailing me through the dark. I never saw that car again, but every time I drive at night, every time the darkness seems to stretch on forever, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched, that something is out there, waiting. It was the fall of last year when I experienced something so bizarre that even now I struggle to explain it. I had just finished a grueling business trip in upstate New York, 3 days packed with back-to-back meetings and endless stress. By the time my final meeting wrapped up, it was already late, and I was desperate to get home. I had a long drive ahead of me, but I figured I could power through it. After all, it was just a few hours on the road, and I had done it countless times before. The evening was crisp and cool, with a thick fog rolling in, settling over the quiet roads like a blanket. It was the perfect weather for a solitary drive through the winding backcountry roads. I left around 8 p.m., and about an hour into my journey, I realized just how hungry I was. I hadn't eaten much that day, and the fog was thickening, making it hard to see even a few feet in front of me. I knew I needed a break before continuing, so I started scanning the roads for a place to stop. That's when I saw it. A small diner, barely visible through the fog. Its neon open sign flickered dimly, casting a pale glow that barely cut through the mist. I pulled into the parking lot, noticing an old rusted sedan parked at an odd angle near the entrance. The place looked run down, like it hadn't been updated in decades, but the warm light from the inside felt oddly inviting. I figured a quiet meal would be the perfect way to shake off the stress of the day. As I stepped inside, the bell above the door jingled softly, and I immediately felt uneasy. The diner was nearly empty, except for one man sitting at the counter. He was older, his face hidden in shadow as he sipped from a coffee mug and stared straight ahead, his posture stiff and unmoving. He didn't acknowledge my presence, but I could feel his eyes on me, like he was sizing me up. The waitress, a woman with a strange, distant air, gave me a polite nod, silently motioning for me to choose a seat. I opted for a booth near the window, glancing out at the thick fog swallowing up the parking lot. The diner was eerily quiet, with only the faint hum of the jukebox playing an old jazz tune I didn't recognize. It felt soothing, yet oddly unsettling, as if time itself had paused in this forgotten place. The waitress came over and handed me a menu, flashing a warm smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. She seemed distant, almost as if she weren't really there at all. I ordered a coffee and a burger, and she nodded, jotting it down without a word, then disappeared into the back. As I waited, an uncomfortable stillness filled the air. The diner felt frozen in time. Old advertisements, faded Coca-Cola posters, and an ancient smoking section sign adorned the walls, though there wasn't a soul smoking. The man at the counter hadn't moved a muscle, his eyes never leaving the dimly lit space in front of him. And the waitress? She vanished into the back again, leaving me completely alone in the main dining area. I tried to shake the growing unease, but it clung to me like the fog outside. After a few minutes, she returned with my coffee, setting it down with a slight smile before retreating back to the counter. I took a sip, the warmth offering a brief comfort, but the silence gnawed at me. It was too quiet. The kind of quiet that felt heavy, like the air itself was holding its breath. Soon my burger arrived. I dug in, trying to push away the mounting tension that crawled up my spine. But just as I was halfway through my meal, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I glanced up and saw that the man at the counter was now staring directly at me. His eyes were cold, unblinking, almost as if he could see straight through me. He spoke then, his voice low and gravelly, the words slicing through the silence like a knife. "Not many folks stop here anymore," he said, his voice carrying a strange weight. "Yeah," I replied, trying to force a smile, "just heading home." He gave a slow, deliberate nod, still watching me with that chilling, unreadable expression. Then his lips curled into a small, unsettling smirk. "This road's got a bit of a reputation. People see things here." My stomach churned, but I couldn't help myself. "Like what?" I asked, curiosity edging into my voice despite the unease growing inside me. He chuckled, a low, unsettling sound that seemed to echo too long in the silence. "People go missing. They say they see things they can't explain. If I were you, I'd get back on the road before it gets too late." I forced out a nervous laugh, trying to play it off. "Thanks for the advice, but I think I'll be fine." He didn't respond, just kept staring at me, his eyes never leaving mine. The waitress shot me a quick, almost imperceptible glance as if warning me to leave, but said nothing. I quickly finished my meal, paid the bill, and nodded to the waitress as I stood to leave, eager to get away from the unnerving atmosphere. When I stepped outside, the fog was even thicker than before, swallowing up the diner's warm glow, leaving only an eerie haze. I glanced back, half expecting to see the man watching me from the window, but when I looked, there was nothing, just an empty, dimly lit diner. It was as if the place had consumed all the light, all the life, leaving nothing behind but an oppressive emptiness. I got into my car and started the engine, eager to put as much distance between myself and that unsettling place as possible. But as I pulled away, I noticed something strange. The diner, it was gone. I glanced in my rearview mirror, but there was no sign of it. No faint glow, no outline of the building, nothing. Just an empty stretch of foggy road. My heart raced and I sped up, trying to shake the feeling that something was horribly wrong. The fog continued to thicken, clinging to the road like a nightmare, and the air felt heavy, dreamlike, surreal. I pressed on, but then I saw something in my rearview mirror. Headlights. Bright, glaring headlights, following me. I couldn't tell if it was the man from the diner or just my mind playing tricks, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The headlights stayed with me, their glare unwavering, no matter how fast I drove. I could feel the presence behind me, like something dark, something waiting. The lights stayed for miles, following me until suddenly they faded into the fog, leaving me alone once again. I didn't feel any better. If anything, I felt worse, the feeling of being hunted gnawing at me. When I finally reached home, my hands were still shaking. I immediately searched online, hoping to find some record of the diner, a name, anything to prove it was real. But there was nothing. No mention of a diner on that stretch of road. No mention of a strange man, or an eerie waitress. It was as if the place never existed at all, like it had been a figment of my imagination. But I know what I saw. I've driven that same route several times since, hoping to catch a glimpse of the diner. But it's never been there again. To this day, I still can't explain what happened. But one thing's for sure. There are places where reality bends, where the rules of the world don't quite apply. And sometimes, the things we encounter on lonely, foggy roads don't stay behind us. They follow us, waiting for the right moment to reappear. It was around 11:30 p.m. when I finally left the coffee shop where I worked part-time as a barista in a small town in Nevada. The late-night shifts always dragged on, but tonight had been particularly long. I had stayed later than usual to help close up, and now, exhausted but with a heavy heart, I knew I had about an hour's drive ahead of me, mostly desolate stretches of highway with no signs of life for miles. I wasn't looking forward to it, but I didn't want to crash on the employee couch. That old, stained relic of a couch hadn't seen comfort in decades. The thought of spending another minute in that dingy coffee shop was unbearable. I shrugged on my coat, grabbed my thermos of coffee, and braced myself for the drive. The streets were eerily quiet as I pulled onto the highway. The headlights cut through the dark, casting long shadows against the barren desert landscape. The first half hour of the drive was uneventful. The radio played soft country tunes, and the dim glow of the dashboard lights illuminated the dark cabin, casting a comforting glow. There's an odd peace you only get when driving alone in the dead of night. The kind of peace where the world outside feels like it's holding its breath. But that peace was short-lived. About halfway through my drive, I saw something up ahead. Just a shadow at first, standing motionless by the side of the road. My headlights barely caught the figure, but it was enough to make me slow down. I told myself it was probably nothing, maybe just a trick of the light. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't a trick. It was a woman. Her face was obscured by long dark hair, but her posture was unnerving, arms lifted, hand waving in a frantic, almost desperate motion. What in the world? Who would be standing out here on a deserted highway at midnight? My gut instinct told me to keep driving, to avoid getting involved. But as I passed, I took one more glance in the rearview mirror, and that's when I saw it. She hadn't turned to watch me drive away. Her gaze was locked forward, still waving her arm, unmoving. It felt wrong, as if she were frozen in time, or worse, waiting. My heart rate quickened, but I forced myself to shake it off. People did strange things late at night. I couldn't afford to overthink it. But that unsettling feeling lingered. Minutes later, the check engine light flickered on. I cursed under my breath, eyes darting to the dashboard. The gas gauge was dangerously low, even though I had filled up earlier. I blamed it on my car's quirks. Maybe the fuel line was acting up again. Still, I could feel the anxiety clawing at me. I was in the middle of nowhere, with no cell service and no help for miles. If my car broke down, I would be stuck here until morning. Suddenly, the headlights of another car appeared in my rearview mirror, and relief washed over me. Maybe they could help if something went wrong. I kept driving, but the car behind me started gaining on me at an alarming speed. I squinted through the windshield, struggling to make out the shape of the vehicle. The headlights were blinding, forcing me to squint, but it was clear the car wasn't just speeding. It was right on my tail, too fast. Before I could react, the car swerved into the other lane, pulling up alongside me. I tried to glance over, hoping to make eye contact, maybe get a signal for help, but the windows were dark, completely black. There was nothing inside the car, no driver, no passengers, just empty darkness. The car stayed beside me for a few seconds, matching my speed. I could hear the hum of its engine as it silently glided next to mine. My pulse pounded in my throat as I gripped the steering wheel. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the car swerved back in front of me, cutting me off. It slowed down to a crawl, the brake lights glowing in the dark, forcing me to slow down with it. I had no choice but to follow. The car's presence was suffocating. My heart hammered in my chest. Why were they doing this? It felt like some twisted game. I had no idea who was in that car or what they wanted, but I could feel their gaze through the darkened windows, watching me. After what felt like an eternity, the car sped up again and disappeared into the night. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding, trying to calm my frayed nerves. But just as I thought I was safe, I saw something else up ahead. The woman. The same woman. She was standing in the middle of the road now, her arm raised in that same unnatural wave, her face still obscured by long dark hair. Panic surged through me. I slammed on the brakes, the car coming to a screeching halt just a few feet from her. My pulse roared in my ears. She didn't move. She didn't flinch. She just stood there, staring straight ahead, her hand held high in that eerie, impossible wave. Every rational instinct told me to drive away, but I couldn't move. My mind screamed at me to run, to get out of there, but my body refused to obey. She was too still, too unnatural, and then, without a word, her arm slowly lowered and she started walking, gliding, toward the side of the road, vanishing into the darkness. I didn't wait for her to fully disappear. As soon as I saw a clear path, I floored the gas pedal, speeding down the highway as fast as I could. No way was I stopping for anyone again. Not tonight, not ever. I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see her there, standing in the middle of the road watching me. But there was nothing. Only the winding stretch of dark highway behind me. The rest of the drive was a blur. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what had happened. Was she real? Was it some kind of prank? A hallucination from exhaustion, or maybe something worse? When I finally pulled into the gas station on the edge of town, I was shaking so badly that I could barely get out of the car. The fluorescent lights and the hum of the pumps were a lifeline, anchoring me back to reality. I filled up the tank, paid inside, and left without saying a word to the clerk. But even after all that, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong, the eerie sense of being watched, the sensation that I wasn't alone. I never saw the woman again, nor the strange car that had followed me. I told myself it was just a bad night, that it was nothing. But every time I drive that stretch of highway now, the unease creeps back. The sound of an engine in the distance makes my heart skip a beat. The shadows seem a little deeper, the road a little lonelier. And sometimes, just sometimes, when I glance in my rearview mirror, I think I catch a glimpse of something. A shadow, a figure standing there, watching. A chill runs down my spine, and I can't help but wonder if I'm being followed by something far worse than the darkness. Something waiting for me to stop again. If you enjoyed stepping into the darkness with me, just remember this. There's a price to driving alone in the dead of night. A price that not everyone can pay. Some things follow you. Some things never let you go. This happened 20 years ago, but even now, the memory crawls back into my mind like a cold, uninvited whisper in the dark. I was a pizza delivery driver back then, working late nights to scrape by. It was Friday, a football night. The town was alive with cheers and drunken laughter, and I'd made a decent haul in tips that evening. The last call of the night came in just as I was about to wrap up. A large order out to a run-down house at the edge of town, a place I'd always avoided if I could. Something about it felt off. The windows were perpetually dark, and the air around it seemed heavier than it should have been, like it was holding its breath. Still, duty called, and I figured it would be a quick stop. The clock was ticking, and the faster I got there, the sooner I could call it a night. When I arrived, the porch light flickered faintly, barely illuminating the group of people waiting outside. There were about 12 of them, all in various states of disarray. Their eyes were glazed, their movements erratic. The unmistakable stench of alcohol and something sharper, almost chemical, hung heavy in the air. I handed over the pizza, but before I could leave, one of them spoke up, a wiry guy with hollow cheeks and a menacing grin. "You're late," he said, his voice slurring slightly. I glanced at my watch. No, I'm not. The order was right on time. He stepped closer, his smile widening unnaturally. If it's late, it's free. That's the rule, isn't it? Before I could respond, the others began closing in around me. Their posture was threatening, their eyes glinting with something darker than just mischief. I was alone, outnumbered, and the energy around them felt dangerous, predatory. Reluctantly, I handed over the pizza, hoping it would be enough to pacify them. I started backing toward my car, my heartbeat thundering in my chest. Just as I reached the driver's side door, one of them called out, "Hold up!" For a moment I thought they were going to tip me. I don't know why. Maybe it was naivety, or maybe I just wanted to believe the night could end without incident. But as I turned, the wiry guy lunged, slamming me against the car. Chaos erupted. Someone wrenched open the passenger door and grabbed the cash I'd stashed there. Another figure loomed behind me, and I felt the cold press of a knife against my throat. "Don't move," a voice hissed in my ear, low and venomous. Time seemed to fracture. I remember the blade glinting under the flickering porch light, the feeling of their hands rifling through my pockets. Then, nothing. The next thing I knew, I was in my car, the engine roaring. My hands were trembling on the wheel, my breath ragged. As I reversed, I saw a girl standing directly behind my car, her face eerily calm, her eyes locked on mine as though daring me to run her down. I was so angry, so shaken that I aimed for her. My tires screeched, and she jumped out of the way at the last second. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. Later, I learned how it all ended. The police caught them easily. They hadn't even bothered to leave the house. Turns out, they were wanted for a slew of other crimes. The guy who held the knife to my throat got a couple of years, as did the one who stole my money. The others? I don't remember what happened to them, and honestly, I don't care. I moved across the country a few months later, desperate to leave that chapter of my life behind. But sometimes the memory resurfaces, vivid and unrelenting. I attended the trial of the man with the knife. He looked different, older, less menacing. I've even checked his social media since then. By all appearances, he's turned his life around, but that doesn't erase the terror he etched into my soul. It took 2 years to get my money back, but no amount of time can erase the image of that knife glinting in the dim light, or the girl standing behind my car like a shadow given form. Even now, when I drive past dark, flickering porches, I feel the same dread creep into my chest. That house may have been just another rundown place, but to me, it will always be the house of shadows, a place where the air was thick with malice and my life dangled by a thread. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't gotten into my car. What would they have done if I hadn't escaped? I was delivering pizzas for a local chain. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills. I'd been doing it long enough to know the dangers. Drunk customers, occasional robberies, the rare creep who stared a little too long. But nothing prepared me for what was coming. It happened several years ago in a small, quiet town where nothing truly sinister ever seemed to occur. That was until the whispers began. They started with news of a girl who had vanished under chillingly suspicious circumstances. Her name was Emily, a bright, lively college student whose sudden disappearance sent ripples of unease through the tight-knit community. Billboards went up overnight, her face plastered on every corner. Local and state authorities, even federal investigators, descended upon the town, turning it into a hotbed of anxiety and speculation. But no one could have imagined the darkness that lay just a few blocks from where I worked. A month after Emily's disappearance, the news broke. An arrest had been made, and the suspect was someone they were certain had committed the crime. The name rang in my head like a bell. When I saw his photo, my stomach churned. I knew that face. I knew that address. The man's name was Peter Aldridge. He lived in a grimy apartment complex just a few blocks down the road from the pizza shop. I'd delivered there not too long ago. The place was notorious among us delivery drivers. A sprawling maze of crumbling buildings with locked doors, sketchy tenants, and an eerie silence that made your skin crawl. That day, I couldn't shake the memory of my encounter with him. Peter had ordered late in the evening, a large pepperoni pizza, the kind of order that always felt like a setup. When I arrived at the complex, I followed my usual rule. No buzzing in, no going to the unit door. Too many drunk college kids had made me wary of those long, dimly lit hallways. Peter didn't like my rule. He buzzed me and demanded I come up, saying he couldn't leave his unit. His voice was cold, with an undertone of irritation that sent a shiver down my spine. "I can't come down. Just buzz in. I'm on the 3rd floor," he insisted. "Company policy doesn't allow that," I lied, my voice firm. I wasn't going into that building. There was a pause. Then in a sharper tone he said, "I'll be right there." When he emerged from the shadows of the lobby, his appearance unsettled me. Peter was pale, with hollow eyes that seemed to pierce right through you. His movements were deliberate, almost predatory. He handed me the cash with a clenched jaw, his displeasure evident. I didn't stick around. I bolted for my car, my heart pounding. It wasn't until that day, reading the article, that the true weight of what happened hit me. Peter Aldridge wasn't just a creep. He was the monster responsible for Emily's disappearance. What's worse, the details of his crime were grotesque. Emily's body had been found hidden in the crawl space beneath his unit. Evidence suggested he had lured her in with fake promises, then kept her captive for days before finally ending her life. I couldn't stop replaying the moment when Peter tried to coax me into his building. If I'd gone inside, would I have ended up like Emily? The thought made my skin crawl. What I didn't tell anyone, what still haunts me to this day, was the feeling I'd had when Peter handed me the cash. It wasn't just the way he looked at me, cold and calculating. It was the faintest streak of red on his sleeve. At the time, I'd dismissed it. Maybe he'd cut himself, I thought. Maybe it was nothing. But now I know better. The police searched Peter's apartment thoroughly after his arrest. The things they found were unspeakable. A notebook filled with crude drawings of girls. A locked trunk containing strands of hair. And worst of all, a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards where he had kept souvenirs from his victims. To this day, I can't deliver to that complex. Every time I drive past, I feel like the walls are watching me. I wonder how many more shadows lurk within, waiting for their moment to strike. Peter Aldridge is in prison now, but his presence still lingers, like a ghost tethered to the scene of his crimes. I'll never forget the moment I stood face to face with a predator, and I'll always be grateful for the gut instinct that kept me outside that building. But sometimes, late at night, I hear his voice echoing in my mind. Buzz in. I'm on the 3rd floor. And I wonder, if I hadn't said no, would I still be here to tell this story? It's one of those relentless nights, the kind where time blurs and the world feels like it's conspiring against you. Nick, an exhausted pizza delivery guy, had been rushing non-stop for hours, racing through the relentless summer heat. The air felt like a thick, suffocating blanket, wrapping around him, making every breath feel heavier. His uniform clung to his skin, soaked with sweat, but he didn't have the luxury of stopping. He had orders to fulfill, and the clock was ticking. There was no time for breaks, not even to relieve himself, and now his bladder was rebelling violently. Every few minutes his eyes darted to the clock on his dashboard. Only 3 more deliveries, he muttered to himself. Then I can go home, take a long shower, and collapse into bed. But as he sped toward his next delivery, a gnawing discomfort in his lower abdomen grew steadily more unbearable. The address was familiar. He'd delivered to that house several times before. But tonight something felt off. The neighborhood, usually bustling with the hum of students and late-night parties, was unnervingly still. It was summer, so most of the students were gone. But there was always some sort of life, even at this hour. Tonight, however, the silence pressed down on him like a heavy weight. The house came into view, its dark silhouette outlined by the dim glow of the street lamps. The flickering lights created strange shadows that danced across the lawn, making the place look abandoned. Nick frowned, slowing his car as he rolled past the empty driveway. Something felt wrong. No lights flickered from the windows, not even the faint glow of a TV or lamp. It was as if the house itself had exhaled a deep, silent sigh, and now it lay in a deathly hush. Worse, the street lamp closest to the property was out, casting a sinister shadow over the area. The soft hum of the world around him seemed muffled, as if the very air was holding its breath. Why does it feel so wrong tonight? Nick muttered under his breath, glancing nervously at the empty street. He felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up, a creeping sensation settling in his bones. He pulled the car to a stop at the curb, staring at the darkened house. His foot tapped restlessly on the brake pedal, eyes darting back and forth across the street, but there was no sign of movement, no indication that anyone was home. And yet, the delivery had been placed. Someone had ordered the pizza. His phone buzzed in his pocket, and he jumped slightly, startled by the sudden sound. When he glanced at the screen, he saw the customer's number calling him. "Hello?" Nick answered, his voice tired, yet laced with confusion. "Yeah?" A breathless voice rasped through the line. The voice was strained, hurried, and there was a nervous edge to it. "I'm outside, but it doesn't look like anyone's home," Nick said, his own unease beginning to seep into his words. "There's no lights, no sounds. I'm not sure if—" "I'm so sorry," the voice interrupted. "I lost track of time at work. I'll be there in just a couple of minutes." Please don't leave. I'll be there in 5 minutes, tops. The voice sounded young, maybe mid-20s, and genuinely distressed. Despite his growing discomfort, Nick decided to wait. He'd had odd deliveries before, customers who were running late or preoccupied, but nothing like this. He hung up the phone, glancing nervously at the empty street again. The oppressive stillness of the night seemed to press in on him, and the air felt unnaturally thick. The urge to relieve himself, however, was now too strong to ignore. He quickly looked around for a secluded spot. A cluster of bushes near the front yard of the dark house caught his eye. They were tall enough to offer some cover, and with the street lamp malfunctioning, he'd be invisible from any passing cars or pedestrians. His bladder screamed in protest as he unzipped and hurried over to the bushes. The relief was instant, sweet, soothing relief. But just as the pressure lifted, a strange sensation hit him. The sound. It wasn't right. It wasn't the soft rustling of leaves that should have met his ears. It was something solid, something too thick. Before he could process what was happening, the air around him seemed to darken, and a guttural voice snarled from behind him, "What the hell?" Nick's heart stopped. He froze, mid-action, as a shadowy figure erupted from the bushes. The man was tall, towering over Nick, cloaked in a dark, hooded jacket that barely moved with him, as if he was part of the shadows themselves. His movements were quick, violent. He barreled past Nick, spitting curses under his breath as he stumbled away, muttering to himself, eyes wild. In the dim light of the street lamp, Nick caught a glimpse of something horrifying. A twisted, contorted face in the darkness, and a pair of eyes that glinted with menace. But it wasn't just the man's unsettling appearance that froze Nick to the spot. No. It was the chill that ran down his spine as he saw, in the man's wake, something left behind. A discarded drawstring bag lying in the bushes. Despite every instinct screaming at him to run, Nick's trembling hands reached for the bag, driven by some primal curiosity. His fingers fumbled with the strings, pulling them open. Inside, his heart sank as he laid eyes on what was there. A sharp, gleaming hunting knife, blood-stained and rusted at the edges. A roll of duct tape, and a small yellowing bottle of pills. Something illicit, something dangerous. Panic surged through him, a cold rush of adrenaline that almost made him stagger. He quickly shoved the bag back into the bushes and backed away, his breathing coming in ragged gasps. The man had been more than just hiding. He had been waiting for something or someone. Nick's heart was thumping in his chest as he stumbled back toward his car. His legs were shaking so violently that it felt like they might give way beneath him at any moment. As he slid into the driver's seat, he slammed the door shut, locking it with trembling hands. His eyes were wide, his gaze darting back toward the house, half expecting the man to emerge from the shadows. Without a second thought, he slammed the car into gear and sped away, tires screeching against the pavement as the engine roared to life. He didn't stop, didn't look back, until the house was a distant memory behind him. The memory of the man's eyes, filled with malice, still haunted him as his grip tightened on the steering wheel. His phone buzzed again, this time with a call from the customer. Nick's heart skipped a beat. He hesitated, torn between the overwhelming urge to flee and the possibility that the woman was walking straight into danger. The chilling image of the knife, the tape, and the pills flashed in his mind. What if she's walking into a trap, he thought, the tension building in his chest. Ignoring the call, he dialed 911, his hands shaking as he recounted the events. His voice was frantic, each word rushing out in a panicked blur. There's a guy in the bushes. He had a knife and duct tape. He's stalking someone. I think he was waiting for her. She just called me. She's almost there. You have to stop her. The dispatcher tried to calm him, her voice slow and deliberate, but it was no use. Nick's thoughts were a whirlpool of fear. His mind raced, but it couldn't focus on anything but the image of the man's wild eyes, his cruel intentions. Then his phone buzzed again, another text from the customer. I'm here, where are you? Nick's breath caught in his throat. There was no time to wait for the police, no time for caution. He turned the car around, fear squeezing his chest. Please let me be in time. His hands trembled as he gripped the wheel, his knuckles white. When he arrived, he spotted her, petite, dressed in a loose hoodie, standing under the broken street lamp, glancing around, confused. Her eyes flicked from side to side, searching for the delivery car. She didn't notice the danger that was so close, that was practically breathing down her neck. Nick slammed on the brakes, his car screeching to a halt. His headlights flashed across her face, and she startled, taking a step back in surprise. His heart pounded as he threw open the door. "Get in the car, now!" he hissed, his voice trembling with urgency. The woman hesitated, eyes wide with confusion. "What? Why? Is something wrong? There's no time." "A man was hiding in your bushes with a knife. I've already called the police. Please just get in." Fear flickered across her face, but without another word she climbed into the car. Nick slammed the door shut behind her, his hands shaking as he started the engine. He drove quickly, but carefully, toward a safe location the dispatcher had suggested, where they could wait for the police. The woman didn't speak for a long time. Nick glanced at her from time to time, but her eyes were fixed on the window, her face pale, her breath coming in shallow gasps. Finally, her voice broke the silence. I know who it was," she whispered, her voice barely audible. He's been following me for weeks." Nick's stomach churned. The feeling of dread he had experienced earlier now seemed like a premonition, a warning he hadn't heeded. As they arrived at the safe location, sirens wailed in the distance, growing louder. Nick took one final glance at the rearview mirror, still haunted by the face of the man. Who was he, Nick thought, and why had he targeted her? But before he could dwell on it any longer, a figure emerged from the shadows. A police officer approached, her face stern, eyes focused on Nick. And then, just as quickly as they had arrived, the sounds of sirens filled the air. The nightmare was only beginning. The sound of a scream echoed through the dark tunnel, slicing through the air like a blade. It wasn't the kind of scream you'd expect at Disneyland, the joyful, excited kind that comes with the thrill of a roller coaster. This was different. This was raw terror, soaked in panic and pain. I grew up a military brat in San Diego, California. My dad, a Marine Corps gunnery sergeant, spent 25 years serving his country. He was my hero, but growing up with him was anything but easy. He was strict, rarely home, and when he was, discipline took precedence over play. Despite that, his firm hand kept me grounded, and his absence made me value family even more. But nothing could prepare me for the time he was deployed to Iraq in 2003. I was just 11 years old, and every day without him felt like an eternity of worry. Each news report on TV turned my stomach, and every mention of fallen soldiers made my heart race with dread. By September, the anxiety was unbearable. My mom, noticing how badly it was affecting me, decided we needed a distraction. She took me to Disneyland for the weekend, hoping to ease my mind. At first, it worked. The bright colors, the characters, the rides. It all felt like stepping into another world. For a while, I forgot about the war, my dad, and all the stress at home. That is, until we got in line for Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. It was late, close to 11:30 p.m., when we climbed into the little rail cars. The ride started off like any other, fast twists, sudden drops, and thrilling turns. But as we approached the fake desert landscape and ascended into a pitch-black tunnel, something went horribly wrong. The car jolted violently, throwing us against the sides of our seats. A metallic grinding screeched through the darkness, followed by a deafening thud. Then came the screams, piercing, desperate, and far too real. For a few moments, everything was still. The ride had come to a complete stop, and an eerie silence settled over us, broken only by the faint whimpering of frightened riders. I could feel my mum's hand gripping mine, her knuckles cold and tense. Then a woman's voice rang out, trembling and filled with anguish. Mark, Mark, wake up, please, wake up. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light filtering through the cracks in the tunnel, I saw it. Several of the cars ahead of us were off the tracks, mangled and crushed. The one at the very front had derailed entirely, its rear end slamming into the car behind it. Blood gleamed on the twisted metal, pooling onto the floor. My stomach churned as I realized the truth. Someone hadn't made it. Chaos erupted. People scrambled to climb out of the cars, shouting for help and urging others to get out. My mum and I followed, shakily making our way down the narrow path alongside the tracks. As we passed the derailed cars, I caught a glimpse of the damage. The front car was completely destroyed, and the passengers inside were trapped. Some motionless, others crying out for help. The woman who had been screaming for Mark was still there, clutching a lifeless body in her arms. Her voice cracked with desperation, her cries echoing through the tunnel. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. The image burned itself into my mind, a horrifying reminder of how fragile life can be, even in a place meant for joy. We were eventually led out by park staff to a makeshift medical station near the River Bell Terrace. My mom and I were shaken but unharmed. Others weren't so lucky. Some had serious injuries, and one man, Mark, had died from the impact. The aftermath was surreal. Disneyland, a place of magic and happiness, now felt haunted. The cheerful music playing faintly in the background only added to the eerie atmosphere. I couldn't stop replaying the events in my head, the scream, the blood, the crushed cars. Even now, years later, the sound of roller coasters or the sight of theme parks fills me with unease. I've never stepped foot on a roller coaster since that day. For me, the thrill isn't worth the risk. That ride on Big Thunder Mountain changed something in me. A reminder that even in the happiest places, darkness can strike without warning. And the worst part? I still hear her voice sometimes, late at night as I lie in bed. Mark, wake up. Please wake up. It's a sound I'll never forget. It was a crisp February morning in 1999, the kind that begins with a veil of mist clinging to the horizon, casting an eerie stillness over the sprawling grounds of Disney World in Orlando, Florida. As the first rays of sunlight kissed the castle spires, the park still slumbered, its rides silent, its pathways empty. Yet, beneath the surface of this manufactured paradise, an unimaginable nightmare was about to unfold. I worked as a custodian, a fancy Disney term for janitor. My days were a mix of mopping floors, emptying trash bins, and preparing the park for its daily wave of visitors. Occasionally, I'd help guests navigate the park, answer their endless questions, and try to smooth over complaints about things I couldn't control, like the weather. It wasn't glamorous, but the camaraderie among the staff made it bearable. We were like family, bonded by our shared experiences. That morning, I was assigned to Tomorrowland, strolling toward my tasks with a slight hangover from the previous night's outing. As I passed the Fantasyland Skyway platform, I spotted Ray, a cheerful older custodian who had been with us for about a year. He was up on the platform, sweeping diligently, whistling a tune that carried through the crisp air. "Morning, Ray," I called up to him. He paused, waved, and returned my greeting with a warm smile before resuming his work. It was a simple moment. One of those fleeting interactions you never realize will haunt you forever. As I walked away, the gentle hum of the park was broken by a sound that made my stomach knot, a mechanical whirring. The Skyway gondolas were coming to life, gliding along their suspended cables. My steps faltered. Something wasn't right. Ray was still up there. Panic set in as I turned and sprinted back toward the platform. The gondolas were moving too fast and Ray hadn't noticed. He was still sweeping, his back to the oncoming danger. "Ray! Look out!" I screamed, my voice cracking with urgency. He turned, his expression shifting from confusion to horror as the gondolas bore down on him. He tried to move, but it was too late. The gondola struck him, sending him staggering backward. What happened next felt unreal, like a scene from a slow-motion nightmare. Ray grabbed onto the edge of the gondola, his knuckles white as he clung for dear life. He dangled there, 60 feet above the ground, his legs kicking desperately. "Hang on, Ray!" I shouted, my voice trembling with helplessness. He tried to pull himself up, but his strength was failing. The gondola continued its relentless journey, carrying him away from the platform and over the park. Beneath him, the hard concrete stretched like a death trap. Then I saw it, a patch of flower beds beneath the gondola's path. It wasn't much, but it was better than the unyielding concrete. "Jump, Ray, jump to the flowers," I yelled, praying he could hear me over the mechanical hum. For a moment he hesitated, glancing down at the ground below. Then, whether by choice or by exhaustion, his grip faltered. He fell. The world seemed to hold its breath as Ray plummeted, his body twisting in the air before he crashed into the flower beds with a sickening thud. I reached him within seconds, my heart pounding as I dropped to my knees beside him. Ray was alive, but barely. He lay motionless, his breaths ragged and labored. Blood bubbled from his lips, staining his chin. His eyes, once so full of life, were glazed with pain. "I'll get help, Ray. Just hold on," I choked out, tears streaming down my face. I sprinted to find another cast member, frantically shouting for them to call 911. Paramedics arrived within minutes, loading Ray onto a stretcher and rushing him to the hospital. We all clung to hope, convincing ourselves that the flower beds had saved him, that he would pull through. But hope can be cruel. Later that day, the news came. Despite the doctor's best efforts, Ray had succumbed to his injuries. The fall had caused catastrophic internal damage. He was gone. The loss hit us like a tidal wave. Ray wasn't just a co-worker, he was family. His death left a void that nothing could fill. A memorial was placed backstage in his honor, a tribute to a man who had brought so much light to our lives. Even now, I can't shake the memory of that day. The sound of his whistling still haunts me, a ghostly echo that lingers in the quiet moments. And when I close my eyes, I see his face, his fear, his pain, and the heartbreaking finality of his fall. Rest in peace, Ray. You deserved so much more. The air was thick with a simmering Florida heat, but it wasn't the warmth that sent a chill through me. It was the sound, a girl's desperate, muffled scream that pierced through the laughter and joy of Disney World's animal kingdom. That scream, raw and haunting, signaled that something was terribly, dreadfully wrong. Let me take you back. In 1998, my family and I traveled across the Atlantic for what was supposed to be the most magical trip of our lives. For a 10-year-old kid from the UK, Disney World was nothing short of a paradise. The colors were brighter, the trees more fantastical, and everything, every ride, every character, felt like a dream come to life. But dreams have a way of curdling into nightmares when you least expect it. The day began like any other in the park. I was buzzing with excitement, clutching a soda cup bigger than my head, thrilled to explore the animal kingdom. Everything seemed perfect, until I noticed her. She was about my age, maybe a year or two younger, with wide, tired eyes and a face that wore misery like a mask. She clung to the hand of a man who I assumed was her father, but something about them felt off. While the rest of the kids radiated joy, she seemed crushed under an invisible weight. Her dad, or so I thought, kept a firm grip on her wrist, his knuckles white with tension. At first I brushed it off. Not every kid could be as over the moon as I was, right? Maybe she was having a bad day. But as we meandered through the park, I kept seeing them, on the safari tour near the cafes, and later in the crowd by the lion exhibit. Each time the girl's demeanor hadn't changed. If anything, her sadness seemed to deepen, her movements more reluctant, as if she wanted to be anywhere else but by his side. It wasn't until I saw the man's hand tighten around her arm, jerking her when she lagged behind, that I felt the first prickle of unease. "Behave," he hissed, his tone sharp enough to cut through the chatter around us. Her face twisted in silent fear, but she said nothing. Not yet. The breaking point came near a shaded pathway. She pulled away from him for just a moment, and his grip hardened like iron. The girl began to cry, her voice trembling as she wailed, "I want my mommy. Where's my mommy?" The words hit me like a punch to the gut. My dad's face, usually calm, turned pale as he exchanged a look with my mom. Nearby, people were starting to take notice. Whispers rippled through the crowd as the man leaned down, his voice low but menacing. "Quiet down," he snapped. "We'll get you to mommy soon." But then she said it. The words that froze everyone in their tracks. "You're not my daddy." The atmosphere shifted instantly. The murmur of conversation ceased. replaced by a suffocating silence. Adults around us exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. Then someone, a burly man in a baseball cap, stepped forward. "Hey, buddy, is everything okay here?" The man holding the girl stammered, his grip tightening. "She's just having a tantrum," he insisted, his tone forced and brittle. But the girl's trembling voice cut through his excuses. "He took me! He's not my dad!" Chaos erupted. Parkgoers surged toward them as the man's facade crumbled. He tried to drag her away, but the crowd wouldn't let him. Someone grabbed his arm while others formed a protective circle around the girl. She was sobbing uncontrollably now, her cries muffled as the man clamped his hand over her mouth. I remember my mum pulling me and my sister away, shielding us from the escalating scene. But I couldn't look away. I saw the man's face twist in rage, veins bulging as he realized he had lost. Park security arrived moments later, pinning him to the ground as he thrashed and shouted obscenities. The little girl, her tiny body shaking with sobs, was whisked away by a kind-looking woman who had pushed through the crowd to comfort her. I didn't understand the gravity of what I had witnessed until years later, when my parents finally explained it to me. That man wasn't her father. He had lured her away, promising her the magic of Disney World, and had sinister plans for her once the illusion wore off. To this day, I can't forget the sound of her scream or the look in her eyes as she pleaded for help. Disney World is often called the happiest place on earth, but for one terrifying moment, it became something far darker. If she hadn't spoken up, if people hadn't intervened, I shudder to think what could have happened. That nightmare could have ended very differently. But because of her courage and the actions of strangers, she was saved. Still, the memory lingers, a haunting reminder that even in the brightest places, shadows can lurk, waiting to strike. The humid Florida air clung to me as I stared out the motel window, heart pounding, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There he was, Mickey Mouse, standing under the flickering streetlight by the highway. His oversized ears, filthy costume, and lifeless black eyes were unmistakable. But this wasn't the Mickey my kids adored. This was something darker, something wrong. How did he find us? It all started a few days ago when my wife and I took our kids to Disney World. It was meant to be the perfect family vacation, a chance for the kids to finally experience the magic of the park, and for us adults to soak up the tropical vibe. But what should have been a week of laughter and sunshine quickly spiraled into something I still struggle to explain. That day in downtown Orlando was hot and bright, the kind of weather that made me regret my Cuban sandwich binge. My wife had ducked into a restroom, leaving me to corral our kids. I found a bench, plopped down, and told them to stay close while I closed my eyes for just a moment. When I opened them, my heart sank. My son was halfway down the street, standing next to someone dressed as Mickey Mouse. At first, I felt relieved that he hadn't wandered off completely. But as I approached, something about the costume struck me as wrong. It wasn't just the cheap material or the obvious knockoff design. It was filthy, stained with grime and God knows what else. The person inside the suit didn't move with the exaggerated cheerfulness I'd seen at the parks. Instead, Mickey stood eerily still, staring at my kids with those vacant black eyes. "Hey, buddy," I said, pulling a $20 bill from my wallet, hoping to defuse the situation. "Thanks for entertaining the kids." The head of the suit tilted, the gesture sharp and mechanical, sending a shiver down my spine. He didn't speak or even move to take the money. Those lifeless eyes just stared. "All right, kids," I said, forcing a laugh. "Time to go find Mom." But Mickey reached out, his oversized glove brushing my son's arm. My instincts kicked in and I stepped between them, my voice firm. "Don't touch my kids." He didn't respond, didn't flinch, just kept staring. Grabbing my children by the hands, I pulled them away, ignoring their protests about wanting to stay with Mickey. As we walked off, I glanced over my shoulder. Mickey was still there, motionless, watching us. That night, I couldn't sleep. The motel's air conditioner had chosen the worst possible time to break down, and the oppressive heat only added to my unease. I got up, poured myself a glass of ice water, and sat at the kitchenette table, trying to shake the unsettling encounter. Something drew me to the window. Pulling the blinds aside, I peered out into the darkness and froze. Standing by the highway, illuminated by the pale orange glow of a streetlight, was Mickey. My blood ran cold. How did he know where we were staying? Was he following us? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe it wasn't even the same guy. But deep down, I knew. It was him. Grabbing a knife from the kitchenette, I crept back to the window. Mickey was gone. No, not gone. Closer. Lying in the parking lot just a few feet from our room was the filthy costume. Empty. Panic surged through me. My eyes darted around, searching for the man who had been inside, and then bang! His bare face slammed against the window, his wild eyes staring directly into mine. I stumbled back, heart racing as I shouted for my wife to lock herself and the kids in the other room. The man outside was naked, his body pale and gaunt. He pounded on the glass with fists, head, anything he could, desperate to get in. I waved the knife at him, yelling that the cops were on their way. The mention of the police seemed to reach him. He paused, then shifted his focus to the door, ramming his shoulder against it with alarming force. The minutes felt like hours until the distant wail of sirens broke the tension. The man stopped, his head snapping toward the sound. In an instant, he vanished into the shadows, taking the tattered Mickey suit with him. When the police arrived, I gave them everything I could. Details about the encounter, the costume, the man's disturbing behavior, but they didn't find him. We flew back to Maine the next day, leaving the nightmare behind. Or so I thought. To this day, I don't know how he found us or what he wanted, but every now and then, I'll catch a glimpse of something, a shadow lingering too long, a figure watching from the corner of my eye, and I'll wonder, is he still out there, waiting, watching? Imagine a place so idyllic, so meticulously designed that it feels like stepping into a storybook. White picket fences, pastel-painted houses, and streets that seem to hum with an artificial cheer. A town where autumn leaves are shipped in to flutter on the breeze, and Christmas feels magical under fake snow, even in the sweltering Florida heat. But beneath this polished veneer lies something sinister, a town whose secrets seep like poison into its perfect streets. This is Celebration, Florida. The illusion shattered violently in 2010 when the quiet streets were rocked by the brutal murder of 58-year-old teacher Matteo Giovandito. Living alone with his chihuahua, Matteo was found dismembered in his own home, his body parts scattered as if to mock the tranquility Celebration once symbolized. David Israel Mourinho, a homeless drifter, confessed to the crime, claiming he acted in self-defense after Matteo allegedly assaulted him. But as investigators delved deeper, a darker truth surfaced. Former students of Giovandito revealed chilling accounts of years of abuse, claims of being touched, manipulated, and betrayed by a man their parents trusted. Just days after Giovandito's grisly death, his neighbor Craig Fushi barricaded himself inside his house and opened fire on police. A tense 12-hour standoff ended when officers stormed the home, only to find Fushi dead by his own hand. Whispers suggested he, too, was implicated in the town's darkest secrets. Not far from Celebration's picturesque streets lies a body of water known to locals as the Death Pond. On the surface, it appears serene, reflecting Florida's azure skies, but its depths tell a different story. In 1998, 3 young men visiting Florida vanished without a trace. 9 months later, their car was found submerged in the pond, their bodies decomposed beyond recognition. The same waters claimed the life of a 2-year-old boy, snatched by an alligator as he played near the edge. No signs warned of the danger, no barriers kept the unwary from straying too close. The pond became a grim symbol of Celebration's hidden dangers, proof that even in a manufactured paradise, chaos reigns supreme. Celebration's problems weren't limited to violence and tragedy. Rumors swirled of an underground culture of infidelity and wife-swapping. Residents spoke of Celebration separation, a nickname for the epidemic of divorces among those who had moved there hoping for a fresh start. Malcolm Longley, a property investor, described it as an incestuous town, where escapism turned to hedonism. For many, the town's promise of perfection proved too suffocating, its utopia nothing more than a gilded cage. In 2004, Disney quietly sold Celebration to a New York-based company, distancing itself from the increasingly notorious town. Since then, attempts to reclaim its image have felt hollow. Residents and marketing executives have tried to rebrand it as a true community, a place where families can thrive. But for those who know its history, Celebration is forever tainted, a paradise lost, consumed by the very darkness it sought to escape. Behind its pristine facade lies a chilling truth. No amount of manufactured joy can hide the ugliness of human nature. In Celebration, even the happiest dreams can turn into nightmares.
It began with a subtle unease, a gnawing sensation that someone was always watching. If I'd known what was coming, I would have trusted that feeling. But hindsight, they say, is always cruelly clear. Craigslist had always been a convenience for me. A tool to sell furniture, electronics, or clothes and snag a good deal here and there. As a woman, I stayed cautious. I'd heard my share of horror stories about sketchy buyers and eerie encounters, but my experiences had been mundane at worst. A few weird buyers had made me uneasy, but nothing that lingered. Until now. One night, while aimlessly browsing Craigslist, I stumbled across the Missed Connections page, a mix of humor and human desperation. People posted about fleeting encounters, hoping their message would reach the stranger who'd caught their eye. It was amusing, if not a little voyeuristic. But that evening, one post wiped the smile off my face. The title was simple. Hello, the message read, you should really pay more attention when people are watching you. It can hurt someone's feelings when they're ignored. You're blonde and petite, and I like watching you pick out your groceries. My stomach twisted as I reread the words. I was blonde, petite, and yes, I'd been grocery shopping the day before. Could it be about me? I tried to brush it off. Surely this was coincidence. There were plenty of blondes in my town. To shake off the chill, I kept scrolling, distracting myself with funny posts until I logged off. But that message lingered, a quiet itch in the back of my mind. A week later, life went on as usual. The unsettling post was just a memory buried under the routine of work and errands. One afternoon, I returned to my usual grocery store armed with a list and a goal to get in and out as quickly as possible. I wandered through the aisles, absent-mindedly tossing items into my cart. The store wasn't busy, and I paid little attention to the people around me. Then it happened, a prickling at the back of my neck, like eyes boring into me. I glanced up, and there he was. A man stood at the far end of the aisle, his gaze locked onto me. He was short, overweight, and middle-aged, with features partially obscured by a mask. Yet his stare was unmistakable, cold, penetrating, and chillingly deliberate. I looked away quickly, my pulse quickening. Maybe he wasn't looking at me, but when I chanced another glance, he hadn't moved. His eyes hadn't wavered. A wave of nausea hit me. I grabbed the remaining items from my list without thinking, my only focus on leaving as quickly as possible. At the checkout, I avoided looking back, fearing I'd see him again. When I finally stepped into the parking lot, relief was short-lived. I caught sight of him, trailing me from a distance. My pace quickened, heart pounding as I fumbled with my keys. He slowed as I reached my car, standing still, watching. I drove off with shaking hands, his image seared into my memory. That night, my unease turned to dread. Browsing Craigslist again, I couldn't resist checking the Missed Connections page. A new post caught my eye. Nice seeing you. The message read, I love watching you in the grocery store, but it was really rude of you to run away from me in the parking lot. I just want you to love me. The room spun as I reread the words. My suspicions were confirmed. The man in the grocery store had written this. He'd been watching me, following me, and now he was leaving a digital trail. Terror gave way to anger. Against my better judgment, I replied to the post, Leave me alone, I'm calling the police. The response came almost immediately. I was waiting for you to reply. It's so good to finally talk to you. Now we can be together. My stomach churned. I fired back a warning, demanding he stop contacting me and flag the post, but deep down, I knew this wouldn't end here. That night, sleep eluded me. Around 2 a.m., my phone buzzed with an email notification. It was from him. My hands trembled as I opened it. Attached was a photo of me in my kitchen. My blood ran cold. The clothes I wore in the photo were the same ones I had on at that very moment. He was outside. Before I could process the horror, there was a knock at the living room window. A voice followed, muffled but unmistakable. "Let me in. We can finally be together." My instincts took over. I bolted into the bathroom, locking the door behind me. My hands shook as I dialed 911. The operator's calm voice tried to steady my frantic breathing, but then I heard it, the sound of glass shattering downstairs. The operator's voice urged me to stay on the line, but panic consumed me. My house, my sanctuary, was no longer safe. I pressed my ear to the bathroom door, straining to hear his movements. Footsteps echoed on the stairs. Each creak was a countdown to him finding me. Tears streamed down my face as I prayed the police would arrive in time. Then came the pounding. He was at the bathroom door, slamming against it with a force that made the hinges groan. "Open up," he bellowed. Just as I thought the door would give way, distant sirens pierced the night. The pounding stopped. I heard him retreat, his footsteps fading as the sound of police cars grew louder. When the officers arrived, the man was gone. They found broken glass and muddy footprints, but no sign of him. I recounted everything. The Craigslist posts, the grocery store, the photo. They promised to investigate, but I could see the unease in their eyes. For now I've moved to a new place, far from the haunting memories of that night, but the fear remains, creeping into the corners of my mind. Every time I hear a knock or catch a stranger's stare, my heart races. I've learned one thing: some connections are best left missed. It was the kind of quiet morning that made you feel like everything was just routine. The store was still dark when I arrived, the only sound being the occasional hum of the mall's ventilation system. As I unlocked the doors and flipped on the lights, a faint unease crept up my spine, but I brushed it off. After all, this was my first job, just a part-time gig to help pay for college. What could possibly go wrong in a busy mall surrounded by people? I was 18, fresh out of high school and eager to prove myself. I started the day like any other, tidying the shelves, turning on the register, and replying to overnight emails. Customers began trickling in as the morning wore on. It was business as usual, helping people find items, smiling politely and ringing up their purchases. Around midday, a man came in, looking slightly out of place. He was middle-aged, with a worn look about him, carrying a shopping list that seemed more like an afterthought. "Hi, can I help you find something?" I asked, keeping my tone bright and professional. His eyes lit up. "Yes, actually, I'm shopping for my daughter's birthday. Could you help me pick out a few things?" I nodded, walking him through the aisles. He asked a lot of questions, more than most customers, but I figured he was just one of those indecisive dads trying to do something nice for his kid. When we got to the register, he made a little joke about how his daughter would probably like the gift more if it came with a receipt for a refund. I laughed politely, handed him his bag, and thought nothing more of it. By the time my shift ended, the interaction was all but forgotten. I clocked out, headed to my college classes, and continued with my day. But a few days later, everything changed. I was out at a restaurant with my boyfriend, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation when my phone started buzzing. My work group chat had exploded with notifications. Curious, I opened the chat and saw a screenshot someone had posted. It was a Craigslist ad. The title read, "Missed Connection, the girl from the store." My stomach dropped. I opened the image, and there it was, a detailed description of me. Blonde, petite, friendly. The man described our encounter at the store down to the smallest details, like the color of my uniform and how I had smiled at him while scanning his items. He wrote about how polite I was, how he wished he'd had the courage to ask for my number, and how he hoped I'd see the post and contact him. I stared at the screen in disbelief, my boyfriend leaning over to read it as well. "Is this about you?" he asked, his voice tinged with concern. I nodded slowly, my mind racing. I replayed that shift in my head, trying to remember anything unusual about the man. But nothing had seemed off at the time. He had blended in like any other customer. For the next few weeks, paranoia set in. Every time I worked, I felt like I was being watched. I stopped wearing my name tag, hoping to make myself less identifiable. I told my co-workers not to share my schedule with anyone, even if they seemed trustworthy. I started checking over my shoulder when I walked to my car after closing shifts. One afternoon, while I was restocking shelves, I thought I saw someone lingering near the store entrance. My heart skipped a beat, but when I looked again, they were gone. Later that day, a co-worker told me a man had been asking for me by name earlier, but she had told him I wasn't in. The feeling of being hunted was suffocating. The final straw came when another Craigslist post appeared. This time it was more direct. The man wrote that he'd been visiting the mall every day, hoping to run into me. He described watching me from a distance, admiring how I moved around the store. The thought of him lurking nearby made my skin crawl. I finally went to my manager and told her everything. She took it seriously, offering to adjust my schedule and have security walk me to my car. Still, the damage was done. My sense of safety was shattered, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he was always one step behind me. To this day, I don't know if he ever stopped looking for me. I left that job not long after and made sure my next one had stricter security measures. I still think about how ordinary that day had seemed, how easy it was for someone to slip through the cracks of normalcy and turn something as mundane as a customer interaction into something sinister. Now, every time I step into a public place, I'm on edge, scanning faces, wondering if he's still out there, watching, waiting. The air was heavy that evening, like the world itself held its breath in anticipation. The pediatrician's office stood at the edge of a newly paved road, surrounded by an eerie silence. The quietness of the location, paired with the faint buzz of the fluorescent lights above the parking lot, gave the place an unsettling atmosphere. It felt like the kind of silence that carried secrets, ones you didn't want to uncover. I was a young mother, barely into my 30s, with 2 little ones depending on me. My life revolved around them, and their safety was always my priority. That day, I had driven my 1-year-old and 3-year-old to a routine checkup at the new pediatrician's office, located in an isolated part of Georgia. The new building was pristine, the kind of place that looked safe at first glance, but carried an unexplainable unease. The parking lot was almost empty when we arrived, save for a few scattered cars. It was late afternoon, and the office staff had given us the last appointments of the day, knowing we lived an hour away. I stepped out of our black Jeep Cherokee and carried my kids inside, their laughter breaking the stillness for just a moment. The appointment went as expected, waiting, checkups, and small talk with the doctor. By the time we were done, the receptionist was locking the glass doors behind us, and the last of the other patients had already left. The once sparse parking lot was now completely deserted, with only my Jeep left. I strapped my kids into their car seats, settled into the driver's seat, and turned the key. Click, click, click. The car refused to start. At first I thought it was just a hiccup. "Come on," I muttered, trying again. But the engine didn't respond. My heart sank. We were alone in an empty parking lot, miles from home, and the sun was already dipping below the horizon. I stepped out, scanning the area as the receptionist waved goodbye and disappeared into her car. The silence that followed was suffocating. Left with no choice, I knocked on the locked glass doors until someone let me back inside. Using the office phone, I called a nearby garage. A man answered and assured me he'd come to help, though he might take a while. Reluctantly, I thanked him and returned to the car with my kids. We waited as the building's lights flickered off one by one. By the time the last employee left, night had begun to settle in. I tried to keep the kids entertained, feeding them snacks and digging through my bag for toys, all while watching the road for the mechanic's arrival. That's when I saw it. A truck pulling into the lot. Relief washed over me as a man stepped out. He was scruffy and middle-aged, with a friendly smile that immediately put me at ease. "You called for help?" he asked. "Yes, thank you so much for coming," I replied, explaining the issue. He nodded and popped the hood, poking around as I sat back in the driver's seat. I waited for him to ask me to try the ignition, but he didn't. Instead, he mumbled something about a loose wire and kept tinkering. "You might want to take a look at this," he said after a few minutes, motioning for me to join him. I hesitated. "I wouldn't know what I'm looking at," I said with a nervous laugh, choosing to stay with my kids. His smile faltered slightly, but he didn't press the issue. "Suit yourself," he muttered and went back to work. Minutes turned into what felt like hours. He called me over twice more, each time growing increasingly insistent. I stayed put, my unease growing with every passing moment. Something about the way he worked, slow, deliberate, didn't sit right. Why wasn't he using jumper cables? And why did he keep asking me to leave the car? Then, without warning, another truck roared into the parking lot. The man under my hood froze, his head snapped toward the new arrival, and in an instant he slammed my hood shut and bolted to his vehicle. I barely had time to register what was happening. His tires screeched as he sped away, leaving me stunned and alone once more. The new truck parked beside me, and a man stepped out, his face illuminated by the dim overhead lights. He looked at me, then at the fleeing truck, before approaching cautiously. "Ma'am, are you okay?" he asked, his voice steady and kind. "Yes, I think so," I stammered. "Are you the mechanic?" He nodded, confirming his name and mentioning the call I had made earlier. My breath caught in my throat as he gestured toward the road. "Who was that?" he asked. I thought it was you," I replied, my voice shaking. His expression darkened as he opened my hood and got to work, this time with the efficiency I'd expected from the start. Within minutes, the engine roared to life, and I felt a wave of relief. But then he paused, his hand holding something long and sharp. "Ma'am," he said, his voice low and serious, "is this yours?" In his hand was a thin, dagger-like tool, almost 1.5 feet long. Its blade gleamed, and small round finger holes on one end gave it a sinister appearance. "No," I whispered, staring at the object. He studied it for a moment, then looked back at me, his face pale. "This was under your hood," he said slowly, "right on top, like someone had just placed it there." I felt a chill run down my spine. The tool looked old, but the blade was unnervingly sharp. "I don't know what was about to happen here," he added, his voice barely above a whisper, "but I'm really glad I showed up when I did." I nodded, unable to speak, and handed him the payment. He gave me one last warning. "You should call the police when you get home."
Not the kind you catch in the corner of your eye and dismiss, but one that lingers, watching, waiting. That eerie, gut-churning sensation of being observed crept into my life like an uninvited guest, and I didn't realize it until it was too late. I'm a junior in high school, living in a decent town. It's not a fancy private school kind of place, but it's good enough. My neighborhood? The kind people call up and coming, a polite way of saying it's okay but not perfect. I walk or bike everywhere since I don't have a car. I see a lot of people this way, and usually it's no big deal. Then, there was him. The first time I saw the man my friends and I would later dub the crackhead, I was heading to the park for some basketball. He passed by, muttering something incomprehensible. I ignored him. He was just another stranger on the street, or so I thought. One evening, my girlfriend and I were curled up on the couch, watching a movie. The cozy atmosphere shattered when a chill ran down my spine. Turning instinctively toward the windows behind the couch, I saw a figure standing there, peering through the blinds. The man's build and clothes looked familiar. My girlfriend turned to look, but by then he was gone, walking away as if nothing had happened. I convinced myself it was just a coincidence. A creepy one, sure, but nothing more. Until it wasn't. One day I was walking to the store with my best friend, P. The crackhead appeared again, approaching us with a friendly hello. We greeted him back and kept moving, but P's mood shifted. After a long pause, he turned to me, his voice low and uneasy. "You know he said your name, right? Did you tell him your name?" I hadn't. My stomach sank. Then came the night that solidified my fear. P and another friend, K, were hanging out at my house. We decided to hit the park for a late-night basketball game. As we walked, we spotted him again, standing silently in the shadows. His eyes locked onto us, following our every move. We quickened our pace. He did too. Eventually he stopped, but the damage was done. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The final straw came early one morning. Unable to sleep, I went for a run at 5 a.m. Wrestling season demanded I stay fit, and I figured the crisp air might clear my head. As I rounded the corner onto my street, my heart nearly stopped. There he was, standing across from the entrance, staring at me. His eyes followed my every step. I turned onto my street, glancing back over my shoulder. He was gone. Vanished. By the time I got home, the sun was up, and I tried to convince myself it was just paranoia. But was it? Things only got darker. A few years later, when I was living alone in a small apartment, strange things began happening. Little things at first. Less food in the fridge than I remembered. Cushions from the couch on the floor. Misplaced items. It was unsettling, but nothing I couldn't explain away. Until one night. I woke up drenched in sweat, the air heavy with a suffocating silence. It was around 1 a.m., and I couldn't remember having a nightmare. I decided to take a shower to shake off the unease. As the steam filled the bathroom, I heard the faint creak of the door. My stomach twisted. I always left it slightly open, but it didn't move on its own. Grabbing my phone from the counter, I caught a reflection in the screen. Someone was standing on the other side of the shower curtain. My heart pounded, but I forced myself to stay calm. Slowly, I adjusted the water to its hottest setting. The pipes groaned as steam thickened around me. Then, with a surge of adrenaline, I spun around, ripped the curtain open, and aimed the scalding water at the intruder. It was a woman. She screamed as the water hit her, and in the chaos, I grabbed the shower head and struck her across the face. Bolting from the bathroom, I slammed the door shut behind me, locking it with trembling hands. Her fists pounded against the door as I called the police, but my fear turned to horror when I reached for a knife in the kitchen, only to find it missing. When the police arrived, they arrested her. The story they pieced together was chilling. She used to live in the apartment, but had been evicted for not paying rent. She'd made a copy of the key and had been sneaking in while I was at work, or worse, while I slept. To this day, I wonder if she was the reason I woke up that night. I've stopped trying to convince myself otherwise. Now, whenever I move, the locks are the first thing I change. Some shadows don't just pass by, they stay. And sometimes they know your name. It started with an angry growl, low and menacing, slicing through the stillness of the night. At first I thought it was just my dog, probably caught sight of a stray cat wandering too close to the house. But that night was different. The sound wasn't coming from the front window where he usually stood guard. No, this time, it was coming from the locked basement door. I'll get back to that night, but let me start at the beginning. When we first moved into that 3-story house, it felt like a dream come true. It was nestled on a quiet hill, the kind of neighborhood where people didn't bother locking their doors. My parents, my younger sibling, and our ever-watchful dog called it home for years. From the front, it looked like a modest 2-story house, but the basement opened out into the backyard, a backyard so spacious and quiet it felt like it belonged to another world. That's where we first met Lucas, the boy from across the street. At first glance, he seemed like any other neighborhood kid. Quiet, a little awkward, but harmless enough. It wasn't until much later that we realized there was something off about him. His behavior was unsettling, the kind that left a knot in your stomach without you knowing why. And now, thinking back, I'm almost certain Lucas had been inside our house. Our family wasn't great at keeping track of the basement doors. With all the comings and goings, letting the dog out, us kids running in and out to play, they'd often be left unlocked. Sure, my parents made it a nightly ritual to double-check the locks, but this was a neighborhood where everyone felt safe. No one worried about what might be lurking after dark. Until the growling started. It was around 2:30 a.m., and as usual, I was still awake in my upstairs bedroom. I had a messed up sleep schedule back then, spending hours scrolling or playing games, long after everyone else had gone to bed. That night, the growl pulled me out of my late-night haze. It wasn't a bark, it was low, guttural, primal. I rushed downstairs, expecting to find my dog by the front window, fixated on some animal outside. Instead, I found him at the basement door. His body was rigid, the fur along his back standing on end. His nose was pressed against the small gap at the bottom, as if he were trying to sniff out whatever was on the other side. My heart pounded. The door was locked, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was there. "Mom, Dad," I whispered urgently, shaking them awake. My dad groaned, waving it off as our dog reacting to noises outside. Eventually he got up to check, grumbling the whole way. When he came back, he looked tired but unconcerned. "Forgot to lock one of the basement doors," he said casually, as though that explained everything. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. A few weeks later, something even more terrifying happened. It was another late night, and I was in my room again when a sudden deafening bark echoed through the house. It startled me so badly I almost fell out of my chair. My dog rarely barked like that unless something was seriously wrong. I sprang up and glanced out my bedroom window, expecting to see an animal in the yard. Instead, I froze. There, running across our yard in the dark, was Lucas. His movements were quick and jerky, like he was trying to escape without being seen. He darted across the street and disappeared into his house. I stood there in stunned silence, my breath fogging the window. What was he doing in our yard at that hour? I yanked the curtains closed and sat down, shaking. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. The next morning I told my mom everything. She promised to speak to Lucas's parents, but when she did, their response was maddening. Lucas? Oh no, he'd never do something like that. Their denial was firm, but I knew what I saw. I wasn't imagining things. Years later, when I look back on those nights, I can't help but wonder how far it went. Did Lucas ever make it past the basement door? Did he walk through our home while we slept, touching our things, standing over us? We don't live in that house anymore, and I've grown older, but the memories linger like a shadow in the back of my mind. And sometimes late at night when the world is quiet, I think I hear it again, that growl, that bark. And I wonder, was it ever just Lucas? Or was there something worse hiding in the dark? It started on a cold winter night. One of those nights when the world seems quieter than usual, like it's holding its breath. My little house in Northern California was nestled just outside the suburbs, surrounded by a perfect blend of solitude and distant neighbors. The darkness there had always felt comforting, until that night. As I pulled into my driveway, the headlights of my car cut through the heavy cloud cover, illuminating only the porch and a sliver of the yard. The air was sharp, and as I stepped out of the car, a strange, acrid smell hit me. Cigarette smoke. My heart sank. I had never noticed that smell here before. Scanning the shadows, I saw no one, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Brushing it off, I locked the door behind me and settled in for the evening. Exhausted from a long shift, I decided to take a quick shower and head to bed. The house was silent except for the faint hum of the water heater. By 7 p.m., I was under the covers, ready to surrender to sleep. But sleep didn't last. I woke suddenly, heart pounding, sure I'd heard something. a noise from downstairs. My first thought was my friend. He sometimes stopped by after work to use my shower, and I'd given him a spare key, but he always texted me first, and tonight there'd been no text. Reaching for my phone, the screen's blinding glow pierced the darkness, and I squinted to check the time. 9:12 p.m., no missed messages. My voice trembled as I called out his name. Silence. And then, footsteps. Loud, deliberate footsteps echoed on the hardwood floor below. My breath caught in my throat. Someone was inside my house. The footsteps quickened, heavy and frantic, moving toward the stairs. I sprang out of bed and darted to the closet. The intruder was already halfway up the stairs as I fumbled with the attic access. Adrenaline surged through me as I pulled myself up, barely managing to lift my feet inside before my bedroom door burst open. I froze. The footsteps stopped, replaced by the eerie creak of my closet door swinging open. Peering through the cracks in the attic floorboards, I could see him, just from the knees down. Dirty blue jeans, frayed cuffs, and worn work boots. He stood there for what felt like an eternity, his breathing heavy, the tension unbearable. Then a crash. The sound of my bed being flipped over shook the house. I bit down hard on my lip, trying to stay silent. He let out a guttural scream, full of frustration, before storming out of the room. I stayed curled in the attic, counting slowly, 1 second at a time. When I reached 1,000, I finally climbed down. My room was a disaster. My bed overturned, my belongings scattered everywhere. My phone was nowhere to be found, so I grabbed the landline and called the police. The first floor was in shambles. Chairs were knocked over, cupboards emptied, and shelves upended. The only thing missing was a knife from the wooden block in the kitchen. The police found evidence that the side door had been pried open with a crowbar. And then it hit me. He'd been outside when I got home, smoking in the shadows, watching me. They advised me to stay elsewhere, but I couldn't bring myself to leave. That night, I blocked the broken door with a heavy shelf and stayed awake, flashlight in hand, scanning the yard for any sign of movement. The next day, I had the door repaired and installed motion lights around the house. I even ran a phone line to the attic, unwilling to ever be stranded up there without a way to call for help. To this day, I can't stop thinking about what might have happened if I'd been slower, if he hadn't gone into the bathroom first, or if I hadn't made it to the attic in time. The darkness that once felt cozy now feels like it's always watching, waiting for a moment of weakness. That night changed everything, and I still don't know if he's out there, somewhere, waiting for another chance.
The evening air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and the faint rustle of leaves in the dense forest surrounding the village. Darkness crept in, not just from the descending night, but from the weight of the untold stories the land held. Stories whispered among elders, never spoken of openly. It was said that this village, abandoned by many during the war, carried a haunting secret. My wife and I had no idea then how deeply it would intertwine with our lives. When we moved to the old village in Laos, the government encouraged us to stay. Many had already fled during the war, seeking refuge in Thailand, but we chose to rebuild among the ruins. The villagers welcomed us with warmth, but not without a warning. Never walk alone at dawn or dusk. Their eyes darted to the shadows as they spoke of a pregnant corpse, a spectre that reeked of decay and roamed the outskirts of the village. The horror wasn't just in its sight, but in the suffocating stench that accompanied it. At first we dismissed the tales as mere superstition. Life in the village was quiet, albeit eerie. Many of the old houses were torn down, replaced with newer ones as more families trickled in. Still, the stories persisted. Those who had lived in the village before the war avoided certain topics, but reluctantly shared the chilling tale of the pregnant woman who had never found peace. Years before, during the chaos of the war, a man had lived in the village with 2 wives. When word spread that soldiers were coming to arrest Hmong men who had fought for the Americans, the man fled with his first wife and children. His second wife, heavily pregnant, was left behind. He promised to return for her, but the dense jungle and treacherous mountains made her journey impossible in her condition. Days turned into weeks, and the villagers occasionally saw her moving about the house. Then one day she disappeared. They found her lifeless body inside her home, her hands gripping her swollen belly as though trying to deliver her child alone in the night. Without a proper funeral, a crucial tradition among the Hmong, the villagers buried her hastily. It was after this that the sightings began. The villagers spoke in hushed tones about a pregnant figure with disheveled hair and a rotting stench that lingered long after she had gone. One warm evening, my wife and I decided to visit our son and daughter-in-law at their farm. Halfway there, we crossed paths with a couple returning from the fields. The man stopped us and spoke in a low, urgent tone. "Be cautious ahead. There's a smell, a rotting stench. We didn't notice it this morning, but now it's overwhelming. Be careful." My wife and I exchanged uneasy glances. The warning wasn't unfamiliar. It echoed the villagers' stories. We continued cautiously until the air grew thick with the unmistakable odor of decay. My wife froze and pointed to the edge of the forest. "There," she whispered, her voice trembling. Peering through the trees, I saw a figure lurking behind a banana tree. Its hair was matted, and it wore a green and red sash. My wife's grip tightened on my arm as she murmured, "It's her." I tried to pull her back, but she shook me off, handing me her bamboo bucket. "Stay here," she said firmly. "No man is allowed." "What are you doing?" I asked, panic rising in my chest. "She needs my help," my wife replied, her voice steady but distant as though in a trance. She walked toward the figure, calling out softly, "Daughter, let me help you." The figure turned and began to walk into the forest. My wife followed, her voice echoing through the trees. I wanted to go after her, but fear rooted me in place. Minutes turned into what felt like hours. A couple passing by noticed me standing there, pale and trembling. That night, under the dim glow of the oil lamp, she recounted what had transpired. The pregnant corpse had led her deep into the forest, to a cluster of bamboo trees. There it stopped and lay down, spreading its legs. My wife, driven by a strange compulsion, helped deliver the child. It wasn't a baby, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. It was a mass of blood and hair, just clots, but it had form. She wrapped the remains in the green sash, handing it to the corpse. The figure cradled the bundle against its cheek before disappearing into the shadows. Since that night, the villagers reported no further sightings of the pregnant corpse. The oppressive stench that had plagued the area vanished. My wife, however, was never the same. She often spoke of the woman with pity rather than fear. She just wanted to finish what she couldn't in life, my wife would say. She wasn't evil, just a mother who wanted to rest. The village of La was no stranger to whispers of the supernatural, but no tale etched into its history was as bone-chilling as the story of Grandma Kia. It all began in her final days. The elderly woman, beloved by the villagers and affectionately called Grandma Kia, had grown frail and unwell. She spent most of her time in bed, her strength draining like water through a sieve. Yet as her body weakened, something far more sinister seemed to awaken within her. At night, eerie laughter echoed through her modest home. Her youngest son, who cared for her, would often find her staring at empty corners, murmuring incomprehensible words. Her once gentle gaze now seemed distant, her smile strangely unnerving. Whatever plagued her was more than illness. It was as if the boundary between life and death blurred before her passing. On her final day, Grandma Kia seemed to regain clarity. She wept openly for her youngest daughter, Pang, who had not visited her in years. "Don't bury me until Pang comes," she begged her son, her voice trembling with regret. She confessed an old grievance, a time when she had chased Pang and her husband with a stick, striking Pang's husband in a fit of anger. That incident, she believed, had kept her daughter away. Her love for Pang, though, had never wavered. At sunset, Grandma Kia breathed her last. The villagers dressed her in traditional funeral clothes and began the solemn rites. Messengers were sent to inform Pang, who lived in a distant village. The funeral stretched into 6 agonizing days and nights. The sweltering humidity accelerated the decomposition of Grandma Kia's body, and the air inside her home became unbearable. The villagers, exhausted and grieving, coped by using herbs in their cooking to mask the sickening stench. One dish stood out, a fiery papaya salad, spicy enough to scorch the tongue. It had been Grandma Kia's favorite in life. Pang entered the home, her heart pounding with guilt and sorrow, only to freeze in shock. The bamboo stretcher where her mother's body had lain was empty. "Where is my mother?" Pang demanded, her voice trembling. The elder overseeing the funeral awoke, startled. He turned toward the spot where Grandma Kia's body had been kept and gasped. The corpse was gone. Panic spread like wildfire. The villagers, already uneasy, scrambled to search for the missing body. They scoured every corner of the village and its outskirts. It was near the mango grove under the shade of a large tree where they found her. There sat Grandma Kia, hunched over a bowl of spicy papaya salad, eating with ravenous fervor. Blood and decomposing fluids dripped from her mouth, staining the ground beneath her. Her lifeless eyes stared ahead, yet her movements were unnervingly deliberate. "Who made this papaya salad?" she rasped, her voice a guttural echo of the woman she had once been. "Why is it so spicy?" Fear rooted everyone to the spot. The villagers whispered among themselves, unable to comprehend the horror before them. Grandma Kia was no longer the kind woman they had loved. She was something else, a grotesque mockery of life. As she continued to eat, Pang's husband, trembling but resolute, grabbed a sturdy stick. He approached her cautiously, the villagers holding their breath. With one swift motion, he struck her on the head, the sickening thud echoing in the grove. Grandma Kia slumped to the ground, lifeless once more. The villagers, shaken to their cores, wrapped her body carefully and returned it to the house. They resumed the funeral rites with a renewed urgency, performing every ritual with meticulous precision. By sunset, they carried her to the graveyard at the edge of the village and buried her beneath the earth. The village of La still speaks of Grandma Kia's haunting hunger. Some say it was her unresolved regret and longing for Pang that kept her tied to the mortal world. Others believe the spicy papaya salad, a dish she had adored in life, was the final link between her and the living. To this day, the mango grove is avoided after dark. Villagers swear they can still hear faint whispers and catch the scent of papaya salad on the breeze, a chilling reminder of the night Grandma Kia returned. They say some places are cursed, where even the earth refuses to let the dead rest. In a quiet, remote village, nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, a tale unfolded that no one would dare speak of in the light of day. It began with a young woman who had just given birth. Tradition dictated her diet, only chicken and rice for a month. But once her dietary restrictions lifted, she yearned for the taste of mushroom soup. Against whispered warnings of toxic mushrooms growing wild in the area, she satisfied her craving. Hours later, she was writhing in agony, her stomach twisting in unnatural knots. By nightfall, she was gone, leaving her husband and 2 small children behind. Her funeral was rushed. The humid air hastened the decomposition of her body, and by the 5th day, the stench was unbearable. The villagers, unable to endure it any longer, buried her in the village graveyard under the shadow of an ancient banyan tree. At first, everything seemed to return to normal. But soon the villagers noticed something strange. A foul, unmistakable stench began wafting from the graveyard, the same putrid odor that had plagued the funeral. Those who passed by on their way to the fields spoke of a sense of unease, as if unseen eyes followed their every step. The graveyard, once a place of quiet reverence, became a spot to avoid at all costs. One evening, a woman named May and her husband were returning from their farm. As they approached the graveyard, May stopped in her tracks, wrinkling her nose. "Do you smell that?" she asked her husband, her voice trembling. "It's probably just the rain stirring up the earth," he replied, brushing off her fears. "Let's keep moving, we have work to do." Then she heard it, a sound so chilling it made her blood run cold. Another voice joined hers in mourning, distant but unmistakably human. It seemed to come from the hill beyond their farm. May froze, straining to hear. The cries were hauntingly familiar, echoing her own grief in a harrowing chorus. Panicked, she bolted the door and clutched a sickle for protection. The cries grew louder, closer. The air grew thick with a putrid stench she recognized all too well, the same smell that had lingered in the graveyard. Suddenly the door creaked open. A shadowy figure stepped inside, its hair wild and tangled, its face obscured. It sobbed and wailed as it shuffled toward the bed where May had laid her husband's body. Terrified, May slipped out through the back and ran as fast as her legs could carry her. The cries chased her all the way to the village. By dawn, May, her in-laws and a group of villagers returned to the farmhouse. Inside, they found her husband's body mutilated beyond recognition. His abdomen had been hollowed out, his organs gone as though something or someone had devoured them. Fearing another tragedy, they decided not to hold a traditional funeral. They hastily buried his remains in a shallow grave at the edge of the graveyard. But curiosity got the better of them. Unable to shake their unease, the villagers decided to check the grave of the woman who had died from the mushroom soup. What they found chilled them to their core. The grave was empty. The earth had been disturbed from within as though she had clawed her way out. Terrified, the villagers fled back to the safety of their homes, knowing deep down that whatever haunted their village was far from over. Some say her restless spirit still roams the graveyard, hungry for something only the living can provide.
Welcome back, everyone. Tonight we delve into the unsettling realm of the nursing profession, where the veil between life and death grows thin. Real accounts from nurses who have seen what others might dismiss. A flicker of a shadow in an empty room, a patient whispering to someone unseen, or the chilling final moments that suggest something otherworldly. Prepare yourselves for tales from the hospital's darkest corners, stories that are as haunting as they are unforgettable. Turn off the lights, settle in, and get ready to explore the eerie side of the nursing world. Let's begin. Hospitals are places of healing and hope, but they're also where life meets death, a realm where the veil between the living and the unknown grows thin. That's what I couldn't stop thinking about when I met Joanne. Joanne arrived one quiet afternoon in the labor and delivery department on the 3rd floor. She was 47 and visibly pregnant, but her demeanor was far from the usual glow of an expectant mother. Her face was drawn, her dark eyes ringed with exhaustion, as if she hadn't rested in weeks. Her expression was empty, almost lifeless. "Joanne?" I asked gently, trying to confirm her name. She didn't respond, not the first time, not the second. Only after asking for the 4th time did she mutter, almost reluctantly, "Joanne." Something about her unsettled me right away. She refused to lie in the bed, choosing instead to sleep upright in a chair. When I glanced at her chart, her history only deepened my unease. Paranoia, depression, hallucinations. She wasn't just battling physical exhaustion. Her mind seemed tormented. Still, I had a job to do. "I'll be back to start an IV," I told her, keeping my tone calm and professional. She didn't look at me, just nodded slightly. When I returned, Joanne was slumped in her chair, her head hanging low, hair falling over her face. She was snoring softly. I gently woke her, explaining I needed her arm for the IV. Without a word, she lifted her left arm, keeping her head down as I worked, and then she spoke. "The hospital," she whispered, her voice raspy but deliberate. is a gateway for life and death. Below us, the ICU, where people die. Here, on this floor, new life begins. A chill ran down my spine. I froze for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Her words lingered in the sterile air, heavy and foreboding. As I finished the IV, she lifted her head and locked eyes with me for the first time. "If it's between me and my baby," she asked, her voice sharp and eerily calm, "who would you save?" Her question caught me off guard. I stammered, "Why would you ask that?" She leaned forward, her eyes darkening as her tone turned venomous. "Listen, you bee," she hissed. "Between me and my baby, who would you save?" Her sudden shift was unnerving. I tried to de-escalate the situation, telling her I couldn't answer such a question. But she wouldn't let it go. "You must choose," she demanded, her voice rising, echoing in the small room. "The decision is yours, today. Say it. Who will live and who will die?" I could feel my hands trembling. Without thinking, I blurted out, "I'd save the baby." Joanne leaned back, a twisted grin spreading across her face. Pointing to herself, she said with chilling finality, "Since you chose the baby, then this woman will die." I left the room, shaken, and immediately reported the incident to my supervisor. He went in to speak with her, but when he came out, he just shook his head. "Joanne's not well," he said quietly. That evening the doctor arrived and Joanne was taken to the delivery room. Against all odds, she gave birth to a healthy baby girl. But her ordeal wasn't over. Shortly after, she began hemorrhaging uncontrollably. They rushed her into surgery, but her condition only worsened. She was transferred to the ICU, directly below our floor. Joanne didn't survive the night. The autopsy found no drugs in her system. By all accounts, she was physically healthy, apart from her mental health struggles. But her last words haunted me. "Since you chose the baby, this woman will die." Who was she talking about? Herself? Or someone else entirely? As nurses, we often dismiss patients' claims of being pursued by something unseen as symptoms of their mental illness. But with Joanne, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more, something darker, something I couldn't explain. "Hospitals are a gateway," she said, "between life and death." And on that night, I wondered if Joanne had crossed through it, but not alone. There's something unsettling about old buildings, especially those that have housed suffering and death. I've worked at a nursing facility for 13 years, but this place isn't just a home for the sick and elderly. Before it became what it is today, it was a tuberculosis ward, a place where countless lives ended in gasping breaths. After that, it served as a children's hospital. Now, it's a strange blend of past and present, where the echoes of those lives seem to linger, refusing to fade. Late at night, when most of the lights are dimmed, many staff members, and even patients, report hearing the faint sound of children laughing, their soft footsteps running down the hallways. At first you might dismiss it as creaking floors or an overactive imagination, but those who've worked here long enough know better. Here's the eerie part. Every year between December and January, the laughter stops. No footsteps, no giggles, just silence. And when the children go quiet, we know what's coming. Death seems to creep through the halls during those months, taking patients one by one. It's always 3. Always. One January, a man was admitted for physical therapy after knee surgery. He seemed fine, apart from being a little irritable about his pain. He was placed in room 7, a room known among staff for being strange. On his first night, he called out to us, complaining that a tall, thin girl with long, sharp fingernails was pinching him. The description sent a shiver down my spine. No one like that existed in the building. He insisted on keeping all the lights on, his room light, the hallway light, even the bathroom light. But still, he claimed she was there, standing in the corner, watching him. We didn't have the heart to tell him Room 7 had a reputation. Other patients who stayed there often spoke of the tall girl, too. Some described her as shadowy and featureless. Others said her long fingers were what stood out the most. Whatever she was, her presence unnerved everyone who stayed in that room. By the third night, his pleas became desperate. He begged us to move him, swearing that she was pinching him harder, leaving bruises. But the facility was at capacity. There was nowhere else for him to go. On the fourth night, everything was unnervingly quiet. No calls for help, no complaints, just silence. At midnight, one of the CNAs went to check on him. Moments later, I heard her scream. When I ran to Room 7, I found him lying in bed, his eyes wide open, foam bubbling at his mouth. He was alive but barely responsive. As we rushed to stabilize him, we noticed something chilling. Large, nickel-sized bruises scattered across his body. They were fresh, as if someone, or something, had been pinching him all over. The paramedics arrived and took him to the hospital, but what they discovered later made everything worse. The man had fragments of his own skin under his fingernails, as though he'd been clawing and pinching himself. But here's the thing. None of us believed he did it to himself. The man passed away a few weeks later from complications unrelated to his stay. Still, I can't shake the feeling that whatever haunted him in Room 7 didn't leave when he did. And that brings me back to the children. When their laughter stops, when the hallways grow silent, I wonder if they're hiding from something darker, something more sinister that roams these halls when the nights stretch long and the cold settles deep. Because when the children disappear, death is never far behind. In 1994, I was a home health nurse, and that year delivered an experience I'd never forget, a story that still sends shivers down my spine. It started with an ordinary assignment. My patients were often Hmong families, adjusting to American life. On this particular day, I was sent to care for an elderly woman who was paralyzed from the waist down after a stroke 2 years earlier. She had a deep wound on her lower back that required attention. Her house stood out the moment I arrived. 2 straw dolls dangled from the front door, effigies meant to ward off evil spirits. The sight made me pause. A cold breeze brushing against me, but I knocked anyway. A frail voice called out after a long silence. "Who is it?" I explained that I was the nurse here to care for her wound. The door creaked open slowly. She sat in a wheelchair, her skeletal frame barely filling the seat. Her wrists were adorned with red strings, talismans meant to protect her from malevolent forces. Inside, the air was heavy, carrying an inexplicable tension. I asked if anyone else was home. She shook her head. Her son and daughter-in-law were at work, the kids at school. She was alone. We moved to her bedroom, and as I prepared to examine her, she turned to me with piercing eyes. "Don't be afraid when I show you," she murmured. "You see, my husband followed us here after he died. In Southeast Asia, he passed and became a tiger spirit. He's trying to take me with him. That's why I've grown a tail." Her words hit me like a chill in the middle of a sweltering day. I forced a smile, trying to rationalize her statement. "A tail?" I asked cautiously. She nodded solemnly. "You'll see." As she lay on the bed and turned toward the wall, I prepared myself for what she was referring to. What I saw, however, wasn't supernatural. Her exposed tailbone protruded through her skin, a wound from prolonged sitting and lying down. The smell of decaying flesh hung in the air. I cleaned the wound, dressed it, and explained gently that what she referred to as a tail was simply her tailbone exposed from her condition. She listened, nodding, but her expression was unreadable. Then as I finished, a sound froze me in place. Heavy, deliberate footsteps thudding above us in the attic. I glanced upward, my heart hammering. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. She reached for my wrist and squeezed it lightly. "That's him," she said calmly, almost matter-of-factly. "He's here, staying in the attic. Whenever I'm alone, he comes back as a tiger. You can hear him, but don't acknowledge it. Pretend you don't." The footsteps continued, moving with the weight of something much larger than a man. My rational mind screamed for an explanation, but in that moment, all logic faded. I didn't know what to say. She reassured me with eerie calm, explaining that this wasn't unusual. In every house they'd lived in, the heavy steps would return, pacing above her, waiting. I wanted to stay, but duty called me to my next patient. She urged me to go. "It's just my husband," she said, smiling faintly. "He won't hurt me." For the next 4 months, I visited her weekly. Each time I heard the same ominous sounds in the attic. She never seemed afraid, but I was always uneasy. Then one day, I learned she had passed away in her sleep. After her death, I couldn't help but wonder, was it really her condition that took her? Or did the tiger spirit finally claim what it had been waiting for? That house still haunts my memories, and the sound of heavy footsteps above me will never feel the same again. Nights in the hospital have a way of feeling heavy, like the air is filled with whispers from the past. That night was no different. I had been a nurse long enough to grow numb to death, to learn how to leave the grief at work. But every so often a patient would leave a mark, a weight that clung to you, no matter how much you tried to shake it off. Sam was one of those patients. He was only 28, but already teetering on the edge of life. Years of alcohol and drug abuse had ravaged his body, his liver, heart, and kidneys, failing him all at once. He had lost his wife, his kids, his job, everything that once anchored him. Now he lived with his father, the only person left who hadn't turned away. That night, Sam was my only patient, and I was tasked with running a slow dialysis treatment for him. He seemed calm as he lay in bed watching TV, his hollow eyes occasionally flickering toward me as we talked. He opened up about his life, about the crushing guilt that drove him to the bottle. Years ago, Sam had been a police officer. One day he'd asked his best friend to trade shifts. His friend agreed, but on that shift, his friend was killed in the line of duty. Sam had carried the weight of that decision ever since. He tried to drown it in alcohol, but the guilt only grew heavier, pulling him deeper into despair. At 11 p.m., his father arrived. Sam was already asleep, so his father and I stepped outside to talk. He shared more about Sam's downward spiral, the drinking, the refusal to get help, the pain of watching his son destroy himself. There was a sadness in his voice, a helplessness that mirrored the hopelessness in Sam's eyes. For 3 nights, I cared for Sam. We talked often, and I felt like I got to know him, not just as a patient, but as a person. A broken man, desperate for redemption. On the 3rd night, his condition took a turn for the worse. At 3 a.m., while I was performing dialysis, Sam took his last breath. We cleaned him up, prepared his body for the morgue, and then I was sent home early. But as I drove through the quiet streets, I couldn't shake the weight of his death. I told myself to let it go, to leave the sadness behind like I always did. But this time I couldn't. I pulled over near a canal, deciding to fish for a while to clear my head before going home to my sleeping wife and child. The night was still, the kind of stillness that feels unnatural. I cast my line into the water and waited, the silence wrapping around me like a heavy blanket. Then out of nowhere, the flash of headlights broke the darkness. A police car pulled up behind me, and a young officer stepped out. "Everything okay?" he asked, his voice steady but kind. I nodded, explaining that I was just taking a moment to myself before heading home. We chatted for a while. He introduced himself as Officer Paul and shared a little about the canal, mentioning that his grandfather had helped build it. He even joked about the type of bait I was using, telling me to try something different next time. His presence was comforting, almost too comforting. When he shook my hand and turned to leave, I felt a strange pang of gratitude. But as I glanced back to watch him go, something chilled me to my core. His car was gone. I never heard the engine start, never saw the headlights fade into the distance. One moment he was there, and the next, it was as if he had vanished into thin air. Shaken, I packed up my things and drove home, the encounter replaying in my mind like a broken record. The next day, while I was on shift, Sam's father called. He asked if I could retrieve Sam's laptop from the room he had passed in. I found it in the closet and handed it over when he arrived. His eyes were red and puffy, his grief written all over his face. He thanked me for taking care of his son, and I offered my condolences. Then, almost hesitantly, I asked him about Sam's friend, the one who had died in his place. His reply sent a shiver down my spine. "Paul," he said softly. "Officer Paul." For a moment, I couldn't breathe. The name, the presence, the way the officer had appeared and disappeared, it all clicked in an instant. Sam's father thanked me again and walked away, leaving me standing there, paralyzed by the realization. Had Paul come to comfort me, to watch over Sam's last hours? Or was his presence a reminder of the guilt that had haunted Sam to his grave? To this day, I don't have an answer, but every now and then, I think of that night, of Officer Paul, the vanished car, and the eerie, inescapable feeling that I had brushed against something far beyond my understanding. It was 2 a.m. when I first felt it, an icy, almost suffocating presence in the room. It wasn't the kind of chill you get from a draft. No, this was something deeper, like the air had thickened around me, pressing against my chest. I couldn't place it, but something in the silence felt wrong. I had just finished a long shift at the hospital. As a nurse, I was used to the death and despair that lurked behind every corner, but nothing could have prepared me for the twisted sense of fate that would unfold in my life, leaving me haunted by guilt and an eerie connection I couldn't understand. It started with my brother, Alex. Ever since he moved in with me and our mother, things had been strained. Alex, 38, was a mess. Divorced, depressed, obese, diabetic, and plagued with high blood pressure. He refused to help out around the house or get a job, instead isolating himself in his room, playing video games and drinking beer. His unhealthy habits only made his medical conditions worse, and our life insurance premiums skyrocketed because of him. But what really bugged me was how he seemed to be throwing his life away. I worked at the hospital, and every day I saw the effects of people with his condition. The pandemic hit hard in 2020, and I couldn't help but think about Alex. The virus targeted people with underlying health issues like his: obesity, diabetes, high blood pressure. He was at risk, and I was terrified for him. I did everything I could to keep the virus away from home, constantly washing my hands, avoiding contact, and staying in my room when I wasn't at work. But no matter how careful I was, fate has a way of catching up with you. I eventually got sick. My coworkers, young, healthy nurses, had caught the virus and only experienced mild symptoms. I, on the other hand, knew I was at risk. After all, I was constantly around patients who had it. My manager told me to stay home for 2 weeks and avoid contact with my family. So I did. But one night, feverish and restless, I couldn't sleep. The cough, the headache, it was unbearable. I stumbled out of my room and noticed Alex was still up, hunched over his video game console. I grabbed 2 beer bottles from the fridge, desperate to escape my misery, and knocked on his door. He looked up and smiled, a little too drunk to realize how sick I actually was. I handed him one of the beers, and for a while, we just talked, laughing about nothing, playing video games until my body begged for rest. I couldn't stop coughing, though. It rattled through my chest, making it harder and harder to breathe. Eventually I left, taking some Benadryl to calm myself and heading back to my room. The next day, Alex was coughing so badly he could hardly breathe. It only took a few days before he was in the hospital. But that wasn't the worst part. Fast forward 2 years, and I was trying to move on with life, still burdened by the $180,000 life insurance payout from Alex's untimely death. The pandemic had claimed him. He was a casualty of his own choices, but that didn't make the loss any easier. It was New Year's Eve, and I was at a friend's party, trying to forget, trying to enjoy myself. The alcohol was flowing, and as midnight struck, I joined in the celebration, downing a beer to ring in the new year. By 2 a.m., the people began leaving, but I wasn't ready to go home. I felt a little buzzed, but nothing I couldn't handle. I decided to drive, thinking the roads would be empty this late at night. But as I turned onto the highway ramp, something felt off. Instead of following the road straight, my car veered into a circle, heading directly into oncoming traffic. I didn't even realize it at first. The highway was empty, except for a few cars, which swerved violently to avoid me, their high beams flashing in warning. My mind was foggy, and I didn't understand what was happening until I saw him. A blue car appeared beside me, matching my speed. The interior light flickered on, and I saw the face of a man smiling at me. Too familiar. His face was framed by the glow of the dashboard. It was Alex. His eyes locked onto mine as he sped up, only to slow down again, then speed up once more, still smiling. That's when everything snapped back into focus. It couldn't be him. He was dead. I slammed the brakes, swerving hard to the left to avoid 2 oncoming trucks. My car skidded up onto the train tracks, rocks flying beneath me. My heart raced as I pulled over, gasping for air, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I knew I was drunk, but what I had just experienced couldn't be a result of alcohol. The blue car, the smile, it couldn't have been real. I drove home that night, shaken, but somehow I made it without being stopped. I didn't dream that night, but when I did sleep the next night I dreamed of Alex. He came to me, his voice soft, but carrying a sense of finality. "I'm leaving for good," he told me, his words heavy with something I couldn't explain. "But I'm here to make sure you're okay." He told me to take care of myself, that I was the youngest, and my mother would need me. He reminded me of the responsibility I had, and then he was gone. I woke up crying, my chest heavy with guilt I couldn't shake. Every day since, I've been haunted by his words, by the vision of his smiling face that night. I don't know if it was a ghostly visit or just the result of too much alcohol, but the weight of his death still lingers. And every time I drive, every time I hear the sound of a car speeding past, I can't shake the feeling that Alex is still with me, watching, waiting. And no matter what I do, no matter how hard I try to move on, I'll never escape the shadow of his presence.
It wasn't the flickering lanterns or the whispers in the dark that first unsettled me. It was the doll, glassy-eyed, cracked, and left inexplicably in the middle of the kitchen floor. I hadn't seen it before, but something about it felt alive, as if it had been waiting for me all along. Rewind a week earlier. I had arrived in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, eager, or rather, resigned, to take up a caretaker position at a remote Amish farmhouse. My cousin had insisted it would be good for my writing, though I suspected he just wanted me out of the city. The landscape was breathtaking, almost unreal. Rolling hills, endless green fields, and a red brick barn that seemed to be pulled straight from a postcard. But the moment I stepped off the bus, something felt wrong. The air was heavy, almost oppressive, and the silence wasn't peaceful. It was unnatural. The Amish family I was to work for greeted me with reserved smiles. They were polite but distant, their old-fashioned clothes and solemn expressions only adding to the odd atmosphere. The farmhouse itself was beautiful, yet haunting, with its creaking floors and walls that seemed to breathe. The family, a kindly elderly couple, their adult children, and a handful of giggling grandchildren, seemed warm enough. Yet, beneath their smiles, I detected something guarded, as if they were hiding a dark secret. My first few days passed uneventfully, save for the odd creak of the house settling, or the occasional shadow flickering in the corner of my eye. The Amish way of life intrigued me. No electricity, no modern conveniences, just faith and hard work. Their traditions were steeped in superstition, with whispered tales of hauntings, curses, and vengeful spirits passed down through generations. I dismissed it as folklore, until the whispers began. At night, as the farmhouse settled into silence, I would hear them, faint murmurs carried on the still air, rising and falling like the cadence of an unseen conversation. At first I thought it was the wind, but the wind doesn't call your name. Then came the figure in the wheat field. I saw it one evening, just as the sun dipped below the horizon. A silhouette stood motionless among the swaying stalks. I squinted, trying to make out details, but the figure dissolved the moment I stepped closer, as if it had never been there. By the end of the week, I couldn't ignore the mounting unease. The family's polite smiles had grown strained, and their once vivid stories about the farm became clipped and vague. Driven by curiosity and a growing sense of dread, I began digging into the farmhouse's history. What I found chilled me to the bone. Hidden in an old chest in the attic were letters, brittle with age, recounting the tale of an ancestor named Margaretha, a rebellious woman accused of practicing dark magic. She had been cast out by the community. Before her execution, she cursed her bloodline, vowing to torment them for eternity. The family had endured decades of unexplained tragedies. Livestock slaughtered without reason, children falling ill, and strange symbols appearing on the walls. And now, I was part of this cursed narrative. When I confronted the family, their reaction was a mix of fear and resignation. They had lived with the curse for so long that they had accepted it as their fate. But I wasn't willing to give in. Together, we sought the help of the community elders, who reluctantly agreed to perform a cleansing ritual. The night of the exorcism was suffocatingly still. We gathered in the farmhouse, lanterns casting trembling shadows on the walls. The elders chanted in Pennsylvania Dutch, their voices growing louder as the air turned icy. Then it began. The floorboards groaned as if under the weight of unseen footsteps. The windows rattled and the house seemed to breathe with a malevolent life of its own. Suddenly she appeared, a flickering, translucent figure, her face twisted with rage. The room erupted into chaos. The elders' chants faltered, and the spirit's shrieks filled the air, an inhuman sound that clawed at my very soul. But we didn't stop. With every ounce of strength and faith we pressed on, the chants growing louder, more determined. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. The air lightened, the oppressive weight lifted, and the spirit was gone. Or so we thought. As I packed my things the next morning, relieved to leave the haunted farmhouse behind, I noticed it. A porcelain doll lying in the center of the kitchen floor, its face cracked, but its eyes unnervingly clear. I hadn't seen it before, yet something about it felt familiar. Its glassy eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to the sketches of Margareta I had found in the attic. My stomach turned as a cold realization washed over me. Was this a warning, a reminder, or something far worse? As I boarded the bus back to the city, I couldn't shake the feeling that the farmhouse, and whatever haunted it, wasn't done with me. The fields blurred into the distance, but the doll's lifeless eyes stayed with me, a chilling promise that some curses never truly die. I never should have gone into that farmhouse. It wasn't the isolation that unnerved me, nor the eerie quiet that blanketed the rolling fields of rural Pennsylvania. No, it was the watchful eyes of the Amish community, their polite yet distant demeanor, their cryptic warnings about boundaries I mustn't cross. My name is Ethan, a city boy who thought he could outrun the chaos of urban life. 6 months ago, I packed up everything and moved to an isolated Amish farmhouse, craving peace. The charm of the simple life quickly pulled me in. The smell of fresh hay, the rhythmic hum of horse-drawn plows, and the quiet. Oh, the quiet. But silence can be deceptive. At first, I embraced the tranquility. But soon, cracks began to form. The farmhouse held secrets, one of which was a locked room on the second floor. "Never open it," the previous owner had said with a grim face, handing me the keys to everything except that door. I laughed it off at the time, but his warning lingered. The Amish elders held late-night meetings, their faces drawn with a seriousness that felt out of place in such a serene setting. The children, too, avoided the old barn at the edge of my property like it housed a monster. Their wide-eyed glances and sharp reprimands from their parents were hard to miss. The nights were the worst. That locked room wasn't just a room. It was alive. It groaned and creaked in ways the rest of the house didn't. Sometimes I could swear I heard faint whispers, muffled yet insistent, coming from the other side of the door. My curiosity clawed at me, but I held back, honoring the previous owner's warning. Then came the invitation. It was for a community gathering, an event that happened once a year. The Amish, normally reserved, insisted I attend. Under the flickering firelight of the gathering, I learned of an old legend tied to the farmhouse, a story of bountiful harvests secured through unusual means. The elders spoke in hushed tones, their faces illuminated in the glow of the flames, their eyes betraying a shadow of fear. That night, as I stared out my window at the barn, its silhouette cast an ominous shadow across the moonlit fields. Something inside me snapped. The locked room, the barn, the whispers, they were all connected. I had to know. Breaking into the locked room was easier than I expected. The door splintered under my weight, and inside the air was thick, oppressive, as if the room had been holding its breath for decades. Artifacts were scattered everywhere, strange carvings, faded scriptures, and old records. My hands trembled as I pieced it together. The Amish community had once performed blood sacrifices to ensure a plentiful harvest. And the barn. That's where it all happened. The realization hit me like ice water. I wasn't just the new guy in town. I was the outsider, the perfect scapegoat for their twisted tradition. My blood ran cold as I imagined the elders' watchful gazes, the way their silence seemed to hold secrets. I needed to escape. The night before the harvest festival, I packed my things in secret. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like a gunshot in the stillness of the farmhouse. I avoided windows, certain that shadowy figures lurked just beyond them. Midnight came, and I made my move. The barn loomed in the distance as I crept through the fields, its silhouette darker than the night itself. Behind me, I swore I heard footsteps, soft, deliberate, gaining on me. My heart pounded as I pushed forward, adrenaline masking the searing pain of twigs and rocks cutting into my feet. By some miracle, I reached my car and sped away, the gravel crunching beneath my tires like a final warning. The city's chaos, once unbearable, was now a refuge, but peace didn't come with my escape. The farmhouse haunted me in my dreams, its locked room, its dark history, and the barn's shadow. Even now, in the bustling noise of the city, I feel their eyes on me. The Amish didn't just let me leave, they let me escape. And I can't shake the feeling that someday, when the fields grow barren and the harvest is thin, They'll come looking for me. The ritual isn't complete. Not yet. The first thing I noticed was the silence, an unnatural, oppressive silence that felt alive. The air hung heavy, thick with an eerie stillness, as if the land itself was holding its breath. The Amish farmhouse stood before me, a crumbling relic painted in faded white and cherrywood, its windows dark and hollow, like the empty eyes of a corpse. The moon hung low, casting long shadows across the forgotten woods that surrounded the property. Those shadows seemed to move, to slither, whispering secrets older than time. I had come here chasing knowledge, drawn to the simplicity and mystery of Amish culture. But as I stood in the cold moonlight, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was a mistake. Something about the farmhouse felt wrong, unnervingly wrong. The family greeted me warmly, their smiles kind but their eyes guarded. They welcomed me into their home, a sanctuary of hand-carved furniture and dimly lit oil lamps. But there were rules, strict, unyielding rules. Certain areas of the farm were off limits, they said, their voices tight with quiet fear. Whispers of the forbidden rooms lingered in the air, spoken only in hushed tones over dinner. Their warnings seemed etched into the very walls, yet they wouldn't tell me why. It didn't take long to understand why they were so cautious. At night, the house came alive. Shadows moved where no light should cast them. Whispers floated through the air, faint but insistent, calling my name in voices that were neither male nor female. My belongings shifted when I wasn't looking, and once I felt it, an icy invisible touch brushing against my arm. The family spoke of a curse, an ancient story passed down through their bloodline. Long ago, their ancestor, a woman accused of witchcraft, had been shunned by the community. She vanished into the woods one stormy night, leaving behind nothing but fear and unanswered questions. The farm, they said, had never been the same. The whispers began after her disappearance, along with the strange scratches on the walls and the unrelenting chill in the air. But it was the attic that truly broke my resolve. The attic was one of the forbidden places, and I'd been warned not to go there. Yet curiosity drove me. One night, I crept up the creaking staircase, the air growing colder with every step. The door was locked, but it gave way with a little force, and what I found inside froze my blood. The walls were carved with symbols, ancient malevolent sigils that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The wooden floor was stained, darkened with what could only be old blood. A small rotting altar sat in the center of the room, draped in tattered cloth and surrounded by blackened candles. The air reeked of decay and something darker, something foul. Before I could leave, I felt it. A presence. The room grew heavier, the darkness thicker, pressing down on me until I could barely breathe. A cold, guttural voice whispered from the shadows, and suddenly, I wasn't alone. The spirit attacked that night. It wasn't a ghost, but a force, a wrathful storm of hate and vengeance that seemed to pour out of every corner of the farmhouse. The walls shook, the air screamed, and every light was snuffed out. I ran, my heart hammering as the family screamed in terror. The spirit wasn't just targeting me, it was lashing out at everyone, its fury boundless and relentless. In desperation, the family summoned the Amish elders, respected figures known for their ability to cleanse evil. They arrived just before dawn, carrying tools of faith and tradition. What followed was a battle unlike anything I had ever witnessed. The elders prayed, their voices steady as the spirit roared in defiance. Objects flew through the air, unseen hands clawed at their faces, but they held their ground. Slowly, agonizingly, the spirit weakened, its screams fading into the night. By sunrise, the farmhouse was quiet again. The family wept in relief, but their eyes told a different story. One of lingering fear. They asked me to leave, their kindness wrapped in urgency. I didn't argue. As I drove away, I glanced back in the rearview mirror. The farmhouse stood silent in the golden light of dawn, its windows dark and empty. But just as I was about to turn my eyes back to the road, I saw it, a shadow in the upstairs window. It didn't move. It just stood there, watching me leave. Even now, I can't shake the feeling that I didn't escape. Not entirely. The whispers still come at night, soft and insistent, calling my name. And in the quiet moments when the world around me is still, I feel it. The icy brush of an unseen hand, reminding me that the curse of the farmhouse is far from over. farmhouse stood in eerie isolation, nestled deep within an ocean of amber wheat fields. At first glance, it seemed like the perfect escape, a serene retreat far removed from the chaos of city life. But something about it felt wrong. The way it sat under the fading light of the setting sun, its shadow stretching unnaturally long across the earth, sent a shiver crawling down my spine. I had come seeking refuge from the modern world, a week without phones, internet, or the relentless buzz of urban life. I craved simplicity, a break from the constant hum of technology, and the Amish life seemed the perfect antidote. Yet as my car bumped along the poorly marked roads leading to the farmhouse, an inexplicable sense of unease began to settle over me. The Amish greeted me warmly, their smiles genuine but tinged with an unspoken wariness. Elder Jedediah, the head of the family, carried a quiet authority that made me uneasy. The farmhouse itself, though quaint and charming, seemed too quiet. At night, the silence pressed in like a living thing, broken only by the distant, ghostly toll of a bell. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible. A low, mournful chime carried on the wind. I dismissed it as a trick of my imagination, a city dweller's mind struggling to adjust to the stillness. But the sound grew louder each night, cutting through the darkness with an otherworldly resonance. And weren't the bells supposed to be silent? One evening over dinner, Elder Jedediah spoke in hushed tones of the village's silent bell. Long ago, he explained, the bell had been silenced, a necessary act to quell the misfortunes it brought. He described it as a harbinger of eerie happenings and spectral visitors. His words were met with solemn nods from the others, their faces etched with fear. That night, the bell's tolling returned, louder and more insistent, as if challenging the silence imposed upon it. By the third night, the once idyllic farmhouse became a nightmare. Shadows flitted at the edges of my vision, vanishing before I could turn my head. Objects moved on their own, shifting just enough to leave me doubting my sanity. Livestock disappeared from the barn, leaving behind nothing but scattered straw and the faint scent of something metallic. Driven by a mix of curiosity and desperation, I began searching for answers. Beneath the barn, hidden under loose floorboards, I found it, the silent bell. It was massive, its bronze surface tarnished and cracked, yet it seemed to hum with a life of its own. The air around it felt thick, heavy with an invisible pressure that made it hard to breathe. As if my discovery awakened something, the haunting escalated. The bell's toll now echoed constantly in my ears, a relentless, deafening melody of despair. Shadows took on human shapes, lingering longer than before, and the whispers, they called my name. Elder Jedediah insisted there was only one way to silence the bell permanently, a ritual. Armed with chalk, strange symbols, and a list of steps that sounded like they were torn from an ancient text, I descended into the chamber once more. The air was colder now, thick with malevolence. Each step of the ritual seemed to provoke the bell's wrath, its tolls growing louder and more furious. Figures loomed closer, their features indistinct, but their intentions clear. The final step required me to strike the bell one last time, an act that sent shockwaves through the chamber. The sound was deafening, a crescendo of chaos that ended as abruptly as it began. The silence that followed was profound, almost suffocating in its intensity. When I emerged from the barn, the shadows were gone, and the air felt lighter. The Amish community thanked me with a mix of relief and gratitude, though their eyes betrayed lingering fear. They urged me to leave before nightfall, their happy waves a stark contrast to the dread that still clung to the farmhouse. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that the ordeal wasn't truly over. Just as the farmhouse faded from view in my rearview mirror, I heard it, a faint, distant chime. My grip tightened on the steering wheel as an icy chill ran up my spine. Maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe the silent bell was never meant to stay silent. Driving through the endless moonlit expanse of the Amish countryside, a peculiar stillness pressed against the car windows, heavy and suffocating. My name is Sam, an aspiring anthropologist, and I was here to study simplicity in its purest form, a final year project centered on Amish life. The farmhouse, my temporary home, was supposed to be a peaceful retreat from modern chaos. Instead, it became the backdrop for the most horrifying chapter of my life. Jacob and Martha greeted me warmly at the farmhouse. Their smiles were genuine, but something lingered beneath them. A weight, a shadow. I ignored it, chalking it up to nerves. The house itself was a living relic of the past, every creak of its floorboards whispering tales of simpler times. Yet, on my first night, simplicity revealed its darker side. The sounds began faintly, a muffled hum, like distant conversations carried on a restless wind. Then, the faint toll of a bell, soft yet jarring, sliced through the silence. I awoke in a cold sweat, dismissing it as my imagination adjusting to the unfamiliar. But as the nights went on, the sounds grew louder, more distinct. Whispers of sorrow, cries of anguish, and the ghostly toll of that cursed bell. The following day, while exploring the farmhouse, I came across a locked door. When I asked Jacob about it, he gave a dismissive chuckle, saying it was just a storage room, unsafe due to clutter. His tone was casual, but his eyes betrayed unease. Something was hidden behind that door, and I couldn't let it go. As I spent more time in the house, its inviting warmth began to twist into something sinister. I discovered a trapdoor beneath an old rug in the dining area leading to a hidden basement. My heart pounded as I descended into the darkness, and the sight that greeted me was like a punch to the gut. Amish clothing, neatly folded but stained with dark, dried blood, lay scattered alongside rusted tools that spoke of violence rather than labor. I confronted Jacob, but his demeanor remained unchanged, as if he hadn't heard my accusations. That night, Martha vanished. Her absence was explained away as a trip to a neighboring community, but I wasn't convinced. Later that day, I found an old, weathered diary tucked behind a stack of books in the sitting room. It was Jacob's. The diary's entries started innocently enough. Accounts of daily life, farming routines, and family moments. But as I read on, they darkened. Jacob wrote of children who rebelled against Amish traditions, choosing modernity over their roots. These sinners, as he called them, had to be punished. The entries became cryptic, referring to rituals of penance and silence, their fates shrouded in eerie vagueness. Fueled by equal parts dread and determination, I broke into the locked room that night. What I saw will haunt me forever. Chains hung from the walls, their rusted links stained with evidence of suffering. Knives, carefully arranged on a wooden table, bore the marks of use. In one corner, a pile of bones sat like a grotesque monument to Jacob's twisted sense of justice. My blood ran cold. As I stood frozen, the door creaked open behind me. Jacob was there, his face a mask of calm insanity. His voice was soft but firm as he said, "You shouldn't have come here, Sam." He lunged toward me, but age dulled his speed and adrenaline gave me wings. I bolted from the room, through the maze of hallways and out into the fields. The darkness was oppressive, but the faint glow of a neighbor's light guided me. I stumbled into their yard, gasping out my story. They called the authorities, who arrived with grim efficiency. Jacob was arrested, and the farmhouse was searched thoroughly. What they found made headlines for weeks. Martha was discovered alive, drugged, and locked away in a hidden compartment. The investigation also uncovered connections to cold cases spanning decades, young people who had vanished without a trace, their lives extinguished by Jacob's fanaticism. I left that place a changed person. The allure of simplicity now felt like a mask, hiding the potential for unspeakable horrors. The experience didn't deter my anthropological pursuits, but it did leave me with a haunting lesson. Even the most tranquil facades can conceal the darkest truths. As I drove away, the farmhouse fading into the horizon, a chill ran down my spine. Somewhere in the distance, I could have sworn I heard the faint toll of a bell. It's one thing to be alone in the wilderness. It's another to realize you're not alone at all. A few years ago, I set off on a solo hike deep into the Olympic National Forest in Washington State, accompanied by my 2 dogs. After 4 days, I was a good 20 miles from any known roads or trails, camping high up at around 7,000 feet. The tree line had begun to thin, and I'd made camp in a vast open meadow atop a secondary mountain. It was about an hour before sunset when I arrived. Normally, my big dog would roam nearby while I set up camp, scavenging for sticks, barking at squirrels. But this time, something felt different. He wasn't playing. Instead, he was fixated on the steep, shadowy mountainside behind me. His tail was rigid, pointing straight up, and he was barking relentlessly. It wasn't the playful, yappy bark he used for small animals. This was different. This was a bark of concern. A deep, uneasy growl rumbled in his chest, his body tense, as though he sensed something I couldn't see. The day before, I'd found a strange note under a rock at the last landmark warning of a problem in the area. A group of campers had reported something harassing them, and on my way up the mountain, I had come across large cat tracks. Mountain lions. It was enough to make anyone cautious, but this felt like something more. I decided to take a quick scouting trip up the hillside to check for movement, maybe even track down where I'd hang my bear bag. For those unfamiliar, a bear bag is a waterproof sack used to keep food safe from bears. You have to hang it high in the trees, far enough from the ground where even the most determined of animals can't reach it. There were a few trees, but they were high up, on the steep hill above me. I hadn't seen or heard anything, but then my dog started whining. A soft, anxious whine that tugged at my gut. Whatever was up there, he could feel it, even if I couldn't. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I began to climb the steep hill. It was so steep that I had to brace myself against the trees to keep from slipping. Each step felt like it could be my last, but I pushed on. Halfway up, I heard a rustling sound. Movement. My heart leapt in my chest, and before I could even process it, my dog's growl turned into a vicious bark. I froze. My pulse was a drumbeat in my ears. Every instinct screamed to run, but the thought of tripping and falling down the jagged boulders below paralyzed me. I was stuck, heart pounding, mind racing through a dozen terrible possibilities. If it was the bear I suspected, my dog, he would try to protect me, which could lead to his death. And if I had to scramble back down this cliff, I'd fall, probably break something, maybe even die. Just as I began to panic, I heard my other dog, my small dog, barking furiously from the campsite below. I had zipped her safely into the tent, but now something was wrong. I snapped back to reality, forcing my thoughts into survival mode. I called my big dog Loki, and he reluctantly came back to me. I leaned against a tree to steady myself, trying to calm my racing heart. That's when I realized something that made my blood run cold. I had forgotten to turn on my headlamp. The adrenaline hit me so hard that I almost punched myself in the face as I tried to switch it on. My knees were shaking and my chest felt tight. When the light finally flickered on, I scanned the darkness around me. My heart was in my throat. There was no sign of movement, but I'd heard something. Something was up there. I had to know what. I carefully began to make my way back down the hill, each step a careful balance, and then out of nowhere, Loki lunged forward, barking furiously. He charged up the hill in a sudden burst, snarling and foaming at the mouth. Whatever it was, he had just made it blow its cover. I froze. My eyes locked on what moved through the trees, something crouching just ahead. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a mountain lion. A man. A man, dressed in ragged clothes and a hood, blending into the hillside like some twisted version of a ghillie suit. But his face wasn't covered in camouflage. It was dirty, grimy, and staring straight at me. We locked eyes. No words, just an unbearable tension in the air, like we were communicating through sheer willpower. I don't know how long we stood there, but the chill that ran down my spine felt like it could last forever. I didn't move, didn't speak. I just stood my ground, hoping he would back down, but my stomach churned. I wanted to scream, but was paralyzed by fear. Suddenly, I heard my small dog again, barking furiously from below. The sound sent a fresh wave of panic through me. What the hell was going on down there? Was she okay? I snapped out of my trance, calling Loki back to me. As he reluctantly came to my side, I started to carefully make my way back down the hill. I paused every few steps, glancing back to make sure nothing was following me, that nothing had moved. By the time I reached the bottom, my mind was reeling. Loki wasn't the only one on edge. As I approached the campsite, I saw my small dog had gotten out of the tent. She was pacing, growling, her tail high and rigid. I thought I'd zipped her up properly, but now I wasn't so sure. Had someone come into the camp? Had they let her out? My heart was racing, and the only thing I could think to do was pull out my gun. I fired a single shot into the air, hoping it would send whatever was out there running. Then, without a second thought, I climbed into the tent, gun by my side, and waited for the night to pass. By morning, I packed up and fled the mountain. The descent was steep, but it was nothing compared to what I'd already been through. I made it to a nearby campsite 4 miles from my car. It was dark by the time I arrived, but there were other people around a campfire, and for the first time in days, I felt somewhat safe. They told me they were headed to the spot where I'd camped the night before. I told them everything, every chilling detail. But when I got home and started reading through reviews about my hike, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I wasn't the first to have had a strange encounter on that mountain. A man had been found dead from a fall in the same boulder range 2 years ago, and just a year after that, a woman's body was discovered, murdered. Somehow I knew my encounter wasn't the last of its kind, and the next time someone went up there, they might not come back at all. It was late November, the kind of cold, silent night where the air feels thick with something unspeakable. My husband and I were parked along a deserted stretch of beach on the Strait of Wooka, far away from the comfort of our usual surfing spots in Near Bay and Westport. The surf report had promised good waves, but the weather had been rough, and we decided to take a chance on a more secluded spot along Highway 112. It was the kind of place where the road disappears into endless trees, and if you were unlucky, you could disappear too. We didn't know it then, but the trip would change us forever. Arriving at the beach around 3:30 p.m., we were the only ones there, save for a young couple parked nearby in a weathered Westphalia van. The sun was low, casting long shadows across the sand, and everything felt eerily quiet. After making dinner and watching the ocean, I decided to take a short walk along the beach. The last thing I expected to hear was a loud, high-pitched whistle, sharp against the stillness of the evening air. We looked up to see a man walking down the entrance road, a tiny backpack slung over his shoulder, heading straight for the beach. It was odd. There was nothing around for miles, no hiking trails, no landmarks. Why was he out here alone, so far from civilization? He waved at the couple, exchanging some words with them before they invited him to their campfire. After a brief exchange, he sat with them, and that was the last time we saw him. As the night settled, we climbed into the car to sleep, the sounds of the ocean lulling us into a false sense of security. But just after 6 p.m., something changed. I woke up, opened the car door for some fresh air, and noticed the couple's van was gone. Something about their absence unsettled me, but I brushed it off, too tired to dwell on it. However, when I woke up again, it was close to 11 p.m., and I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I shot up in bed, my heart racing. My husband stirred beside me, asking if I was okay, but I couldn't explain it. I'd had a bad dream, I said, but it was more than that. It was as if the night had become wrong. I lay there, listening, trying to find any sign that everything was still normal. But the longer I listened, the more it felt like something was waiting, just beyond the reach of the darkness. Then a tap. Light at first, soft, and then another. Tap, tap, tap. I froze. My husband's voice broke the silence. Someone's tapping on the windows. We both knew something was wrong. The couple's van was gone, and now the quiet had become unnatural. In an instant, we grabbed our shoes, knives, flashlights, and pepper spray. We opened the car door into complete darkness. The kind of darkness that presses against your skin, making it hard to breathe. I shined my flashlight down the beach, but there was nothing, just the emptiness of the sand stretching out toward the waves. My husband made his way toward the trees behind us, walking slow but purposeful. I kept watch, my heart in my throat. Then, just as I was about to turn back to the car, my husband returned quickly, his face pale. "We need to leave. There's a car parked by the exit road and its lights are off, but the engine's on." I didn't even question it. The panic in his voice told me everything I needed to know. We packed everything hastily into the back seat, trying to stay calm, but fear made every movement feel like we were under attack. We drove toward the exit road, but as soon as we neared it, I caught a glimpse of headlights in the rearview mirror. The car had started following us. At first we thought it was just a coincidence, maybe another camper. But the car wasn't slowing down. It was right on our tail, close enough to make us feel the pressure of its presence. Every corner felt tighter, the road narrowing with thick trees on one side and a sheer drop to the ocean on the other. Then the car started tailgating us, almost trying to ram us off the road. I screamed, my heart pounding in my chest, as I realized there was no way to escape. The road offered no turnoffs, and the cliffside on one side made it impossible to outrun them. But then, a small dirt road appeared, barely visible in the night. Without hesitation, my husband jerked the wheel, tires screeching as we swerved onto the dirt path. The pursuing car didn't follow. Instead, it kept going down the highway, lights blinding in our rearview mirror. We sped down the road, barely able to think straight. My husband pushed the car to 90 miles per hour, not daring to look back. When we finally arrived back in Port Angeles, shaken but alive, we couldn't shake the feeling that whoever had been in that car wasn't just trying to scare us. They were hunting us. The worst part came later, when we started reading online reviews of our surf spot. Other campers had been there in the past, and they'd experienced the same strange behavior. One review mentioned a man found dead from a fall near the same boulders we'd been parked by 2 years earlier. And the year after that, a woman was found murdered. To this day, we can't forget the feeling of being watched, hunted by whoever was behind that car. The shrill ring of the payphone echoed in the stillness of the rest area. It wasn't the call I was waiting for. The voice on the other end was deep, sickly sweet, and laced with something sinister. "Do you want to have a good time?" it asked. I froze, my blood running cold. How did he know the number? Just 20 minutes earlier, I'd settled into my car at the desolate rest area, hoping for a peaceful night. I was broke, stranded with no other options, and the only thing I could do was wait for my cousin to pick me up. I had nothing but my hoodie as a blanket, and the world outside felt like it belonged to someone else. But now, something was very wrong. Something I couldn't explain was watching me. I could feel it. It was 2005. I was 18, having just dropped out of high school after giving up on everything. Health problems, a lack of direction, and an addiction to booze had led me to make reckless decisions. One of those decisions brought me to Washington State, where I lived with my cousin and his girlfriend in a small town north of Seattle. Most days I wandered the streets of Seattle, going to concerts, hanging out with friends, living in a haze of confusion and aimlessness. But today I was stranded. With little money in my pocket, I knew I needed to get back to my cousin's. My gas tank was running on empty, but I figured I'd make it, that is, until my car sputtered to a stop about 20 miles from my exit. A rest stop loomed ahead, and I pulled in, hoping to make a collect call to my cousin. No answer. His girlfriend didn't pick up either. There I was, alone, broke, and on the edge of desperation. That's when the van pulled in. A faded Chevy Astro, the kind you only see parked in the far corner of a rest area after midnight. And out of it stepped a man, no, a thing, that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. He was in his 50s, pudgy, with a balding head and thick dark glasses. He looked just like a creepy old man who belonged in a documentary about serial killers. He slowly wandered the parking lot, peering into the windows of the cars around me. The lot was nearly empty, only 3 other cars besides mine, and they were all parked in silence. And then he stopped. Right in front of my car, he just stared. Not for a few seconds, but for what seemed like an eternity. Every ounce of my body screamed at me to drive away, to leave. But I was stuck, trapped in my own helplessness. The man didn't move. He didn't blink. He just stared. After what felt like hours, he finally walked back to his van, parking it behind me on the far side of the lot. Behind him, darkness swallowed the trees. That was when I first began to truly feel it, the dread. It wasn't just him being there, it was the feeling that I was being hunted, that I was being watched. I sat up in my car, heart pounding in my chest, but I couldn't stop staring at him. Every now and then, he'd get out of the van and disappear into the woods, but I could still see the faint glow of his cigarette as it lit up the dark night. I needed to pee, but there was no way in hell I was going to walk into that bathroom with him lurking nearby. I called the state patrol, explaining the situation. They told me they'd send someone out. I hung up, pacing around the payphone, my eyes glued to the van. And then, ring, ring. I picked up the phone, thinking it was the officer calling back. "Do you want to have a good time?" The same voice, from the woods. Frozen with terror, I didn't answer. I didn't even breathe. The silence was suffocating, but I couldn't move. The line went dead. It rang again. This time I answered, but I didn't say a word. "Come on, I don't want to hurt you," the voice continued. "I can even give you some money." I knew then. This was no coincidence. This wasn't just a creepy guy in a van. This was something worse. My heart raced as I stood, frozen, staring into the woods. The voice on the other end wasn't going to stop. But I wasn't going to just wait for him to do whatever he planned. That's when I remembered the axe handle in my car. I wasn't defenseless. I grabbed the axe and walked toward the woods, a surge of adrenaline hitting me as the man emerged from the darkness. He started walking toward me slowly, but I was ready. I pointed the axe handle at him and yelled, "You better get back in your van and leave, now." For a long moment, he didn't move. His eyes locked onto mine, assessing me. I was shaking, terrified, but I wasn't backing down. And then slowly, he turned and got back into his van. He drove away, never taking his eyes off of me. When the state trooper finally arrived, I told him everything. He said he'd take me to a Denny's up the road to wait for my cousin, but first we checked the other side of the highway, and there it was, the van, parked at another rest area, just as if he had never left. The trooper approached the man, speaking to him for a while, his voice raised. I could see him gesturing toward the guy, shaking his finger at him. When the trooper returned, he explained that there was nothing they could charge the man with. No proof, no evidence. It seemed bizarre. The guy had threatened me over the phone. He had asked for sex at a rest stop, but there was no concrete proof it was him who had called. The officer said he'd been warned. If he was caught again, he'd be arrested for trespassing and driving without a license. But that wasn't the end. The next day, after my cousin picked me up and we returned to the rest area to get gas, we found a note wedged under my windshield wiper. It was a poem, twisted, bizarre, and full of threats. "You should have shut your mouth, you stupid little..." I couldn't read the rest. It was a rambling mess, and the more I read, the more I realized just how close I had come to something far worse. He had cut all the brake lines on the car, the same one I'd been stranded in. We called the troopers again, and they came to take the note. It turned out the man had a criminal record. They knew who he was, but there was nothing they could do. I was done with Washington after that. A few months later, my cousin and I were driving past a rest stop, and we remembered that van. We checked every single one we passed, hoping to see the man again. We didn't, but in some strange way, I was relieved. I didn't want to know what would have happened if we'd found him again. Looking back, I know I narrowly escaped something much darker. I don't think I'll ever forget that night. It was 2019, a year my family wouldn't forget. That Thanksgiving, we decided to invite Justin, our new neighbor, to dinner. Justin seemed like a kind man, quiet, polite, and always ready with a wave. He lived alone in the small house across the street, and my mom thought it would be nice to include him since he didn't appear to have any family nearby. Thanksgiving Day was warm and cozy. The rich aroma of turkey and spices filled our house, mingling with laughter and the soft hum of conversation. Right on time, Justin arrived, holding a small pie he had baked himself. He thanked my mom graciously, stepping inside with a shy smile. At first, he didn't say much, just listened as we shared stories and laughed. He seemed harmless, just a lonely man enjoying the company. But as the evening unfolded, the air grew thick with unease. Justin began mentioning things about us, things we hadn't told him. He commented on my dad's exact work schedule, joked about my brother's habit of leaving his bike in the yard, and even noted the scratch on my mum's car, down to its precise location. It wasn't casual observation, it was far too specific. We laughed awkwardly, brushing it off, though an unsettling tension hung in the room. My mum, ever the gracious host, didn't press him, not wanting to embarrass him. The evening ended without incident. Justin thanked us again for the meal and disappeared into the dark night. But the strangeness didn't stop there. A few days later, as my mum folded laundry in the living room, she glanced out the window and froze. Justin was standing by his window, staring directly at our house. In his hands was a camera, pointed straight at us. Her heart skipped a beat. She quickly closed the curtains and called my dad, who was still at work. He tried to reassure her, chalking it up to loneliness, but my mum wasn't convinced. The following week, things escalated. Justin became a constant presence. He lingered on his porch, by the mailbox, always looking toward our house. His once friendly wave now felt ominous, a quiet threat wrapped in a smile. My mom started double-checking the locks every night, and the cheerful warmth of our home was replaced by a creeping dread. Then one stormy night, everything came to a head. My dad was working late and my brother was asleep upstairs. I was staying at a friend's house, leaving my mom alone with our dog Bendy, a small but fiercely loyal beagle. Rain lashed against the windows as thunder growled in the distance. Bendy suddenly sprang up, barking furiously at the front door. His growls were low and menacing, a sound we had rarely heard from him. My mom tried to calm him, thinking it was just the storm, but then she heard footsteps. They were slow, deliberate, crunching against the wet gravel outside. Her stomach tightened as she peeked through the curtains. Justin was standing in the garden, soaked to the bone. His face was partially obscured by the shadows, but his eyes glinted unnervingly in the dim light. In his hand, he held something metallic that caught the faint glow of the porch light. Panicking, my mom grabbed an umbrella and opened the back door cautiously, letting Bendy rush out ahead of her. "Justin!" she called over the pounding rain. He didn't answer. Instead, he took a step closer, his expression cold and unreadable. "What do you want?" she demanded, her voice trembling. Justin didn't respond. Instead, he raised the object in his hand, a notebook. But there was something about the way he held it, something in his posture that screamed danger. Fear overwhelmed her, and she bolted back inside, slamming the door shut. She locked it and leaned against it, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Moments later, the knocking started, soft at first, then louder. "Please," Justin's voice called from the other side, eerily calm. "I need your help. Let me in." Her hands shook as she grabbed her phone and dialed 911. The knocking stopped abruptly, and the silence was deafening, broken only by the relentless rain. Minutes passed like hours until flashing blue lights illuminated the yard. The police found Justin standing in the garden, silent and unmoving. In his hands was the notebook, its contents chilling. It was filled with detailed notes and sketches of our house, diagrams of our rooms, notes on when lights were turned off, and photos of us in the yard, through the windows. and even of my brother riding his bike. Justin was taken into custody, his drenched figure fading into the flashing lights of the police car. The officers returned a few days later to share what they had uncovered. Justin had been watching us for months, documenting our routines with obsessive precision. While there were no direct threats or concrete plans in his notes, his behavior suggested he had been plotting something. The thought made my blood run cold. He never came back to his house. The police said he was being evaluated, but we didn't ask for details. My mom insisted we install security cameras and new locks, and my dad didn't argue. From that night on, we lived cautiously. Curtains stayed drawn, and doors were always double-locked. The warmth of our home returned, but the shadow of Justin's presence lingered, a reminder of how thin the line is between safety and terror. Thanksgiving night had always been a warm, comforting tradition in our home, a moment to forget the world's chaos and bask in the glow of family and gratitude. But that night, November 28th, became a nightmare etched forever in my memory. The air in Los Angeles was unseasonably cold, and our small home felt like a sanctuary. The scent of roasted turkey and spiced pumpkin pie filled every corner, blending with the soft murmur of laughter and the clinking of glasses. My mom had outdone herself, and even my little brother Max, the pickiest eater in the world, was devouring her stuffing like it was a rare delicacy. Dad was midway through one of his corny jokes, the kind that made us groan more than laugh, when a loud, violent knocking shattered the cozy bubble. It wasn't a polite tap-tap, but a deep, urgent pounding that seemed to rattle the very walls. We all froze. Dad frowned, setting down his fork, and Mom whispered, "Who could that be at this hour?" "I'll get it," Dad muttered, pushing back his chair. Max clung to my side, his wide eyes reflecting the fear I felt growing in my chest. Something about that knock, so forceful, so unrelenting, made the air feel heavy, almost suffocating. When Dad opened the door, the harsh light from our porch revealed a man standing there. He was old, wrapped in a tattered coat that barely seemed to shield him from the chill. His hollow cheeks and sunken eyes gave him a ghostly appearance, and his beard was a wild, scraggly mess. "Please," the man rasped, his voice barely audible over the pounding in my ears. "I haven't eaten in days. I don't know where else to go." He looked desperate, pitiful even, and my heart twisted with sympathy. But there was something off about him. His eyes, though tired, flickered with an intensity that made my stomach churn. Mom and Dad exchanged one of those silent glances that only parents understood. Finally, Dad sighed and stepped aside. "Come in," he said reluctantly. The man shuffled inside, his movements stiff and awkward, as if he wasn't used to being around people anymore. He muttered a faint thank you and glanced around, his eyes lingering on the family photos on the walls and the plates of food on the table. Mom quickly set a plate for him, and he hunched over it like a starving animal. His trembling hands shoveled food into his mouth, as if he feared it might vanish if he paused. We tried to resume dinner, but the mood was broken. The air felt heavier, colder, as if his presence had drawn a shadow into our warm little home. I couldn't stop watching him. His jerky movements, the way his eyes darted toward the windows and doors as if expecting something, or someone. Then, far off, the faint wail of a police siren pierced the night. It wasn't unusual in our neighborhood, but the man's reaction was immediate and chilling. His whole body stiffened, the fork halfway to his mouth frozen in midair. His eyes darkened, and the faint smile that had tugged at his lips vanished entirely. "What's wrong?" Mum asked softly, her voice tense. He didn't answer. Instead, he slowly reached into his coat. Time seemed to stop as he pulled out a gun. "Nobody moves," he growled, his voice no longer frail but sharp and commanding. My blood turned to ice. The room plunged into silence, the kind that roars in your ears. Dad raised his hands slowly, his calm voice betraying the fear I knew he felt. "Look, we don't want any trouble," he said. "Quiet!" the man barked, his finger twitching on the trigger. Mum squeezed my hand under the table, her trembling mirroring my own. Max wasn't at the table anymore. He'd slipped away to the bathroom just before the man pulled the gun. My heart pounded in terror for him, hoping he'd stay hidden. The siren grew louder, closer. The man's agitation grew with it. His wild eyes darted toward the door, his grip on the gun tightening. Then a soft creak came from the hallway. My breath caught. Max. The man's head snapped toward the sound, his face twisting in fury. Before he could move, a faint click echoed from the front door. In a flash, the man bolted toward the sound, yelling, "No!" He flung the door open, only to come face to face with two police officers, their guns drawn and aimed. "Drop it!" one of them shouted. The man froze, his face contorted with indecision. For a moment I thought he might fire, but the officers didn't wait. They lunged forward, wrestling him to the ground. The gun clattered to the floor, and the man let out a guttural scream as they cuffed him. I didn't realize I'd been holding my breath until the sound of the gun hitting the floor snapped me back to reality. Max peeked out from the hallway, pale but determined. One of the officers noticed him and nodded. "Good job, kid." As the man was hauled away, we learned the chilling truth. "This guy's been targeting families on Thanksgiving," one officer said grimly. "He's already robbed a few homes tonight, holding them at gunpoint. You're lucky he didn't hurt anyone." I wrapped my arm around Max, who was clinging to Mum. "You're a hero," I whispered. And for once, he didn't argue. That night, we didn't return to the table. The untouched leftovers sat cold and forgotten as we huddled in the living room, the warmth of our home replaced by an unshakable chill. We were safe. But the shadow that man brought with him, it lingered long after he was gone. Thanksgiving has always been my favorite time of year. It was when our family came together in our old farmhouse, a place that seemed frozen in time. Nestled among acres of fields and bordered by dense woods, the house was a relic of the past, passed down through generations. My grandparents once called it home, and after their passing, it became my father's. Each year we'd gather there, the laughter of loved ones filling the air. But last Thanksgiving, something happened. Something I still can't explain. The day began as it always did. My parents, my younger brother Jason, my uncle Frank and I arrived around noon. The farmhouse stood as it always had, a sturdy but aging structure, its wooden floors creaking underfoot and the faint smell of old wood permeating the air. It was comforting and nostalgic, but that day, the house felt different. The early hours passed uneventfully. My mom and Uncle Frank worked together in the kitchen, while Jason and I ran around outside. The cold November air bit at our skin as we played catch in the field behind the house. I remember looking up at the farmhouse, its windows glowing with the soft light of the setting sun. For a brief moment, I thought I saw something move in one of the upstairs windows. Just a flicker. I brushed it off, telling myself it was nothing, probably just the curtain swaying or the shadow of a tree. As evening fell, we gathered around the dining table for the Thanksgiving meal. The room was warm, lit by the chandelier that flickered occasionally, adding to the old-world charm. We ate, laughed, and shared stories of holidays gone by, but as the night wore on, something felt off. The air in the house had grown heavier. It wasn't cold exactly, but there was a chill creeping up from the floorboards, like something unseen was watching us. I noticed Jason glancing toward the hallway, his gaze often fixed on the stairs. When I asked if he was okay, he shrugged and muttered something about hearing creaks. After dinner, we retreated to the living room to watch a movie. My dad lit the old stone fireplace, and the flames flickered, casting eerie shadows across the room. It was cozy, but that uneasy feeling never left. The creaks Jason mentioned earlier became more noticeable, soft, rhythmic sounds like footsteps coming from the second floor. Probably just the house settling, Uncle Frank said when I pointed it out. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Around 10 p.m., Jason and I headed upstairs to the room we always shared when we visited. It was a simple room, 2 twin beds and a small window overlooking the backyard. The moonlight bathed the room in a pale glow, casting long shadows on the floor. We got ready for bed, but Jason was unusually quiet. Then he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "Do you think there's someone in the house?" I laughed nervously. "What are you talking about?" I thought I saw someone standing by the barn earlier, but when I looked again, they were gone. I didn't want to scare him or myself, so I brushed it off. "Probably just your imagination. Let's get some sleep." But sleep wouldn't come. The wind howled outside, and the old farmhouse groaned with age. But tonight, it was different. Around midnight, I was jolted awake by a loud thump, followed by the unmistakable sound of something heavy falling upstairs. Jason was already sitting up in bed, wide-eyed. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I nodded, my heart pounding. "Stay here, I'll go check." Grabbing my phone, I switched on the flashlight. The hallway outside our room was dark and silent, but the oppressive feeling had returned. I crept toward the stairs leading to the attic where the sound had come from. The attic door was ajar, swaying gently as though it had just been opened. I called out, my voice trembling. "Hello?" No answer, just the wind whistling outside and the faint creak of the attic door. I climbed the narrow staircase slowly, each step groaning under my weight. When I reached the top, I pushed the door open wider and peered inside. The attic was cluttered with forgotten belongings, old furniture, and piles of dusty blankets. Everything was still, but the air felt wrong. Thick. Oppressive. That's when I saw it. In the far corner, near an old rocking chair, a shadowy figure stood. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, or maybe my eyes playing tricks on me. But then, it moved. Not like a person. It glided across the floor, unnaturally smooth. It was tall, featureless, just a dark silhouette against the dim light filtering through the small attic window. My breath caught in my throat. I froze, unable to move, my legs heavy with dread. The figure stopped, then turned toward me. I couldn't see its face, but I felt this overwhelming sense of dread, like I was being pulled into a black void. My heart raced and my limbs refused to obey. Then, without warning, it darted toward me. It made no sound, but its sudden movement snapped me out of my paralysis. I bolted down the stairs, nearly tripping over my feet. Jason was waiting at the bottom, his face pale. "What happened? What did you see? Just go downstairs," I yelled, pushing him toward the living room. By the time we reached the living room, the rest of the family was awake, alarmed by the noise. I tried to explain what I'd seen, but I could tell they didn't believe me. My dad and Uncle Frank went to check the attic, but they found nothing. No shadowy figure. No sign anyone had been up there. We stayed in the living room for the rest of the night, too scared to go back upstairs. I didn't sleep at all. Every creak, every gust of wind made my heart race. The next morning, we left earlier than usual. As we drove away, I glanced back at the farmhouse. For a moment, I thought I saw something or someone standing in the upstairs window, watching us leave. I haven't been back since that night, and I don't think I ever will. Whatever I saw in that attic, it wasn't human. The thought of it still gives me chills. Thanksgiving will never feel the same again. The wedding should have been the happiest day of my life. Instead, it became the most terrifying. But let me take you back to the moment when everything shifted from joy to horror, like the air turning cold in an instant. I was sitting at the head table beside my new husband, my hand intertwined with his, both of us basking in the warmth of the day. The hall was filled with the sounds of laughter, the clinking of glasses, the occasional burst of applause after the toasts. It all felt perfect, like something out of a dream. The air was sweet, everything so meticulously arranged, each flower, every piece of the ceremony planned to perfection. The night was ours and we were untouchable. Nothing could ruin this day. The speeches were over, and now it was time for the groomsmen to have their turn. They stood up one by one, delivering their jokes and teasing my husband with funny stories from his past. Everyone laughed, and for a moment, I felt like I was in a bubble, surrounded by the people I loved most, safe and happy. But just as the applause died down, something unexpected happened. The door opened. At first, no one noticed the man who walked in, dressed in a crisp, dark uniform, his expression polite but distant. He didn't speak immediately, but instead he held up a plain, unremarkable box wrapped in neat brown paper. The kind of package you'd expect from a delivery service. I couldn't explain it, but something about it didn't feel right. I didn't understand why, but I noticed it immediately. It wasn't part of the plan. A server rushed over, taking the box from his hands. The room had fallen silent, curiosity hanging thick in the air. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Who sent this? The question floated around unanswered. The note attached was simple, written in looping handwriting, but what it said made my heart stutter in my chest. With all my heart for the happiest couple. I looked at my husband, my brow furrowing, but he just shrugged. Neither of us recognized the handwriting. At first I thought it was a prank. Maybe one of the groomsmen had something planned. Just a little joke, a surprise gift. But why the secrecy? Open it! Someone yelled from the crowd. The voices a mix of amusement and anticipation. My husband and I exchanged a quick glance. Neither of us knew what to expect, but we agreed to open it anyway. The server carefully unwrapped the brown paper, revealing a plain, nondescript cardboard box. My breath caught in my throat, a cold, unsettling feeling creeping up my spine. Something about it felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the air seemed to grow heavier around me. The box was unremarkable in every way, yet my heart began to race, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. As the server popped the lid open, it felt like time itself slowed down. My eyes focused on the inside, but it took a few seconds for my brain to register what was happening. And then, everything fell apart. A scream split the air, the kind of scream that rips through you and freezes you to the core. Someone dropped their glass. Inside the box was my dog. No, not just my dog, what was left of him. Max, my golden retriever puppy, the one my husband had given me for our anniversary 2 years ago. The tiny, joyful creature I had loved so much. His fur was matted with blood, his body twisted in ways I can't even begin to describe. The room erupted in chaos, but I couldn't move. My mind refused to process what I was seeing. I felt numb, detached, as though I were watching it all unfold from a distance. The laughter, the joy, everything blurred into background noise. People screamed. Some were crying. Others scrambled to shield their children from the horror. And still I couldn't move. I couldn't tear my eyes away from that box, from Max. Why? Why him? My husband's voice cut through the chaos, snapping me out of my trance. Who would do this? His voice was shaking, his face pale with fear. I couldn't answer. My legs felt like lead, and all I could do was stare at him, my mind racing. Who would do this? The police arrived shortly after, and the box was taken away. The party, once filled with laughter and celebration, had turned into a nightmare. I remember the quiet murmurs of the guests as they tried to steer the evening back to some semblance of normalcy. But how do you recover from something like that? One by one, guests began to leave, some with heartfelt condolences, others just stunned into silence. The rest of the night was a blur. The laughter, the dancing, the happiness, it was all gone, replaced by the thick, suffocating air of horror that seemed to cling to everything. The next day, I received a call from the police. They had found fingerprints on the box. Someone had touched it. Someone who had been too careless to wipe it clean. And those fingerprints led them to a name I never thought I'd hear again. My husband's ex-girlfriend. Apparently, she'd been stalking him for months, watching his every move on social media, commenting on his posts, liking every picture. And somehow, she had found Max, the one thing that we both loved with all our hearts. She knew how much he meant to me, to us. She had sent the box. She had sent Max. The police explained that she'd been planning this for weeks, carefully crafting the perfect moment to destroy what we had. I felt a sickening twist in my stomach as they explained how she'd tracked down Max, taking him from our home when he went missing a few days before the wedding. We had thought he'd wandered off, maybe chasing after something. We'd put up flyers, asked around the neighborhood. Never in my wildest nightmares did I think someone had taken him on purpose. Looking back, there were signs. There were cryptic texts my husband had gotten from an unknown number. comments on his social media posts that seemed harmless at first, but now felt like a warning. But we had dismissed them, assuming they were just random trolls or the kind of harmless internet nonsense you encounter every day. But none of that mattered now. I kept replaying that moment over and over in my head, the image of that box, the twisted body of Max, and the horrifying realization that we had been watched, tracked, and manipulated. It felt like a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. If there's one thing I've learned from this experience, it's this. Trust your instincts. When something feels off, don't ignore it. And maybe, just maybe, some things are better left off social media. To this day, I can't hear the words wedding surprise without my stomach twisting. Every time I see a box wrapped in brown paper, my heart races. Some memories never fade, and some horrors, once they find you, never truly let go. The wedding cake glistened under the soft glow of fairy lights, an immaculate three-tiered masterpiece adorned with delicate sugar flowers. To the gathered crowd, it seemed like the pinnacle of perfection, a symbol of everything the day represented: love, beauty, and happiness. But beneath the flawless exterior, something dark waited, hidden and unsuspecting. I remember standing just a few feet away, holding a champagne flute, my laughter blending with the chatter around me. My cousin Clara and her new husband Mike stood by the cake, their smiles radiant. Clara's dress sparkled as she leaned into Mike, both of them ready to cut into the cake that everyone had been admiring all evening. The crowd cheered as the caterer rolled the cake closer on a rustic wooden cart, its wheels creaking slightly against the wooden floor. Phones were out, cameras flashing, everyone eager to capture the moment. The ornate cake knife, wrapped in a satin ribbon, rested on a silver tray beside the cake. It was the kind of detail Clara obsessed over, ensuring every aspect of the wedding screamed elegance. "All right, you two, make it a clean cut," someone from the crowd joked. "No pressure," another teased, prompting light laughter. Mike picked up the knife, his fingers brushing Clara's as they held it together. Their smiles widened as they leaned in, ready for the ceremonial slice. And then it happened. The moment the knife pierced the cake, a sharp crack echoed through the room. Mike's hand jerked back, and for a split second, confusion rippled across his face. Then came the blood, a vivid, shocking crimson against the pristine white fondant. It dripped onto the tablecloth, staining the perfect scene with something raw and visceral. Gasps erupted from the crowd, followed by a high-pitched scream. Clara's expression shifted from joy to horror as she grabbed Mike's arm, her eyes wide. "Mike, what happened?" Mike swore under his breath, clutching his hand, the knife still embedded in the cake. But it wasn't the ornate knife he had been holding. No, this blade was different. Someone pulled it out, revealing a long, sharp kitchen knife, the kind chefs use to chop vegetables, its steel glinting menacingly under the lights. It had been hidden, wedged deep inside the cake. The room erupted into chaos. People were shouting, some rushing forward to help, while others stood frozen in shock. Clara's voice cracked as she pleaded for someone to call an ambulance. Mike's best man grabbed a napkin, trying to staunch the bleeding as Mike's face contorted in pain. "What the hell is this?" someone yelled, pointing at the knife. The caterers stood off to the side, their faces pale and blank with disbelief. The head chef, a wiry young man who couldn't have been more than 25, stepped forward hesitantly, his hands trembling. It was a joke," he stammered, his voice barely audible over the commotion. "I didn't think—" "A joke?" Clara's father bellowed, his face red with fury. "You call this a joke?" The chef's eyes darted around the room, his words tumbling out in a panicked rush. I thought it'd be funny. When they cut into it, they pull it out, and I didn't mean for anyone to get hurt, I swear." But no one was listening. The damage was done. Mike's hand was bleeding profusely, and he was starting to look pale. Clara was sobbing, her hands shaking as she tried to comfort him. The once lively reception hall had transformed into a scene of utter chaos. The police arrived before the paramedics. They questioned everyone, their presence adding to the surreal horror of the evening. The head chef was cuffed and led away, his protests drowned out by the murmurs of disbelief from the guests. Mike was rushed to the hospital, leaving behind a room full of stunned onlookers. The reception fizzled out after that. People tried to salvage the night, making small talk and attempting to dance, but the energy was gone. The fairy lights seemed dimmer, the music hollow. Clara's parents were livid, berating the catering staff as if yelling could somehow undo the nightmare. Later, we learned that the knife had severed 2 tendons in Mike's hand. He required surgery and months of physical therapy, but even then, he would never regain full use of his hand. Imagine starting your marriage like that, carrying the weight of a horrific accident that could have been avoided. Clara tried to stay strong, but you could see the toll it took on her. She and Mike grew distant, their laughter quieter, their smiles less frequent. They didn't talk about the wedding much after that, as if burying it would erase the pain. The chef, last I heard, was charged with criminal negligence and assault. He claimed it was a stupid mistake, that he never intended to hurt anyone. Maybe that was true, but intentions didn't matter. The damage was permanent, etched into Mike's hand and their memories. Now, every time I see a wedding cake, I can't help but think about that day. It's funny how something so beautiful can hide something so sinister beneath its surface. And maybe that's the real horror of it all. You never really know what's lurking underneath. So, the next time you find yourself at a wedding, marveling at the perfection of it all, just remember, even the most flawless facade can hide something dark. And sometimes, the things you don't plan for are the ones that leave the deepest scars. The first thing I remember about Anna's wedding is the roses. Their scent was so overpowering, it felt like they were breathing, alive in the golden evening light that streamed through the ivy-covered venue just outside the city. Everything was perfect, almost too perfect, the kind of perfection that makes you feel uneasy, like the calm before a storm. I was part of the bridal party, standing by with champagne in hand, enjoying the laughter and the clinking of glasses. Anna was radiant, her white dress glowing as if it was stitched with threads of sunlight. Eric, her groom, looked equally dashing. Together they seemed like a couple from a fairy tale. Yet there was something about that day, something I couldn't shake. It was like an invisible thread of tension pulling tighter with each passing moment. Then he arrived, Nate, the photographer, tall and scruffy, with an air of arrogance that filled the room the moment he walked in. He carried a massive camera strapped around his neck and a drone tucked under one arm. His confidence was palpable, almost unsettling. He barked orders at everyone like a director on a film set. "You there, closer. Bride and groom, kiss again, but hold it longer this time." People grumbled under their breath but obeyed. After all, wasn't that what photographers were hired to do? Capture the magic, even if it meant faking a few smiles and posing awkwardly. But Nate wasn't like other photographers. As the day wore on, his behavior became strange. He muttered to himself, adjusting his gear obsessively. He climbed onto chairs for better angles, hopped down and darted across the room like a man possessed. His intensity was unsettling, as though he was chasing something elusive, a shot that would make him immortal. At one point, I overheard him speaking to a venue staff member. "The roof," he said, his voice tinged with urgency. "I need access to the roof. Roof shots are killer. Trust me, it'll blow their minds." The staffer hesitated, then shrugged. Maybe they assumed Nate knew what he was doing. He was the professional, after all. But the roof wasn't designed for guests. It was a 3-story structure with sloped tiles, vents, and no guardrails. Just thinking about someone being up there gave me chills. A few minutes later, Nate vanished. I figured he'd given up on the idea. I went back to sipping champagne, trying to avoid my uncle's terrible dad jokes and soaking in the warm, festive atmosphere. The night carried on in a blur of music and laughter. When the slow song started, everyone turned their attention to Anna and Eric as they moved to the center of the platform for their first dance. It was magical, the kind of moment you see in movies. And then it happened. A crash, loud, jarring, and wrong. It shattered the music, the laughter, the very air. Screams erupted, sharp and piercing. I spun around, my heart pounding, just in time to see the horror. Nate's body lay crumpled on the wooden platform, his camera shattered beside him. Blood pooled around his head, dark and vivid against the polished wood. His legs, they were bent in ways that no human body should ever bend. For a moment, the world seemed to freeze. Time itself held its breath. Then chaos erupted. Anna screamed, a guttural, heart-wrenching sound that echoed through the venue. Eric tried to hold her back, but his face was as pale as hers, his hands trembling. Guests rushed forward, some crying, others shouting for help. A few stood frozen, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. I couldn't move. My legs felt like lead as I stared at the broken man on the platform. His hand twitched, just once, a grotesque final spasm. It was the most horrifying thing I've ever seen. Someone yelled to call 911, but it felt like an eternity before anyone moved to do so. Later, we pieced together what had happened. Nate had made it to the roof, determined to set up his drone for a sweeping shot of the dance floor below. But the sloped tiles were slippery, and there was nothing to stop him from falling. He must have lost his footing, plunging 3 stories onto the platform where Anna and Eric were dancing just moments before. The paramedics arrived 20 minutes later, but it was too late. Nate was gone. One of the EMTs muttered something about the fall being unsurvivable, not from that height, not with the way he landed. The wedding ended in a haze of tears and disbelief. Guests shuffled out, too stunned to say goodbye. Anna and Eric disappeared into one of the side rooms, their perfect day shattered beyond repair. I stayed behind, unable to leave, my mind replaying the crash over and over. The sound haunts me still, the sickening thud, the gasps, the screams. It's burned into my memory, a ghost that refuses to let go. In the days that followed, the incident made headlines. Wedding photographer's tragic fall became the talk of the town. But behind the sensational headlines was a chilling truth. Nate's obsession with capturing the perfect shot had cost him his life. Anna and Eric tried to move on, but the tragedy cast a shadow over their marriage. They don't talk about the wedding much anymore. The playlist from that night is locked away. The scent of roses now a trigger for tears. Their wedding day, meant to mark a new beginning, became a day they'd forever associate with death. And me? I can't look at wedding photos the same way again. Every time I see a photographer climbing for a better angle, my chest tightens. Every time I hear laughter at a wedding, I'm reminded of how quickly joy can turn to horror. If there's one thing I've learned, it's this: some moments aren't worth the risk. No photo, no matter how perfect, is worth a life. The late afternoon sun painted the lake in hues of gold and crimson, and the air buzzed with the laughter of people basking in what felt like a perfect day. But perfection is often a fragile illusion, and sometimes it shatters without warning. It started with a hum, faint, almost imperceptible at first. I stood on the sidelines watching as the newlyweds posed for photos on an empty country road near the lake. The photographer had everyone lined up, the bride's radiant smile matched only by the groom's elation. Bridesmaids giggled, groomsmen cracked jokes, and the air seemed alive with joy. Yet beneath it all, a sound began to creep closer. A low, rumbling hum, distant but growing. I turned my head instinctively, trying to place it. A car, maybe? It didn't seem out of the ordinary at first. After all, roads are for cars. But as the noise grew louder, something about it felt off. Too sharp. Too fast. My chest tightened, though I couldn't explain why. Then it came into view. A car tearing down the narrow, gravel-lined road as if the devil himself was behind the wheel. It swerved slightly as it approached the bend, spitting up dust and gravel in a frenzied spray. The laughter around me faltered. Heads turned. Someone muttered, "What the hell?" At that moment, the photographer raised his hand, gesturing for everyone to stay in formation. "Let them pass," he said casually, snapping another photo as if nothing was amiss. But they didn't pass. The car veered closer, and a collective gasp rippled through the group. Someone shouted, "They'll stop!" But they didn't. In the split second before impact, I saw the driver's face through the windshield. A pale, vacant expression, his eyes glassy and unfocused. Then he jerked the wheel, aiming directly at us. The sound of impact is something I'll never forget. Screams, the sickening crunch of bodies hitting metal, the shattering of glass. And then silence. A silence so heavy it felt like the world had stopped. When my mind caught up to reality, the scene before me was pure chaos. The car had come to a grinding halt 20 meters down the road, its front end crumpled like paper, the windshield a spider web of shattered glass. Smoke curled from the hood as the driver stumbled out, swaying on his feet. I couldn't move. My legs felt rooted to the ground, my brain unable to process what I was seeing. The bridesmaids were sprawled on the road, motionless. One of them, Jenny, lay in an unnatural position, her limbs bent at angles no human body should endure. Her head rested on the gravel, and her hair fanned out around her like a grotesque halo. I knew immediately she was gone. Another bridesmaid, Katie, was beside her. Blood pooled beneath her, staining the white lace of her dress a vivid red. "Jenny! Katie!" someone screamed. No response. Their lifeless bodies remained still, an eerie contrast to the chaos erupting around them. The groom was on the ground, clutching his leg, which bent grotesquely at the knee. His suit was torn and blood seeped through the fabric. He called out desperately, "Emily! Emily!" searching for his bride. Emily, the bride, stood frozen in her white dress, her face pale as a ghost. Her hands shook so violently she couldn't hold her phone steady to call for help. Tears streamed down her face as she stared at the carnage. Her dream wedding turned into a living nightmare. Tom, one of the groomsmen, lay unconscious near the edge of the road. Blood trickled down his forehead, pooling beneath him. His chest rose and fell faintly, a small mercy in an otherwise grim scene. Others were running, some to help, others in blind panic. The photographer dropped his camera and shouted for someone to call 911. But even as phones were pulled out, it felt like the world had slowed to an agonizing crawl. The driver leaned against the crumpled hood of his car, his face flushed and dazed. He muttered something incoherent, his words slurring together. "I didn't mean to. I didn't see. I was just celebrating." The stench of alcohol wafted from him, cutting through the acrid smell of burnt rubber and spilled gasoline. He tried to take a step forward but stumbled, falling to his knees. When the police and ambulances finally arrived, the scene had descended into quiet horror. The paramedics worked quickly, but it was too late for Jenny and Katie. They were pronounced dead at the scene. Tom was rushed to the hospital, his condition critical but stable. The groom, though in pain from his broken leg, refused to leave until Emily was safely escorted to a car. She hadn't spoken a word since the crash, her tear-streaked face locked in an expression of shock. The driver, a local farmer, was immediately taken into custody. Later we learned he had spent the afternoon at a nearby bar, celebrating a small harvest win. He downed drink after drink before deciding to drive home. His blood alcohol level was nearly 3 times the legal limit. The reception, of course, was cancelled. Guests left in stunned silence, some wiping away tears, others too hollow to even say goodbye. I stayed behind, though I don't know why. Maybe it was the disbelief, the need to feel useful amidst the wreckage of a day that should have been beautiful. The decorations still fluttered in the breeze, mocking us with their cheerful colors. The chairs remained in neat rows by the lake, as if waiting for an audience that would never return. The photographer's camera, miraculously intact, sat abandoned on the ground. I picked it up, unsure of what to do. Out of curiosity, or maybe some morbid compulsion, I flipped through the photos he had taken earlier. They were beautiful, each frame capturing the joy and love that had filled the air just hours ago. But then, as I scrolled, my breath caught. The last photo he had taken wasn't of the group or the happy couple. It was of the car. Blurred, yes, but unmistakable. The vehicle hurtling toward us, its headlights glaring like twin eyes of some malevolent beast. My stomach turned and I dropped the camera as if it had burned me. The days that followed were a blur of grief and questions. The families of the victims were inconsolable, their lives forever altered by one man's reckless decision. The groom, now confined to a wheelchair during his recovery, couldn't bring himself to talk about the wedding. Emily retreated from everyone. her once bright eyes now dull and distant. I couldn't shake the image of that car, the sound of the impact, or the sight of Jenny and Katie lying lifeless on the road. Every time I close my eyes, it's there, replaying in vivid detail. I've stopped driving on country roads. Hell, I've stopped attending weddings altogether. The idea of celebrating love and joy feels almost blasphemous now, knowing how quickly it can all be ripped away. There's a certain irony in it all. Weddings are supposed to be about beginnings, about hope and promise. But that day, all we were left with was an ending. A brutal, senseless ending that no one could have foreseen. Sometimes I think about what might have happened if we'd chosen a different venue, or if the photographer hadn't suggested using the road for photos. Would Jenny and Katie still be alive? Would Tom be free of the nightmares that now plague him? Would Emily and her husband have the chance to look back on their wedding day with fondness instead of horror? It's a pointless exercise, I know. What-ifs won't bring anyone back or change what happened. But the human mind is funny that way, always trying to rewrite the past, even when it's carved in stone. Now, whenever I see a wedding photo shoot on a road, my stomach twists. All I can think about is how fragile those moments are, how one wrong choice can unravel everything. It's a reminder I wish I didn't need. But maybe that's the cruelest part of life. The lessons it teaches are often the ones we'd give anything to forget. It started with the kind of perfection that felt unnatural. The sky was too blue, the air too still, and every smile looked just a little too wide. My cousin Lauren's wedding was a dream, or at least that's what everyone kept saying. A seaside venue perched atop jagged cliffs, waves crashing below like nature's applause. But sometimes dreams have shadows lurking just out of sight. Lauren looked stunning in her white dress, and Eric couldn't stop beaming. The ceremony was flawless, every detail planned to the second. But the real highlight? The photo session on a cliffside rock formation jutting over the ocean. Breathtaking, they called it. Dangerous, my gut whispered. The photographer, a hipster with a man bun and a camera worth more than my car, was buzzing with excitement. This spot will make the perfect shot. Trust me, he said, motioning to a flat, uneven rock near the edge. Lauren, Eric, just step out there. Something about the way the wind howled through the cliff set my teeth on edge. I wanted to say something, to shout, "Don't do it," but the words froze in my throat. Lauren hesitated, the hem of her dress brushing against the jagged stone. She glanced at Eric, who squeezed her hand and said, "We've got this." And they stepped out. The rest of us stood back, watching as the photographer adjusted his angles. "Turn a little to the left. Perfect. Now look at each other," he said, backing up to frame the shot. I couldn't stop staring at the rock. It looked brittle, fragile, like it could snap at any moment. "Just one more step back," the photographer said. The crack was sharp, like a gunshot. The air itself seemed to hold its breath. Lauren's heel had shifted, and the rock beneath her splintered, jagged edges crumbling into the void below. Her head snapped around, eyes wide with panic. Eric shouted, "Lauren, move!" But it was already too late. The world seemed to slow down and speed up all at once. The stone gave way with a deafening grind, and Lauren screamed, a sound that pierced the soul. She clawed at the air, at Eric, but he missed her hand by a fraction of a second. She fell, her white dress billowing like a ghost against the blue sky. Then silence, just the relentless crash of waves below. We ran to the edge, peering over in disbelief. She was gone. Someone screamed to call 911, others collapsed into sobs. Eric fell to his knees, clawing at the dirt, his screams tearing through the stillness. The photographer stood frozen, his camera still aimed at the edge. By instinct or some twisted compulsion, he had captured everything. It took hours for the rescue team to retrieve her body, and by then, the sun was sinking into the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the cliffs. The medics said it was instant, that she hadn't suffered. But those words did nothing to erase the hollow emptiness left behind. Eric was shattered. He kept whispering, "I should have held her tighter," over and over like a mantra. None of us could find the right words. What could you even say? Then came the strangest part. A week later, the photographer handed Eric the footage. For closure, he said, as if watching the love of his life fall to her death would bring him peace. Eric never opened it. He shoved the USB drive into a drawer and left it there to rot. But the rest of us knew. The video existed, a cursed reminder of how quickly happiness can turn to horror. No one talked about it, but we all thought about it. Sometimes, late at night, I'd catch myself wondering if the footage held something we missed. Something unnatural. Something that caused the fall. Because even now, when I think back to that day, I can't shake the feeling that the wind wasn't just wind. That the cracking rock wasn't just an accident. Moments are fragile, fleeting. And sometimes, they slip away faster than we can hold on. There are moments in life that don't just pass by. They linger, twisting in the shadows of your mind, impossible to forget. Those moments when the line between reality and nightmare blurs become a part of you. This is one of those moments. One that has haunted me for years, leaving behind scars that never quite heal. I was in my early 20s, living in a small town just outside of Manchester, New Hampshire. At that point in my life, everything felt hollow, like I was drifting aimlessly. I had just ended a 2-year relationship, the kind of breakup that leaves you with a void you can't quite fill. I spent my days moving through the motions, trying to find some kind of meaning, some way to piece myself back together. My grandmother, a devout woman with a faith as strong as iron, was the only constant in my life during that time. I had lost my grandfather recently, an old war hero who had been the pillar of our family, and with him, my grandmother seemed to crumble into her faith even more. She spent hours praying, attending church every Sunday without fail. I didn't share her devotion, but I would go with her, more out of obligation than belief, a way to keep her company and try to make sense of the mess that was my life. And then there was her. It was just another Sunday when I first saw her. The church, with its tall, cold stone walls and stained glass windows that let in the sunlight in slivers, felt like a place suspended in time. The pews were filled with familiar faces, all lost in prayer or routine. But there, sitting in the farthest pew, was a woman I'd never seen before. She was captivating. Something about her presence seemed out of place, almost unnatural for such a small town. Her dark, curly hair framed her face like a cloud, and her hazel eyes shimmered with an unsettling intensity. They were eyes that seemed to know things, secrets, truths, that no one should ever know. After the service, I couldn't help myself. I had to approach her. She turned toward me with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, but still carried an undeniable warmth. "I'm Kaylee," she said, her voice soft and melodious, like it carried some strange weight to it. We talked for a while, my curiosity growing with each word. There was an aura about her, something mysterious, almost otherworldly. She avoided my questions about her past, making light of them with a playful laugh, teasing that I'd have to take her out on a date if I wanted those answers. I laughed nervously, not knowing whether she was serious or just toying with me. By the end of the conversation, I had her number, her phone number, which felt like a small victory in a life that had been slipping through my fingers. The days that followed were filled with texts, mostly harmless at first, but each message from her felt like a breadcrumb, leading me deeper into her world. She told me her family had just moved to town, and that she was attending a nearby college. But something felt off about her stories. It wasn't that she was lying, but rather she was holding back. There was a darkness to her that I couldn't shake, even though I didn't understand it. That next Sunday she was at church again. This time I didn't hesitate. I asked her out. She agreed with little more than a flicker of a smile, her gaze never leaving mine, as if she could see straight through me. The days before our date dragged on, each one heavier than the last. When the night finally came, I was eager, nervous, and a little excited. We went to a movie, then grabbed dinner. A simple night, nothing fancy, but everything about it felt different when she was around. Her presence filled the air like a thick fog. The conversation flowed easily, but she remained an enigma. I found myself drawn to her in ways I couldn't explain, sharing parts of myself I hadn't let anyone see in years. After dinner, I suggested a drive, wanting to prolong our time together. She agreed, and we left the city behind, heading out into the wilderness. The night was pitch black, the only light coming from my car's headlights, cutting through the dense woods on either side of the road. The silence in the car was comfortable at first, but soon it became unsettling. It started with a whisper, a murmur from her lips that I couldn't quite make out. At first I thought it was nothing. Maybe she was humming to herself or talking in her sleep. But then I heard words that didn't make sense. Her voice was low, guttural, and the language sounded like something ancient, something that shouldn't be spoken by a person. It wasn't French, but there were traces of it, twisted, jagged fragments of something older. I looked over at her confused, my heart suddenly pounding in my chest. Her eyes, those piercing hazel eyes, were rolled back, leaving only the whites visible. The shock hit me like a punch to the gut. She wasn't joking. She wasn't messing with me. This wasn't some prank. It was something far darker. Panic surged through me. I swerved the car, nearly hitting the guardrail as I pulled over to the side of the road. My hands trembled as I fumbled for my phone. I called for help, my voice shaking as I tried to explain the situation. But all the while, Kaylee, no, whatever was inside her, kept muttering those unintelligible words, her body jerking, shaking violently. It was like she was possessed, her movements erratic and unnatural, as if she were no longer in control of herself. I was frozen, trapped in the car, unable to help her. I wanted to act, to do something, anything, but fear held me in place, paralyzed. Then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Kaylee's head snapped toward me, her eyes locking onto mine. Her pupils were normal again, but the look she gave me wasn't. It was predatory, wild, and filled with unfathomable malice. The warmth that had once radiated from her was gone, replaced by something far colder. Before I could say anything, she flung the car door open and sprinted into the woods. There was no hesitation, no stumble. She ran with a speed that was unnatural, too fast for any normal human to move. Within seconds, she vanished into the darkness, swallowed by the forest like she was never there at all. I sat there in stunned silence, my heart still racing, unsure if I was even awake. When the paramedics and police arrived, I told them everything. The chanting, the eyes, her sudden flight into the woods. They looked at me like I was crazy. They took my statement, of course, but there was no sign of her. No trace. She was gone. Her phone number? Gone. Her Instagram? Deleted. No one at church had ever heard of her. It was as if she had never existed at all. Years have passed since that night, but I can still feel the chill of her gaze. The haunting memory of those eyes locked onto mine, and the echo of her words still lingering in my mind. I left New Hampshire behind, but the terror hasn't left me. Some nights, when I'm alone and the world is quiet, I hear whispers, faint and distant, like the wind carrying words I can't understand. But I know they're not just the wind. I know it's her voice, calling out from the darkness, waiting, watching. And I can't help but wonder, what does she want and why does it feel like she's still out there, somewhere? The old Volvo sat at the edge of the cracked Nevada highway, its frame groaning under the weight of years and neglect. A relic from 2012, it should have been nothing more than a rusted memory by now. Yet there it was, still running, still crawling along the barren desert roads, like a twisted reminder of something that should have been forgotten. The engine choked and sputtered as if it was fighting its own demise, and the brakes. They were like stepping on air, offering no resistance. It was a car that had no right to be alive. But somehow, it still was. The windshield wipers, long abandoned in their futile struggle, were useless against the downpour. The rain lashed against the glass, turning the world outside into an indistinct blur of water and shadows. The car was more than a machine now. It was a curse. And I, the unfortunate driver, was bound to it. I had been driving for hours, my thoughts drifting like the road itself. The trip had started so innocently. A road trip with Kelvin, an old friend, to catch up. Days spent laughing and drinking in another state, living in a carefree bubble. But the return trip, that's when everything changed. That's when the nightmare began. The storm came out of nowhere. The rain didn't simply fall. It smashed against the windshield, as though the heavens themselves were trying to break through. The sky split open with jagged lightning that illuminated the desert in terrifying, fleeting flashes. The world outside was swallowed up in the storm's fury, and inside the car, my heart raced as I gripped the steering wheel with white knuckles. The wipers were dead. The storm was relentless. And the Volvo, cursed as it was, seemed to be doing everything it could to betray me. I could feel my panic rising. Desperate to escape the worst of the storm, I pulled the car over, the tires grinding against the gravel as I steered it off the highway. The desert stretched around me, an infinite sea of emptiness, illuminated only by the occasional flash of lightning. There were no other cars, no sign of life anywhere. Just me. Alone, in the middle of nowhere, with the storm pressing in from all sides. I thought of calling for help, but I knew it was pointless. No one would be able to reach me. The thought of explaining my situation over a crackling phone line to some disinterested officer felt more absurd with each passing second. The money in my wallet was almost gone. A ticket for a car barely clinging to life wasn't something I needed to add to the already growing list of worries. So I sat there in the Volvo, surrounded by the storm, waiting for the rain to subside. An hour passed, maybe 2. It was hard to tell. The only sound in the world was the endless drumming of the rain on the roof, a maddening metronome that seemed to sync with the rising anxiety in my chest. The desert was alive with noise now, the wind howling, the storm crashing against the earth like some ancient battle. But despite it all, a suffocating silence hung over me, pressing down on my mind, warping my thoughts. It started with a feeling. A cold, unshakable sensation that crawled up my spine like icy fingers, whispering to me that something was wrong. A sense of unease bloomed in the pit of my stomach. Something was out there, in the storm, watching me. I didn't want to believe it. I told myself it was just the isolation, just the storm playing tricks on my mind. But I couldn't shake the feeling. My eyes darted to the windows, scanning the endless desert outside. I saw nothing. No movement. Just darkness and rain, swirling together in a chaotic symphony. But the feeling didn't go away. The sun had disappeared long ago, and twilight settled over the desert like a heavy, oppressive blanket. It was then that the desert became something else. It was no longer just an empty wasteland, it became a trap. A pit. And I was the rat stuck in the center of it. That's when I saw them. A flicker. A flash. At first I thought it was just another lightning strike, but there was something different about it. These lights weren't fleeting. They were erratic, sharp bursts of white that moved, bounced, closing in on me with each passing moment. My stomach tightened, a lump forming in my throat. The flashlights, 3 of them, danced in the distance, their beams cutting through the rain like wild animals hunting in the dark. They moved in strange, jerky patterns, their glow painting the desert in unnatural strokes. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I was not alone. There were people out there. But who? And why were they coming toward me? My mind raced. Instinct told me to hide. I couldn't wait to find out who they were or what they wanted. I slid out of the car, the rain immediately soaking me to the bone, and scrambled toward the nearest rock formation. The cold stone felt like a strange comfort against my back as I crouched low, breathing in shallow, panicked gasps. Through the rain-soaked haze, I watched as the figures neared my car. They were all dressed in dark clothing, their movements erratic, their lights flicking around in patterns that made no sense. It was as though they were circling the car, like predators sizing up their prey. My body shook with fear, my thoughts racing as I tried to make sense of the situation. The figures grew closer, their flashlights piercing the storm, cutting through the dark like knives. I held my breath, praying they wouldn't notice me. Then one of them raised a hand and fired a shot into the air. The crack of the gunshot echoed across the empty desert like a thunderclap. It felt as though the earth itself trembled beneath me. I bit my lip, tasting blood, forcing myself to stay silent, to remain as still as possible. My body was frozen, paralyzed with terror. I had no idea what was happening, or who these people were, but I knew deep down that I wasn't safe. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. I could hear the rain, the wind, and the relentless beating of my own heart, but nothing else. The world outside had become a void, a pit of darkness where anything could happen. And then, just as quickly as they had come, the flashlights vanished. The silence that followed was suffocating. The storm still raged, but the chaos had stopped. I could hear nothing but my own heartbeat. I waited. I waited in that darkness, the fear creeping into my bones like cold, uninvited shadows. I wasn't sure what to do. Was it safe to leave the rock formation? Should I get back in the car and drive? I couldn't even see the car anymore through the rain, and the thought of being caught out in the open was unbearable. I pulled out my phone, my fingers trembling as I dialed 911. My voice cracked as I whispered into the phone, barely able to form coherent words. The operator's voice sounded far away, distant. She assured me help was on the way, but her words felt hollow, as though they were floating through a fog. And then, just like before, the flashlights reappeared. They flickered to life again, darting around the desert, moving in erratic patterns, taunting me with their impossible unpredictability. The figures had returned, circling once more. They moved with purpose, but there was no rhythm to their movement, no rhyme to their steps. They were toying with me. I was their plaything. But just as the dread reached its peak, a distant light appeared, cutting through the rain. The red and blue of a police siren flashed, a beacon of hope in the overwhelming darkness. The figures froze, their heads snapping toward the approaching car. Then, like shadows, they melted into the storm, disappearing without a trace. I ran toward the patrol car, my legs nearly giving out beneath me as I waved my arms frantically. The officer stepped out of the car, his face grim but filled with a weary concern. I poured out my story to him, desperate to make him understand, but he didn't seem shocked. In fact, he didn't seem surprised at all. He listened, nodded, and stayed with me through the storm, his presence a frail shield against the lingering terror. The figures were gone, but the questions remained. Who were they? What did they want with me? And why did they vanish so quickly? I'll never know. That night, as I drove away with the officer, I tried to shake the feeling of being watched. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, just a bad dream, a trick of the storm, but the terror lingered, like an invisible weight pressing against my chest. Now, whenever I'm forced to drive through the open desert, my heart races. The vast, empty stretches of land are no longer peaceful. They're a reminder that something or someone might still be waiting out there just beyond the horizon, and I'll never know if they'll come for me again. The desert is vast. It is endless. And somewhere out there in the heart of the storm, they might still be waiting, watching, and I'll never be able to forget the flashlights, the figures, the storm that seemed like it would never end. It was supposed to be a road trip, just a simple, fun journey from Florida to New Jersey. My name is Mary, and this strange, unsettling experience is something I'll never forget. Carol and I had just visited some friends down south, and the drive back was meant to be a casual one, snacks, music, and hours of catching up. But there's a point when things shift, when a little detour can send you into something far darker than you could ever imagine. We should have stayed one more night with our friends, but I was eager to get home. So we decided to push through the night, driving until the sun began to rise. But as the first light of day peeked over the horizon, a sharp pain in my back pulled me from the haze of exhaustion. My body screamed for relief from hours of constant driving. I suggested we stop at the next town, grab some gas, stretch our legs, maybe find a snack before heading back on the road. Carol reluctantly agreed, and we continued searching for a place to pull over. After passing a few exits, we finally took one to a small town that, according to the signs, was bustling with tourists and local attractions. But as soon as we rolled into town, a strange unease settled over me. The streets were empty, eerily so. It looked like a ghost town, but not quite. Something was off. The buildings seemed worn down, as though they'd seen better days. There were signs advertising shops and attractions, yet there was no one around. It was a place that should have been full of life, but instead it felt dead. It wasn't the usual kind of spooky you'd expect from an abandoned town. No, this was different. It was like it was stuck in time. We didn't think much of it, though, just a small, odd town. We pulled into a convenience store to grab some drinks. I noticed the cashier was a woman, tall, around 30 or 35, with dark brown hair and suspenders. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but that detail stuck with me. The store felt normal enough. Carol was looking for a specific drink, but when they didn't have it, she threw a mini tantrum. I indulged her, offering to go to another store across the street. When we walked in, something made my stomach drop. The cashier behind the counter looked exactly like the woman from the first store. Same height, same hair, same face, same everything. I froze. My mind struggled to grasp what I was seeing. I stared at her, making her uncomfortable. The déjà vu hit me like a punch to the gut. I asked her if she had a twin or maybe a sister, but her response sent a chill down my spine. She said she didn't have a twin, that she was an only child, and that it was a strange question to ask. Her tone was sharp, almost defensive. I tried to explain myself, but she only stared back at me with suspicion. I backed out of the store, pulling Carol with me. I wanted to make sense of it. "Did you notice anything weird?" I asked. Carol, oblivious, didn't remember what the first cashier looked like. She said I was probably just tired, that it was nothing. But I knew what I'd seen. I was determined to prove it, so we ran back to the first convenience store. But when we walked in, the woman behind the counter was completely different. She was shorter, with light hair, and looked older, definitely not the woman I had seen earlier. There was no way she could have been the same person. It was like the first cashier had never existed at all. I was left confused, unsettled, but Carol brushed it off. "You're just tired," she said. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. We needed gas, so we pulled into the nearest station. It was empty, just the two of us, a lonely building and the gas pumps. We walked inside, and I couldn't help but feel this creeping sense of dread, like something was watching us. Carol took her time looking for a drink, but I paid and we left quickly. That's when the impossible happened. The gas station, which had been completely empty just moments ago, was now teeming with people. Cars were lined up at every pump, and the parking lot was full. But here's the thing, it was impossible. There hadn't been a single soul there when we walked in. No cars, no people, just us. But now, the place was packed. The worst part, it was like everyone was staring at us. Not just glancing, staring. I felt a cold sweat break out, a panic rising in my chest. Carol felt it too. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I could feel the weight of 100 eyes boring into us. We rushed to the car, trying to ignore the overwhelming unease. But the moment we pulled out of the station, it was as if the whole town was watching. We were not supposed to be there. We didn't talk much after that. I couldn't shake the feeling that we had crossed some invisible line. Something had shifted. Reality felt wrong. We got back on the highway, both of us silent, lost in our own thoughts. And then, just as we were beginning to feel a little more at ease, it happened again. A car, a Toyota Sienna, passed us. It was hard to miss. The windshield had a massive crack running through it, like a spider web, and the side was badly scratched. Carol made some comment about it, laughing lightly to ease the tension, but I couldn't forget that cracked windshield. And then, just minutes later, it happened again. The same damn car. I couldn't believe it. There was no way it could have gotten ahead of us. We had been driving at a fast clip. The odds of seeing the exact same car with the same exact crack were impossible. Carol was panicking now. She was on the edge, hyperventilating, telling me to speed up. And I did. I couldn't get out of there fast enough. Then, as if everything wasn't weird enough, I checked the GPS. An hour had passed, but it couldn't have. We hadn't stopped. Time didn't make sense anymore. The whole trip felt warped. We finally made it back onto the main highway, and that's when the strangest part hit me. The feeling. That horrible feeling in my gut. It didn't leave me. It still hasn't. It's like my body was telling me something I couldn't explain. Something was wrong. I knew something was wrong. By the time we got home, it felt like waking up from a dream. Disjointed, surreal. My mind still struggles to piece it all together. I've tried researching what happened that day, and I've found stories that are strangely similar, but I'll never forget the feeling I had. The gut-wrenching certainty that something wasn't right. People who hear this story look at me like I'm crazy, but I know what I felt. I know what happened. I'll never go back to that place, and I'll never ignore the way my body knew something was wrong, even when I couldn't see it. I don't know what happened in that town. I don't know if we slipped into another dimension, or if the laws of reality just bent. But whatever it was, I don't want to go back to find out. The road stretched endlessly before me, shrouded in an eerie silence that felt unnatural. It was the kind of quiet that made you feel like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something terrible to happen. The dim glow of my car's headlights illuminated the barren asphalt, and for a moment, I wondered if I'd somehow drifted into another world, a darker, more sinister one. Last summer, I decided to take a road trip to visit my high school friends in Berkeley. Normally, I'd fly, but this time, I wanted to explore the sights along the way. Parks, museums, and historical landmarks. The trip was supposed to be an adventure, a chance to break away from routine. But by the third night, I wished I had just booked a plane ticket. That evening, the road seemed to stretch forever, the endless blackness swallowing my little car whole. I'd been driving for hours, and exhaustion had set in. When I spotted a rest stop sign up ahead, I felt a wave of relief. My legs were stiff, and my eyelids heavy. I needed a break. The rest stop was small, isolated, and unnervingly quiet. Its dim lighting flickered, casting long shadows across the lot. I pulled in and parked, the only car there. The silence felt oppressive, as if the air itself was waiting for something to happen. I stepped out, stretching my stiff limbs and letting the cool night air wake me up. Inside the rest stop, the faint hum of vending machines was the only sound. The hallway was empty, save for a janitor's closet, a rack of outdated magazines, and 2 restrooms. The kind of place you don't want to linger in for long. After using the restroom, I approached a vending machine for a Red Bull. As I fumbled with the coins, I heard the low growl of an engine. Turning toward the window, I saw another car pull into the lot, parking right next to mine. Out of all the empty spaces, why there? The unease crept in, but I brushed it off. I grabbed my drink, took a few sips, and tried to shake the feeling. 5 minutes passed. The car was still there, its headlights glaring like unblinking eyes. Was someone inside, watching me? I stepped outside, and just as I reached my car, the other car's engine shut off. My heart skipped a beat. The driver's door creaked open, and out stepped a tall man in a worn leather jacket. His face was shadowed, but his movements were deliberate, almost predatory. "Evening," I muttered, trying to sound casual as I walked toward my car. "Hey," he called after me. I froze. Slowly, I turned, only to find myself staring down the barrel of a pistol. My breath hitched, the world narrowing to the cold metal pointed at my face. "Wallet, phone, watch. Now," he barked, his voice calm but laced with menace. I obeyed without question, fumbling to hand over everything he asked for. My hands trembled as I placed the items in his outstretched palm. For a moment I thought it was over, that he'd take my things and leave. But then he motioned with the gun, jerking his head toward the dark forest behind the rest stop. Walk. Panic surged through me. This wasn't a robbery anymore, it was something far worse. Please, I stammered, my voice barely above a whisper. Take the car. Just let me go. Walk, he repeated, his tone sharp and final. The forest loomed ahead, its tangled branches reaching out like skeletal hands. My legs felt like lead, but I forced myself forward, each step bringing me closer to what I was sure would be my end. Stop, he commanded, after we'd gone about 20 feet into the trees. I turned to face him, trembling as he raised the gun once more. His eyes gleamed with a sick satisfaction, and I realized I was staring into the face of pure evil. Kneel. Tears streamed down my face as I dropped to my knees, my body trembling uncontrollably. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the shot. The deafening sound of 3 gunshots shattered the night. Bang, bang, bang. I screamed, collapsing onto the ground in terror. My heart pounded, my ears ringing, but there was no pain, no blood, nothing. Tentatively, I opened my eyes. The man stood above me, laughing, a deep guttural sound that chilled me to the bone. Go home, kid, he sneered, his grin wide and mocking, and don't forget to wash your pants. Then, just like that, he turned and walked away, his laughter echoing through the trees. I lay there, paralyzed, too shocked to move. It took me a full minute to realize I was alive, that the gunshots had been blanks, a cruel, twisted joke at my expense. Eventually, I stumbled back to my car, my body shaking uncontrollably. I couldn't even bring myself to drive at first. I sat there gripping the wheel, tears streaming down my face. When I finally managed to start the engine, I didn't stop until I reached the next town, where I called the police and rented a room for the night. The man was never caught. To this day, I don't know if he's out there, terrorizing someone else, or if he's moved on to something even worse. What I do know is this: I'll never stop at a rest stop again. Not ever. It started with a nightmare before I even hit the road. A dark figure stood at the edge of a rain-soaked highway, staring at me with hollow eyes, its face hidden in the shadows. I jolted awake, my heart pounding, but I shook it off. Just another bad dream. My name is Dan. I've been a trucker for 25 years. You'd think I'd seen it all by now. But 4 years ago, I had an encounter that still haunts me. It was a rainy night, and I was hauling industrial supplies through a lonely stretch of highway. The clock on my dashboard read 4 a.m., and the road ahead was deserted. The rain came suddenly, pelting the windshield like a barrage of bullets. It was relentless, making the road slick and visibility near zero. I should have pulled over, but I didn't. The years behind the wheel had made me confident, maybe too confident. With 4 hours left to the company warehouse, I was eager to finish the trip and call it a day. But something felt off. It wasn't just the rain or the eerie silence of the deserted road. A gnawing unease crept over me, an inexplicable tension crawling under my skin. I tried shaking it off by fiddling with the radio, drowning the silence with some classic rock, but the feeling lingered. It was as if I wasn't alone. The fog grew thicker with every passing mile. I slowed down, my instincts on high alert, and that's when I saw it. Headlights piercing through the haze, barreling toward me at breakneck speed. Are they insane? I muttered, gripping the wheel. The car was coming straight at me. I honked, flashed my lights, and swerved to avoid a head-on collision. But the rain betrayed me. The tires lost grip, and my truck jackknifed. Everything happened in a heartbeat. The weightlessness as the truck tipped, the deafening crash as it hit the ground, and the gut-wrenching sound of metal grinding against asphalt. Then silence. When I came to, I was lying on the cold, wet ground. Pain radiated through my body, but it was the eerie quiet that struck me most. No rain, no wind, no sound, just silence. I tried to move but couldn't. My legs wouldn't respond. I gasped for help, but my voice was barely a whisper. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. They were slow and deliberate, crunching against the gravel. Relief washed over me, thinking someone had stopped to help. But as the sound grew closer, dread crept in. Something about the way those footsteps echoed felt wrong. And then, out of the darkness they appeared. An older man and a younger one, their faces lit by the glow of their flashlight. "We saw the crash," the older man said, his voice steady. Relief surged through me as they called for an ambulance, staying by my side until it arrived. The hospital became my second prison. Weeks passed as I recovered from broken bones, internal bleeding, and a head injury. I thought the worst was behind me, until the nights brought something far worse. At first I dismissed it as a side effect of the trauma, but each night I felt it. Eyes on me, watching from the shadows. One night, I woke to find a figure standing at the foot of my bed. Tall and dark, its silhouette was unnaturally still. My breath caught in my throat. I tried to scream, to move, but I was frozen. The figure stepped closer. I could feel its icy breath on my face, hear its faint whispers. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat louder than the last. Then it vanished. The nurses chalked it up to sleep paralysis, a symptom of my injuries and stress. But deep down, I knew better. This wasn't a hallucination. The figure began to visit more frequently, sometimes in the dead of night, other times in broad daylight. Its presence was suffocating. Desperation drove me to research the highway where my accident happened. What I found sent chills down my spine. That stretch of road was infamous. Dozens of accidents, eerily similar to mine, had occurred there. Survivors spoke of ghostly headlights, phantom cars, and a figure standing in the middle of the road. The pieces fell into place. The figure that haunted me was the same one responsible for my crash. But why? I remembered William, the man who'd saved me that night. When I called him, he confirmed my suspicions. There had been no car on the road that night. From his vantage point behind my truck, he'd seen me swerve violently, for no reason at all. That night, the figure appeared again. This time, it didn't just stand at the foot of my bed. It whispered. Its voice was a low, mournful rasp, recounting a story of tragedy. Decades ago, it said, it had been a trucker too. On a stormy night like mine, a drunk driver had veered into its path. The crash was fatal for both. I wanted to ask why it targeted me, but before I could, a nurse entered the room, and the figure disappeared. The next day, I found an old news article confirming the figure's story. A fatal crash on that very highway, 35 years ago. But what the article didn't mention was the ghostly presence of the drunk driver now haunting the road, replaying its fatal mistake. I realized both souls were trapped, reliving their tragedy. They weren't evil. They were lost. Since then, I've prayed for them, hoping they find peace. But even now, when I drive that highway, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. The figure may be gone, but its story lingers. A haunting reminder of lives lost and roads cursed. The forest whispered that night, a low, mournful sound that crept through the trees like a warning. I hadn't noticed it at first, the strange hum beneath the rumble of my old cargo truck. But now, I can't forget it. My name's Eloy, and I swear what happened to me in August 2008 is the kind of nightmare you can't wake up from. It was one of those suffocating summer nights, the heat clinging to the air like a second skin. I was driving down Highway 60, a stretch of road cutting through the Mark Twain National Forest in Missouri. By then, I'd spent over 2 decades behind the wheel, hauling steel sheets this time for a construction site further south. Nothing out there surprised me anymore, or so I thought. The forest during the day was all sunlight and charm, but by night it became something else entirely. Shadows seemed to crawl across the asphalt, twisting into shapes the headlights couldn't chase away. I was heading toward a truck stop near Springfield, looking forward to a quick bite and some rest, when I spotted it. An old, battered truck stranded on the shoulder, with its hood gaping open. A man was standing beside it, waving both arms frantically. His silhouette was desperate, almost frantic against the fading light. I hesitated for a second, my gut tightening with unease. But truckers have an unspoken rule. We help each other. With a sigh, I pulled over ahead of him and grabbed my flashlight. The man introduced himself as Neil, mid-40s, round-faced, wearing a grease-stained baseball flannel that might have once been white. He looked worn out, and his story matched his appearance. His truck, he said, had a busted alternator, and he'd been stuck there for hours. He asked if I could give him a lift to the next town, about 20 miles away, so he could find a mechanic in the morning. He seemed harmless enough, and I didn't have the heart to leave him stranded. After grabbing a small duffel bag, Neil climbed into my passenger seat, and we hit the road. Neil was chatty, filling the silence with stories about being from Alabama and his truck's recent troubles. But about 15 minutes into the drive, the conversation stopped dead. 2 sets of headlights appeared in my rearview mirror. Cars coming fast and following too close for comfort. At first I thought they were impatient drivers, but they didn't pass. They just lingered, tailing us like predators stalking prey. "Do you know them?" I asked Neil, nodding toward the mirror. He turned to look, his face pale under the dim cab lights. "No, never seen him before," he said, but his voice wavered. A nervous chuckle escaped me. "You sure you're not running from someone?" Neil tried to laugh, but it came out strained. Neither of us joked after that. For the next 10 miles, the cars followed without making a move to overtake us. Just when I thought my nerves couldn't take it anymore, the headlights surged forward. Both cars sped up and swerved in front of us, screeching to a halt and blocking the road. I slammed on the brakes, my truck groaning under the sudden stop. "What the hell?" I muttered, but my blood turned cold as 3 men climbed out of the cars, each holding a gun. Neil looked like he was about to faint, sweat pouring down his face. "Stay calm," I whispered, though I was shaking just as badly. The men surrounded the truck, barking orders for us to get out. There was no point in resisting. We climbed out, hands raised. Neil stumbled, nearly collapsing onto the asphalt, as they herded us to the side of the road. "Empty your pockets," one growled, his weapon never wavering. We handed over everything, wallets, phones, truck keys. My mouth was dry as I tried to reason with them. "Take whatever you want, just let us go." "Shut up," snapped the leader, his eyes cold and lifeless. To my shock, he tossed the truck keys back at me. "Get in and drive. Your friend's coming with us." "No," Neil whispered, his voice barely audible. One of the men shoved him toward the car, while another jabbed his gun in my direction, signaling me to move. Helpless, I climbed back into the cab, glancing at Neil as he was forced into the back seat of one of the cars. My heart was pounding, but I couldn't fight back, not without risking both our lives. They led us off the highway, down a narrow dirt road that twisted deeper into the forest. The trees grew denser, their gnarled branches clawing at the truck like skeletal fingers. I didn't know where they were taking us, but I knew it wasn't anywhere good. The convoy stopped in a small clearing, the kind of place that didn't feel like it belonged on any map. They ordered me out of the truck, forcing both of us toward an old, rotting cabin. The place reeked of decay, its windows shattered and walls sagging as if the forest itself was trying to swallow it whole. "Sit," the leader barked, shoving us onto a filthy, broken couch. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. The men just laughed, low and guttural. One of them, the stocky one with a cruel grin, leaned in close. "Don't go running to the cops now." With that, they tied us up, their laughter echoing as they walked out and slammed the door. Neil was trembling beside me, his voice barely a whisper. "They're going to kill us, aren't they?" "Not if we get out of here," I said, though I wasn't sure I believed it myself. I worked at the ropes binding my wrists, the coarse fibers cutting into my skin. Outside, the forest fell eerily silent, the kind of quiet that felt like it was waiting for something. After what felt like an eternity, I managed to free myself and untied Neil. We stumbled out of the cabin into the suffocating darkness, the moonlight barely piercing through the canopy above. The cars were gone, and so was my truck, but the forest wasn't empty. Somewhere in the distance, a low, guttural sound rumbled through the trees, something not human. Neil froze, his eyes wide with terror. "Run," I whispered, and we did. We ran until our lungs burned, the shadows around us twisting into shapes I didn't dare look at too closely. When we finally reached the road, it felt like an illusion, too perfect against the chaos behind us. A single pair of headlights appeared in the distance, and for a moment I thought it was them. But as the car slowed, I saw an older man behind the wheel, his face lined with concern. Need some help? He asked, his voice a lifeline in the darkness. We climbed into his car, collapsing into the back seat. And as he drove us to the nearest sheriff's office, I couldn't shake the feeling that we hadn't truly escaped. That something from that forest had followed us, still watching, still waiting. To this day, I hear the whispers of the Mark Twain National Forest, and I know I left more than my truck behind. It started as an ordinary night, like so many before. My name is Ernesto, and what I'm about to tell you is not just a story. It's the most terrifying experience of my life. Even now, the memories claw at the edges of my sanity. I used to work nights at an old ranch in the desolate outskirts of Arizona. It had been converted into a hotel, and while the job was easy, the commute home was a killer. An exhausting hour and a half of driving through the lonely, endless desert. Over time, I adjusted to the monotony. But one fateful night, something changed. I first noticed the taco truck parked near an RV park halfway through my drive home. For weeks, I ignored it, always in a rush to get back. But hunger has a way of slowing you down, and one night, with my stomach growling like a feral animal, I gave in. The tacos were incredible. So good, they didn't just satisfy me. They reeled me back night after night. Soon it became my routine. I'd pull up, order my tacos, and chat briefly with the man behind the counter. He was friendly, hardworking, and consistent. Oddly, I never got his name, but at the time, it didn't seem to matter. Until that night. When I arrived, the truck was silent, its usual hum of activity absent. The lights were on, but the man was nowhere to be seen. Strange, I thought. Maybe he was taking a quick break. But as the minutes ticked by, a suffocating silence wrapped around me. There was no one on the road, no sign of life in the RV park, just me and the truck. Then I noticed the smell. Sharp, acrid, unmistakable. Something was burning. I called out, my voice echoing into the stillness, but there was no response. Smoke began curling from the grill, and my stomach twisted with unease. What could be left burning like that? Curiosity got the better of me. I walked up to the truck, my footsteps crunching on the gravel. The air felt heavier with each step. I hesitated before opening the door, a sick feeling crawling up my spine. Inside, the cash register was open, coins scattered across the counter. My first thought was robbery, but there were no signs of struggle, just an eerie stillness, like the truck itself was holding its breath. That's when I saw it. On the grill, blackened and grotesque, was the charred outline of a human hand. For a moment, my mind couldn't comprehend what I was seeing. I stumbled back, my breath caught in my throat. The stench of burnt flesh hit me and my stomach churned. The hand was perfectly formed, each finger frozen mid-reach, as if it had been seared in agony. I wanted to run, but I couldn't leave without turning off the grill. The truck felt suffocating, the air thick with smoke and dread. Forcing myself forward, I reached under the grill and turned off the gas, all the while avoiding another glance at that horrific sight. I bolted from the truck, slamming the door behind me, and called the police. My voice shook as I described what I'd seen, but the operator's calm questions felt detached, almost unreal. I told them everything, about the missing owner, the open register, and the hand. They said they'd send someone, but no one came. I waited for almost an hour, standing alone under the flickering light of a nearby lamppost. The night seemed to stretch on endlessly, the darkness pressing against me. I kept glancing back at the truck, half expecting the man to appear, but he never did. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I got in my car and drove home, my mind racing with questions. Who had done this? Where was the man who had served me tacos so many nights before? Over the following days, I scoured the news, searching for any mention of a robbery or a missing taco vendor, but there was nothing. The truck was gone when I passed by again, like it had been erased from existence. Even now, I wonder what really happened that night. Was the man taken, killed, or was something darker at play, something that defied explanation? All I know is I'll never forget the sight of that charred hand on the grill. It haunts me, a grim reminder of a night I wish I could erase. It started with a quiet road and ended with a nightmare I'll never forget. June 2018. I remember the date like it was yesterday. Back then, I decided to take an impromptu solo road trip. Something quick, something simple. A day to myself before the chaos of college life resumed in August. The plan was straightforward. Get up early, hit a few sightseeing spots, and start heading home by 9 p.m. No need for a hotel. It would be just me, the open road, and a playlist of my favorite tunes. The trip started without a hitch. I drove through scenic routes, ticked places off my bucket list, and even stopped to take some photos along the way. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, I felt accomplished. Everything was perfect. But perfection doesn't last, does it? The trouble began on my way back. It was past 10 p.m. when I left the last spot, and the drive home was estimated at around 4.5 hours. The roads were dark, and the music playing softly from my speakers started to feel like background noise to the looming silence outside. By the halfway point, exhaustion began creeping in. My eyelids grew heavy, and even splashing water on my face from a canteen couldn't shake the haze. I knew I had to pull over. The next rest stop came into view like a beacon. It wasn't much, just a small building lit by flickering overhead lights. The parking lot was eerily empty, which wasn't surprising given how late it was. Still, the stillness of the place gnawed at my nerves. Shrugging it off, I parked, leaned back in my seat, and set an alarm for a quick hour-long nap. When the alarm blared, I woke groggy but determined to finish the drive. My bladder had other plans. I sighed, grabbed my keys, and headed inside to use the restroom. The inside of the building was just as deserted as the parking lot, and the fluorescent lights buzzed faintly overhead. Finding the restroom, I pushed open the door and stepped into one of the stalls. It was quiet, almost too quiet, as if the world outside had paused. Then I heard it. Faint voices in the hallway. At first I dismissed it. Maybe my tired mind was playing tricks on me, but the voices grew louder, clearer until the restroom door creaked open. My heart skipped a beat. I froze, listening. The parking lot had been empty. My car was the only one there. So who else was here? I held my breath, peering through the narrow crack of the stall. A shadow moved past the sinks. I was ready to brush it off, chalking it up to a harmless traveler. That's when a soft knock rattled the stall door. "There's someone in here," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. Silence. Then slowly, an eye appeared at the crack in the door. My stomach dropped. The eye stared at me, unblinking, wide with something I couldn't name. Madness, hunger, or maybe both. Before I could react, the man started screaming. The sound wasn't human. It was raw, guttural, and filled with rage. His fists pounded against the stall door with a force that shook the hinges. Panic took over. I threw myself against the door, trying to keep him out, but he didn't stop. He slammed his head against the metal again and again, each impact sounding like a gunshot in the small tiled room. I knew the door wouldn't hold for long. With a burst of adrenaline, I flung the stall door open, slamming it into him. He stumbled backwards, giving me just enough time to bolt past him. I ran, heart pounding, barely registering the cold air as I burst out of the restroom and into the parking lot. But he wasn't far behind. The sound of the building's front door slamming open made me whip around. He was chasing me. His feet pounded against the pavement, his wild screams echoing in the night. I reached my car, fumbled with the keys, and managed to start the engine just as he lunged at my door. His body slammed against the side of the car, but I didn't stop. I threw it into reverse, tires screeching as I backed out of the lot. In the rearview mirror, I saw him. He was standing there, completely still, staring after me. And then he smiled. It wasn't a normal smile. It stretched too wide, too unnatural, as if his face didn't quite know how to form the expression. My foot pressed harder on the gas pedal, and I didn't let up until the rest stop disappeared into the night. For the rest of the drive, I couldn't shake the image of his eyes or the sound of his screams. Sleep was out of the question. I was running on pure adrenaline, speeding down the highway with trembling hands gripping the wheel. I don't know who or what he was. A deranged homeless man, a twisted predator, or something else entirely. I'll never know. But I've never stopped at a rest stop again, and I never will.
It was a crisp, unsettling morning at 3 a.m. when I received a call that would haunt me for years. The voice on the other end was shaky, barely holding it together. A woman, clearly in distress, told us she had woken up to find her husband missing. The back door was wide open, and the kitchen drawer where they kept the knives was ajar. Her voice cracked, as she explained that her husband, who had been battling lung cancer, might be wandering the woods, lost and possibly trying to harm himself. Officer Mike and I rushed to the scene. When we arrived, the woman was already standing by the door, visibly shaken and on the verge of collapsing. She had been calling out for her husband in the backyard, but there was no response. I could see the fear in her eyes, her desperation filling the air like a heavy fog. Officer Mike took a seat with her on the front porch, trying to calm her while I went around back to search the yard. The fence in the backyard was low, barely waist high, and I easily jumped over it to begin my search. The woods behind the house seemed endless, dark and foreboding. I walked deeper into the trees, calling out for the missing man, when something caught my eye, a trail of blood. My heart raced. This couldn't be good. I followed the trail, my flashlight flicking over the ground and trees, praying it would lead me to him. But then I heard it, footsteps, soft, deliberate, almost like someone was trying to avoid detection. I froze, scanning the darkness. There, just ahead, I saw him. A man in a white shirt and blue pajama pants stumbling through the woods, a knife gripped tightly in his right hand. "Stop!" I shouted, my voice cutting through the eerie silence of the woods. But he didn't listen. Instead, he quickened his pace, weaving in and out of the trees like he was being chased, or like he was trying to escape. I pulled out my taser and cautiously moved forward, trying to keep my distance, my senses on high alert. Then, just as quickly as he appeared, he vanished behind a massive oak tree. I hesitated. There was something off about this whole situation. Slowly, I began to circle the tree, shining my flashlight in every direction, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. But when I rounded the tree, nothing. The man was gone, vanished, as if the woods had swallowed him whole. Just then, my radio crackled. "Officer Lee," it was Officer Mike's voice. "We found the man. He's inside the house." Confused, I backed away from the tree, my flashlight still trained on the spot where the man had been. I turned and hurried back to the house, my heart pounding in my chest. When I arrived, I saw Officer Mike helping paramedics load the man onto a stretcher. The man was alive, but barely. He looked pale, weak from blood loss, his body shaking as the paramedics worked quickly to stabilize him. I stared in disbelief. The man was wearing the exact same white shirt and blue pajama pants that I'd seen in the woods. I asked Officer Mike what had happened. He explained that they had found the man hiding in the kitchen pantry, his wrists slit, blood pooling on the floor beneath him. He had almost bled out, but had narrowly missed severing the main artery. Despite their best efforts, the man died at the hospital hours later, succumbing to complications from his cancer. But here's the part that still chills me to the bone. The man I saw in the woods was already supposed to be inside the house, lying on a gurney. I don't know what I saw that night, whether it was a ghost, a figment of my imagination, or something far worse. But the image of that man in the white shirt and blue pajama pants walking away into the darkness, only to vanish without a trace, still gives me chills every time I close my eyes. It was a cold, quiet night in 2002, one of those evenings where the air feels thick with an unspoken tension. I was patrolling near 7th Avenue when the crackle of my radio broke the silence. Dispatch had a call, urgent. Shelley, our dispatcher, sounded unnerved, her voice trembling slightly. "It's a woman," Shelley said. "She's crying uncontrollably and threatening to take her own life. I'm still on the line with her. Here's the address." I didn't waste a second. Spinning my car around, I raced toward the location, every instinct on high alert. As I drove, Shelley kept me updated. "She's still crying," she said. "She can barely speak, but she's holding on. Hurry." By the time I pulled up to the house, Shelley's voice came back. Quieter now, she just hung up. The house stood there, small and weathered, painted a dull blue that looked almost gray under the dim light. Something about it unsettled me, like a memory trying to claw its way back. And then it hit me. This was the house. 8 years ago, a little girl had fallen from the second-story window here. She didn't survive. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I knocked on the door, and it creaked open moments later. A boy, maybe 5 years old, peered up at me with wide eyes. Behind him stood another child, a toddler clutching the older boy's leg. "Hey there." I said gently. Where's your mum? The older boy pointed upstairs. She's with the baby, he said softly. Their voices snapped me back to the present. These weren't the same people from 8 years ago. That family had been Hispanic. These children were Asian. I asked about their dad, and the older boy said he was out hunting. Then I heard it. A piercing cry, a baby's wail echoing from upstairs. I knelt to their level. Can you take me to your mom? I asked. The older boy shook his head. She doesn't let us go upstairs, he whispered. Something about his tone, the unease in his little voice made my stomach twist. I reassured them with a smile. It's okay, you stay right here, I'll go check on her. As I climbed the narrow staircase, the baby's cries grew louder, sharper. At the top, I found a closed door. I knocked firmly. Police, I called out. No answer, just the relentless crying. I knocked again, harder this time. Still nothing. I'm coming in, I shouted, bracing myself. With one forceful kick, the door flew open. The room was dim, lit only by moonlight filtering through a window. A crooked bed sat in the middle, and on it lay a tiny, screaming infant, no more than a couple of months old. But my eyes were drawn to something else. A thick rope was tied to the bed frame, trailing out through the same second-story window where that little girl had fallen years ago. My heart pounded as I rushed to the bed, scooping up the baby in my arms. I leaned out the window, and that's when I saw her, the mother. She was dangling lifelessly, her body swaying slightly in the cold night air, suspended by the rope. My blood turned to ice. Acting on instinct, I cut the rope, watching her body collapse into the backyard below. Maybe, just maybe, there was still a chance. By the time I made it downstairs, the ambulance and fire trucks had arrived. Paramedics and firefighters rushed to the backyard while I stayed inside with the baby. Minutes later, they brought her out on a stretcher, her body covered with a stark white sheet. I stopped one of the paramedics. How long has she been dead? I asked. He hesitated, then answered, at least 2 hours. 2 hours. My stomach dropped. 2 hours, I whispered. That couldn't be right. Shelley had been on the phone with her just minutes before I arrived. Who made that call? Inside the house, I searched frantically, finding only one phone, a landline in the dining room. I turned to the boys. Did your mum or anyone else use the phone tonight? I asked. They both shook their heads. Later we learned that the mother had been battling severe postpartum depression. There were prescription bottles in her room, all untouched. She had chosen to end her life, tying the noose to the very window where another child's life had tragically ended years before. But the phone call, that chilling, desperate voice on the line, it remains a mystery, one that haunts me to this day. Who or what called for help that night? It was 2:30 a.m. when we received the call. A frantic, terrified man on the other end, his voice trembling with fear. He said his wife was acting unnaturally. She was upstairs, slamming her head against the walls, thrashing violently and holding a pair of scissors. He feared for his life, unable to confront her alone, pleading with us to help. Officer Thomas and I immediately sped to the address, the tension in the air thick enough to cut with a knife. When we arrived, the man's face was pale, his hands shaking as he opened the door. He led us inside, his arm showing a fresh stab wound, blood oozing from a punctured vein, but not enough to be life-threatening. The man had tried to stop her, but she was too far gone. Officer Thomas went to get the first aid kit, while I made my way upstairs to assess the situation. The atmosphere in the house was unsettling, as though something was off, something we couldn't see but could feel in our bones. The bedroom door at the end of the hallway was ajar. Inside I found the wife, her behavior disturbing but not entirely unexpected. The man had mentioned she was locked in the master bedroom, and their teenage daughter, Erica, had locked herself in her room as well. The tension in the house was palpable, thick enough to suffocate you. I reached the door of the master bedroom. I noticed the bathroom light was on, but the door was locked. I knocked and waited. The voice that came from inside sent a chill down my spine. "Go away," she sobbed. "Leave my family alone." Her voice was soft, pleading, broken, but unmistakably hers. I tried to reassure her, my voice steady, calm, hoping she'd listen. Let's talk. Open the door, please. But then, something impossible happened. A second voice joined the first from the other side of the house. It was Erica, her voice frantic. Dad? Dad, did you call the cops? Tell them to leave. Mom's okay. She's with me. Both Officer Thomas and I exchanged a look of pure disbelief. Erica emerged from her room as the man made his way upstairs. Dad, Mom's okay, she said, almost too casually for the gravity of the situation. She's with me in my room. The room was dead silent for a moment. Who was in the bathroom then? We rushed to the bathroom door, which was unlocked by the husband. Inside, there was no sign of the wife. But on the floor, a pair of bloodied scissors and clumps of hair were scattered. The sight made my stomach turn. The scissors, those very scissors she'd been holding, were abandoned as if thrown aside in desperation. We turned to the family, but their faces were confused. There shouldn't have been anyone in the bathroom. The wife was taken to the hospital for evaluation. The family likely moved out after that. But the events of that night never left me. About a year later, a new family moved into the same house, completely unaware of its past. One early morning, we got another call. A man had been rushed to the hospital after being stabbed by his sleepwalking wife. She had woken up in a trance-like state, grabbed the scissors and stabbed him while he slept. Miraculously, he survived. The house, it had a dark history. Years earlier, a woman had ended her life in that very same bathroom, unable to cope with her husband's betrayal. She had taken her own life after discovering his infidelity, her spirit seemingly bound to that place, torturing anyone who dared to call it home. As a police officer for over 12 years, this experience haunts me still. The chilling cries of a woman who wasn't there, the scissors, the hair, and the unexplained behavior. It's an experience I will never forget. It makes my blood run cold to this day. And no matter how many years pass, I'll never step foot in that house again. It was the night of July 4th when a call came in that would haunt me for years to come. The dispatcher said it was a danger to self situation involving a woman. At first it seemed like another routine call, something we dealt with often. Most times we'd show up, make sure everything was under control, and transport the individual to a hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. But that night, something felt different. My partner Jonah and I arrived at the house to the sound of frantic screams coming from inside. We knocked, and after a moment, 2 young children opened the door. Their faces were pale, eyes wide with terror, and they barely managed to nod when we asked if they were okay. Something was terribly wrong. As we stepped inside, the smell of tension hit us first. The father was standing in the hallway, visibly shaken, begging with his wife, who had locked herself in their bedroom. His voice was trembling as he told us she'd gone in with a knife and locked the door. The screams had stopped, but the silence was thick with dread. The situation wasn't clear, but we had no time to waste. We knocked on the bedroom door, but no answer came. The husband, desperate, used a coin to unlock the door, and we entered, tasers at the ready. What we saw inside made my stomach drop. The bedroom light flickered on, revealing her, dressed in traditional funeral clothes, lying motionless on the bed. But what sent chills down my spine wasn't just her strange attire, it was the knife. She had it lodged in her mouth, biting down on the tip, and blood was pooling on the pillow beneath her. I couldn't make sense of it. The air in the room felt cold, suffocating, as if we were intruding on something much darker than a simple mental health crisis. Jonah and I tried to talk to her, gently urging her to release the knife. But she didn't respond. Her eyes were vacant, distant, like she wasn't even there. I moved quickly, grabbing her wrist to prevent her from harming herself. Jonah restrained her other arm. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, she released the knife and we helped her sit up. We stayed with her in the room until the ambulance arrived. But as we waited, the husband told us a story that made my blood run cold. He explained that every year, without fail, his wife would go crazy on the 4th of July. I assumed it was a psychological trigger, maybe some trauma from the past. But what he said next, I still don't know what to think. He claimed his wife wasn't just suffering from mental illness, she was possessed. by the ghost of her grandmother. The story behind it was chilling. His wife, he said, had been completely normal except every July 4th. That's when the nightmares started, when the violent episodes occurred. The grandmother had a history too. Back in Southeast Asia, she had been mentally unstable, possessed, according to the family. They had kept her tied up in a small hut during the Vietnam War to keep her away from the rest of the family. The wife's family had fled when the Vietnamese army attacked their village, leaving the grandmother behind, tied and helpless in that hut. As the bombs went off and gunfire echoed in the distance, the grandmother, terrified, had a heart attack and died alone, abandoned. But here's the truly horrifying part. The husband believed that on every 4th of July his wife was haunted by her grandmother's ghost, reliving the moment of fear, being tied up and left behind with the gunfire still ringing in her ears. The fireworks, the explosions triggered something deep inside her, and every year she would become a vessel for that terror, consumed by the same fear that had once killed the grandmother. An elder shaman had warned the husband that the ghost never left, that it still haunted his wife, possessing her body every year, reliving that final horrifying moment. The terror was passed down through blood. As I stood there, trying to absorb the weight of what he was saying, I could feel the oppressive atmosphere in the room, a sense that something beyond human was at play here. I've dealt with all kinds of calls in my career, but nothing ever shook me like that night. Even now, when I hear fireworks, when I see the flashes of color lighting up the night sky, I can't shake the feeling that something else is lurking just beneath the surface, waiting to awaken again. It was a night blanketed in eerie stillness, the kind where even the wind seemed hesitant to stir. Our dispatch kept buzzing with calls from a countryside home 3 times in total. But every time we arrived, the family inside insisted they hadn't dialed 911. Their confusion mirrored ours. Why would a house keep summoning us if no one within its walls had called? It wasn't uncommon back in the 1990s for families new to the US, especially those struggling with English, to rely on 911 as an unspoken cry for help. Dial, hang up, and wait for the police. It was a quiet assurance that someone would come, even if words failed. But this situation was different. It gnawed at us, pulling us back to the house once more. The family, a Southeast Asian household, greeted us with polite yet bewildered expressions. Again, they denied making the calls. Their compliance, though tinged with frustration, reflected the cultural deference to authority I'd seen throughout my career. Something didn't sit right. We asked for their permission to search the property just to ensure everything was okay. Reluctantly, they agreed. Room by room, the house yielded nothing unusual. But as we moved to the backyard, an old shed tucked in the shadows caught our attention. Light seeped through the cracks, a stark contrast to the darkened home behind us. My partner Jenny and I exchanged glances before approaching the shed. The door creaked open to our knock, revealing a teenage girl. Her face was pale, her expression startled but not frightened. When we asked if she had called 911, her answer was firm, no. As the girl stood in the doorway, something behind her caught Jenny's eye. A newborn baby swaddled in worn blankets. Jenny's motherly instincts kicked in. She asked if she could take a closer look, and the girl reluctantly allowed her in. The baby was fragile, its shallow breaths and pale complexion sending alarm bells through both of us. Concern etched into Jenny's face as she asked, "Why are you and your baby living out here? Why not inside the house?" Tears welled in the girl's eyes as she explained. Her family had banished her to the shed because she wasn't married, and her boyfriend had abandoned her. In their culture, having a baby out of wedlock was a source of shame. Her voice cracked as she shared how deeply her parents' disappointment cut, leaving her to fend for herself and her newborn in the cold, unforgiving shed. Jenny's gentle voice coaxed the girl into letting us help. "Your baby needs immediate medical care," she urged. Together we drove the girl and her infant to the hospital. The following days unraveled a deeper mystery. Jenny, who'd grown attached to the girl's plight, visited her regularly at the hospital. It was during one of these visits that the truth came to light. A truth that still sends chills down my spine. Through trembling words, the girl admitted that she hadn't made any of the calls to 911 that night. She didn't even have a phone in the shed. But then she added something that made Jenny's hand freeze mid-motion as she cradled the baby. My grandmother used to call 911 all the time, the girl said, tears streaming down her face. She'd hang up whenever my grandfather got sick. She passed away 3 months ago. But maybe it was her trying to save my baby. The girl's words lingered in the air, heavy with both sorrow and hope. Could it be that her grandmother, even in death, had reached out to protect her and her child? It felt impossible, yet the timing of the calls and the girl's revelation painted a picture that defied explanation. After the mother and baby were discharged, we worked tirelessly to connect them with public assistance. Jenny even went above and beyond, ensuring they had a safe place to stay and the resources to start anew. But neither of us could shake the feeling that something otherworldly had intervened that night. Perhaps love, even in its most intangible form, transcends the barriers of life and death. To this day, that experience remains etched in my memory. It wasn't just another call or another case. It was a haunting reminder that sometimes help comes from places we can't see or understand. Jenny and I still talk about it occasionally, our voices hushed, as if speaking too loudly might disturb the fragile veil between worlds. The girl's grandmother may have been gone, but her love for her family lingered, a silent guardian watching over the shadows. And on that cold night, she made sure the cries from the shed were heard, even if it meant dialing from beyond the grave.
Before we start, please make sure to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends and family. Also, can you please tell me from where and what time you're watching? Thanks.
It began with a gift on my porch, an unexpected and innocuous token, or so it seemed. The summer of 2019 was supposed to be a fresh chapter. I had just graduated with my master's degree and moved to a rural town for my PhD. My dad and I bought a modest house together, a practical investment we planned to rent out after my schooling. But no sooner had I settled in than the darkness lurking next door revealed itself. My dad quickly made friends at the bar, and everyone there seemed to sing the praises of my next-door neighbor, a man they described as the kindest, most generous soul around. I met him one afternoon. His demeanor was pleasant enough, and when he suggested exchanging numbers just in case, it felt harmless. It wasn't. The day my dad left to return home, the texts started. The first was simple. He'd left a gift on my porch. Confused but curious, I arrived home to find a hand-painted dish for my cats in the mailbox. Sweet, but a little odd. Then came the pet names, Sweetie, Cutie, casually woven into his messages. It felt off, so I politely told him I wasn't interested in anything romantic. His reply was a bizarre rant about friendship, claiming that's all he wanted. I hoped that would be the end of it. Spoiler. It wasn't. The next few weeks were a barrage of texts, gifts, and relentless invitations to go fishing or hang out. I tried to ignore most of it, replying occasionally to avoid outright conflict. After all, he was my neighbor. Then one night, everything shifted. The bar manager down the street messaged me out of the blue. "If your neighbor knocks on your door tonight, do not answer." My heart dropped. She explained that my neighbor had shown up at the bar, wielding a hatchet, claiming he could hear voices that got louder the closer he came. He threatened to kill someone if the voices didn't stop. The police were called, but to my disbelief, they confiscated the hatchet and let him go. The bar manager was so concerned for my safety that she picked me up, insisting I stay at her place that night. When I returned home the next day, a dead squirrel had appeared beside my car door. Its mangled body looked as though it had been deliberately placed there. Uneasy, I stepped over it and left. Hours later, the squirrel was gone, and I received a text from my neighbor. "Someone or something put a dead squirrel in your driveway. Don't worry. I moved it for you. I was certain he'd been the one to put it there in the first place. Soon other unsettling signs began appearing. One day an unspent shotgun shell lay conspicuously on the bricks in his front yard. When I saw him outside, he casually mentioned that it was a warning for anyone walking between our houses. I stopped responding to his texts entirely, but that didn't stop him. He started building a massive wooden casket in his yard. Scribbled on its side in black paint were the words, "Here lies the last son of an expletive who played mind games." November 2012. The message was cryptic and chilling. My patience had worn thin. I filed a police report and began the process of getting a stalking no-contact order. By March 2020, the court granted the order. For a while, the situation improved. He still did strange things, talking to himself in his yard or pacing around, but it didn't seem dangerous. Then a few months later, he fell back into old habits. Another shotgun shell appeared, this time in my flower bed. I was sure it was meant as a threat toward my boyfriend, who had recently moved in. By New Year's 2021, his behavior reached a terrifying new level. I was jolted awake at 1 a.m. by screams. Turning on my security cameras, I saw him leaning out his window, shouting obscenities directly at my house. He called me a harlot and screamed that he was going to blow up his house using the gas line. I called the police, but their response was infuriating. He didn't say your name, so it's not a violation of the protection order. Weeks later, his antics reached a fever pitch. One morning I heard him yelling in the alley behind my house. "Someone is going to die over this sweatshirt." He paced back and forth, shouting nonsensical threats and claiming he'd get his shotgun. Again, the police were called, but their response was a slap on the wrist, an ordinance violation for disturbing the peace. That night I was awoken by hammering sounds. Through my cameras I saw him tearing down his privacy fence, sawing it horizontally until it stood only 3 feet tall, leaving me exposed. I had reached my limit. My once peaceful home had become a nightmare. My boyfriend and I began looking for a new place, but the process was slow. I'm a PhD student with limited income, and renting wasn't an option with 6 animals between us. My dad agreed to co-sign a new mortgage, and I picked up a second job to save for the move. Until then, I'm stuck here, trapped in a house overshadowed by fear, frustration, and the haunting reality that safety can be so easily taken away. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow in the yard, reminds me that I'm not safe. I don't know what else to do. I'm tired. I'm angry, and I just want to breathe again. The lock clicked softly behind me, and for the first time, I truly noticed how quiet the apartment felt. It wasn't the usual comforting silence of home. It felt heavy, watchful. A chill ran down my spine as I tried to shake off the unease. Little did I know that day would take a turn so sinister, it would haunt me for years to come. I live in a bustling city in Eastern Europe, the kind of place where life moves fast, and trouble often lurks just out of sight. My neighborhood had a reputation, shady characters, late-night shouting matches, and a fair share of vandalism. But nothing truly dangerous had ever happened to me. I'd grown up here, learning how to navigate the streets with a cautious eye and a quick instinct. It was a chilly New Year's Day. My dad had left around 3 p.m. for his usual ping-pong practice, and would be out until late, grabbing beers with his buddies afterward. My mum and younger brother were helping a friend clean up after a wild New Year's Eve party. I was supposed to join them, but a pounding headache, courtesy of last night's festivities, kept me home. I tried to shake the guilty thought that staying behind was one of the best decisions I'd ever made. The evening passed uneventfully at first. Wrapped in a blanket, I rewatched episodes of Skins, UK version obviously, to distract myself. Around 6 p.m. my stomach growled, reminding me I hadn't eaten since morning. My go-to late-night supermarket was just a 5-minute walk away, and despite the freezing weather, I decided to head out. Bundled up in my coat and flip-flops, I trudged through the icy streets, the glow of the supermarket sign pulling me forward. But as I neared the automatic doors, a man caught my eye. He stood there, small and stocky, his clothes mismatched and unkempt, staring at the doors like he was guarding them. His presence felt off. "Is it still open?" I asked, my voice breaking the quiet. He pointed to a piece of paper taped next to the schedule. "Closed early for the holidays," it read. Annoyed, I sighed and turned to leave, but his voice stopped me. "There's a boutique nearby," he said, almost too eagerly. His tone was urgent, insistent. "Just a couple of minutes from here, you'll find what you need there." My gut twisted. There was something about the way he stared at me, unblinking, that set off alarms in my head. But I convinced myself I was overreacting. Maybe he was just trying to help, hoping for a tip or some kindness in return. I forced a polite nod and walked toward the boutique, my senses on high alert. The boutique was cramped but warm. I grabbed the first snack I saw, quickly paid, and exchanged hurried New Year's wishes with the shopkeeper before heading back. As I passed the supermarket again, I noticed something that sent a shiver down my spine. The man was gone. He'd been standing there when I left, and now, nothing. The street felt emptier, darker. My unease grew into full-blown paranoia as I picked up my pace, clutching the snack bag tightly. Reaching the front of my building, I spotted movement out of the corner of my eye. A tall, dark figure stepped into the elevator just as the automatic lights flickered off. My breath hitched. Fumbling with my keys, I unlocked the door and slipped inside, my heart pounding in my chest. The elevator was still moving, its numbers lighting up one by one. It stopped on the 5th floor. Forcing myself to breathe, I took the stairs. Logic told me I was overreacting, but fear had taken root. As I reached the 6th floor, I noticed the light was on. Strange. It should have been off by now. Then I saw it. The 7th floor light switched on. My stomach dropped. Whoever was in the elevator was now on my floor. I froze, praying they'd move on. But the light stayed on, unwavering. Summoning every ounce of courage, I bolted up the stairs, my legs trembling beneath me. When I reached my apartment, my blood ran cold. There he was, the dark figure, crouched at my door, fiddling with the lock. "Hey!" I managed to choke out, my voice trembling. He turned sharply, and I finally saw his face. Pale skin stretched tight over angular features, a crooked smile revealing yellowed teeth. His trench coat and gloves made him look like something out of a nightmare. His eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment time stood still. Then, without a word, he bolted. "Sorry," he muttered as he disappeared down the stairs, his footsteps echoing in the silence. I stood there, paralyzed, staring at the lock. A thin pin was still wedged inside. My hands shook as I fumbled for my phone, dialing my parents. They promised to come home immediately and told me to call the police. While I waited, a kind neighbor from the 2nd floor came up to keep me company. The officers arrived shortly after, their calm demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos in my mind. I recounted everything, describing the man at the supermarket and the lockpicker. The details felt hazy, my memory distorted by fear. They took the pin as evidence and assured me they'd increase patrols in the area. That night, as I lay in bed clutching a bat, I couldn't shake the image of his smile, the way it twisted, hungry and cruel. One thing was clear, I'd never ignore my instincts again. And from that day forward, every creak in the hallway felt like a warning, every shadow a reminder of how close I'd come to becoming a victim. It was a frigid January night in 2018 when I first moved into a quaint little 2-story house in England. nestled in a quiet cul-de-sac. The houses were so tightly packed that each window practically stared into the next. It was cozy, sure, but there was an eerie silence about the place, a stillness that made me feel as though someone was always watching. I brushed it off as first-night jitters and tried to settle in with my then-boyfriend. I've always been introverted, not one for small talk or social gatherings. A polite nod or a passing hello to the neighbors was my limit. Greg wasn't one to take the hint. He was a middle-aged man with a perpetual grin plastered on his face, the kind of person who'd stop you mid-step for a quick chat that could easily spiral into an hour-long monologue. At first I chalked it up to him being overly friendly, perhaps lonely. He lived directly across the street and his windows had a perfect view of mine. I should have been more cautious. Things began innocently enough. Greg would wave from his window or call out a cheerful good morning when I stepped outside. He'd remember little details, birthdays, small anecdotes I barely recalled mentioning. Once he invited us to a garden party, claiming everyone was welcome. It felt harmless, even kind. But after my boyfriend moved out 2 years later, things took a darker turn. The breakup was quiet, and I didn't share it with anyone in the neighborhood. Still, Greg must have noticed the absence of my boyfriend's car. His friendly demeanor became something else entirely, constant, intrusive. I adopted a cat to keep me company in the empty house, but even that didn't ease the unsettling feeling of being watched. Greg's encounters with me increased. Every time I left the house, he seemed to appear, flagging me down for another rambling conversation. It became unbearable, and I began texting my ex about Greg's antics. We'd laugh at how absurd they were, until they weren't funny anymore. One evening, I was engrossed in an intense online raid in Elder Scrolls. Greg had offered to bring over a parcel he'd mistakenly collected for me. I told him to leave it by the door. Instead, he let himself in. I heard the door creak open, and heavy footsteps approaching. Turning around, I found Greg standing in my living room, staring at me with a peculiar intensity. I couldn't stop playing mid-raid, so I gestured for him to leave the parcel and go. But he lingered, drunk and overly interested in my gaming setup. "You're amazing at this," he slurred, watching me as though I were performing a magic trick. When the raid finally ended, I walked to the door, opened it, and waited for him to leave. He looked genuinely disappointed as he stumbled out. That moment marked the start of my unease. In the UK, we're all responsible for wheeling out our trash bins for collection and bringing them back in. One morning, I noticed my bins had already been moved back, a favor I hadn't asked for. Days later, I realized someone had been using my bins for their trash. I set up a makeshift surveillance system with an old phone taped to the window. Sure enough, it was Greg. He'd sneak over under the cover of darkness, casually tossing his garbage into my bins. When I mentioned it to him during one of his impromptu driveway chats, he feigned surprise, claiming the same thing was happening to him. I didn't believe him, but I let it go. Confrontation wasn't worth the trouble. Christmas came during the height of the pandemic, and late one evening, there was a knock at my door. Greg stood there with a red gift bag. The smell of alcohol wafted off him as he handed it over. "I really want to give you a kiss on the cheek," he said, swaying slightly. "But I can't, not with the pandemic and all." Before I could react, he leaned in and kissed my cheek anyway. I froze, unable to process what had just happened. The gift bag contained 2 bottles of beer, a half-eaten can of Pringles, and a plastic bag of chocolates. But the chocolates weren't just any chocolates. I recognized them as a homemade gift from my next-door neighbors, meant for their kids to deliver during lockdown. Greg had re-gifted them to me, note and all. I resolved to set boundaries. When Greg knocked at my door 2 days into the new year, I didn't answer. Later that night he returned, knocking persistently. I ignored him again. By this point I knew he was watching my house. His visits always coincided with my deliveries. I reported the incidents to the police. They took my statement but asked if I wanted them to confront Greg. Foolishly, I said no. I thought I could handle it. A few days later, Greg showed up again, claiming he was worried about me. I firmly told him we shouldn't have any further contact. His response sent chills down my spine. I just wanted to be your friend. For months, I thought it was over. Greg seemed to vanish, leaving me to reclaim a sense of normalcy. One winter night, as I locked my door to head out for groceries, I saw it. A shadow slipping out of my driveway and ducking behind the fence. My gut screamed danger. I unlocked the door and went back inside, my heart racing. I told myself it could have been my imagination, but deep down, I knew someone had been waiting for me. A few weeks later, I was feeding my cat when the motion sensor light outside flicked on. Curious, I glanced out the window. At first, I saw nothing, but then, crouched in the shadows, I saw him. Greg was peering into my kitchen window, his face partially obscured by darkness. I screamed, demanding to know what he was doing. Greg didn't flinch. Instead, he stood, calm and composed, and asked, "Are you all right?" I called the police immediately. This time, they acted swiftly. Greg was arrested at his home, where I learned he had a wife I'd never seen. Despite his history of following young women, he only received a caution and was forbidden from contacting me or coming near my side of the cul-de-sac. The last time I saw Greg was through my bathroom window. I'd forgotten to close the blinds, and there he was, staring at me from his own house. Since then, I've moved far away, leaving the cul-de-sac and Greg's unsettling presence behind. But even now I catch myself glancing over my shoulder, haunted by the memory of the man who wouldn't let go. A group of friends, 4 souls, each with their own ghosts, set out for what should have been a carefree winter getaway in the secluded mountains of Colorado. But what they would come to realize in the frigid, biting cold was that some places, no matter how beautiful, are meant to be left alone. It was a bitter Friday evening when I, Noah, and my girlfriend Mia met up with the others at the edge of the mountain road. The place was remote, far from any real signs of life. Avery, my childhood friend, and his girlfriend Grace were already there, their headlights casting long shadows on the snow-covered path. The cabin was more isolated than we'd imagined, sitting like a ghost among the towering trees. It was exactly the kind of place you'd expect to find in stories about things that go bump in the night. Avery's family had owned the cabin for years, but I had never been. I had heard the rumors, though, about the strange sounds in the woods, the flickering lights when the power was off, the long winters that dragged on endlessly with strange, unexplainable occurrences. But all of that was just old talk, right? Nothing more than drunk stories told around a campfire. We didn't think much of it as we unloaded the gear, excited for the snow and the adventure ahead. We had planned to stay for the weekend. No signal, no distractions, just the cold mountain air and time together. At least that's what we hoped for. But from the moment we arrived, something felt off. The air was too still, too quiet. No rustling of animals, no breeze through the branches. The snow clung heavily to the trees, and there was no sign of movement except the occasional drifts caused by the wind. "Let's get inside," Avery suggested. "I'll get the fire going." The warmth of the cabin was a relief as we walked in. The old wood floors creaked beneath our boots as we kicked off the snow and hung our coats by the door. The living room smelled of pine and old leather, with a stone fireplace at the center of it all. There was a large table with chairs, an assortment of board games stacked in the corner, and a collection of books that looked well worn, like they'd been loved for generations. "First night's a celebration," Avery said, pouring a round of whiskey for everyone. Mia and Grace settled on the couch with blankets, while Avery and I checked out the firewood and stoked the flames. The wind howled outside, its cold fingers tapping at the windows as the shadows in the corner seemed to stretch and grow. As the evening wore on, we drank, laughed, and told stories. But as the hours passed, a strange unease crept in. It wasn't just the biting cold outside. Something seemed to whisper beneath the surface. The walls groaned. The floorboards creaked in ways that felt wrong. The air grew thicker with each passing minute, as though the house itself were breathing. "It's just the wind," Avery said, noticing the look on my face. "This old place has its quirks." Mia curled closer to me, her eyes darting nervously around the room. Grace, sitting across from us, also seemed tense, but neither of us spoke of it out loud. Later, we decided to soak away the chill in the hot tub out back, snow-covered woods. The steam rose into the cold air, and for a moment, it seemed like the world outside had vanished completely. I leaned back against the tub, eyes closed, the warmth of the water contrasting against the biting cold of the air. But when I opened my eyes, it had been before. The trees stood silent, their branches swaying in a way that didn't seem natural, and the snow that had been gently falling all evening had turned into a full-blown blizzard. I tried to shake off the unease. "It's just the storm," I muttered, but the hairs on the back of my neck refused to lie flat. We decided to call it a night, and as we trudged back inside, I caught a glimpse of something, or rather, someone, moving between the trees in the distance. For a split second, I thought I saw the figure of a person, but the snow was falling so heavily that it could have been a trick of the light. "You okay?" Mia asked, sensing my hesitation. "It's nothing." But the feeling didn't leave me. That night, we turned in early, exhausted from the cold and the physical exertion of the day. Avery and Grace took the room at the end of the hall, and Mia and I took the one next to it. The house creaked and groaned as the wind howled outside, and sleep was slow to come. It wasn't until the dead of night, long after I had drifted off, that I awoke to the unmistakable sound of someone moving around the cabin. The floorboards in the hallway creaked. The sound was faint at first, almost imperceptible, like someone walking very carefully. But then the footsteps grew louder. They were unmistakable now, slow, deliberate, and heavy. I sat up in bed, my heart hammering in my chest. The storm outside had grown stronger, the wind battering the house with such force, it was as if the wilderness itself were trying to break in. I glanced over at Mia, who was still fast asleep, but the footsteps. They weren't in the hallway. They were coming from the stairs leading up to the attic. I didn't move for what felt like an eternity. The sound seemed to grow closer, stopping just outside the door. I wanted to call out, to tell Avery or Grace, but I couldn't bring myself to. There was a sense of overwhelming dread in the air now. Suddenly, the door handle began to turn. I barely had time to think before the door creaked open. A pale, sickly figure stepped inside. The eyes were hollow, dark, and lifeless, and the skin was stretched tight over sharp bones. But the thing, or whatever it was, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, watching us from the doorway. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I felt paralyzed, like the air itself was pressing down on me. The figure didn't stay long. It seemed to vanish into the shadows of the room as quickly as it had appeared, leaving behind nothing but the cold chill of its presence. I lay back down, pretending to be asleep, but I knew something was horribly wrong. I wanted to wake Mia, but I couldn't bring myself to. The next morning we all met in the living room, the atmosphere tense. Avery and Grace had heard nothing, but Mia and I were different. There was an unspoken understanding between us now, something we couldn't explain, only feel. "Let's go out for a walk," I suggested, trying to shake off the lingering dread. "Clear our heads." Avery, always the adventurous one, agreed. We bundled up in warm clothes and headed out into the blizzard, the wind cutting through us like 1,000 icy knives. The woods were silent, unnaturally silent. Even the birds were absent. It wasn't long before I noticed the footprints. At first I thought they were ours, fresh impressions in the snow, but as we walked further, I realized they were leading us deeper into the forest. "I don't like this," Grace said, her voice shaking. "We need to go back." But something compelled me to keep going, and Avery agreed. The snow was falling heavier now, and the woods seemed to close in around us. The deeper we went, the more the eerie silence took hold. No animal sounds, no wind through the trees, just the crunch of our boots in the snow and the sound of our breathing. I was beginning to feel the weight of something unseen watching us, its eyes boring into the back of our necks. That's when we heard it again, the same moaning sound I had heard the night before, low, guttural, and full of sorrow. It wasn't the wind, it wasn't the storm, it was something else. We turned to leave, but the moaning grew louder, more desperate. I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned quickly, heart racing, but there was no one there, just the wind. But as we retraced our steps, we realized something more horrifying. There were new footprints now, more figures, moving behind us. In the distance, through the trees, I thought I saw them. Figures, their silhouettes barely visible in the thick fog. They moved quickly, as if they were hunting, following us. They were getting closer. We ran. I was 12. At that tender age where you're brave enough to start staying home alone, but still young enough to feel the weight of every creak and shadow in the house. My parents had only recently started leaving me by myself. They trusted me and I liked the independence. On this particular night, they were out at a dinner party, and I was home, tucked away in the basement, playing video games to pass the time. The basement was ours, a shared gaming haven for me and my older sister Ellie. My dad had insisted the video games stay down there, away from the living room. It was a spacious basement, but there was always something about it that unsettled me. Maybe it was the dim lighting, or the way the sound seemed to carry in strange, hollow echoes. As kids, Ellie and I would sprint up the stairs after turning off the lights, convinced something was chasing us. I'd like to say I'd outgrown that fear by 7th grade, but honestly, being alone down there still gave me chills. I glanced over my shoulder every so often just to reassure myself. I was lost in my game when suddenly, bang! The sound rattled the basement window behind me, and my heart leapt into my throat. I whipped around so fast I nearly knocked over my controller. The window was dark, the snow outside blanketing the ground and muffling everything in an eerie silence. At first I thought it might have been an icicle falling or a branch scraping the glass. Trying to shake it off, I turned back to my game. But then another loud bang jolted me. This time I stood up and approached the window, my heart hammering in my chest. There were small patches of snow on the glass, and it looked like someone had thrown a snowball. "Ellie?" I muttered to myself, thinking my sister had come home early to mess with me. I decided to check. Leaving the controller on the couch, I trudged upstairs, slipping on a pair of house shoes. The night air was biting cold as I stepped outside. The snow crunched loudly under my feet, and a gust of wind cut through my hoodie. The backyard was cloaked in shadows, the brick wall to the left blocking most of the view. "Ellie," I called out, my voice trembling slightly. No answer. But then I saw it. A figure crouched in the bushes near the back fence. They were motionless, their face obscured by a hood. "Ellie, cut it out," I said, though my voice faltered as doubt crept in. Something about the figure's posture wasn't right. It didn't feel like a playful sibling. It felt wrong. Fear overtook curiosity, and I hurried back inside, locking the door behind me. My hands shook as I grabbed the phone and called my mom. "Mom, is Ellie supposed to be home?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "No, she's at a friend's house tonight. Why? Someone's outside. They're throwing snowballs at the windows." My mom's voice turned sharp. "Lock the doors. Don't let them know you're home." "It's too late," I stammered. I already went outside. She put me on speaker so my dad could listen. They told me to go upstairs, lock myself in my room, and wait for them to get home. My mom said she'd call the police. I followed their instructions, retreating to my room and turning off the lights. I peeked through the window, my breath fogging up the glass. The figure was now pacing in the backyard, stopping occasionally to peer into the kitchen window. My stomach dropped as I realized they were trying to open it. It wasn't a kid. This person was tall, too tall to be a teenager. Their hood obscured their face, but I could tell from their movements that they were methodical, deliberate. When they turned and looked up at the second-story windows, I ducked down, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure they could hear it. Moments later, a sharp crack rang out. My bedroom window shook violently. I froze, not daring to breathe. The snowballs had stopped, but now they were outside my room. I called my mom back, whispering into the phone, "They're at my window. The police are on their way," she assured me. "Just stay quiet." Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. Finally, the doorbell rang. Peering cautiously through the peephole, I saw a lone police officer, a woman in her 40s with a stern but kind expression. I let her in, and she immediately began searching the property. I watched from the safety of the house as she swept the yard with her flashlight, her boots crunching in the snow. She checked the bushes, the patio, even climbed up on the shed roof. When she came back inside, she looked concerned. "There are footprints all over the yard," she said, "but whoever it was, they're gone now." She stayed with me until my parents returned, reassuring me that it was likely just a prank or someone trying to scare me. But as much as I wanted to believe that, something about the way the figure moved, the way they targeted specific windows, didn't sit right. I never stayed home alone again after that night. I own 3 properties. 2 of them are rentals listed on Airbnb, and the third is my home in Montreal. I always thought my Wakefield rental, a quaint, secluded cabin deep in the woods, was a peaceful getaway. But after what happened that winter night, I can never think of it the same way. The Wakefield house is a small 2-bedroom cabin, perfect for couples or small groups. It's charming, isolated and quiet, the kind of place people come to escape the world. But sometimes, when you're that far from everything, the world finds you in ways you don't expect. That weekend, I drove up to the property after hosting a group of guests who had rented the place for a few days. Groups always made me nervous. They were unpredictable, often messy, and occasionally careless. My plan was to clean up, check for damages, and spend the night before heading back to Montreal. I always text my neighbor, Isaac, whenever I visit. He owns the house down the hill but rarely stays there. When I mentioned my visit, he quickly replied, asking if I could check his mailbox for a letter he'd been expecting. I stopped by his place before heading to the cabin. The driveway was buried in fresh snow and everything looked normal at first, until I saw them. Footprints. They started at the edge of the woods, trailed across his yard, and led directly to the window near the side of the house. My stomach tightened as I followed them, my breath visible in the icy air. The tracks circled the house, stopped at the back door, then disappeared back into the forest. Isaac was nonchalant when I called to tell him. "As long as they didn't break in, I'm not worried," he said, but his tone had an edge to it. "The woods attract weirdos sometimes. Just keep your doors locked." I tried to brush it off as I continued to my cabin, but unease clung to me like a shadow. When I arrived, I immediately noticed more footprints. They circled the cabin, their chaotic paths weaving in and out of the trees. It had snowed the day before, which meant someone had been here recently. Very recently. I shook it off as paranoia. People wandered through the woods all the time, right? But as I stepped inside, the air felt heavy, almost suffocating. The cabin was a mess. The guests had left dirty dishes in the sink, beer cans scattered on the floor, and garbage overflowing in the bin. I distracted myself with cleaning, music blaring to drown out the eerie silence. But then, I heard it. A faint crunch of snow outside the window. I froze, my heart pounding. Turning off the music, I stood still, straining to hear. The footsteps were slow and deliberate, moving around the cabin. I locked the front door, my hands trembling. My car was parked outside. Whoever was out there knew I was here. I didn't want to confront them, but fear pushed me to look. Grabbing a flashlight, I peeked out the window. Nothing, just snow falling in the growing darkness. The rest of the evening passed in tense silence. I worked on my laptop, pretending everything was fine. But every creak of the cabin made my skin crawl. By nightfall, the snowstorm had picked up again. It was peaceful at first, the soft sound of flakes against the windows. But then the footsteps returned. They were closer this time. I sat in my bedroom, the bat in my lap, staring at the door. The footsteps circled the cabin slowly, deliberately, like someone was deciding their next move. Then they stopped. I held my breath, waiting for something, but the silence was worse. Summoning every ounce of courage, I threw on my coat, grabbed the bat, and stepped outside. The cold hit me like a wall, but I ignored it as I scanned the yard with my flashlight. The footprints started near the window air conditioning unit and led into the woods. But then, I noticed something else. Scratch marks on the AC unit, like someone had climbed it. I looked up. There were marks on the roof's edge. My stomach twisted as I realized they'd been on the roof, watching me. I called the police, my voice shaking as I tried to explain. When the officer arrived, he confirmed what I feared. Someone had been on the roof, likely waiting for me to leave or fall asleep. But the most chilling moment came when we checked the woods together. The tracks didn't just vanish into the forest. They led to a cluster of trees where the snow had been disturbed, trampled in frantic circles. The officer's flashlight caught something hanging from one of the branches, an old dirty scarf. It wasn't mine. Could just be a drifter, the officer said, but his voice lacked conviction. He promised to patrol the area through the night. The next morning, I left Wakefield, unable to shake the feeling that someone, or something, had been watching me the entire time. I haven't stayed there since. Guests come and go. None of them report anything unusual. But I know better. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still hear the footsteps circling the cabin. And every so often I wonder if they ever really left. The cold air of the nursing home's hallways seemed to bite through my uniform as I stepped into the dimly lit room. I wasn't sure if it was just the nervous energy of my first real night shift, or something more unsettling, but there was a heaviness in the air. That night, something lingered, an energy I couldn't explain. I had just begun my career as a certified nursing assistant when I first encountered the unknown. I remember that night vividly. It was the 4th night of my training, and I was on the graveyard shift, a shift that seemed to stretch on forever, wrapping the building in an eerie silence. My trainer, Amy, had warned me about the odd hours, how it could feel like you were the only living beings in the building. Little did I know that night, I would learn what true isolation felt like. It was just after 2 a.m. when the first death I'd ever witnessed occurred. A patient named Laura, an elderly woman whose family had said their goodbyes earlier in the evening, had finally passed. Amy, with her years of experience, calmly walked me through the process, explaining what we needed to do. She assured me that the deceased were nothing to fear. They were just people like us. But as she spoke those words, something felt off. We started by cleaning Laura's body, washing her as though she was still alive, brushing her hair and meticulously cleansing her skin with warm water and soap. The air in the room felt unnervingly still, as if time itself had come to a halt. Then, Amy instructed me to retrieve the body bag from the storage room at the end of the hallway. I didn't know it then, but that simple task would alter my perception of reality forever. I walked down the darkened hallway, the fluorescent lights flickering overhead, casting long, unsettling shadows along the walls. The place was empty, save for the distant sound of a television in one of the patient rooms. As I reached the storage room and opened the door, I froze. There, standing in the middle of the dimly lit room, was an elderly woman. She was dressed in a faded blue dress, with a white cloth tied under her chin and atop her head, just like the one we had just used to secure Laura's mouth. The woman's eyes were fixed on me, her expression blank, almost as if she was waiting. She handed me the body bag without a word, and I, in a daze, took it. The chill of her touch still lingers in my memory, but it was the eerie calmness of her presence that I couldn't shake. I walked back to Laura's room, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as I did. When I returned to Amy, I didn't mention the woman. Maybe it was exhaustion, or maybe I just couldn't bring myself to say anything. We finished our task in silence, preparing Laura for the morgue. Amy tied the same white cloth under Laura's chin, securing it tightly. I asked her about the cloth, wondering why it was necessary. Amy's explanation was simple. It kept the mouth closed. But my mind couldn't let go of the woman in the storage room. Who was she? Why did she look so familiar? The cloth she wore, the same one Amy had just tied to Laura's head, it all felt too strange, too much like déjà vu. When the morgue transporter arrived and took Laura's body away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Amy and I went to the break room for lunch, but I could hardly eat. I had to ask Amy about the woman I'd seen. My voice shook as I explained what happened, telling her about the woman in the storage room. Amy paused, a curious look crossing her face. Then with a laugh she explained, "Oh, you must have seen Sally." Sally. The name sent a shiver down my spine. Amy explained that Sally used to work the night shift as a CNA for nearly 30 years, until she was diagnosed with breast cancer. After battling the disease, Sally ended up in the very hospice care she had once worked for. She passed away 6 years ago. But Amy wasn't done. She said some of the night staff still saw Sally, in the parking lot or walking the darkened hallways. "Don't worry," Amy said with a reassuring smile. "She doesn't hurt anyone." The words echoed in my mind as I processed what she'd said. And then, in a voice that was barely above a whisper, Amy added, "I was the one who took care of Sally when she passed. I even tied that cloth around her head just like I did for Laura." I sat there in silence, the weight of her words sinking in. The woman I had seen wasn't just a figment of my imagination. She was Sally, the ghost of a CNA who had passed away long ago, still roaming the halls of the nursing home she had once called home. The following weeks became a blur of patients, night shifts, and that lingering sense of being watched. I would occasionally catch glimpses of her, Sally, out of the corner of my eye. A flash of blue in the hallway, a shadow lingering by the break room door. But each time, when I turned to look, she was gone. And though Amy assured me that Sally meant no harm, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something in the air had changed. The nursing home, once a place of routine and calm, had turned into something darker, something filled with the echoes of lives past. I'll never forget that night, the night I encountered Sally, because in that moment I understood. Some spirits don't leave. They stay, bound to the places they once worked, watching over the living, or perhaps waiting for something more. And I wonder, am I the next one who will stay behind? It was 3 a.m. when I heard her voice again, the same voice that had haunted me for weeks after she passed away. It called out to me, soft but desperate, I'm hurting." I froze, heart hammering in my chest. Her voice had been a constant presence in the nursing home, but this time it was different. It was no longer the frail call of a patient who needed assistance. It was the voice of someone lost, trapped between worlds. Let me start from the beginning. My name is Mai, and I used to work as a certified nursing assistant at a small nursing home, a place where the veil between life and death is thin, so thin, in fact, that you could almost feel the breath of the departed lingering in the air. Many of us who work in these places experience strange and unexplainable things. It's not just the grief or the weariness that comes with tending to the elderly. It's something else. Something you can't quite explain but feel deep in your bones. This particular nursing home had seen its fair share of deaths, but one patient in particular stayed with me long after she was gone. She was an elderly woman transferred from the hospital because of severe pressure ulcers on her buttocks. The wounds were so bad that the hospital had already filed a case with Adult Protective Services. They were looking into the family's neglect, the kind that comes from not properly caring for a bedridden person, the kind that results in the skin breaking down, becoming raw and infected, because the patient had been left to lie in urine and feces for days at a time. When the hospital admitted her, I could see the signs of neglect. I wasn't shocked, but it saddened me deeply. Her name was never clear to me. She was just Granny in my mind. Granny's family never visited much. When they did, it was always a brief stop, a quick goodbye. The woman was paralyzed on one side of her body from a stroke, and though she could feed herself with her right hand, she needed help with everything else. Changing clothes, bathing, cleaning up, and every time she needed something, she wouldn't press the red call button like most patients. "No," she called out to me instead, her voice shaking with desperation. "My, I'm hurting. My, come help me." It was always the same. Night after night, I'd help her. I'd turn her, clean her, dress her, anything to ease her discomfort. I'd always reassure her that she wasn't alone. But then, one day, the inevitable happened. Granny passed away. After only 7 months in our care, her body finally gave out. That night, her family came in droves to dress her in traditional funeral attire. They made sure she looked presentable, just like they always do. But none of them seemed to acknowledge how seldom they'd visited her during her final days. It was the Thursday after Granny's passing when something happened that I couldn't explain. It was 8:30 p.m., and my shift was nearly over. I had put all my patients to bed and was on my lunch break. But when I returned to check on my patients, I found them all sleeping soundly. The nurse at the station, her face pale, looked at me with wide eyes. "I swear I heard Granny calling for you," she said, her voice trembling. I brushed it off, thinking she was just tired, maybe imagining things. But the nurse wasn't joking. She showed me her arms, covered in goosebumps, and I couldn't help but feel a chill run down my spine. "Don't worry about it," I told her. "We're used to hearing Granny's calls." But even as I spoke, I knew something wasn't right. That night, my shift ended at 11 p.m. I finished my report to the next CNA and left the building, walking to the parking lot. The nursing home sat near a large grape farm, and it was quiet. Too quiet. I was alone, my footsteps echoing in the cold night air. As I reached my car and began to unlock the door, I heard it. The voice, faint but unmistakable. "My, I'm hurting." I stopped dead in my tracks. My heart leaped into my throat, but I shook it off. I must have imagined it. It was the stress, the long hours. But then, I felt it. A cold, creeping sensation that started at the back of my neck and spread down my spine, as if ants were crawling all over me. The hairs on my arms stood on end. Then the voice came again, clearer this time. "My." I rushed into my car, locking the door behind me, trying to shake off the fear clawing at my chest. But the entire drive home, I couldn't shake the feeling that something, someone, was still with me. I didn't tell my parents. I didn't want to scare them. But the next morning, my mother looked at me, her face pale and wide-eyed. "Both your father and I heard a woman's voice calling your name last night outside the house." That's when I told her. I told her about the voice in the parking lot, about how I had heard Granny's cry once more. My mother, always the believer in the supernatural, didn't hesitate. Maybe she didn't realize she had passed away. Maybe she's still lingering, following you home because the funeral hasn't happened yet. And that night, as strange as it was, I didn't hear anything. The house was quiet. It was as if Granny had finally moved on. The funeral was held that weekend, and with it, the lingering presence seemed to vanish. But even now, years later, I can't forget the feeling. The way Granny's voice called to me from the darkness. I know it's not just me who's felt it. Many of the nurses and doctors I worked with have their own stories. Long-term nursing homes are a last stop for many patients, but they also seem to be a place where the spirits of the departed sometimes linger, not quite ready to let go. As far as I know, these spirits never hurt anyone, but every now and then you can hear their cries, begging for help. The night was unusually quiet when I first heard the call light flicker on. At first I thought it was just another malfunction, a common nuisance in the nursing home. But as I walked down the dimly lit hallway, a chill ran down my spine. The room was empty, yet the call light in room 12 blared, insistent, demanding attention. Frank's room. Frank was dead. He had been rushed to the hospital hours ago after suddenly vomiting blood. One moment he was sitting out on the patio enjoying his usual cigarette. The next, he was fighting for his life. And now, he was gone. The paramedics had taken him away, and I had assumed the room would be quiet for the night. But that call light, blinking in the darkness, had a different story to tell. As I approached room 12, the air felt heavier, colder. It was as if the walls themselves were holding their breath, waiting for something. The door creaked open, but there was no one inside. No Frank. Just the emptiness of a room once filled with the presence of someone who had lived there for years. His things were still in place, but there was no sign of life. I turned off the call light and walked back to the nurse's station, shaking my head. But then it happened again. The light blinked on, even though there was no one there. I told myself it was just a faulty wire, but I couldn't shake the eerie feeling crawling up my neck. Lisa, the nurse on shift, was just as puzzled. "Who's in room 12?" she asked, her voice filled with uncertainty. I made my way back to the room, fully expecting nothing. But when I opened the door, I felt it. The unmistakable sensation that someone was watching me. The room was as empty as before, but the light was still on, stubbornly blinking in the silence. I turned it off again and left, but it flickered back on. I returned. It went off. I walked away. It flickered again. This went on for what felt like forever until I couldn't ignore it any longer. "You go do it," I told one of the other CNAs. By now, Lisa had grown concerned. She picked up the phone and called the hospital, asking for an update on Frank's condition. The response made my stomach turn. Frank had died around 7:30 p.m. that evening, yet his light still flickered on. We couldn't explain it. No one could. And the strange occurrences didn't stop there. As the night wore on, the light continued to blink in room 12, calling to us in the dark like some unseen force was trying to make contact. But it wasn't until the third time that we couldn't ignore it any longer. I went into the room with Lisa, the nurse, both of us standing in the eerily silent room. "Frank," Lisa said quietly, her voice thick with emotion. "You're no longer living here. Please go be with God. You don't belong here anymore." And just like that, the light went off. We both stood there for a long moment, breathless, unsure of what had just happened. But something had shifted in the air. We felt it. Whatever was lingering in that room, whether it was Frank's spirit or something else, had finally moved on, or so we thought. Even now, when I work late shifts, I hear whispers about the shadowy figure seen sitting outside in the dark, by the patio where Frank used to smoke. Sometimes staff members swear they see him, sitting motionless in the dark as if waiting for something, waiting for someone. It's the kind of thing that doesn't surprise me anymore. Nursing homes are often the last stop for many, and once someone lives there long enough, some of them don't seem to leave. Their bodies may be gone, but their presence lingers, haunting the halls, the rooms, even the dark corners of the patio. And sometimes it's not just the patients who stay. Sometimes it's the ones who cared for them too, left behind to watch, to listen, and to feel the chill that never really goes away. It was late, the nursing home quiet, and I was making my rounds. The only sound was the soft hum of the fluorescent lights above. I was about to check on the last patient of my shift when something strange caught my attention. I paused, standing in the hallway, frozen by a feeling I couldn't shake, a sensation like someone was watching me. I looked down the long corridor where the shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally in the dim light. That's when I heard it, a faint whisper, "Help me." I turned around, heart pounding in my chest. No one was there. But I just knew it was him. The man I had cared for, the one who'd passed away 7 months ago. Let me start from the beginning. I work as a CNA in a facility that has 2 wings, one for short-term rehab, where patients come to recover and then go home, and the other, the long-term care wing. The long-term side is, for lack of a better word, a place where people go to wait out the end of their lives. It's a harsh truth, but it's one you learn to live with when you're working in this field. One patient in particular stood out. A 58-year-old man sent from the hospital after his family could no longer care for him at home. He had suffered a stroke, which left him paralyzed, unable to do anything for himself. His family tried, but with kids at school and his wife working, there was no one to help him. He often found himself lying in his own waste, helpless. His skin was raw, infected from the lack of care. His family made the hard decision to place him in the nursing facility, where he could be properly looked after. I took care of him during my shifts. He couldn't talk, could barely move, and had to be fed through a tube. It was heartbreaking. His wife visited almost every day, sitting by his side, and I remember her telling me the story of their daughter, C. She was attending university a couple of hours away and drove a beat-up old Honda Accord. On one scorching afternoon, the father went out to put oil in her car when the stroke hit him, taking him down in the driveway. His family had no idea. By the time they found him, it was too late. His body never recovered. His wife and daughter were devastated, of course. His daughter C was especially kind. She would visit him, bringing him books and talking to him, though he couldn't respond. It was clear how much she loved him. I spoke with her a few times, and she seemed like such a strong person, even in the face of such loss. A year later, the patient passed away from a severe blood infection. The wounds on his body, particularly on his backside, would get infected because of his lack of mobility. Bacteria entered his bloodstream, and eventually, it was too much for his body to fight off. He died in the hospital. His daughter C texted me the news. She was crying, grief pouring out through every word. It's not unusual to see patients pass in a nursing home. Death becomes a constant presence, a part of the job. But there was something about this man's death that lingered. 7 months later, on one quiet evening shift, I was finishing up my rounds when I heard it again. The whisper. Help me. This time I couldn't ignore it. I walked down the hallway toward his old room, room 12. The door was slightly ajar, just as it had been when he'd lived there. I pushed it open, expecting the stillness of an empty room, but instead, I was met with an overwhelming sense of him. It felt like he was still there, watching me. I stood frozen, unable to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I'd always known something wasn't quite right with that place. The long-term wing where death hangs in the air, where spirits linger, and where the echoes of the past refuse to fade. Sometimes the other staff would talk about hearing strange noises, seeing shadows move in empty rooms, or feeling cold spots when the heating was running fine. But this was different. The voice kept calling out in my mind, "Help me." The same words his family had said when he was still alive, helpless and in pain. But now, it wasn't just a memory. It was like he was still trapped in that moment, unable to leave. I told no one. I wasn't sure if it was just my mind playing tricks, the stress of the job, or something more sinister, but every time I went into that hallway I could feel it, the weight of something watching me. Things didn't stop there. I continued my work, but every time I entered room 12, the hairs on the back of my neck would rise. It was like he was still there, waiting for someone to listen, to help. And the worst part, sometimes, late at night, I'd hear his wife's voice echoing through the halls, as though she was still searching for him. I never spoke to C again after that day she texted me. I didn't want to tell her that the spirit of her father might still be there. still wandering the nursing home, still trapped in the place where his life ended. Would she believe me? Or would she think I was just another overworked CNA losing my mind? Maybe I imagined it all. But every night, when the shadows grow long and the air turns cold, I still hear the whispers, faint but clear. Help me. It's not easy working in a place like this, where the line between the living and the dead blurs, where the past clings to the walls, refusing to let go. But I've learned one thing: the spirits don't always leave. Sometimes they stay, and sometimes they're still waiting for help. It was a late, quiet night, and I was driving back home after visiting my boyfriend in a city hours away. The trip was always long, but tonight it felt different, uneasy. My boyfriend, who usually made the trip to see me, was stuck at home with car problems, so I drove alone. After dinner and a movie, I waved him goodbye, and with a sigh, I set off for the long drive back. But something was wrong. From the very start, my car felt sluggish, like it was fighting to keep moving. It sputtered, jerking as I stepped on the gas. The engine, which usually hummed quietly, now groaned in resistance. A cold shiver crept up my spine as the car struggled to gain speed, and with each press of the pedal, it barely responded. I thought I might make it home, but as I passed through a small cowboy town, my car gave one last violent shake before slowing to a crawl. Fear gripped me. The road stretched out before me, lonely and empty. My car was barely moving, and the thought of being stranded in the middle of nowhere in the dead of night terrified me. I pulled over to the side, hoping it was just a glitch, but when I turned off the engine, it refused to start again. I dialed my boyfriend, even though I knew he wouldn't be able to help. He was always the last to sleep, waiting for me to get home safely. He reassured me he'd come right away with his older brother, even though neither of them knew much about cars. I sat there in silence, wondering if I had enough gas or if something more sinister was happening. My thoughts raced as I tried to think logically, checking the temperature gauge to see if I had run out of coolant. I noticed headlights in the distance, 2 cars driving toward me. The moment they passed, I got out and opened the hood, shining my flashlight on the engine. To my surprise, the coolant level seemed fine, but something still felt off. I was about to get back in the car when I felt it, an icy chill. It was as if someone had just slid into the car beside me. The whole vehicle shuddered and I froze, terrified. I quickly stepped back, my heart racing, and shined the light through the window. Nothing. But then, just as I was about to look away, I saw it, a shadow, just for a second, moving in the seat. My breath caught in my throat. My legs trembled as I backed away slowly, and just as I turned to run, the hood slammed shut by itself. The car shook again, violently. I didn't even think. I jumped into the driver's seat and locked all the doors. My hands shook as I inserted the key and twisted. To my shock, the car started right up. No sputtering, no hesitation, like nothing had ever happened. With my heart pounding, I drove away, almost desperate to put the incident behind me. After about 20 minutes, I pulled into a gas station and called my boyfriend to let him know I was fine. No need for him to come anymore. I reassured him I'd be home in about an hour. I thought I'd shaken off the fear, but it lingered in my chest. That night, as I lay in bed trying to sleep, I had a dream. It was so vivid. I was at work feeding an elderly patient when a man I used to care for appeared. He handed me a car key and said, "Your spark plugs are old and not working well. You need to change them." I took the key from him and then I woke up, heart racing, the dream fresh in my mind. I didn't think much of it, but later, when I mentioned the problem to my older sister's boyfriend, he said he'd take a look at the car. After a quick drive around the block, he diagnosed the issue. It was the spark plugs. He explained that the plugs were worn out and not sparking properly, which was causing the car to stall. I had never even heard of spark plugs, but when he fixed them, my car ran perfectly. I still can't shake the feeling that it wasn't just a dream. The man I cared for, the one who had passed away, had come to me in my time of need. Was it just a coincidence? Or did he really reach out from the other side to help me? I'll never know for sure, but the thought of it brings me both comfort and dread. It was an experience I'll never forget. It all began with an ordinary yard sale, but little did I know that a simple detour would unravel into one of the most terrifying chapters of my life. I'm a 31-year-old insurance agent, and after a week spent drowning in endless claims and policy paperwork, my favorite escape is sifting through yard sales and thrift shops. There's something about the forgotten treasures that others discard, pieces with a history waiting to tell their story. But this time, the story found me. It was a quiet Saturday morning when I stumbled upon the sign. A hand-painted arrow pointed toward a modest house with a few items scattered across the driveway. The usual books, kitchen gadgets, and tools. Among the clutter, one item caught my eye, a red, rusted metal toolbox. It wasn't just a toolbox, it was a memory. It reminded me of my grandfather's garage, the scent of motor oil and sawdust clinging to the air. Nostalgia wrapped around me like a comforting old blanket. "How much for this?" I asked the grizzled man running the sale, holding up the weathered box. $10, he replied with a shrug. It felt like a bargain for a piece of the past. We exchanged a few words about old tools, and I drove home with my new treasure, unaware of the Pandora's box I had just opened. For a week, the toolbox sat untouched in my garage, waiting for me to clean it up. Then, one evening, everything changed. The doorbell rang. It was a sharp, urgent sound that jolted me from my post-dinner haze. Standing on my porch was a wiry man, probably in his late 40s, with a face that seemed weathered by more than just time. His dark eyes bore into me, unblinking. "You bought a toolbox last week," he said, his voice rough, almost a growl. I hesitated. Yeah, why?" "It's mine," he replied, leaning closer. "Sold by mistake, I need it back." Something about him felt off. His presence was suffocating, his tone demanding. My instincts told me there was more to this than a simple mix-up. "Sorry," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I bought it fair and square. If there's an issue, maybe you should talk to the guy who sold it." He didn't argue. Instead, he locked eyes with me, a promise of trouble in his gaze. "I'll be back." And he was. 2 days later, the pounding on my door woke me from a restless nap. Peering through the peephole, I saw his agitated face. This time, he didn't wait for an invitation. "Open up!" he yelled, his fist hammering against the door. "Just give me the toolbox and I'll leave you alone." I stayed silent, my heart racing. His frustration boiled over and I heard the doorknob rattle. That's when fear turned into dread. I hadn't locked it. I bolted it just in time, the sound of the lock clicking into place echoing louder than my racing thoughts. The visits didn't stop. Each time he was angrier, more desperate. He began showing up at odd hours, early morning, late at night, until one evening, his pounding escalated into shoving, as if he were trying to break down the door. That's when I finally called the police. The officers filed a report and advised me to stay cautious. Their words did little to ease my nerves. That night, as I stared at the toolbox in the dim light of my garage, I wondered why it mattered so much to him. Was it sentimental, or was it something more sinister? Curiosity won. I opened the box and carefully examined the tools. Then I noticed the false bottom. My hands trembled as I pried it open, revealing small plastic bags filled with white powder. My breath caught. Drugs. Now it all made sense. He wasn't after the toolbox. He was after his stash. The next morning, I turned the toolbox over to the police. The officer who took my statement commended my decision, but warned me to be vigilant. If this guy knows you have his stash, he might not give up easily. That warning haunted me. When I returned home that evening, the eerie feeling started before I even stepped out of my car. The porch light was off, casting the front of my house in unsettling darkness. Then I saw it. The front door was wide open, the lock shattered. My stomach churned as I called 911 and cautiously stepped inside. My living room was destroyed. Cushions thrown, shelves overturned, papers scattered like confetti. Every room was the same, ransacked, violated. As I moved toward the hallway, I heard footsteps. Then, the back door slammed. I rushed to the window in time to see two shadowy figures disappear into the night. The police arrived shortly after, but the damage was done. Those men had been searching for the stash, oblivious that it was no longer in my possession. The officers promised increased patrols and advised me to install new locks and cameras. Even after taking all precautions, the feeling of being watched never left. The paranoia crept into every corner of my life. A simple yard sale had turned my world upside down. What began as a nostalgic find ended in fear, a chilling reminder that some objects carry more than just memories. There's something unsettling about a mirror that doesn't just reflect you, it watches you. That's exactly how it felt the first time I saw that mirror, leaning against a house at a quiet cul-de-sac yard sale. Its gilded frame, weathered with age, seemed to hold secrets, the intricate carvings of vines and flowers almost alive in the dappled sunlight filtering through a massive oak tree. I didn't know it then, but that mirror would shatter my sense of normalcy and safety. It all started on an otherwise ordinary Saturday. Yard sales had always been my escape, a small joy in rummaging through forgotten relics, imagining the stories they carried. That day, I stumbled upon a sign that read, "Antiques and Vintage Finds." The collection was impressive: dusty books, ornate silverware, vintage cameras. But my eyes kept drifting back to that mirror. Its warped glass distorted the reflection of the world around it, giving everything a ghostly, surreal quality. I couldn't explain why, but it felt like the mirror was calling to me. As I ran my fingers over the frame, a man appeared, wiry, with salt and pepper hair and piercing blue eyes that seemed to see right through me. "Admiring the mirror?" he asked, his voice calm but carrying an undercurrent of something. Unease, maybe. "Yes," I replied, almost mesmerized. "How much?" He hesitated, his hand resting on the frame like he was guarding it. "Are you sure it's what you're looking for? It's special." That pause, the way he said special, sent a chill down my spine, but I brushed it off. "I'm sure," I insisted, offering a polite smile. Finally he relented, but not without another odd request. "Let me deliver it, it's heavy." His insistence felt unnecessary, even intrusive, but I didn't want to argue. Later that day, his old pickup truck rolled into my driveway. He carried the mirror inside himself, refusing my help, and placed it against the living room wall with a peculiar care. "It looks good here," he murmured, almost reverently, before lingering a moment too long, his eyes scanning my home like he was memorizing every detail. When he finally left, I locked the door behind him, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. That evening, the mirror transformed the room. Its golden frame glowed in the soft lamplight, and for a while I admired how it brought the space to life. But as the night deepened, an uneasy feeling crept in. The mirror's warped reflection seemed to shift, as if it were watching me instead of the other way around. I told myself it was just my imagination, the product of a long day, and went to bed. The next morning, something else caught my attention. A car. An old blue sedan was parked across the street, its windows darkly tinted. At first I didn't think much of it. Maybe it belonged to a neighbor. But when the car was still there that afternoon, and then again that evening, unease settled in my chest. Peeking through the curtains, I finally made out the silhouette of a man inside. My heart dropped. It was him, the vendor from the yard sale. Why was he watching my house? Over the next few days, the sedan became a fixture, parked in the same spot for hours. By the fourth day, it moved closer, now right in front of my house. That evening, as I peeked out the window, I saw him staring directly at my living room. My stomach churned with dread. Summoning courage I didn't feel, I stepped outside to confront him. As soon as I approached, he started the car and drove off without a word, the sound of his tires on the pavement echoing like a warning. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house made me jump, and the mirror, once a beautiful centerpiece, now felt oppressive. Its reflection seemed darker, its presence heavier. I moved it into the garage and covered it with an old sheet, desperate to put some distance between us. The next evening, the nightmare escalated. Headlights flooded my driveway, and I froze. The sedan was back, but this time the man stepped out. My breath caught as he started walking toward the house. Panic surged as I fumbled for my phone and dialed 911, whispering to the operator as I locked every door and window. Through the curtains, I watched him pace the sidewalk, occasionally glancing up at my windows. He didn't try to enter, but his presence was enough to chill me to the bone. When the sound of sirens broke the silence, he bolted back to his car and sped off into the night. The police assured me they'd patrol the area, but the damage was done. I couldn't shake the paranoia. Every parked car became a potential threat. Every noise in the night felt sinister. I brought the mirror back into the house, hoping daylight might diminish its eerie grip. But its presence remained heavy, a constant reminder of the man who seemed tied to it. I never saw him again, but the memory lingers. To this day, I don't know what his intentions were. If he was just an eccentric man fixated on me, or if something darker was at play. All I know is that the mirror still feels like it belongs to him, like a tether to something I can't fully understand. Sometimes the things we bring into our lives come with more than we bargained for. There's something inexplicably eerie about old technology. The flicker of a VHS tape rewinding, the static hiss before a movie begins. It's like a ghost of the past coming alive. On weekends, I often retreat into that analog comfort, diving into vintage tapes and consoles. It's a harmless hobby, a nostalgic escape. At least that's what I thought. Until I found it. It started innocently enough. A lazy Saturday morning, wandering through a neighbor's yard sale. The air was warm, the faint hum of cicadas filling the silence as I browsed through dusty boxes and mismatched trinkets. Then I saw it, a weathered cardboard box filled with VHS tapes. $5 for the lot. Nostalgic treasures like E.T., The Goonies, and Back to the Future stared back at me, promising a weekend of feel-good marathons. But nestled at the bottom of the pile, hidden beneath the familiar titles, was an unmarked black tape. Its label had been peeled off, leaving a faint sticky residue, as if someone had deliberately erased its identity. I didn't think much of it then. Curiosity got the better of me. What secrets could this forgotten relic hold? That night, the tape became the grand finale of my marathon. The familiar hum of static greeted me as the screen came to life. What followed seemed ordinary at first. A grainy home video of a family in their living room. A man, a woman, and 2 kids laughing and passing a bowl of popcorn. Their voices were muffled, their movements mundane. I smiled at the simplicity of it. But then something clawed at the edge of my mind, a sense of familiarity. The layout of the room, the wallpaper, the furniture. It felt too familiar. I leaned closer, squinting at the screen. My heart stopped. It was my house. The unmistakable layout stared back at me. The couch against the far wall, the chipped mantel above the old fireplace, the small alcove where I kept my bookshelf. Even the faded floral wallpaper matched perfectly. But the video was decades old, long before I ever lived here. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps this was footage of a previous family, someone who had lived here before the elderly couple I'd bought the house from. But something felt off. The family on the tape didn't resemble the photos I'd seen during the house tour, and the way they moved, the way they looked. There was a tension in their laughter, a shadow of unease behind their smiles. The mood shifted. The children glanced nervously off camera, their mother pulling them closer. The father whispered something, his face taut with fear. The camera panned, revealing flickering shadows on the far wall. But they didn't belong to the family. They moved unnaturally, writhing as if alive. Then came the whispers, faint and unintelligible, growing louder as the family huddled together. The screen distorted, static crackling like a scream. And just before the picture cut out, I saw it. A shadow, tall, angular, and impossibly dark. It crossed the frame for a split second. It wasn't like any shadow I'd ever seen. It felt like the absence of light, as if it had been carved out of the world itself. Desperate for answers, I asked an elderly neighbor about the house's history. Their response chilled me. Oh, that family. They left in a hurry, they said, avoiding my eyes. Didn't take much with them. House sat empty for years after. People said, their voice trailed off. Said what? I pressed. They shook their head. Something wasn't right with that place. Best not to dig too deep. The tape now sits boxed away in my attic, untouched. But the house hasn't let me forget. On quiet nights when the world is still, I hear it. The faint hum of whispers, just like on the tape. And every time I wonder, what if it never left? The chair sat by the bay window like it had always belonged there, its delicate carvings of vines and leaves catching the glow of the setting sun. It was beautiful, yes, but beautiful things can hide terrible secrets. When I first saw the vintage rocking chair at a yard sale, it seemed like a perfect find. The dark wood was worn but sturdy, etched with a craftsmanship you rarely see anymore. How much? I asked, tracing the intricate carvings with my fingertips. The woman running the sale didn't even look up. $20, she muttered, her voice curt and almost hurried. She didn't haggle or try to upsell me on its vintage charm. If anything, she seemed eager, desperate to get rid of it. An antique? I asked, trying to mask my excitement. Her answer was blunt. It's old. Take it or leave it. Her dismissiveness should have raised a red flag, but I was too enchanted by the chair to notice. I handed her the money, loaded it into my car, and drove home, imagining how it would elevate my living room's ambience. By the end of the afternoon, it fit perfectly by the bay window. I draped a soft throw blanket over its back and admired how its dark wood seemed to glow in the fading light. That evening, I settled into the chair with a book and a steaming cup of tea. The wood creaked softly beneath me as I rocked, the motion comforting, almost hypnotic. By 11 p.m., I was in bed, the chair already a cherished addition to my home. But just as I drifted off to sleep, I heard it, a soft creaking, faint but rhythmic. I froze. The sound was unmistakable, the chair was rocking. I told myself it was just the wood settling or maybe a draft. Still, I couldn't shake the unease curling in my stomach. The creaking became a nightly ritual, sometimes soft, almost imperceptible, and other times louder, as though someone was pushing it with force. I avoided the living room after dark, but one morning I couldn't avoid the unsettling truth. The chair had moved. It was slight, angled just a few inches toward the window, but I knew I hadn't touched it. I lived alone. There was no one else who could have shifted it. Trying to rationalize the situation, I placed a piece of tape beneath one of its legs to mark its position. If it moved again, I'd know. That night, I woke to the loudest creaking yet. The sound was violent, as though the chair was rocking furiously. Heart pounding, I ran to the living room. The chair was rocking wildly on its own. "Stop it," I shouted, my voice trembling, and it did. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. My eyes darted to the tape I'd placed earlier. The chair had shifted inches from its mark. From that moment, the chair wasn't just a piece of furniture. It was an unwelcome guest. The next evening brought something new, whispering. Low, unintelligible murmurs seeped from the living room. As I edged closer, the whispers grew louder, though the words remained just out of reach. "Who's there?" I called, my voice shaking. The whispers stopped. Panic gripped me. I called my friend Anna, desperate for someone to validate what I was experiencing. She arrived 20 minutes later, dismissive at first, until the chair began to creak. Her face went pale. "That's not normal," she whispered. The final straw came 2 nights later. Determined to prove to myself that fear wasn't controlling me, I decided to sleep in the living room. I woke around 3 in the morning to a deafening bang. The chair was slamming against the wall with each violent rock, as though something unseen was forcing it. The throw blanket slipped to the floor, and my instincts screamed for me to run. I grabbed my keys and fled, not stopping until I was in my car with the doors locked. The next morning I dragged the chair to the curb, hastily scribbling "free" on a piece of paper. By evening it was gone, but relief never came. The living room felt emptier, yet the air was heavy, oppressive. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd brought something into my home, and that it wasn't entirely gone. Now whenever I see vintage furniture, I hesitate. I can't help but wonder what history it carries, what lingers unseen beneath its charm. The rocking chair taught me one thing: some treasures come with a price you can't afford to pay. They say the open road holds endless adventures, but some journeys lead to places you're never meant to find. From the eerie silence of deserted highways to the chilling shadows lurking at remote pit stops. These are the stories of those who strayed too far and discovered nightmares they could never leave behind. Tonight, buckle up and hold on tight, because these road trips turn from thrill to terror. I was taking a long road trip last year for work. I do a lot of traveling for my job, but I will spare you the details of work and get to my story. I left the city I was staying in at about 4 p.m., and I knew it would be a late night of driving, and I probably wouldn't arrive at my hotel until around 2 in the morning. I drove for hours and hours. The roads were pretty crowded when I started, and by the end of my drive, they were very quiet. It got to be around 1 in the morning, and I was about an hour and a half from my destination. The roads were very clear, so that was nice, and I was feeling pretty good. I was kind of in the middle of nowhere at this point, and as I drove along, I noticed a car come into my rearview mirror. It seemed to be going pretty fast. I was in the right lane already, so I expected it to blow past me. It reached my car and then slowed down, so it was going around the same speed as me. I looked over to see it was an old beat-up car that appeared to be about 20 years old and had some duct tape over one of the windows. But when I looked at the driver, I saw that he was wearing a skeleton mask. He looked at me for a good second, and then he turned and sped forward. I shook my head and kept driving. He went past me and then turned into my lane in front of me and drove about 5 car lengths ahead of my car, but maintained that same speed. When I looked in my mirror again, I saw more cars approaching. They too were going pretty fast. They reached my car, and the first one began to pass me. I glanced over to see that this man was also wearing a skeleton mask. He passed me and drove side by side with the car ahead of me. The next car pulled forward, and then another. Every driver of these cars was wearing skeleton masks. I looked behind me and saw even more cars. By now I was completely surrounded by these skeleton mask drivers. I started to get really creeped out, and I wasn't sure what to do. I didn't know what was going on and if these people were trying to run me off the road or something. I kept driving, and before long the cars seemed to get closer to me. I knew I would have to do something, and I was hoping that an exit would come up. About a mile later, I was happy to see an exit finally come. I maintained my speed with the cars closing in on me, and at the last second, I swerved onto the exit ramp from the freeway. The two cars in front of me and the one next to me were unable to make the exit, so it was just me and a bunch of cars following me now. I took a right and frantically looked around for where I should drive. There were about 5 cars trailing me. I drove down the road, and one of the cars behind me started to speed up to pass. We passed a restaurant and another business, but then I saw a gas station, and to my surprise, I happened to notice a police car parked at it. I quickly swerved over and entered the station and drove my car right next to the police and parked. A few of the cars pulled in and then drove through the gas station and left. I waited for the officer to return to his car from the convenience store, and when he did, I told him about my situation. He said he would alert the other police in the area, and even offered to drive a few miles behind me on the freeway to make sure I wouldn't get followed again. That is exactly what we did, and I was able to make it safely to my hotel about an hour later. A few years ago, I was on a cross-country road trip because I was moving from one side of the country to the other. It was just me, all by myself, and I enjoyed being able to live out of my car for a while. The only problem was that I had an old car that was on its last legs. I was planning to purchase a new car and get rid of the old one, but I decided to wait until after I moved because of all the hassle. The car would occasionally die, but for the first part of the trip it did great. On the 3rd day it was really hot, and after driving almost non-stop for about 10 hours, night came, and I was driving on the highways. Then I felt my car starting to die. It was about 9 p.m., and the road I was on was very quiet. It was not a major freeway because I was taking what the map told me was a shortcut. Instead, it was a little highway surrounded by mainly woods. I did not want to be stranded here. My car slowed down and came to a stop on the side of the road. I shut it off and waited a few minutes before trying to start it again. When I did, nothing happened at all. Then I took out my phone to call for help. But unfortunately, I saw that I had no service. I wasn't sure what to do. I decided to walk out of my car and see if my service would work a little ways up the road. I walked about 20 feet up the road, looking at my phone to see if I would receive any bars. Just then, I heard a noise come from the woods. I thought it was probably a deer, but when I looked, I didn't see a deer. Instead, I saw legs of a man. I couldn't see the rest of him from the trees. I didn't know why a man would be in the woods at this time. It made me uncomfortable, so I walked back to my car. I got in, shut the door, and locked it. I looked into the woods from my car, but I didn't see anything. I went back to my phone and decided to restart it to see if maybe that would get me some service. It was a long shot, but I needed to try what I could. As my phone was restarting, I heard a noise to the right of my car. I looked, and my heart stopped when I saw a man standing at my passenger's window, looking in. He looked dirty and was not wearing a shirt. He started trying to open the door. When it didn't open, he started banging on the window. I sat there for a few seconds, frozen with fear. Finally, I began to yell at him to go away, but it didn't seem to work. I tried my phone to call the police, but it still didn't have any service. Then, the man suddenly stopped banging and ran back towards the woods. I saw him grab a large stick and then start to walk back to my car. I was about to get out and run away. I didn't have a plan after that, but I didn't feel safe in my car with that guy banging on it. As soon as I started to open my door, I saw bright headlights of a truck pulling behind me. The truck came to a stop behind my car. I got out and walked to it. It was a large-looking man who was wearing a camel jacket and started to ask if I needed a tow. But in the middle of his sentence, he saw the man with the stick arrive at my car. I told him the man seemed to be insane and was trying to get into my car. The man in the truck then reached under his seat, grabbed a gun, and got out and yelled at the man. When the shirtless guy saw the gun, he dropped his stick and put his hands in the air. The man from the truck gave me his phone and told me to call the police. Luckily, he had service on his phone, and we waited until the police showed up. It was a crazy night that I will never forget. The old man got taken away and my car got towed. I stayed in a nearby town at a hotel that night, and after my car was fixed, I sold it. 2 summers ago, I was on a cross-country road trip with my wife. We were going to visit relatives for a big family gathering. We chose to drive because we could make several stops along the way of cities that we liked. Plus, we had some extra time. The first day we drove a good 8 or 9 hours and then stopped in for the evening. On the second day, we wanted to make it a little bit farther, so we drove a little later into the night. We got off the freeway at about 11 p.m. and went onto a highway. The highway had woods on both sides of it and was pretty quiet at this time. We only saw a couple of other cars on the road. About 10 minutes into being on that road, we saw what appeared to be a man standing in the middle of the road waving his arms. I slammed on my brakes to slow down. When we got closer, we could see that it was an older-looking man who appeared to be in his 70s. He looked like he was in trouble, and we stopped the car. The old man came up to my driver's window, and I rolled it down just a crack. He seemed genuinely concerned. He said that his car ran out of gas a ways back off a side road, and he was walking to try to get back to his house. He asked if we could drive him to his house and said it was just a couple miles away. My instant reaction, of course, was to say no, and I really wish that I did. But the old man seemed so harmless, so I figured, why not help the guy out? I told him to get in the back, and I would give him a ride. He got into the back seat of my car and said thank you to us several times. Then he told us his house was just up the road, and he had some gas he could take to his car in his other truck. He directed us to his house. We drove up the road about a mile, then took an exit to a very quiet road surrounded by dense woods on both sides. We continued down this road for a minute or so, when the man told us to turn at what appeared to be a driveway. I pulled into it and asked the man if this was his driveway. He said yes, but then asked if we could drive farther up. It was a skinny driveway that winded around, and I could not see very far in front because of all the trees. I kept driving down the skinny drive. I started to get a bad feeling. Then the skinny road turned into a clearing. The man said this was fine, and we could drop him off here. Then he got out of my car. But as soon as he got out, I saw a movement coming from the woods behind my car. Then I turned and saw more moving in the front. I didn't hesitate at all, and I stomped on the gas and put my car in reverse, not even knowing what it was. My wife then started to scream. I looked and saw multiple men running at my car from 2 different directions. I backed out the skinny driveway as fast as I could. A man hit the side of my car with something. I don't even know what. I got out of the driveway and back onto the road and sped off to the highway. My wife was shaking, and I have to admit that I was too. I don't know what kind of trap that old man was trying to lure us into, but I know I'm never stopping to pick anyone up again. Last year, I set out on a long road trip for work. I travel a lot for my job, but I'll skip those details and get straight to what happened. I left the city around 4 p.m., knowing I'd be driving late into the night and wouldn't reach my hotel until around 2 in the morning. For the first few hours, the roads were packed with cars, but as the night went on, the traffic thinned until it was just me and the empty, dark road stretching ahead. Around 1 in the morning, I was about an hour and a half from my destination, feeling pretty good with the clear roads. I was driving through a remote stretch of highway when, out of nowhere, I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror. A car was approaching fast. I was already in the right lane, so I assumed it would just zoom past me, but instead it caught up to my car and slowed down to match my speed. I glanced over to get a better look. It was an old, beat-up car with duct tape covering one of the windows, and the driver He was wearing a skeleton mask. He looked straight at me for a long, eerie second before speeding up and pulling ahead, taking the lane right in front of me. I shook it off, just trying to focus on the road. But then I saw more headlights approaching. More cars were catching up, and each one was going fast. One car pulled up beside me, and when I looked over, I saw another skeleton mask. This driver too stared at me before he took the spot next to the first car. Soon another car came up beside me, and then another behind, each with drivers wearing those eerie, hollow skeleton masks. Suddenly I was surrounded by them, skeleton-masked drivers in every direction, encircling me on this empty stretch of road in the middle of the night. A chill ran down my spine. I didn't know what they wanted or what was going on, but I knew it wasn't good. They inched closer, tightening their circle around my car. I felt trapped, like they were closing in on me. I tried to stay calm, but panic set in as the cars got even closer, squeezing me between them. I prayed for an exit, a way out of this nightmare. After what felt like an eternity, I spotted an exit sign up ahead. The cars around me showed no sign of slowing down, so I held my breath and at the last possible second, veered sharply onto the exit ramp, hoping to lose them. The maneuver caught them off guard. Two of the cars in front of me sped right past, unable to follow. But a handful of the skeleton-masked drivers took the exit and were still on my tail. I raced down the deserted road, desperate for a way to shake them off. We passed a few closed businesses, and then, to my relief, I saw a gas station with a police car parked outside. Without hesitation, I swerved into the gas station, pulling up right next to the police car. The skeleton-masked drivers hesitated, slowing down as they neared the gas station. Some of them pulled in, only to drive through before peeling off into the night. Eventually, they all left. I stayed in my car, my heart racing, until the officer returned from inside the gas station. I explained what had happened, and he assured me he'd alert other officers in the area. He even offered to follow me on the freeway for a few miles to make sure I wasn't followed again. With the officer trailing behind me, I made it safely to my hotel about an hour later. But that night still haunts me. The eerie stares, the skeletal faces, and the feeling of being hunted. I still don't know who they were or why they targeted me, but I'll never forget that night on the open road, or those hollow eyes staring at me through those masks. A few years back, I was on a solo cross-country road trip, driving an old, worn-out car. I knew it was a gamble to take this car on such a long journey. It was on its last legs. But I wanted to wait until after I moved to get a new one, thinking I'd save myself the hassle. The first few days of driving went smoothly, though the car had a history of stalling. But by day 3, the heat was relentless, and I'd been driving for nearly 10 hours. As night fell, exhaustion weighed heavy on me, and I found myself on a small, isolated highway surrounded by dark, dense woods. It was around 9 p.m. when I felt it, the car beginning to sputter. My heart sank. The road was completely deserted, and with each mile behind me, I'd been slipping deeper into the wilderness. The engine whined, choked, and then the car slowly rolled to a stop at the roadside. I sat in the silence for a moment, my only company the sound of the trees rustling in the night. I tried to start the car again. Nothing. Not a click, not a hum. Frustrated, I reached for my phone to call for help. But when I looked down, dread twisted in my stomach. No service. My mind raced as I realized I was stranded in the middle of nowhere, alone with no cell signal. I thought maybe, if I walked a little down the road, I might catch a signal. I got out and walked about 20 feet, holding my phone up to the sky, praying for even a single bar. Just then, a noise drifted from the woods, a faint rustling followed by a soft crunch of leaves. I turned, expecting maybe a deer, but what I saw made my blood run cold. Between the trees, partially obscured by shadows, were legs, human legs. I couldn't make out the face, only those legs standing eerily still. The sight struck a strange terror in me. Why would anyone be out here at this hour, lurking in the woods? I quickly walked back to my car, locked myself inside and tried to calm down, telling myself it was probably nothing, just a hiker or maybe even my imagination. But then I heard a noise close by, right next to my passenger window. Slowly I turned my head, and there he was. A man was standing inches from my window, his face inches from the glass. His eyes locked onto mine, dark and intense. He looked dirty, disheveled and shirtless, his hair matted, his skin pale against the night. He reached for the door handle, tugging at it, trying to open it. When it didn't budge, his expression twisted, and he began banging on the window, each thud sending a shock through me. Frozen in terror, I could barely breathe. I screamed at him to go away, but he didn't seem to care. Desperately, I looked down at my phone again, willing it to work, but still no service. And then, as suddenly as he'd started, the banging stopped. I looked up to see him backing away from the car. My heart barely had time to settle before he reached down, picked up a heavy stick, and began walking back towards me, gripping it tightly in his hands. I was trapped. I knew I couldn't stay in the car, not with him coming at me like that. But if I ran, where would I go? Just as I was about to make a break for it, I saw bright headlights illuminating the dark road behind me. A large truck pulling up, stopping just a few feet behind my car. I bolted from my car and ran towards the truck, relief washing over me. The driver was a big guy, wearing a camouflage jacket, and he asked if I needed help. Before I could fully explain, he looked past me and saw the shirtless man approaching, wielding that stick. The driver's face hardened, and he reached under his seat, pulling out a gun. Without hesitation, he stepped out of the truck, aiming it squarely at the man, shouting for him to back off. The shirtless man froze, his hands slowly rising into the air, the stick falling to the ground. The truck driver handed me his phone, urging me to call the police, and thank God his phone had service. We waited there, the driver keeping a close eye on the man until the authorities arrived. The police took the shirtless man into custody, and as they led him away, I caught one last look at his face. His eyes, hollow and wild, lingered on me until he disappeared into the back of the police car. That night, I stayed at a small hotel in a nearby town, still shaken from what had happened. As soon as my car was fixed, I sold it the moment I reached my new home. That old car had given me one last memory, one I would never, ever forget. Even now, I can still hear the banging on the window, the stick scraping against the gravel, and that dark, piercing gaze staring at me through the glass. It was a cold winter night, probably one of the darkest December nights I had ever seen. I was 17, just a curious teenager, a bit too intrigued by the things others feared to look at. It was supposed to be a peaceful night at home. Everyone else had long gone to bed, leaving me alone with nothing but my laptop and an unquenchable thirst for mystery. You know how it goes. 1 minute you're watching cat videos on YouTube, and the next you've fallen into a deep rabbit hole, one where you're too far gone to turn back. That night I stumbled upon a video titled Dark Web Horror Stories, What They Don't Want You to Know. At first I didn't think much of it. I thought it was just another spooky video designed to spook out gullible teenagers like me, but something about it, I don't know. It felt different. The faceless narrator told chilling stories of horrors just beyond our reach. Stories of people like me who'd gotten far too curious. I shouldn't have watched it, but I was hooked. The images they painted in my mind didn't scare me. They intrigued me, The dark web, a place where horrors waited just a click away. The more I thought about it, the more I wanted to see it for myself. Could these things be real? Could I really find the forbidden, hidden corners of the internet, the ones where things went bump in the night? I did some research, found out that to access the dark web, you needed a special browser called Tor, and you also had to be careful, which meant a VPN. I hesitated for a while, nerves shooting through my chest, but curiosity won out. I was 17, full of pride, thinking I was invincible, above the fears others had. So that night, with the entire house shrouded in silence, I snuck out of bed, cracked open my laptop, and set everything up. I entered the dark web. At first, nothing happened. It was just what I expected. A chaotic maze of sites with cryptic random names and strange descriptions. Private chats, secret marketplaces, encrypted forums. Nothing too unusual. But then, something caught my eye. A site that didn't look like the others. The screen was completely black, the text barely readable, as if someone went out of their way to make sure it wasn't found. There was no homepage, no welcome message, just one link. It was plain, simple, enter. My heart pounded. It was as if the link was calling to me. I paused for a moment, wondering what the hell I was doing, but my curiosity had already overwhelmed any logical thought. My hand clicked the link. Within moments, a small window popped up on my screen. Please accept our terms and conditions to continue. 2 buttons appeared. Accept and exit. Every part of me screamed to click exit. Every fiber of my being told me to leave before it was too late. But I didn't. I clicked accept. A new screen loaded, and I felt the hairs on my neck stand. It asked for my age. I didn't know why, but without thinking, I typed 18. Why? Maybe because I thought that was what they wanted to hear. But I didn't even realize what I was getting into until the screen changed. No text, no instructions. Just a black screen, flickering slightly, as it loaded something that felt wrong. I felt an icy weight settle in my stomach. Then it started. A dark green screen appeared, followed by an image, a vast barren desert stretching out endlessly under a bruised sky, as if the earth itself had been abandoned. It was so empty that the silence felt deafening. I could almost hear the wind howling across the desolation. It was beautiful. And then I saw the car, a dusty old sedan skimming across the sand, the tires kicking up thick clouds behind it. The car skidded to a halt. 2 men emerged from it, dragging something. At first I thought it was a bundle of cloth, but as they moved into the frame it became painfully clear. It was a person. 2 people, bound, their bodies limp, as though they were no longer human. The men dragged them like rag dolls, and the air around me grew cold. I leaned closer to the screen, trying to make sense of it. One of the men bent down, pulling the lifeless bodies into the sand. He didn't look at them as he shoved them down, as if this was routine. The other man returned to the car and came back with a metal canister. The sun gleamed off of it for a second before he opened it. My stomach turned. I had seen this kind of scene in films, heard the stories, but never in real life. I felt a sense of dread wash over me. I knew what was coming. Then the man pulled out a match. He struck it, and in an instant, flames erupted, licking the bodies. The fire roared to life, dancing in the air as the figures writhed, their flesh burning. But there was no sound. The fire crackled, but there was no scream, no wail, no cry of agony, only silence. It was the silence that made it worse. The flames consumed them hungrily. I felt myself go numb, unable to look away. I wanted to scream, to stop watching, but I couldn't. And then, as if he had felt my presence through the screen, one of the men turned slowly. His eyes locked with mine, cold, lifeless. For a split second it felt like he was staring right through me. And then he raised something, a piece of cardboard. On it, written in stark red letters, "Do you like watching?" I froze. My body went cold, and a heavy, suffocating sensation washed over me. I tried to close the laptop, but my fingers wouldn't move. My heartbeat was thunderous in my chest as I realized I had just watched something I was never meant to see. Something so real. Too real. I slammed the laptop shut with trembling hands, my entire body shaking, but even then, I could feel the weight of the screen, as if the green light was still flickering at me from inside the darkness. I lay in bed that night, too terrified to sleep. My mind replayed those images. Those bodies burning, the eyes staring through the screen, the question that chilled me to my core. I couldn't get it out of my head. It was like I had invited something in, something that watched me, waiting for me to return. The next morning I tried to convince myself it was all a sick, staged thing, a video meant to scare people. But deep down I knew the truth. It wasn't fake. I deleted Tor. I erased the VPN. I did everything I could to bury it. But sometimes late at night when the world is quiet, I swear I see that green light flickering in the corner of my vision. It's like they're still watching, waiting. I don't know if it's just paranoia, or if they really are out there. I was 17 when I first heard about the dark web. It was one of those late-night rabbit holes, you know, when you're half-dazed from clicking link after link, diving deeper into a world you never intended to discover. At first, it was just some random videos, dark web horror stories, eerie tales told by faceless narrators, warning of the things that lurked just beyond the veil. That night, one video stood out. A faceless man, his voice cold and detached, spoke of things I couldn't even comprehend. He described sights that shouldn't exist, horrors so vile they didn't belong in our world. I couldn't look away. Instead of scaring me off, it pulled me deeper. How real was it? Could I actually see these things for myself? The thrill was intoxicating, and the mystery. It was like a temptation I couldn't resist. I didn't think twice. I'd heard enough about the hidden corners of the web, where nothing was as it seemed. Everyone else around me was asleep. It felt like the perfect time to take a deeper dive. I had an old copy of Tor, a browser built to slip through the cracks of the internet unnoticed, and a VPN to cover my tracks. I thought it would be harmless. After all, I wasn't looking for anything illegal, just some old books, maybe a few rare finds. That was the plan. But then, curiosity got the best of me. I started browsing, flipping through directory listings on the dark web, each one more cryptic than the last. I wasn't looking for anything dangerous, or so I thought. I came across one that stood out: Sanctum Services. No flashy logos, no bright colors, just stark white text on a black background. The description was vague, almost too vague. Items for protection, enforcement, and elimination. I couldn't stop myself from clicking. The page loaded slowly, painfully so, like the site was contemplating whether it even wanted me there. The screen flickered and then settled into a black background. The words "loading" blinked in a way that felt deliberate, like the site was studying me, deciding whether I should be allowed to continue. My hands trembled, but I couldn't look away. Finally, the page loaded. It looked like an e-commerce site, only far darker, less inviting. There were no sale banners, no warm greetings. Instead, there were categories like weapons, specialists, connections. Each one felt heavier than the last, like a shadow pressing against my chest. Before I could process what I was seeing, a pop-up flashed on my screen. This site has attempted to access restricted functions. I dismissed it, still too intrigued to care. But then, my screen went black. For a moment it was just me, my face reflected in the dark screen, and the eerie silence of the room. And then the webcam light flickered on. My heart dropped into my stomach. The small green light that usually went unnoticed was now glaring at me. Someone was watching me. Worse, they wanted me to know it. My hands froze, hovering above the keys. Who were they? What did they want? Then, like a slow burn, the text started to appear on the screen. It typed itself, letter by letter, slow and deliberate. Why did you come here? Every cell in my body screamed to shut the laptop, to disconnect, to leave. But I couldn't. My fingers trembled as I typed. I was just looking. The cursor blinked, waiting for a response. I barely had time to think before the text changed. Leave now. My breath hitched, and I tried to close the window, my hands flying across the keyboard. I spammed the keys, hitting the escape button over and over. But the webcam light blinked again, almost as if it were mocking me. Finally, the screen went dark. I couldn't move. I just sat there, paralyzed in the silence that enveloped me. It felt like the walls were closing in, like the very air was thick with something I couldn't name. But the worst part? I knew it wasn't over. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I couldn't even touch the laptop. The webcam light had burned itself into my mind as though someone was watching me, studying me. Every noise, every creak of the floorboards felt amplified. I couldn't sleep. The haunting feeling of eyes on me was too much. 2 years passed, and I convinced myself it was just a glitch. A weird thing with my webcam, maybe. So when I found myself back on tour, browsing cautiously, I convinced myself that the past was behind me. I stuck to what I knew, the Imperial Library of Trainer, a place known for rare books and obscure records. I wasn't looking for trouble. I had nearly forgotten the shadow that still lingered in my memory until I saw it again. The listing for Sanctum services appeared again, like some forgotten nightmare crawling out of the dark. My heart froze. I knew I shouldn't click it, but the temptation was too strong. I clicked. This time, the page loaded instantly, no delay, no ominous waiting. But something was wrong. The categories had changed. Live feeds. My pulse quickened. I didn't want to know what that meant. I clicked. A small window appeared, showing a list of streams. Some were live, others were offline. My eyes scanned the titles. Room 34, Facility Z, Hallway 12. Most of the rooms were empty, but one was not. It showed a figure bound to a chair, bruised and bloodied. His eyes were hollow, staring at the camera with a gaze that pierced through me. It was too real, too disturbing. I'd heard the stories, the ones about live feeds, auctions, and people being sold for entertainment. But seeing it with my own eyes, that was something else. I tried to close the window, my stomach churning, but then my screen flickered again, and the webcam light turned on. This time there was no black screen, just me staring back at my reflection, frozen in horror. Welcome back. I slammed the laptop shut, my heart racing, but the feeling didn't go away. For the next week, I couldn't touch my computer. Every time I glanced at it, I swore I saw the faint glow of the screen, like it was waiting for me to come back, like it was watching me. Then, 2 nights later, I woke to the faint glow of my laptop screen across the room. I hadn't left it on. I hadn't even touched it. But there it was, the screen faintly illuminating the room, and on it, a single word in bold, blood-red letters: run. I wish I could say I ran, but I didn't. I just stood there, frozen in place, staring at the screen as it slowly, eerily faded to black. I still remember the first time I felt the pull of the deep web. It was 5 years ago, a night just like any other, when a late-night rabbit hole led me to something darker. I had spent hours reading about it, one article after another, about hidden places only accessible through something called Tor. The stories all sounded like urban legends, secret sites full of things you'd never find on the normal internet. But curiosity, that dark, forbidden curiosity, got the best of me. I'd heard whispers of what lay beyond the surface web. Stolen goods, dark marketplaces, and even worse, places where you could get anything, do anything. I told myself it was just some strange place for out-of-print books or rare finds. But as soon as I opened Tor, I realized I had no idea what I was walking into. The first place I was told to visit was the Hidden Wiki. It wasn't flashy or designed to draw you in. It was just a plain page with links to sites with names I could barely pronounce. Most of the topics were disturbing, some so grotesque I almost closed the window, but something kept me scrolling. The tone was what stuck with me. It was detached, clinical even. This wasn't some underworld written about with shock or anger. This was just normal. Then I came across a link that caught my eye. The Bugcatcher's Cult. I won't get into what it was about, but the descriptions were so graphic, so deeply wrong that I almost felt like I'd made a mistake. I quickly closed it, but my hands shook. This wasn't a place for books, this was something darker. And then at the bottom of the page, I saw it. A link that wasn't like the others. No description, no catchy title, just a cold, unmarked URL. Against all instincts, I clicked on it. The page flickered. For a moment I thought maybe I'd triggered some kind of error. But then the screen loaded, revealing a single sentence in stark white text. Are you ready to see the truth? My heart pounded in my chest. The screen seemed to hum with an unnatural energy, like it was waiting for something. I hesitated, feeling a pull in my gut. And then before I could stop myself, I typed, I don't know. The words on the screen changed immediately, as if it was reading my thoughts. Curiosity comes at a price. I felt my stomach drop. Then the images started. First, they were just flashes, twisted faces, contorted bodies, scenes that didn't make sense. But then they grew clearer. Faces that weren't human, half-finished, grotesque, as if they'd been stitched together in the dark. A figure bound to a chair, face bruised and eyes hollow with terror. The images spiraled faster, each one more disturbing than the last. My hand shook as I tried to look away, but I couldn't. Something in me. Then came the live feed. It was dimly lit, but it didn't matter. In the center of the room sat a chair, empty. But as I stared, a figure appeared. A person, hunched over, bound and silent. Their face wasn't visible at first, but then the camera shifted, revealing a face I couldn't forget. It was Marcos, a name I recognized from one of the old forums, a name linked to the Sanctum service, a legend I had read about in hushed whispers. Marcos, the enforcer, the one who dealt with problems, no questions asked. But something was off. The shadows moved behind him. Not normal shadows, though. These were alive. They shifted in the dark corners, watching, waiting. You could be here, the text appeared on the screen. My heart skipped a beat. It was like the screen was taunting me. I slammed the laptop shut, the sound of the metal clanging too loud in the still room. But then I heard something. A faint beep. It was coming from the laptop. Slowly, I opened it, and there, in the center of the screen, was a single line of text. Don't try to hide. We see you. I froze. I ripped the battery out of the laptop, my hands shaking, my breath coming in short gasps. But the message didn't stop. My mind raced. How could they know? I wasn't even sure if I was dreaming. Was I being watched right now from somewhere out there in the void? I listened to the silence, to the way every creak in the house felt amplified, as though I was being stalked. I didn't sleep for days. Each time I opened my laptop, I checked for any signs of strange programs running in the background, for anything that felt off. But nothing ever showed up. Yet every time I closed my eyes, I felt it, the creeping dread, the sense that someone somewhere was waiting for me to slip up. Then one night, almost a year later, I found myself on tour again. I thought it was over, that I was safe, but I wasn't. I clicked on a link titled Sanctum Live. I knew it was a mistake the moment the page loaded. The first feed I clicked on showed a room, but it wasn't empty. Someone was tied to a chair in the center, a man named David. His face was familiar. He'd been one of the bug catchers, someone I'd read about. His lips were sealed with a strange waxy substance, his eyes wide open in silent horror. A shadow moved behind him, tall, looming. Then another feed popped up. This one wasn't live, but it showed something that made my blood run cold. It was an image of my own face, captured through my webcam. No green light this time, just the cold reflection of me, staring back at myself, terrified. "We know who you are," the text read. I slammed the laptop shut again, but it didn't matter. The fear I'd felt before was nothing compared to what I felt now. I could feel the eyes on me, watching me, waiting. I could feel Marcos's presence in the room, even though I knew he wasn't there. It's been months since that night, but I still hear the faintest noise sometimes. A click, a whisper, a shadow that moves just out of sight. The worst part? I don't think I'll ever be free of them. They're out there, somewhere, and they know my name. It was one of those cold, biting March nights, the kind where the chill seeps into your bones and refuses to leave. I had just stumbled through the door after a long shift, exhaustion hitting me like a ton of bricks. All I wanted was a moment of peace, a cold beer in hand and the comfort of silence. I sank onto the couch, eyes closed, hoping the quiet would wash away the stress clinging to me. But peace, as it turned out, was the last thing that night had in store. I took a long sip, barely bothering to turn on the TV. The house was calm, quiet, almost too still. I felt an odd prickling at the back of my mind, but I brushed it off, blaming it on the exhaustion. As I flipped mindlessly through the channels, the screen suddenly went dark. Every light in the house flickered once, then died with a sharp electric pop that echoed through the silence. My heart raced, even though I was used to these outages. Our house had a habit of losing power for no apparent reason. But that night it felt different. Ominous. Curious, I stepped outside to check if the outage had affected the neighborhood. As the door closed softly behind me, I glanced around. A few houses were still lit up, their windows glowing softly in the dark. The problem was just my house. Frustrated, I turned back, but as I reached for the door handle, it wouldn't budge. My stomach twisted. I tried again, rattling the handle harder, but it was locked. My heart began to pound as I pounded on the door, calling out to my wife. Silence. Panic set in, clawing up my throat as I raced to the back door. Locked. Every entry sealed shut. A deep chill crept into my bones. Something was terribly wrong. My pulse raced as I made my way around to the side of the house, hoping to check the breaker. But then, I froze. The garden hose, which I'd coiled neatly just hours before, was unspooled and strewn haphazardly across the yard. It lay limp on the grass, snaking toward the breaker box, its purpose clear as day. Someone had been here. Someone had cut the power, and they were still inside. Cold dread took hold as I crept to a nearby window, peering into the darkness of my own home. Two beams of light swayed through the shadows, flashlights dancing like restless spirits, illuminating unfamiliar shapes in my living room. My mind went numb with fury and terror. Intruders were rifling through my home as if they owned it. I reached instinctively for my phone, but my pocket was empty. I'd left it on the couch in my rush for comfort. A curse slipped through my clenched teeth. I knew I should run to the neighbors for help, call the police, get someone here fast. But a horrible thought seized me, gripping me tighter than fear itself. My wife was still inside, asleep and unaware, a silent target in her own home. I couldn't leave her there, vulnerable to whatever was lurking in the dark. Grabbing a handful of rocks from the garden, I hurled one at our bedroom window. The silence shattered. A second rock, then a third, until I saw her startled face appear in the window, her eyes wide with confusion. I gestured frantically, mouthing to her to hide, to stay silent. She vanished from view, disappearing into the shadows. With my heart hammering, I sprinted to my neighbor's door, pounding on it with desperate urgency. After explaining, barely catching my breath, I used his phone to call the police, my voice a mix of rage and terror. As I waited on his porch, every second felt like a lifetime. The dark consuming my fears, my hopes, all but the raw dread clawing at my chest. Finally, the police arrived, their flashing lights piercing the dark. I ran out to meet them, leading them to the back of the house. They swept inside, weapons drawn, but it was too late. The back door hung ajar, swinging slightly, a mocking reminder of our vulnerability. Whoever had been there had vanished into the night, leaving only the chilling echo of their intrusion behind. My wife's face was pale, her hands shaking as she clung to me. When she spoke, her voice was barely a whisper, each word cutting deeper than the last. She described how moments after hiding, she heard the bedroom door creak open. A stranger's heavy steps entered, stopping only a few feet away. And then she heard it, the unmistakable metallic click of a gun cocking, the stranger standing motionless, listening. She lay there, hidden and paralyzed, while the intruder lingered, as though savoring the terror he had instilled. She was certain he had heard me throwing the rocks, and it may have saved her life. To this day, I can't shake the guilt, the chilling what-ifs that haunt me. What if I hadn't gone outside? What if I hadn't thrown the rocks? Even now, when I walk through that door every night, there's a part of me that wonders if I'll feel that same terrifying chill again, because we never did move. We still live in that house, and every creak, every shadow in the corner of my eye, it feels like they're still there, watching, waiting. It had been a stormy Friday night, the kind that sets a heavy, foreboding mood over the world, making everything seem dark and twisted. The wind howled like a beast, slamming against the house, rattling the windows as if the elements themselves were trying to tear it apart. Outside, the rain lashed against the glass in sheets, so thick it looked like a wall of water, blocking out everything beyond. The storm felt alive, as though it were watching, waiting, but inside, in the dim glow of the basement, it was oddly peaceful, almost cozy in its own eerie way. I had just moved back in with my parents, defeated by the struggles of life. My older brother, the golden child, had always been the successful one, the one who had it all figured out. I'd spent years trying to follow in his footsteps, but I always seemed to be a few steps behind. It wasn't that I resented him, it was just the way life worked out. And now, after years of trying to make it on my own, I was back home, living in the basement, tucked away from the world like some forgotten shadow. My parents were out for the weekend, leaving me to my own devices. The basement was far from a typical dreary storage space. It had a sort of strange charm to it. A small kitchen, a bathroom, an office, and a bedroom with a bed that, while small, was just enough to make me feel like I was still somewhat independent. There was a TV with my old video games, which felt like a small piece of my old life. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Enough to keep me distracted from the relentless frustration of being stuck. That night, I had settled in with a beer, the warmth of the storm outside the perfect backdrop to my peaceful escape. The wind outside roared, pushing against the house, but here in my basement, I was sheltered from it all. I closed my eyes, letting the sound of the storm wash over me, the rhythm of the rain against the windows lulling me towards sleep. But then, it happened. The lights flickered, and without warning, everything went black. The sudden silence that followed felt unnatural. The hum of electricity, the comforting glow of the lights, all of it disappeared in an instant. I groaned in annoyance. The storm had probably knocked out the power, I thought. I didn't want to deal with it. I was tired, too tired to be bothered. I didn't even know where the breaker was, and honestly, I didn't care. It was just a power outage, nothing to worry about. I closed my eyes again, trying to ignore the dark, empty space around me. But the quiet was unsettling. There was something about it that didn't sit right, something off. I tried to shake off the feeling, but it lingered like a shadow. And then I heard it. A loud thud. Unnatural. Heavy. It hit one of the basement windows with such force that I jumped, my heart racing in my chest. My first thought was that a tree branch had fallen, or maybe the storm had knocked something loose. But this was different. It was too sharp, too deliberate, like someone had thrown something. Reluctantly, I grabbed my phone, using the flashlight to navigate through the pitch-black room. Every step felt like it echoed in the silence, like the house itself was holding its breath. As I approached the window, I held my phone up, squinting through the glass, trying to see through the darkness outside. And then I saw it. My blood ran cold. There, pressed against the window, was a face. A man's face, pale and drenched from the rain, eyes wide open, staring straight at me. For a moment, time stopped. My heart stuttered in my chest as we locked eyes. And then, just as quickly, he moved away from the window. I stumbled back, almost dropping my phone, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. What had I just seen? The terror in my chest was overwhelming. My mind raced, but before I could process what had happened, another sound reached my ears. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, creaking above me. Someone was upstairs, in my house. The panic surged within me. I was alone, and there were strangers in my home, but there was more. I knew they weren't just breaking in. They knew I was down here. I froze, my mind spinning. I grabbed my phone to call the police, but then I remembered. The power outage had cut off the Wi-Fi. My phone had no signal down here in the basement. I was trapped alone and cut off from the outside world. There was no way to contact anyone, no way to call for help. The only thing I could do was wait. But waiting meant the strangers would have time to find me, and they were coming. I tried to think, tried to calm myself, but the panic was like a vice around my chest, squeezing tighter with each passing second. I couldn't just sit here, not while they were upstairs. I needed to get out. Quietly, I moved toward the stairs, my heart pounding in my throat. I reached the top and peered around the stairwell. My breath hitched. There were 3 figures moving through the house, their flashlights cutting through the dark. I watched, frozen in place. One of them turned, the beam of the flashlight sweeping across their body, and I saw it. A gun. My blood turned to ice. One of them was carrying a gun. I held my breath, not daring to move. They were murmuring to each other in low voices, their words muffled by the heavy storm outside. Then one of them said something that made my stomach drop. Alex is in the basement. Go find him. How did they know my name? My mind raced, the world spinning around me. They were looking for me. I had to get out. I had to move. But I was cornered. If they found me, I didn't know what would happen. I couldn't take the chance. I backed away from the stairs as quietly as I could, every muscle in my body frozen with fear. I couldn't let them hear me, couldn't let them know where I was. I searched frantically, looking for a way out. But the basement was sealed tight. All the windows were locked from the inside. There was no escape. But then I saw it, a stool, sitting by the corner. Without thinking, I grabbed it and dragged it over to one of the basement windows. It was my only shot. I climbed up, smashing my elbow through the glass, sending shards flying everywhere. The pain in my arm was sharp, but it didn't matter. I had no time to feel it. I pulled myself through the broken window, feeling the glass cut into my skin, but I didn't stop. The rain soaked me instantly, but I didn't care. I ran, slipping in the mud, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't stop to look back, didn't stop to check if they were chasing me. I just ran as fast as I could until I reached a neighbor's house, and finally I got a signal on my phone. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely dial the police, but I managed to get through. By the time the officers arrived and searched the house, it was too late. Whoever had broken in was long gone, leaving nothing but chaos behind. They'd taken everything, stolen more than I could count. And the power outage? It had been no accident. It was intentional. The police couldn't offer any answers. No fingerprints, no clues, just an empty house with all the signs of a brutal robbery. My parents were furious. They didn't understand how it could have happened, why I hadn't done more. They threatened to kick me out, to send me away. But I begged them. I couldn't leave. I had nowhere to go. But the truth was, I didn't know if I could stay either. Every night, I wonder. Every creak of the floor, every flicker of the lights makes my heart race. I can still see his face pressed against the window, and I can still hear the voice, calling my name from upstairs. They knew where I was. They knew my name. And that thought haunts me. Who were they? Why did they target me? What would have happened if I hadn't escaped? The answers are out there, waiting, and I can't shake the feeling that they'll come back for me. Every storm that hits now feels like a warning, a reminder that I'm not alone. I can never forget what happened that night, and I'll never stop looking over my shoulder. I'm a security guard and I work the night shift at a quiet suburban warehouse far away from any bustling city or town. It's as lonely as it sounds. My job isn't complicated. I walk the aisles, check the locks, and make sure no one's trying to steal anything. But there are nights when something feels. It was a Thursday night when everything changed. The rain hammered down in sheets, making the windows rattle and the roof groan under the pressure. I checked my phone, watching the storm updates. I wasn't thrilled about the idea of driving home in those conditions, but I told myself I could make it through. It was eerily quiet. The only sound was the occasional hum of the lights above and the distant thrum of thunder. But as the hours ticked by, the storm outside grew more intense, and the power inside the warehouse began to flicker. At first, it was nothing serious, just a few moments of darkness, but it came back each time. Then, it happened. The lights went out completely. The warehouse was plunged into a suffocating darkness so thick it felt like it could swallow me whole. My heart skipped a beat. I cursed under my breath, realizing that the responsibility for fixing it now rested solely on my shoulders. It wasn't a difficult task, just unplug some machinery, check the breakers, and get the lights back on. But the thought of navigating this massive dark building alone made my skin crawl. My flashlight flickered on, the beam of light cutting through the oppressive dark like a tiny sliver of hope. My footsteps echoed off the metal shelves, each one sounding louder than the last. It was unsettling. The silence in the warehouse was unnatural, and each creak of the building felt like an unseen presence was lurking just out of sight. As I began my task, I heard it. A loud metallic clatter, distant but unmistakable. It rang out from somewhere deep within the warehouse. I froze. My mind tried to reason with itself, telling me it was just the storm, the wind shaking the building, but the sound, it didn't belong. I should have ignored it. I should have gone straight to the breakers, but curiosity gnawed at me. I walked toward the source of the noise, my flashlight shaking in my hand. As I turned a corner, my breath caught in my throat. A faint beam of light darted across the shelves, moving just like my own flashlight. It clicked off as quickly as I saw it, disappearing into the dark. I blinked, staring at the spot where the light had been. No one should have been here. I was the only one on shift tonight. I took a step forward, my heart hammering in my chest, my breath shallow. I called out into the empty aisles, but no response came. It was just me. Or so I thought. When I reached the spot where I had seen the light, the aisle was empty. Just rows and rows of crates stacked high, casting eerie shadows in the dim light. I wasn't imagining it. I knew what I had seen. My gut twisted. Something was wrong. I considered calling the police, but then I thought better of it. What would I tell them? That I saw a light, but no one was here? They'd think I was losing it. Still, something wasn't right. I shook my head and pushed the thought aside. I had a job to do. The lights wouldn't fix themselves. But just as I made my way toward the circuit room, I was hit by a smell. It was metallic, stale, like rusted iron mixed with stagnant water. The stench was coming from one of the loading bays where crates were piled high, floor to ceiling. My flashlight flickered across the polished concrete floor, and that's when I saw it. 2 sets of wet footprints. They were fresh, and they led into one of the storage aisles. My stomach twisted, and a cold sweat broke out on my skin. The logical part of me told me to leave, to call the police, to get out. But my job was to protect this place. I couldn't just leave. I followed the trail, my feet moving despite the fear clawing at my insides. The closer I got, the more I heard it. The faintest whispers. Soft, almost drowned out by the storm outside. It sounded like 2 people talking, but the words were unintelligible, carried on the wind of some unseen presence. The tone was tense, urgent, like something was about to go terribly wrong. I clicked off my flashlight and held my breath. I gripped my taser, praying it would be enough if I had to defend myself. I crept forward, my heart pounding in my ears, and turned the corner. Nothing. No one was there. The whisper stopped. The hairs on my neck stood on end as I stood in the empty aisle, my flashlight trembling in my hand. How? How could they have vanished so quickly? My thoughts were racing. This wasn't just a glitch. It was something much worse. But I couldn't just abandon my post. I had to get the lights back on. I couldn't risk losing my job over this. I found my way to the circuit room and began working on the breakers, my hands trembling as I fumbled in the dark. The silence was maddening, the weight of it pressing down on me like a heavy blanket. And then it happened. A scraping sound, faint at first, but growing louder, closer. My flashlight swung toward the noise. There, just a few feet away, was a crowbar, a metal tool lying innocently on the floor, but it hadn't been there before. I had just walked past this spot. Whoever was in here with me, they were armed. I called out, hoping to bluff whoever was out there. "I'm armed," I yelled, though my words felt hollow. My finger tightened on the taser, but I knew I needed to get out of there. I had to leave. I couldn't stay in this place a moment longer. Just as I turned to leave, a loud crash echoed from the far side of the building. My heart skipped a beat. The unmistakable sound of running footsteps followed, growing louder, faster. I spun around and ran. I could hear them behind me, the footsteps pounding the concrete like the beat of a war drum. Whoever they were coming for me, and they were fast. My only thought was to keep running, to get to the exit and never look back. I darted through the aisles, my breath coming in ragged gasps. But the footsteps fading. The sound of pursuit slowly vanished. I dared to stop, my chest heaving, and for a moment I thought I had escaped. I made my way to the exit and stepped outside into the pouring rain, my legs shaking. My heart was still racing, the adrenaline still pumping through my veins. I called the police. The words tumbled out of my mouth in a panic. "Please, come quickly." When they arrived, they searched the place, but the two figures were gone without a trace. The police were helpful, even resetting the power for me, but my boss? He wasn't so understanding. He gave me a hard time for leaving the job early, nearly firing me. I couldn't shake the images from that night. The figures, the crowbar, the whispers. What did they want? Why did they chase me? And the worst part, I still worked the night shift in that very warehouse. But now, at least, I'm not alone. My boss finally started putting a second person on the shift. But no matter how many people are with me, I can never forget the feeling that something is still lurking in those dark aisles, waiting for the next time the lights go out. And I pray that next time, I won't be alone. It was my first day at the new job as a secretary for a mid-sized insurance company, and I thought the worst thing that could happen would be a little bit of office stress. I couldn't have been more wrong. From the moment I walked in, everything felt off. It wasn't just the unfamiliar faces or the hum of the fluorescent lights above. It was the cold, unsettling tension in the air. Lucas, my boss, wasn't like the other managers I'd heard about. He was aggressive, sharp, and always watching. My first mistake, I printed out the wrong packet for his presentation. I knew something was wrong when his eyes locked on mine in front of everyone. His voice, low and venomous, echoed in the silence of the office. "One more mistake, and you're gone." I could feel the weight of his gaze, like he was reading me, waiting for me to slip up again. The rest of the day dragged on in a fog. Every move I made felt like it was being monitored, watched. The air felt thick, like something was lurking just beneath the surface, waiting to pounce. But then, the idea hit me. I needed to make things right, fast. I noticed that Lucas had a thing for Dunkin' Donuts. Every morning without fail, he picked up a dozen donuts. I thought to myself, maybe this would be the ticket to getting on his good side. So on Friday morning, I set my alarm for 6:30 a.m., hoping I could beat him there. When I walked into the donut shop, the warm scent of fresh pastries wrapped around me like a comforting blanket. But something felt wrong. The cashier was a young girl, Emma. Her smile was soft, yet there was an unease in her eyes I couldn't quite place. We exchanged pleasantries, and I told her how stressed I was about my new job. She nodded sympathetically, mentioning how she had just escaped a toxic relationship with a married man. She seemed relieved, but as I paid for the donuts, I noticed her gaze shift. Her eyes locked onto my uniform and her face dropped. She looked at me as if she'd seen a ghost. You work there?" she whispered, her voice trembling. I asked her what was wrong, but she just handed me the donuts and said, "Don't worry, everything will be fine," her voice thick with something I couldn't place. A sense of dread washed over me as I left the shop. It was as though I had just stepped into a nightmare. Outside, I saw Lucas pulling into the parking lot, and without thinking, I ducked behind a car to hide. He entered the shop as I watched from the shadows, my heart pounding. I didn't know it then, but that moment was the last time I would ever see Emma alive. That evening, I sat down to watch the local news, my mind still occupied with the strange encounter at the donut shop. And then the report came on. A body had been discovered behind the Dunkin' Donuts, discarded in a dumpster like trash. It was Emma. My stomach churned as they showed her picture on the screen. She had been murdered that morning, her life violently snuffed out. The police were asking for any information that might lead to the killer, but they had no leads. Whoever did this had been careful, shutting off the security cameras in the restaurant before the deed was done. I froze, my thoughts raced. I had been one of the last people to see her alive, and I remembered that Lucas had been there too. He had entered the shop right after me. Surely he knew something. Maybe he could help. But I hesitated. Something told me that there was more to Lucas than I had ever suspected. That night I told myself I would ask him about it in the morning. The next day, Lucas was in his usual good spirits, a stark contrast to the grim atmosphere that had once hung over him. I seized the opportunity, pulling him aside into his office. I mentioned the murder, and his face paled for a moment before it quickly returned to its usual mask of calm. I asked if he remembered the girl working at Dunkin' that day. He stiffened, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What do you know about Emma?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. His smile faltered, and for a split second, his mask cracked. "Why are you asking about her?" His voice was cold, his eyes narrowing into something dark, something predatory. I tried to press further, but he cut me off, refusing to tell me anything. Instead, he suggested that we go to the police together. I thought it was strange, but I agreed, desperate for answers. We got into the elevator together, and I thought we were heading to the ground floor, but Lucas pressed a button for the roof. Confused, I asked what was going on, but he only said he had a quick errand to run. As the elevator door slid open to the rooftop, my heart stopped. I could feel the air growing colder, the space between us growing more suffocating. Lucas pushed me onto the roof. His smile had vanished, replaced by a look I can only describe as madness. He locked the elevator behind us, trapping us on the roof. I could see it in his eyes. He was no longer the boss I feared. He was something else, something darker. He took a step closer, and I instinctively backed away, my pulse racing. You killed her, didn't you?" I whispered, terrified. Lucas smirked. "She rejected me," he said, his voice calm, almost indifferent. "And now she's gone. Just like you'll be if you say anything." I felt my legs weaken, but I refused to back down. "You don't have to do this," I pleaded, but it was too late. His grin twisted further, a look of triumph in his eyes. He moved closer, and in that moment I knew he was going to kill me too. "I'm sorry," he muttered, his hands reaching for me. "I wish I'd gotten to know you better." Before he could push me, I acted. Years of training in Taekwondo kicked in as I grabbed his wrists and twisted my body. In a split second, Lucas lost his balance and toppled backward, his body flying off the edge. The world stood still as I heard the sickening thud of his body hitting the concrete below. I looked down, my heart racing, and saw his lifeless form, his neck snapped at an unnatural angle. The police arrived soon after. I told them everything, about the rooftop, about Emma, about Lucas's confession. They didn't believe me at first, but when one of the officers unlocked Lucas's phone, the photos of him with Emma were all the proof they needed. They let me go, but warned me they might need me again later. That was a week ago. I'm still working at the same company, but without Lucas looming over me, the office feels different now. Lighter somehow. The weight that had been crushing me for so long has finally lifted. But sometimes, when I close my eyes at night, I still hear his voice. That chilling, insane whisper. There weren't supposed to be any witnesses. And then I wonder, was I the only one who survived? Jane, my sister, who had been staying at my place for a few days while her husband, Mark, was on a business trip. They'd only been married for less than a year, and I could see how much she missed him. I tried my best to cheer her up, but no matter what, her mind was always on Mark. On the first morning she was here, I decided to surprise her. There was a Dunkin' Donuts on the other side of town, and I knew it was her favorite. She was still fast asleep when I quietly slipped out the door and headed out. It was a long drive, but I didn't mind. I wanted to make her smile. I pulled up, parked, and rushed inside, ordering a half-dozen donuts, just enough for the two of us. I was in a hurry to get back before Jane woke up. I paid the cashier and turned around to leave, but then something made me pause. A chill ran down my spine as I saw them, Mark and a woman I didn't recognize, sitting in the back corner of the restaurant. Mark's face was turned away, trying to hide himself, but I knew it was him. He was supposed to be in another city on a business trip. My stomach dropped, and for a moment the room seemed to spin. Was he cheating on Jane? I couldn't make sense of it, but I couldn't ignore the reality of what I was seeing. The woman with him was acting nervously. Her face flushed, and Mark wasn't meeting my eyes. I walked up to their table, my voice trembling with disbelief. "What are you doing here?" I asked him, my heart racing. Mark mumbled something about picking up donuts for a work conference, but I knew it was a lie. They had only 2 donuts, one for each, and both were half-eaten. The woman's face turned bright red, a clear sign that she realized they had been caught. Anger surged through me, but I kept my voice steady. I had to show Jane. I pulled out my phone and snapped a quick photo of them, trying not to make it obvious. Without saying another word, I turned and walked back to the counter to grab the box of donuts. Mark shouted after me, but I ignored him, my mind whirling as I headed for the door. I knew what I had to do, but I didn't want to be the one to break Jane's heart. As soon as I got to my car, I sat there for a long moment, my fingers gripping the steering wheel, my mind reeling with the terrible discovery. I needed to go home and tell Jane, but how could I? I turned the ignition and pulled out of the parking lot, but something caught my eye. Mark's car was following me. The roads were empty, and I could feel the tension in the air. Mark's beat-up Nissan was speeding behind me, not trying to hide that he was tailing me. He wasn't being subtle. He was tailgating me so closely that it felt like he might run me off the road at any second. I pushed my foot down on the gas, and so did he. The speedometer jumped, and panic gripped me as Mark's car swerved dangerously close to mine. He was honking, flashing his headlights, urging me to pull over. I had never seen Mark act like this. He'd always been calm, reserved, a little boring even. But now he was a different person entirely. I was terrified. My heart was hammering in my chest. My foot pressed harder on the accelerator, my hands shaking on the wheel. Then, the worst happened. Mark slammed into the back of my car. I felt the force jolt me forward, my body jerking against the seatbelt. The world around me seemed to blur as I lost control of the car. My vision swam, and in less than a second, I was careening off the road and crashing into a tree. Everything went black. I woke up to searing pain in my head, my body aching from the crash. I couldn't see anything, only darkness, the airbag still pressed against my face. I felt a throbbing pain in my nose. It had to be broken. But something else terrified me even more. The voices. I could hear Mark and the woman talking, but it wasn't just their voices that made me freeze. It was what they were saying. "Is she dead?" The woman's voice trembled. "I sure hope so." Mark's voice was cold, too calm. My heart stopped. Mark didn't care about me. He was planning to leave me for dead. I felt a hand slip into my pocket, my phone being taken from me. The sickening sound of it being smashed followed, and then Mark's voice again. "What if she's still alive?" The woman sounded more concerned now, though I couldn't tell if she was worried about me or the possibility of being caught. "I'll handle it," Mark assured her, his voice dark. "Just stay calm." I felt hands grabbing me, pulling me from the wreckage, my body barely functioning. My only option was to pretend, to play dead. If I moved, if I showed any sign of life, he might finish what he started. I lay motionless, my body screaming in pain, my mind racing. Mark walked away, telling the woman he'd be right back. I could barely hear her through my agony as she muttered to herself. This was my chance. As fast as I could, I pushed myself up. Every part of my body screamed in protest, but I didn't stop. I had to escape. I limped, one of my ankles twisted at an odd angle, but I had no choice. I needed to get to safety. I could hear Mark coming back, and when I looked over my shoulder, I saw him running toward me. I pushed myself harder, but the pain was too much. The incline was steep, and with every step it felt like my leg might snap. I was almost there, almost to the road, when Mark grabbed me by the shoulders, dragging me back down the hill. The pain in my ankle was unbearable. I gasped, tasting blood, trying to speak, but no words came out. "Why did you have to take that photo?" Mark's voice was a cold whisper as he stood over me. Tears blurred my vision. I couldn't answer him. I couldn't move. I could only watch in horror as he raised a huge rock over his head, his eyes wild with anger. "This will be easier," he muttered, his grip tightening, but just before he could bring it down, I heard a scream. Someone was coming toward us, the woman. She tackled Mark to the ground, and the rock fell with a loud thud, missing me by inches. "You need to stop this, Mark," she screamed. The tension in the air was thick. I raised my head and looked toward the road. Drivers had stopped, watching, some recording the scene with their phones. It was enough to make Mark panic. Without a word, he turned and ran. The woman stood up, slowly raising her hands, surrendering. I don't know what happened after that. The pain overtook me and I blacked out. When I woke up again, I was in a hospital room. Everything felt numb, but I was alive. Jane was sitting next to me, tears in her eyes. "Are you okay?" she whispered when she saw that I was awake. I nodded weakly, my heart aching for her. Jane didn't deserve any of this. She didn't deserve the betrayal or the horror, but when she told me that Mark was still missing, that the police were searching for him, my mind couldn't process it. The woman had already been arrested. Jane sniffled and pulled out a paper bag. "I brought you something. Maybe this will make you feel better." I reached out, and when I saw what she was holding, I couldn't help but smile. A single donut. I took it from her, biting into it hungrily. It was the best donut I'd ever tasted, but somehow I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more in that bite, something I would never forget. Because that donut wasn't just a symbol of comfort. It was a reminder that in the end, sometimes what you think is sweet can be bitter beyond belief. Dunkin' Donuts has become my little ritual. Every morning, a small indulgence in a world full of chaos. It's not just the coffee, though. It's the familiarity, the routine, the workers knowing my order before I even say a word. Sure, there are times they get it wrong. But hey, mistakes happen, especially when you're a regular, pulling into that drive-thru as often as I do. It was just another typical morning when I pulled into the long line at Dunkin'. But this time, something was off. The line was longer than usual. Cars stretched around the building, snaking out into the parking lot, barely leaving enough room for me to pull my little sedan up to the ordering window. I knew I was pushing it. I was already running late for work, and this delay would make me even later. I quickly texted my manager, telling her I'd be a few minutes late, but would make it up to the team with donuts. She agreed, but her message was clear. "Don't be too late. There's a 9:30 meeting." As I settled into the long wait, something strange happened. A black truck pulled up behind me. Not just any truck, this one had 6 wheels, not 4. It was massive, towering over my little sedan. I watched in my rearview mirror as the truck's driver laid on the horn, the sound echoing through the parking lot like an angry growl. I shrugged, unsure what else to do. There was nowhere to go. The line was stagnant, cars inching forward one by one. But he wasn't having it. The truck's driver revved his engine again and motioned for me to move forward. I tried to mouth a polite "I can't," but he wasn't having it. The honking continued, louder now, an assault on my ears. I turned around, my patience thinning, but there was no escaping this nightmare. The driver didn't back off. Instead, he just ramped up the noise as if daring me to move forward. What was he expecting from me? Was he going to ram me with his truck? Finally, the line moved just enough for the man to pull into a parking space. I thought that was the end of it, but no. The engine roared behind me, the revving relentless. Then came the shouting, loud, unintelligible curses. I flipped him off, my patience finally gone, and his response was immediate. He revved his engine in anger. I just wanted to get my coffee and get away from this maniac. But as I pulled away from the drive-thru, I glanced into my rearview mirror. His truck was still there, following me. My heart dropped. I tried to keep calm, reminding myself of the time. It wasn't my fault I was stuck in the drive-thru, and I certainly didn't deserve this. But the more I drove, the closer he stayed. Every time I stopped at a light, his truck would creep up beside me, his engine growling like some wild beast in the night. I texted my manager, telling her what was happening. She gave me a pass on the morning meeting, but I couldn't shake the fear. This wasn't just some guy angry about his coffee order anymore. It felt like something more, something darker. For a good 30 minutes I drove in circles, trying to lose him, but no matter which way I turned, he stayed right behind me. His headlights flashed, his engine roared, each rev louder than the last, as if trying to pull me into some nightmare I couldn't escape. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he took a turn, and I lost sight of him. I breathed a sigh of relief, but that relief was short-lived. The rest of my day passed uneventfully. I tried to ignore what had happened, but something in the pit of my stomach told me that the nightmare wasn't over. And then, around 2 a.m., it came again. The sound of an engine revving. I bolted upright in bed, my heart racing. I peered through the window. There, parked in front of my house, was the truck. It was him. The lights flashed on and off as he revved the engine, the growl of the engine vibrating through my walls. I didn't know what to do. I called the police, but they told me there was nothing they could do unless he did something more. They sent a unit, but when they arrived, the truck had already driven off. The next night, it was the same thing, and the night after that. For 5 nights, the truck was there, parked outside my house, revving its engine like some twisted ritual. I called the police again, but the man never did anything wrong. At least, nothing official. He just sat there haunting me every night, his engine growling in the darkness like a threat I couldn't escape. On the 5th night, I'd had enough. I couldn't take it anymore. I walked outside to confront him, heart pounding in my chest, the night air cold against my skin. I shouted, "What is your problem?" There was a pause. Then he killed the engine. The silence was deafening. The man slowly climbed out of his truck. He was massive, bald, wearing a thick leather jacket. In his hand, a baseball bat. "You're everything I hate about women," he sneered, stalking toward me. His words cut through the night like a knife. The rage in his eyes was palpable. I didn't wait to see what else he might do. I turned and ran for my front door, but he was fast. He reached me before I could even touch the handle, yanking me back by my hair and dragging me into my house. I could feel the cold sweat pouring down my back as I reached for anything to defend myself, grabbing the nearest knife. But it wasn't enough. He was closing in. Just then, I heard the sound of sirens, a rush of red and blue flashing lights. The man turned, surprised. In that moment, I saw my chance. The police burst through the door, guns drawn, and demanded he let me go. He hesitated, then dropped the bat. They cuffed him quickly, and with one last look, he was gone, taken away. The police told me I was lucky. Road rage had never escalated like this before, but I knew one thing for sure. I would never forget the sound of that engine. And I pray, for the next person who flips him off, that they never encounter what I did. Thanksgiving morning began like any other, a chill in the air, the faint aroma of Olivia's pumpkin pie wafting through our cozy little house. But as the frost melted off the rooftops, flashing red and blue lights bathed the neighborhood in a surreal glow. I should have stayed inside. I should have ignored it like I always do. But something about that day felt wrong. And by the end of the week, I would wish I had never stepped outside. It all began with a smell. Not your usual garbage on a hot day kind of stink, but something worse. Sweet and putrid, like rotting fruit mixed with raw meat. It clung to the back of your throat, making you gag every time you tried to breathe. Olivia, my wife, was the first to notice. Maybe raccoons got into the bins again, she muttered, pulling the curtains aside to peer at the commotion 2 doors down. The house belonged to Mr. Elliot. Quiet, wiry, and forgettable. Strange guy, Olivia had always said, though no one really knew much about him. He lived alone ever since his wife vanished years ago. Rumors swirled, as they do in small neighborhoods, but no one dared to ask questions. That evening, the police were still at his house, flashlights darting across the yard like fireflies. Olivia peeked from behind the blinds, her face pale as a sheet. Then the coroner's van pulled up. "He's dead," she whispered. By the time the turkey was in the oven, the whole neighborhood was buzzing. Speculation spread like wildfire. "It wasn't just a death," Olivia hissed, holding her phone like a lifeline. "It was a murder." The details trickled in. Mr. Elliot's body had been found in his recliner, his throat slashed ear to ear. Above him, smeared in what looked like blood, was a jagged spiral symbol carved into the wall. I tried to shrug it off. Sure, it was unsettling, but it was over, right? Except I couldn't stop thinking about 2 weeks earlier. I'd taken the trash out late one night and noticed his porch light flickering, not random but in a deliberate rhythm. On, off, pause. It was almost like Morse code. I'd laughed about it at the time, but now the memory made my skin crawl. The next morning, Detective Hart arrived. She was tall, sharp-eyed, and no-nonsense, the kind of person who looked like she didn't believe in small talk. The way her gaze lingered on the empty lots at the edge of the cul-de-sac sent a shiver down my spine. Days turned into a blur of police activity and whispered conversations. Detective Hart wasn't just investigating a murder. She was unraveling something far more sinister. Word got out that Mr. Elliot had a history, a violent one, assault charges in his 20s, a stint in a psychiatric hospital, and whispers of involvement in a secretive underground cult. And then there was the journal. Pages upon pages of paranoid scribbles, warnings, and strange symbols. In the middle of it all was the same spiral that had been smeared on his wall. According to Hart, Elliot had fled the cult years ago, but they hadn't forgotten him. By Thanksgiving night, the festive cheer had been replaced with fear. Families locked their doors, the streets were eerily quiet, and even Olivia stayed off her group chats. But something was brewing. I felt it in the air, like the weight of an approaching storm. It was past midnight when I saw the van. White, nondescript, and crawling down the street like a predator stalking prey. It paused in front of Elliot's house and 3 men stepped out. They were dressed in dark clothes, their faces obscured by caps and scarves. Without hesitation, they slipped into Elliot's backyard. Olivia grabbed my arm as I reached for my coat. "Don't you dare." "I'll just look," I whispered, though my heart was already hammering. I crept around the side of the house, staying low. Through the kitchen window, I saw them. The men were gathered in the living room, standing in a circle. One of them knelt in the center, arranging something on the floor, a photograph maybe. They spoke in low, guttural tones, the language unfamiliar and sharp. Then they lit it on fire. The flames roared to life, unnaturally bright, casting shadows that twisted and writhed. Those shadows weren't normal. They moved with intent, forming jagged spirals and grotesque shapes that made my stomach churn. I stumbled back, my foot snapping a branch underfoot. The nearest man whipped his head toward the sound, his eyes locking onto mine. I ran. I don't remember how I made it back to the house. Olivia yanked the door open, her face white with terror as I scrambled inside. We locked every door and window, clutching kitchen knives as we huddled in the dark. Hours passed, each second stretching into an eternity, but the van never returned. By morning, the men were gone. The police found no evidence of a break-in. Detective Hart vanished soon after, transferred or resigned, no one seemed to know. And Mr. Elliott's murder, it remains unsolved. Sometimes late at night I think about the journal, the spirals on the walls, the way those men moved, their ritual casting impossible shadows. And I wonder if they'll come back, or if they ever really left. The smell of burnt turkey always takes me back to that night. Not the feast, not the family drama, but the shadows that moved when they shouldn't have. For years, Thanksgiving had been less of a celebration, and more of a ritual of survival. Not because of the food or the guests, but because of him. James was the storm that never calmed, a volatile force lurking in every room of the house. This year, though, I thought I'd found my way out. A chance to break free from 10 years of fear, bruises, and the suffocating weight of his anger. I thought I'd planned for everything, but nothing could have prepared me for the darkness waiting on the other side of the door. The day started as they always did with James, barking orders from his throne on the couch. The flickering light of the football game reflected off the beer cans scattered around him. "Gravy better not be lumpy this year," he grumbled, not even looking up. "And don't overcook the turkey like you always do." "Yes, James," I muttered, keeping my tone flat. Inside, I counted down the hours. One more day, I told myself. One more day of biting my tongue, enduring his barbed words and threats. By tonight, I'd be gone. In the garage, hidden behind old paint cans, was my suitcase. Inside it were my clothes, the small stash of cash I'd managed to hide, and a prepaid burner phone with just enough minutes to call for help once I was far enough away. I had memorized every step. When he'd pass out drunk, when the house would be quiet, and how I'd slip into the night unnoticed. I'd planned for everything, except for the knock at the door. It was late afternoon when it happened. The soft rapping echoed through the house, out of place against the background noise of the football game. My heart skipped, unsure whether to feel relief or dread. Visitors were rare, especially uninvited ones. James grunted, annoyed. "Who the hell is that?" I peeked through the curtain and saw a man standing on the porch. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and dressed in a heavy coat that seemed unnecessary for the mild weather. His face was unreadable, his eyes hidden beneath the shadow of his baseball cap. "Can I help you?" I asked hesitantly when I opened the door. "Car broke down," he said flatly, his voice devoid of emotion. "Phone's dead. Mind if I use yours?" Something about him felt wrong. His tone, his posture, everything about him made my stomach churn. Before I could respond, James stomped to the door. "Who is it?" he barked. I stepped aside. "He says his car broke down." James looked the man up and down, suspicion etched into his face. "Where's your car?" The man hesitated, just for a moment. "A couple streets over," he said finally. "Didn't think anyone was home at the other houses." James didn't buy it. Crossing his arms, he sneered. "Yeah, well, we don't have a phone. You're out of luck." The man's eyes flicked to me for the briefest moment before he nodded and walked away. I watched him disappear down the street, unease curling in my gut. "Creeps like that. You don't let them in," James growled, grabbing another beer. Probably casing the place. Looking for an easy mark. By the time dinner rolled around, the tension in the house was suffocating. I focused on the simple tasks, carving the turkey, setting the table, all while fighting the growing sense of dread that something wasn't right. And then, as I laid the last dish on the table, I saw it. Movement. A shadow flickered just outside the window. "James," I whispered, my voice trembling. "There's someone outside." He slammed his beer down and stalked to the window, yanking the curtain aside. "I don't see anything," he snapped. "I swear I saw—" "Enough!" His voice boomed through the room, making me flinch. You're just looking for excuses to ruin dinner. Sit down." I obeyed, my hands trembling as I picked up my fork. We were halfway through the meal when the living room window shattered. The sound was deafening, a sharp, explosive crash that made me scream. James shot to his feet, knocking his chair over in the process. "What the hell?" he shouted, but before either of us could react, they were inside. 3 men in ski masks, their dark clothing blending with the shadows. One of them pointed a gun at James. "Sit down," the man ordered, his voice cold and commanding. James hesitated for a moment before raising his hands and slowly lowering himself back into his chair. I couldn't move. My body was frozen, my mind struggling to process what was happening. "Take whatever you want," James stammered, his bravado crumbling. "We don't have much, but it's yours." The man with the gun chuckled darkly. "We're not here for your money." The leader of the group, a tall man with a menacing presence, dragged a chair from the corner of the room and sat down across from James. "We know who you are," he said, his voice calm but dripping with malice. James stiffened. "I don't know what you're talking about." The man leaned forward, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Sure you do. You think you can screw people over and walk away, think no one's going to come knocking?" I glanced at James, confused and terrified. He avoided my eyes, his jaw tight. "What do you want?" James asked, his voice trembling. "Payback," the man said simply. As they argued, I saw my chance. One of the men had his back to me, distracted. Slowly, I reached for the carving knife on the table, my fingers wrapping around the handle. The leader must have noticed. His dark eyes flicked to me, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. "What about her?" he asked, tilting his head toward me. "Does she know what kind of man she's married to?" James's face twisted with rage, and for a moment, I thought he'd turn on me instead of them. "She doesn't know anything," he spat. The man laughed softly. That's what I thought. I didn't wait to hear what he would say next. With every ounce of strength I had, I lunged, driving the knife into the side of the nearest man. The room erupted into chaos. James tackled the leader, and I scrambled to grab the gun the injured man had dropped. Another man lunged at me, but I fired a shot before he could reach me. The sound was deafening, the recoil sending a shock through my arms. The fight was a blur of screams, blood, and desperate movements. When it was over, 2 of the intruders lay motionless on the floor. The third had fled, leaving a trail of blood behind him. James slumped against the wall, clutching his shoulder where a knife had grazed him. You saved me," he said, his voice filled with disbelief. I stared at him, the gun still trembling in my hands. "No," I said quietly. "I saved myself. I didn't wait for him to recover." While he was still dazed, I grabbed my suitcase, my keys, and the burner phone. "Where are you going?" he called after me, his voice weak, but I didn't answer. I drove through the night, the weight of what had happened pressing down on me. For the first time in a decade, I felt free. But even now, I can't shake the feeling that the shadows of that night are still following me, and I wonder if they ever really left. Thanksgiving is supposed to be a time for gratitude and family. But for some families, it's not about giving thanks. It's about surviving the gathering. For us, Thanksgiving wasn't a celebration. It was a battlefield. This one, though, was destined to be different. It was Grandma's last. Cancer had taken its toll, leaving her frail and barely clinging to her voice. She had one final wish, to see her family together under one roof. And no matter the tension that simmered between us, we all owed her that. The moment Uncle Dennis walked through the door, I knew this wasn't going to be the heartfelt goodbye she dreamed of. What none of us realized was how far things would spiral, how the darkness in one person's heart could pull the rest of us into the abyss. The house felt strange from the moment we arrived. Maybe it was the way the curtains were drawn tight against the daylight, leaving the living room cloaked in shadows. Or maybe it was the heavy silence that hung in the air, pressing on our chests like a weight. Dad parked the car, but none of us moved to get out. Mom stared at the house, her hands gripping her purse so tightly her knuckles turned white. "He's here, isn't he?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Dad sighed. "Mom wanted him here, Helen. What were we supposed to do, say no to a dying woman?" Mom didn't reply. Instead, she opened the car door, her movements stiff, like she was bracing herself for a storm. Inside, the house buzzed with low, uneasy energy. Aunt Linda was in the kitchen, muttering under her breath as she stabbed at the green bean casserole. Cousin Sarah sat on the couch, scrolling through her phone with a blank expression. No one was really talking, just stealing glances at the dining room, where Dennis sat at the far end of the table. I hadn't seen him in years. He looked thinner now, meaner. His face was lined with bitterness, and his eyes scanned the room like a predator sizing up prey. The last time Dennis had been here, the fight was so bad Grandma told him never to come back. Even as a kid, I remembered the yelling, the fear in everyone's eyes. Now he was back, and he didn't look like a man seeking forgiveness. When dinner started, the tension at the table was suffocating. Grandma sat at the head, her oxygen tank hissing softly as she tried to speak above the silence. "Thank you all for coming," she said, her voice barely audible. "It means the world to me." We murmured polite replies, but the air felt heavy, like we were all holding our breath. Dennis sat quietly for most of the meal, cutting his turkey with slow, deliberate movements. Then, out of nowhere, he spoke. "So," he said, leaning back in his chair, "who wants to start?" The room froze. "Start what?" Dad asked, his voice wary. Dennis smirked. "The confessions. Isn't that what family dinners are for? Clearing the air?" No one said a word. Grandma looked down at her plate, her hands trembling. Dennis turned his attention to Aunt Linda first. "How about you, Linda? Still sneaking off to see your high school boyfriend? Or did Frank finally figure it out?" Linda's face turned ashen. "Shut up, Dennis," she hissed. "Oh, come on," Dennis said, laughing. "We're all family here. No secrets, right?" "Stop it," Grandma said weakly, her voice trembling. But Dennis wasn't done. He turned to Sarah next. "And you, Sarah, how's the baby? Oh, wait, that's right. You didn't keep it, did you?" Sarah's chair scraped against the floor as she stood, tears streaming down her face. "You're a monster," she whispered before running out of the room. Dennis chuckled darkly. "See, this is what happens when you bury things. They rot. Enough." Dad slammed his fist on the table, his voice booming. Dennis didn't flinch. He turned to Dad, his smirk widening. "Oh, Jim, you're the last person who should be taking the moral high ground. Want to tell Helen about the little indiscretion with your secretary, or should I?" The room erupted. Dad lunged across the table, knocking over a wine glass as he grabbed Dennis by the collar. Mom was shouting, Linda was crying, and in the chaos, no one noticed Grandma struggling to breathe. Her wheezing silenced the room. We rushed to her side, adjusting her oxygen mask as she clutched the edges of her wheelchair. "Please," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Stop this." For a moment, everyone froze. Even Dennis seemed to feel a flicker of shame. But then Grandma said something that changed everything. "It's my fault," she said, her voice breaking. We all stared at her. "What are you talking about, Mom?" Dad asked gently. Grandma's hands trembled as she gripped the wheelchair tighter. "I let him come back," she said, her eyes filling with tears. "After what he did, I thought he'd changed." Dennis's smirk vanished, his face twisted with anger. "Don't," he warned, his voice low and dangerous. But Grandma kept going. "Your cousin Alex," she said, her voice breaking. "The night he disappeared, it was Dennis." The room went cold. "What are you talking about?" Dad's voice shook. Grandma closed her eyes. He hurt Alex. I didn't know at first, but when I found out, I couldn't let him go to jail. He was my son. "You're lying," Dennis shouted, standing so fast his chair toppled over. "No," Grandma said, her voice steady now. "I'm not." Dennis lunged at her, but Dad intercepted him, slamming him against the wall. Plates shattered, chairs fell, and the house erupted into chaos. "Call the police!" Mom shouted, her voice breaking. Dennis fought like a wild animal, but Dad held him down. "You killed him, didn't you?" Dad roared, his voice filled with rage. Dennis didn't answer. Instead, he laughed. A cold, hollow sound that sent chills down my spine. The police arrived soon after, dragging Dennis out of the house as he screamed that we were all liars, that we'd never prove anything. Grandma passed away 3 days later. The family never recovered. Sometimes, late at night, I think about that Thanksgiving, about the way Dennis's laugh echoed through the house, about the secrets that had festered for years, finally brought to light. They say family is forever, but some scars run too deep to heal. Some things can never be forgiven. 2 Halloweens ago, I made a decision that still sends shivers down my spine. It began innocently enough when I started working at a small pizza shop in my quiet hometown. After a few days, I struck up an unlikely friendship with Mira, the enigmatic cleaner of the bar next door. Mira was captivating. She had a dark, almost ethereal aura, with her jet black hair, piercing grey eyes, and a penchant for the macabre. Her mysterious nature intrigued me, and we quickly became close. Another bond formed between me and one of the cooks at the shop, Liam. He was a bit brash but fun to be around, and soon the three of us started hanging out on weekends. Mira eventually invited us to her home, but I wasn't prepared for what awaited. Her house felt like stepping into another world. Walls lined with jars of herbs and dried flowers, shelves stacked with tattered books on witchcraft, and eerie trinkets scattered everywhere. The centerpiece of her collection, a human skull she claimed was gifted by a traveling mystic years ago. It was unsettling, but oddly fascinating. Now let's fast forward to Halloween 2020. A full moon hung ominously in the sky, casting an otherworldly glow over the town. Mira's favorite holiday was upon us, and she wanted to go all out. Mira and I devised a sinister plan to scare him senseless. Mira's daughter, Alina, joined us that afternoon to brainstorm. She was just as peculiar as her mother, with a mischievous glint in her eyes. It was Alina who suggested we create a fake dieback box, a cursed object supposedly used to trap malevolent spirits. The idea was simple. We'd lure Liam to the town's oldest cemetery at midnight, smash the box and freak him out. In hindsight, we should have realized how reckless this was. Halloween night arrived, and by 11:30 we piled into Mira's car. The fake dieback box was eerily realistic, with runes etched into its surface and wax seals dripping ominously down its sides. I had my EVP recorder and EMF detector in tow, more as props than anything else. As we drove, Alina toyed with the box, shaking it playfully. Suddenly the EMF detector, which wasn't even turned on, began to beep erratically. The cemetery loomed ahead, bathed in the pale light of the full moon. Tombstones gleamed like ghostly sentinels, and the air was thick with an unnatural stillness. We walked to the farthest corner, where the shadows seemed deeper and the air colder. Mira, ever the theatrical one, drew a salt circle around us and warned us not to break it no matter what happened. We sat in a tight circle, the dieback box placed in the center alongside the EMF detector and EVP recorder. Mira muttered a low incantation, while Alina activated a spirit box app. The distorted, crackling sounds emanating from it sent chills down my spine. Then it happened. A mechanical voice rasped through the app. "Let me out!" The EMF detector lit up wildly, its beeping piercing the silence. The air around us grew heavy, almost suffocating, as if we weren't alone anymore. My heart pounded as the atmosphere shifted, and an overwhelming sense of dread settled over me. The first sound of footsteps echoed from the nearby woods, slow, deliberate, too close. "I can't see anyone," Liam whispered, his voice trembling. "Because they're not alive," Mira said, her tone chillingly calm. Suddenly, Liam stood up, his nerves clearly shattered. "I can hear whispers," he stammered, his wide eyes scanning the darkness. Without warning, he kicked open the salt circle. "No!" Mira hissed, but it was too late. The circle was broken, and a cold gust of wind whipped through the cemetery. "Forget it!" Alina screamed as she smashed the Dybbuk box on the ground. A deafening crack echoed, and for a split second I swore I saw something. A shadowy figure, hunched and menacing, darting between the trees. We bolted to the car, not daring to look back. Mira sped us home, her face pale and grim. None of us spoke, but the silence was louder than any scream. The real horror came later. Since that night, none of us have been the same. Mira told me she feels watched, even in her own home. Alina complains of whispers in the dead of night, calling her name. Liam quit his job and moved away without a word. As for me, I can't shake the feeling that something followed me. When I'm alone, I hear faint footsteps, see fleeting shadows out of the corner of my eye. At work, I constantly check over my shoulder, but no one is ever there. The worst part? I know we didn't close whatever we opened that night, and now it's out there, waiting, watching. I was 11 years old back in 2007, when Halloween night etched itself into my memory forever. My small, sleepy town, surrounded by dense woods, was the kind of place where nothing bad ever seemed to happen. At least, that's what we thought. The streets would transform every October 31st into a spectacle of glowing jack-o'-lanterns, eerie cobwebs, and fake gravestones. It was magical yet unsettling, like something might be lurking just out of sight. That year, my parents finally let me go trick-or-treating without an adult for the first time. I was elated to join my best friends Ethan and Lucas for what we thought would be a night of innocent fun. We were wrapped up in our costumes, clutching pillowcases, eager to be filled with candy, as we darted between houses, laughing and shouting. By 7 p.m., the streets were buzzing with children in masks and capes, and the crisp autumn air smelled of damp leaves and carved pumpkins. As we made our way down the familiar streets, we noticed the further we went, the quieter things became. Fewer porch lights were on, and the shadows seemed to stretch longer. Some houses looked abandoned altogether, their windows dark and lifeless. Then we stumbled across it. A strange dome-shaped house at the end of a cul-de-sac, partially hidden by towering oak trees. It wasn't on our usual route, but its porch light was on, casting an inviting glow. It looked different from the other houses, older somehow, with peeling paint and a faint air of neglect. But what really caught our attention was the carved pumpkin on the porch. Its face wasn't playful or spooky. It was twisted, contorted into a scream. Ethan hesitated. "You guys sure about this?" Lucas scoffed. "Come on, it's just a house. They've got candy." Encouraged by Lucas's bravado, we knocked. The door creaked open almost immediately, as though the man on the other side had been waiting. He was tall, thin, and pale, with sunken cheeks and deep-set eyes that looked like they hadn't seen sunlight in years. His smile was wide but didn't reach his eyes. He introduced himself as Mr. Garrett. "Welcome, welcome," he said in a voice too cheerful for someone who looked so tired. "Come in. I've got the best treats inside." We hesitated, but the warmth of the house beckoned us. It smelled faintly of cinnamon and something else, something metallic. Against our better judgment, we stepped in. The interior was dimly lit, the walls lined with faded wallpaper that seemed to ripple under the flickering light. In the corner of the room stood an antique Polaroid camera, perched on a tripod, its lens glinting like an unblinking eye. Beside it was a corkboard cluttered with Polaroid pictures of kids in costumes. "Say cheese!" Mr. Garrett exclaimed, picking up the camera with a shaky hand. He gestured for us to stand near the fireplace. Ethan whispered, "This is weird. Let's go." But Lucas was already posing, grinning widely. Reluctantly, I joined them. The flash went off, temporarily blinding me. When my vision cleared, Mr. Garrett was holding the developing photo, staring at it with an unsettling intensity. "You kids look great," he murmured, his tone now low and almost reverent. He handed us each a handful of candy and ushered us out. We bolted down the steps without looking back. Something about the whole experience felt wrong. Later that night, as we dumped our candy piles onto the living room floor, I told my mum about the strange man and the photo. Her face turned pale. "Did he touch you? Did anything happen?" she asked, her voice sharp with panic. I shook my head. "No, he just took our picture. He said it was for the local paper." Her expression darkened as she grabbed the phone and called Ethan's and Lucas's parents. That night, the three of us were subjected to long, frantic lectures about stranger danger. The next day, curiosity got the better of us. We checked every local newspaper and even surrounding town papers for Halloween photos. But there was nothing. No mention of costumes, no pictures of smiling kids. It was as if Mr. Garrett had lied. A week later, Ethan's mom called my mom in tears. Ethan had been having nightmares, vivid ones about Mr. Garrett standing at the foot of his bed, holding the Polaroid camera, whispering, "Smile for me." Lucas had also started sleepwalking, muttering about blinking lights and empty faces. Then came the knock at my window. It was past midnight, and my room was pitch black. The sound was faint at first, barely audible over the rustling of the trees. But it grew louder, more insistent. Slowly I pulled back the curtain, and there he was. Mr. Garrett standing in the shadows holding a Polaroid camera. The flash went off, and then he was gone. I never saw Mr. Garrett again, but the photo appeared on my desk the next morning. It was of me, Ethan and Lucas by the fireplace. But our faces were blurred, smudged into unrecognizable shapes, as though the camera had captured something it shouldn't have. To this day, I don't know who or what Mr. Garrett really was, but sometimes late at night I still hear the faint mechanical click of a camera shutter. From September to November 2021, I worked at Spirit Hollow, an eerie seasonal store that popped up in our quiet town. For those unfamiliar, Spirit Hollow sets up in vacant, often decrepit buildings during the Halloween season. The stores are packed with costumes, decorations, and all things creepy, but they're gone by early November. Our town had never hosted one before, so when I heard we were getting one, I eagerly applied. The store was located in an old abandoned theater that had been a landmark in our small historic town for decades. The building had a reputation. Locals whispered about strange happenings, lights flickering in empty halls, ghostly figures glimpsed on the second floor, but I brushed it off. I loved horror, and working at Spirit Hollow felt like a dream job. Unfortunately, my excitement turned to dread the moment I stepped inside. The theater's musty smell hit me first, followed by an oppressive chill that clung to the air, even during the warm autumn days. My manager, Greg, gave me a quick tour, pointing out where the decorations and animatronics would be set up. He joked about how the basement was off limits and laughed when I asked why. "You don't want to know," he said with a grin, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of unease. During my first shift, I met my co-workers, Anna, a kind yet quiet woman in her late 30s, and Jason, a sarcastic college student with a penchant for telling ghost stories. They warned me about the quirks of the building, doors that wouldn't stay shut, faint whispers from the empty balcony, and mannequins that seemed to move on their own. Just the wind, Jason teased when I asked about it. But Anna shook her head. Spirit Hollow isn't the only thing haunting this place, she muttered. By mid-October, the store was bustling with customers. I often worked the evening shift, staying until closing. One night, while stocking costumes, I heard someone call my name. Sarah. The voice was soft, almost a whisper, coming from the dark hallway that led to the back room. I froze, the costume I was holding slipping from my hands. "Hello?" I called out, trying to sound braver than I felt. Silence. I walked toward the hallway, expecting to find Jason pulling one of his pranks, but it was empty. The dim light flickered overhead, casting eerie shadows on the peeling walls. My heart pounded as I turned to leave, and that's when I felt it. A cold breath against my neck. I spun around, but no one was there. Around 7 p.m., as I organized the front display, one of the animatronics sprang to life. It was a life-sized clown named Giggles, known for its unsettling laughter. "Step right up," it screeched, its eyes glowing red. I jumped, nearly knocking over a rack of costumes. The animatronics had been deactivated earlier that day. Greg had made sure of it. "Must be a glitch," he said, though his voice lacked conviction. The rest of the evening was uneventful until closing time. Greg was in the back room, Anna was cleaning near the registers, and I was sitting on the counter zoning out. Suddenly, Anna gasped. "Sarah, look," she whispered, pointing toward the shelves. A pale figure stood in the shadows, its face obscured by the flickering light. It was tall, with a gaunt frame and unnaturally long arms that hung at its sides. For a moment, I thought it was one of the mannequins, but then it moved, sliding behind the shelves and disappearing into the darkness. On the final night before Spirit Hollow closed, I stayed late to help pack up the remaining inventory. The store was eerily silent, the air heavy with an unshakable tension. Greg asked me to grab some boxes from the back room, which meant walking past the locked basement door. As I passed, I noticed the padlock hanging loosely, the door slightly ajar. "Greg," I called out, "did you open the basement?" He appeared moments later, frowning. "No one goes down there," he said, pushing the door shut and securing the lock. But as we walked away, I swore I heard faint laughter echoing from below. The story's eerie events didn't end with Spirit Hollow. A memory from my childhood came rushing back, something I hadn't thought about in years. When I was 7, my family lived on a small farm in a quiet rural area. That summer, a group of gypsies began roaming the nearby towns, known for stealing and causing trouble. My mother, ever cautious, kept the doors locked and stayed home with me while my father worked late. One afternoon, my grandfather visited, a towering man with a commanding presence. While my mother cooked in the kitchen, I sat at the dining table, engrossed in my drawings. The front door creaked open, but I didn't think much of it. Grandpa had just arrived after all. But when I looked up, a strange woman stood in the doorway. She was tall and gaunt, draped in tattered clothing adorned with rusted jewelry. Her eyes were hollow, and she clutched a sickle in her bony hand. My mother froze, her face pale with fear. "Who are you?" she demanded, grabbing a knife from the counter. The woman didn't answer. Instead, she stepped inside, her movements deliberate and unnervingly calm. My mother screamed for me to run, but I couldn't move. Then Grandpa appeared, his booming voice filling the room as he stormed toward the woman. She hesitated for a moment before turning and slipping into the shadows. I couldn't shake the feeling that the woman from my childhood and the figure in Spirit Hollow were connected. Both shared the same unsettling aura, an unexplainable darkness that lingered long after they were gone. After Spirit Hollow closed, I spoke with Anna about the strange occurrences. She revealed that the theater had a dark history. A fire decades ago had claimed the lives of several performers and audience members. Maybe they never left, she said with a shiver. I quit shortly after, unable to endure the building's oppressive atmosphere any longer. But sometimes, when I walk past the old theater, I feel that familiar chill and hear faint laughter echoing from the shadows. The highway was silent, its darkness absolute. Only the low hum of my truck and the occasional crackle of the CB radio kept me company as I drove through the desolate stretch of Montana. After 15 years on the road, I'd seen just about everything, or so I thought. But that night, under a moonless sky, I discovered a horror that refuses to leave me. A memory so vivid it still sends icy tendrils crawling down my spine. I was running on fumes when my company admitted they'd botched the mileage calculation. The closest gas station was over an hour away, far off the beaten path. Frustration simmered, but I had no choice. I veered off the main highway onto a narrow, unlit road that snaked through an abyss of trees and emptiness. The air felt different as soon as I left the main route, colder, heavier, as if the darkness carried a weight of its own. For nearly an hour, I didn't see a single vehicle. My headlights carved weak tunnels through the void, but beyond them the world seemed to dissolve into nothingness. And then I saw it. A shape loomed ahead, barely illuminated at the edge of my high beams. My foot eased off the gas instinctively. At first I thought it might be an animal, a deer perhaps, but as I got closer, the shape grew stranger, more grotesque. My pulse quickened. When the realization struck, it hit me like a gut punch. This wasn't an animal. I slammed on the brakes, the truck groaning to a halt. My heart raced as I leaned forward, trying to comprehend what lay before me. The thing was a mass of flesh and bone, headless and skinless, sprawled unnaturally in the middle of the road. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, but something compelled me to step outside. Grabbing my flashlight with a trembling hand, I exited the cab. The cold night air clawed at my skin, unnaturally biting for summer. Gravel crunched beneath my boots as I approached the gruesome sight. The beam of my flashlight sliced through the darkness, landing squarely on the grotesque figure. It was worse than I'd imagined. The ribcage was disturbingly intact but misshapen, the bones grotesquely warped as though twisted by some malicious force. Ligaments dangled, barely tethering the structure together. The smell hit me next, a nauseating wave of decay that churned my stomach. I stood frozen, unable to look away. Was it human? Animal? Some twisted hybrid of both? My mind struggled to rationalize what my eyes were seeing. Reaching for my phone, I cursed as the screen showed no service. I was utterly alone. Then came the sound. At first it was faint, a soft rustling carried on the still air. I turned, my flashlight sweeping across the road. At the edge of the darkness, a cluster of eyes gleamed back at me, reflective, predatory. Coyotes. There were 5, maybe 6 of them, their silhouettes low and menacing. They didn't bark or howl, just watched. The silence was suffocating. Slowly they began to move, their bodies weaving in and out of the flashlight's beam as they crept toward me. Panic surged through me, my instinct screamed to run. My boots pounded against the gravel as I sprinted back to my truck, the flashlight beam bouncing wildly with each stride. The chill in the air seemed to grow sharper, biting at my exposed skin as if urging me to move faster. I reached the cab, throwing the door open and launching myself inside. My breath came in ragged gasps as I slammed the door shut and locked it. My trembling fingers fumbled to put the truck in gear. I didn't look back. The engine roared as I sped down the desolate road, leaving the twisted pile of bones and the eerie predators far behind. My headlights cut through the endless black, but I couldn't shake the sensation of eyes watching me from the shadows. I didn't stop at the gas station. I didn't care about the fuel. I just kept driving until the lights of civilization finally pierced the void. Even now I can't explain what I saw. It wasn't just the grotesque remains or the unnerving presence of the coyotes. It was the air itself. The oppressive cold, the unnatural stillness, the sense that I was trespassing on something ancient and malevolent. To this day, whenever I drive through Montana, I can't help but glance at the empty roadsides, half expecting to see another pile of warped bones staring back at me. And sometimes, late at night when I close my eyes, I still hear the rustle of those coyotes and feel their eyes boring into me, as though they're waiting for me to return. Whatever I encountered on that desolate stretch of highway, I hope I never find it again. But deep down, I know it's still out there, lurking in the dark, waiting for its next visitor. Some nights on the road stay with you forever, not because of the miles driven, but because of the shadows you encounter. I never believed I'd carry the weight of someone else's despair, but here I am, years later, still haunted by a night that felt more like a glimpse into someone else's living nightmare. It was a quiet run through the Canadian Rockies, the kind of solitude I usually welcomed. The highway stretched out in front of me like an endless black ribbon, and the only company I had was the occasional flicker of my headlights against the jagged silhouette of the mountains. I had just passed a speck of a town, more like a memory on the map, and the roads were completely deserted. The night felt wrong. There was a stillness, a heaviness in the air I couldn't shake. At first I chalked it up to exhaustion. Long hours on the road tend to play tricks on your mind. My bladder reminded me it was time for a break, so I slowed down and pulled over on the shoulder. With nothing but the forest's inky blackness around me, I stepped out into the freezing air to take care of business. That's when I first noticed it. The silence. It wasn't the typical quiet of a mountain highway. It was oppressive, unnatural, as if the world itself had stopped breathing. I lit a cigarette to calm my nerves, watching the smoke curl lazily into the still air. And then, just beyond the edge of my headlights, movement. A figure emerged from the forest. At first I thought it might be an animal, maybe a bear or an elk. But no, this was human. A man, moving slowly, deliberately, as if the weight of the world were pressing down on him. My breath hitched. What the hell was someone doing out here, miles from anywhere, walking out of the woods in the dead of night? I froze, my cigarette burning forgotten between my fingers. The man's silhouette was gaunt, his movements unsteady but purposeful. Something about him gnawed at the edges of my mind. Every instinct screamed at me to get back in the truck. I didn't wait to find out if he meant harm. I hurried to the cab, locking the door behind me, my eyes never leaving him. He was getting closer now, stepping into the harsh glare of my headlights. That's when I saw his face, pale, gaunt, eyes bloodshot and hollow, like he hadn't slept or felt alive in days. His clothes were tattered, damp from the night, and in his hand he clutched a kitchen knife. My stomach turned. He walked straight up to my passenger side window and knocked. Not aggressively, but firmly. A deliberate sound that made my chest tighten. Against every better judgment, I cracked the window just enough to hear him. "What's going on?" I managed, my voice trembling despite my efforts to sound composed. He didn't answer at first, his bloodshot eyes fixed on something distant, as if he were looking straight through me. Finally, he spoke. His voice was low, almost mechanical. "I need you to call the cops." The words hit me like ice water. My first thought was to ask why, but something about the knife in his hand made me hesitate. Instead, I reached for my phone, all the while keeping one eye on him. "What happened?" I asked cautiously, the screen of my phone illuminating my shaking hand. He didn't look at me when he answered. His voice was flat, void of emotion. I went into the woods to end it. A cold chill swept over me, and for a moment I forgot how to breathe. He went on to explain, his words mechanical but laced with something raw and desperate. He'd gone out there to take his own life, but at the last moment he thought of his daughters. It was their faces, their laughter, their need for him that pulled him back. My heart clenched. I didn't know what to say. Here was a man, shattered and broken, standing at the edge of the abyss, and I was his tether to this world. I forced myself to stay calm. "Leave the knife on the ground," I said quietly. "I'll call someone to help." He didn't argue. The knife clattered onto the pavement, its metallic ring cutting through the stillness. He stood there, shoulders trembling, silent tears streaming down his face. The wait for the police felt endless. Every second stretched unbearably long, the weight of his despair hanging in the air. When the distant wail of sirens finally reached us, relief washed over me. Before they took him away, I asked if I could speak to him one last time. Standing next to him, I searched for the right words. I told him I hoped he'd find a way out of the darkness, that there was still a chance for him to rebuild. He didn't respond, but as the officers led him to the squad car, he glanced back at me. For a brief moment I saw something flicker in his hollow eyes. Maybe it was gratitude, maybe hope, or maybe it was just my imagination. As I pulled back onto the highway, the flashing red and blue lights disappeared in my rearview mirror, but the weight of the encounter stayed with me. I think about him often. Did he find his way out? Did he make it back to his daughters? Or did the darkness win in the end? I'll never know. But I'll always remember the look in his eyes that night. A haunting reminder of how fragile we all are. It began with the wind, sharp, howling, and relentless, carrying with it a sense of unease I couldn't shake. The kind of unease that crawls into your chest and nests there, feeding on the silence of an empty highway. I'd been driving trucks long enough to know the strange rhythm of the road, the solitude that comes with endless miles of darkness. But that night something was different. Something I still can't fully explain. The road stretched out before me, barren and endless, cutting through the flat, desolate land of eastern Washington. The only company for miles was the occasional groan of the truck engine and the whistling wind outside. It was late, too late to keep going safely. My eyelids were heavy, and exhaustion gnawed at the edges of my focus. So I pulled off onto one of those dirt turnouts that dot these forgotten stretches of highway. No rest stops, no gas stations, no signs of life. Just me, my rig, and the kind of stillness that feels like it's watching you. I parked, locked the doors, and closed the curtains of my sleeper cab. Settling in, I pulled out my phone, trying to drown the uneasy quiet with a mindless show. Outside, the wind howled louder, carrying grains of dirt that scratched faintly against the truck's surface. But after about an hour, something changed. The air seemed heavier, charged, and then I heard it. A tap. It was faint, deliberate, like a fingernail gently rapping against the driver's side door. My breath hitched, and for a moment I froze. I hadn't seen or heard another vehicle for hours. The road was deserted. Slowly I sat up, straining to listen. Then it came again, on the passenger side this time. A rhythmic, almost taunting sound of someone testing the door handle. Every muscle in my body tensed. This wasn't the wind. My pulse pounded in my ears as I peered through a narrow gap in the curtain, scanning the pitch-black surroundings. Nothing. Just the endless expanse of dirt and scrub under the dim glow of the moon. I wanted to believe it was nothing. An animal, maybe. But deep down, I knew better. The feeling clawing at my gut told me I wasn't alone. I started the truck, flooding the area with headlights. The beams cut through the darkness, revealing nothing. No figures, no movement, just the barren landscape. But the unease didn't fade. I locked the doors again, drew the curtains tighter, and tried to convince myself it was just my imagination. Exhaustion could play cruel tricks. Then came the scraping. It started softly, like nails on metal, coming from the sleeper vent above me. The sound sent a shiver down my spine, growing louder and more deliberate, as if someone, or something, was trying to pry it open. I hit the panic alarm inside the cab, hoping the sharp noise would scare off whoever, or whatever, was out there. But the scraping only stopped for a moment before something else started, tapping on the windows. Slow, methodical, like tiny fingers playing a twisted game. Then I felt it. The truck shifted. Its suspension groaned under the weight of something climbing onto it. I held my breath, paralyzed, as the sound of soft, deliberate footsteps moved along the roof. My instinct screamed at me to drive, to get the hell out of there. But I couldn't. Fear rooted me in place. I clutched the steering wheel, heart pounding, as the steps stopped directly above me. The silence that followed was deafening, and then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. That's when I saw them. Handprints. They were smeared across every window of the truck, small, human-like, and streaked in slow, deliberate circles. My stomach churned as I stared at them, their size making it clear. They didn't belong to an adult. I scanned the dirt around the truck, desperate for an explanation, but there were no footprints, no sign that anyone or anything had been there. Yet the handprints remained, stark against the glass, a chilling reminder of what had happened. I climbed back into the truck, locking the doors behind me, and drove away without looking back. I didn't want answers anymore. Some things are better left unknown. Even now, when I think of that night, my skin crawls. The isolation of the road, the howling wind, the eerie stillness. It all feels like a part of something much darker, something I'll never truly escape. Because in the quiet hours, when I'm alone on the road again, I can't help but feel that I was never really alone that night. And maybe, just maybe, I never will be. It's not the first time I've been stranded on a quiet stretch of road in the middle of nowhere, but that night, something changed. The moment my truck's engine sputtered to silence, I knew deep down I wasn't alone. The eerie stillness of the night wasn't just the absence of sound, it was the presence of something waiting. And it wasn't until I heard the first child's cry that I realized how deep that presence went. It was a cold night, late November, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones and clings to you. The wind cut through my jacket as I rolled through the endless highway of rural Kentucky. I was working for Costco at the time, driving one of those massive rigs loaded with toys. It was the holiday season, busy, tiring, the roads filled with shipments of dolls, trucks, and all kinds of presents headed to every corner of the country. But this load was odd. A truckload of Spider-Man dolls, all of them towering, stuffed superheroes destined for somewhere deep in the heart of nowhere. I chuckled at the thought. Spider-Man dolls of all things. But it was late, and I had a job to do. I'd been at it for years, making these long hauls, and nothing ever rattled me. Until this night. I was pushing through I-265, making good time despite the hour. 2:30 a.m., and I was alone on the road, the kind of quiet that makes your thoughts louder. After about an hour, it started. That feeling, the one you can't explain but know deep down that something isn't right. I brushed it off, fatigue creeping in as I popped a couple of no-dose pills and pressed on. But then the fog rolled in, and this wasn't your normal fog. It wasn't misty and mild. This fog was thick, like a suffocating blanket, pressing against the truck, smothering everything in sight. I could barely see beyond a few feet. I slowed down, my headlights useless against the wall of mist. Something about it felt wrong. I'd been driving these roads for years, but this felt different. The world outside disappeared into nothingness. After about 15 minutes of inching along, I decided to pull over. No cars in sight. The road was deserted. Strange, given how much traffic I usually saw at this time. but I was ahead of schedule, so I figured I'd wait it out. Engine off. The truck sat in silence, and I listened. There was nothing, just the occasional rustle of distant trees swaying in the wind. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. And then, just as I was starting to relax, it happened. The truck went dead. It wasn't like the engine sputtered out or the lights flickered. No, it was as if someone had simply flipped a switch. The dashboard went black, the headlights dimmed, and the truck was silent. I twisted the ignition, tried restarting it, but nothing. I reached for my CB, static. I checked my phone. No signal. Absolute silence. Panic surged like ice through my veins. What the hell was going on? This was a major road, one I'd driven countless times, and never had I been stuck like this. I looked out at the road, wondering if I was in some twisted dream, but the reality hit me with a cold slap. That's when I heard it. A child's cry. Faint at first, like the soft sobs of a small child carried on the wind. My heart skipped, my breath caught. I'd been out here for years, and never heard anything like it. The cry, growing louder, made my blood run cold. But then, something changed. The sound morphed. It wasn't a child sobbing anymore. It became something darker, something more unsettling. A woman's sobs, ragged and hollow, twisting the air around me. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. My hand gripped the door handle instinctively. I faced danger before. Big guy, 6'3", 250 pounds, but in that moment I felt tiny, helpless. Is anyone out there? Do you need help? I called out, my voice shaky despite my attempt to sound calm. As if on cue, the crying stopped. For a split second, I thought maybe it was my mind playing tricks on me. But then it came. An eerie, mocking laugh. Not a friendly laugh. Not a nervous chuckle. It was deep, sinister, and bone-chilling. It wasn't just any laugh, it was a laugh directed at me. I rolled the window up fast, heart pounding, but that laugh only grew louder, more mocking. It echoed in my skull, the sound so intense it felt like my head might explode from the pressure. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Silence. Complete suffocating silence. I sat frozen, wide-eyed, sweat trickling down my face, every muscle stiff. What the hell just happened? The truck, as if possessed by some unseen force, roared back to life. The headlights flickered. The engine hummed back to life as if nothing had happened. The fog, the oppressive fog, began to dissipate, swirling away like it had never been there. Without thinking, I slammed the truck into gear and floored it. I couldn't get out of that place fast enough. I drove for what felt like hours, my hands shaking on the wheel, eyes darting nervously to the rearview mirror. By the time I reached the nearest truck stop, I was a wreck. I parked the rig, my legs barely able to hold me up. I scrambled out of the truck, fumbling for my keys, and bolted straight to the bathroom. Splashing cold water on my face, I tried to calm myself down. But I couldn't shake the thought, did that really just happen? I kept asking myself if I was just tired, hallucinating, if the lack of sleep was finally catching up with me. But deep down, I knew. That night, out there on that desolate road, something had happened. Something real. I've driven that same stretch of road countless times since. Every time I pass through, I can't shake the feeling that I'm not alone. The laughter, still there, echoing in my mind. And sometimes, in the stillness of the night, I wonder if it's still out there, waiting for me to return. I don't know if it was the wind or the silence that unsettled me most, but as I rolled down that desolate stretch of road in the Texas Panhandle, I felt something I hadn't before, like the land itself was holding its breath. The air was heavy, thick with that ceaseless wind that never seemed to stop, a gusting force that rattled the rig and kept me at the mercy of the road. It was late spring, and the sun had just dipped below the horizon, leaving the world in a dim twilight glow. I was third in line on that empty highway, following a cattle hauler ahead of me, with another truck trailing behind. The road was wide, open, barren, the kind of place where you could drive for miles without seeing another soul. In a way, it was peaceful. In another, it felt too quiet. The wind was vicious that night, pulling at my rig, making it impossible to keep the truck in top gear. I've driven these roads 100 times, but tonight, the wind felt like it had a mind of its own, almost like it was trying to push me off course. I could barely get traction, my truck fighting against it like an animal trying to escape a cage. I focused on keeping my distance from the hauler, hoping the weather would let up. But then, something caught my eye. The cattle hauler ahead of me, a large truck hauling dozens of heavy animals, was drifting dangerously to the right. I couldn't tell if the driver had lost control or if the wind had taken over, but his front tire hit the berm hard, sending the truck swerving to the left. He tried to correct, but the gusts were too much, and the truck leaned violently. The trailer shifted under the weight of the animals, the cows inside panicking. I watched in helpless horror as the rig tilted further, inches from disaster. Then, bam, the truck hit the berm again. Tires screamed, the sound of metal grinding against the earth rang in my ears, and just like that, the truck flipped. It happened fast. The truck rolled over, crashing violently into the gully below. The trailer's shrieks of agony filled the air as it came to a sudden, unnatural stop. For a moment, everything was silent. Too silent. My heart pounded in my chest as I slammed my brakes and pulled over. The truck ahead of me was already slowing, and I heard a shout over the CB. "He's going over, man!" I didn't hesitate. My hands were shaking as I jumped out of the cab, adrenaline coursing through me. The wind howled like it was trying to swallow us whole as I sprinted toward the wreckage. Gravel crunched beneath my boots as I ran toward the overturned truck, and that's when it hit me. The smell. It wasn't just the scent of twisted metal and leaking fuel. It was the stench of death. I couldn't even process it at first, my mind racing to get to the driver. But then I saw them. Cows, 3, maybe 4, had been flung through the crumpled roof of the trailer, their lifeless bodies sprawled across the dirt. Their eyes were wide, glassy, unblinking. Some were dead, others twitching. Their last breaths were hanging heavy in the air like the very atmosphere was suffocating them. The rest of the cattle were still inside the trailer, bellowing in terror. The sound was deafening, their hooves rattling against the metal, panicked beyond reason. Every kick of their hooves seemed to echo with the chaos they were trapped in. But it wasn't the cows that sent chills down my spine. It was the feeling in the pit of my stomach. Something wasn't right. Something felt wrong. I forced myself to focus on the driver. He was struggling inside the cab, trying to crawl out, but the truck was leaned at such an angle that he couldn't reach the door. The other trucker, a big guy in a battered Peterbilt, ran up beside me, and we both scrambled, trying to reach the driver. Yet my mind kept going back to the trailer. Those cows. They were too frantic, too terrified, and something about it all felt unnatural. I didn't want to look inside the trailer. I didn't want to see what awaited me there, but I had to, and when I peered through the broken metal, the horror I saw nearly paralyzed me. Bodies, crushed, broken, lay scattered across the floor of the trailer. Some were still breathing, their shallow, wheezing breaths barely audible. Others were already lifeless, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. The rest were crammed in, packed tightly together, desperate to escape, but there was no escape. The terror in their eyes mirrored the driver's. I couldn't do anything. I felt powerless, as helpless as the animals trapped in that mangled metal tomb. The other trucker must have seen the look on my face, because he said he would run for help. There was no cell service out here, no way to reach anyone. So I stayed behind with the driver, trying to comfort him as best I could, though neither of us knew what to say. The minutes dragged on, feeling like hours, before help finally arrived. A sheriff's deputy pulled up, his face stern, his gaze colder than the wind. He took my statement, then looked over at the trailer. When I asked about the cattle, about the one still alive, his response sent a shiver down my spine. "You should leave," he said, his voice sharp. But it wasn't the words. It was the look in his eyes, the kind of look that said, "I don't want to know either." I didn't question it. I climbed back into my truck, my hands still trembling, and started the engine. The weight of the moment pressed on me, and as I drove off, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong. The wind still howled around me. My heart was racing, and the images of those cows, those wide-eyed, terrified creatures, still haunted me. And then came the sickening realization. I shouldn't have asked about the cows, because the answer, whatever it was, would stay with me forever. I haven't been back to that stretch of road since, and every time I drive past it I can still hear their cries. The wind still whispers their fear. I don't know what happened to them, but sometimes I wonder if they're still out there, waiting. There are some stories that just shouldn't be real, too twisted to be believed by anyone who wasn't there. This happened on Halloween night 2012. It was our senior year, and since I went to a Catholic school, the next day was a holiday. My friends and I were ready to start our weekend early. For nights when we weren't in the mood for parties, we had our ritual. Sit on my front steps, laugh, share stories, then wander through the empty streets, always ending at this rundown pizza joint across town. None of us were really celebrating this Halloween. A few of us had recently broken up with our girlfriends, and maybe we felt the need to lay low for the night. Around 10 p.m., the pizza place was closing up. Just 3 of us were left, me, Pat, and Jack. We refilled our drinks, bundled up, and headed out. We had to cross this massive empty mall parking lot, a stretch of cracked asphalt, cold and desolate, with only faint shadows lingering around flickering lights. 4 football fields long, 2 wide. We weren't naive. We'd all grown up in the city, seasoned enough to know trouble when we saw it. But that night, we were about to experience something that no amount of street smarts could prepare us for. As we walked, the emptiness felt unnatural, thick and heavy. Then, in the distance, a glint caught my eye. A white van creeping along, nearly silent, just 100 yards behind us. The kind of white van every kid is told to avoid. I muttered a warning to Pat and Jack, and we instinctively picked up our pace. Jack flipped up his collar. I clenched my fists, and Pat squared his shoulders. We were just trying to look bigger, more intimidating. But then, in a flash, the van sped up and cut us off, blocking our path. All the windows were pitch black. Not a shadow moved inside. And then in the thick silence, a voice called out low and smooth, as if it were speaking straight into our bones. "Hey, happy Halloween, guys. You like Halloween?" Despite the casual tone, every instinct in me was screaming. This was no Halloween prank. There was a chill to that voice, a dark intent lurking just beneath. We exchanged glances, feeling trapped. We could run, but they had a van, and yet, standing there frozen, seemed far worse. Jack tried to sound tough, his voice steady. "Yeah, but it's over. We're heading home." The voice from the van laughed, soft, almost amused. "Halloween's never over. Not until we say it is." The air went cold as those words lingered, darkening the parking lot around us. Without warning, the back doors of the van creaked open, and 2 tall figures emerged. They were dressed in all black, suits, gloves, but they were wearing these cheap, hollow-eyed Mitt Romney masks. The masks twisted into eerie, empty smiles under the dim parking lot lights. They stood there, unmoving, just watching us. For a split second, none of us moved. Our breaths hung in the air, shallow, waiting. And then, as if breaking from a trance, Jack muttered, "Listen, I don't know what you think you're about to do, but if you don't leave, we're going to mess you up." Another silence, heavy and unbroken. Then, slowly, one of them tilted his head. He didn't say a word, but his silence was louder than anything he could have said. The van started circling us, creeping closer and closer, tightening the space around us. I glanced around, searching for an escape, but every direction led back to them. The cold metal of the van loomed, trapping us in this nightmare, no end in sight. And then Pat, who had been silent this whole time, whispered to us, his voice barely a breath, "This is a Hail Mary, but get ready to run when I say go." We didn't know what he had planned, but we nodded, feeling that this was our only chance. Pat took one of our drinks, a styrofoam cup, and chucked it hard at the driver's side window. We watched, breathless, as the cup struck the open window. There was a loud crack, then silence. The driver jerked back, hands flying up. At that moment, Pat screamed, "Run!" and we took off. As we sprinted, the van screeched to a halt, tires squealing against the asphalt. For a second, it felt like they'd chase us, that we were only buying a few seconds of time. But as I glanced back, I saw something strange. The driver's head was slumped to the side, the two figures standing still, just watching us run. They didn't call after us, didn't move to follow. They just stood in the shadow of the van, their masked faces turned our way, hollow and empty. When we finally stopped running, gasping for breath, Jack asked, "How did a cup of soda scare them off?" Pat grinned, still catching his breath. "I threw more than soda." He held up his hand, showing us a stone he'd slipped into the cup right before he threw it. We told ourselves it was over, that they were gone. But that voice, that lingering, mocking whisper stayed with me long after Halloween ended. And the masks, those hollow, grinning faces, they still haunt my dreams. I swear, sometimes, in the quiet moments, I can still hear it, whispering, "Halloween's never over." I'd finish work early, just enough time to squeeze in a good run before the evening settled over the town. It was Halloween, and while I usually ran through roads that crisscrossed busy streets, today was different. Streets would be crowded, with trick-or-treaters filling the sidewalks, so I chose a quieter, less obvious route, a canal towpath that wove through eerie woods, hugged by shadows. I started around 4:30, and everything felt calm. A chill hung in the air, the kind that seeps under your skin without warning. 6 kilometers in, I reached a stretch I'd never taken before. On my left, the canal ran dark and silent, a black ribbon under the evening sky. To my right, an abandoned factory loomed, its skeleton of rusted beams and shattered windows frozen in decay. As I moved past the factory, my attention was drawn to a figure perched on an old, weathered wall, his legs dangling over the side like some misplaced marionette. His eyes were shadowed, fixed on me as if he'd been expecting me. The man jumped down from the wall, landing with a hollow thud, and began approaching me. A voice, hoarse and dry, broke the silence. "Hey, wait, can you help me find my phone?" He was moving closer, each step creaking against the metal stairs. His tone was desperate, yet something in his voice was unsettling, like he was asking for more than just a favor. I stopped, my instincts on edge. We stood only a few feet apart, separated by an old iron fence that stretched down the path, warped and ancient like the forgotten building it guarded. Despite the barrier, an uncomfortable feeling washed over me. The stranger pleaded again, more forcefully this time. "Please, I lost my phone. Can you call it for me?" Reluctantly, I pulled my phone from its armband, my gaze never leaving him. He rattled off a number, but too fast, garbled, with numbers that didn't make sense. I felt a strange chill inching up my spine. I knew something wasn't right, but my curiosity held me rooted in place. He noticed my hesitation and spat out a new number, this time beginning with a believable 07. As I tapped in the first few digits, he began looking around, glancing nervously at the darkened factory, his voice hitching with urgency. "I think I hear it. Over here. Come help me find it." Before I could respond, movement caught my eye. A larger figure lurking by the factory wall, emerging as if conjured by the shadows. He was disheveled, his eyes wild, glistening in the faint light, and they fixed on me with a hollow, unsteady focus. "You hear it, right?" "It's ringing over here," the smaller man insisted, gesturing toward a gap in the fence. I hadn't even finished dialing, but they both acted as if a phantom ringtone was leading them into the dark. Each time I hesitated, they coaxed harder, more insistently urging me to follow. "Come on, it's over here, I swear." In the silence that fell, I heard it. The larger man muttering under his breath, "He's not going to fall for it." Barely audible, yet clear enough to snap me to my senses. My pulse spiked, every instinct screaming at me to run. I took a cautious step back, and in an instant, the smaller man's face twisted with rage. "Help me find my phone," he demanded, his voice harsh, reverberating with frustration as his fist pounded against a nearby tree. The other one began moving, creeping toward an opening in the fence, his stare unblinking, fixated. The evening light faded faster than I expected, darkness swallowing the path around us. It was 5 o'clock, but the shadows felt endless, like they had been waiting for me to walk into them. The canal's still waters reflected only voids as I took one final look at the pair, realizing whatever game they were playing, I wasn't a willing participant. Without another word, I bolted, pushing my legs to the edge as my breath pounded in rhythm with my heart. I didn't dare glance back, terrified that their gaze was still burned into my back. I ran until my lungs burned, until I was sure I'd left them far behind. When I finally risked a look over my shoulder, they were standing there, silhouetted against the darkening sky, motionless, watching me like shadows that refused to disperse. I didn't stop until the canal path gave way to familiar roads, streetlights bathing me in an artificial comfort that felt worlds away from those haunted shadows. I called the police, but they didn't seem alarmed, merely took my report, their casual response chilling in its own way. "I don't take that path anymore. Not alone, not at any hour." It was the fall of 13 years ago, a chilling October night that none of us would ever forget. I was a sophomore at a liberal arts college in New York, and I'd found my crew, a close-knit gang of theater enthusiasts, all lovers of horror and the supernatural. There were 7 of us, 6 guys and 1 girl, and we'd all had each other's backs from the very start. It was early October, the perfect time to feel the spine-tingling thrill of fear. We made a plan that would mark the rest of our lives. We'd drive out to a notorious spot deep in the woods, a place whispered about for its paranormal sightings, and let the darkness scare the life out of us. So, one cold October evening, we split into 2 cars and left the city lights behind. As we drove deeper into the night, civilization quickly vanished. The roads went from bustling city streets to narrow winding paths swallowed by towering trees, and silence pressed in from all sides. There were no streetlights here, just the occasional glint of our headlights catching the eerie shadows stretching out from the trees. It was a web of dirt roads and silence, and we knew one wrong turn could lose us in that maze of darkness. After nearly half an hour, we finally stopped, our headlights illuminating a huge fallen tree blocking the road. Dead end. Beyond the fallen tree was nothing but the skeletal outlines of trees and 2 narrow trails leading into the woods. We got out, the cold air biting against our faces, and gathered around. The forest seemed to breathe around us, thick with an unnatural silence. With flashlights in hand, we flipped a coin to decide which path to take. We chose the trail on the right, forming a line to avoid the clawing branches that reached out from the dark. Being in the back, I felt the isolation immediately. My friends laughed and whispered up ahead, but with each step, a creeping sense of dread washed over me. From the shadows, faint sounds scratched and murmured, just beyond the reach of my flashlight. I told myself it was just the wind or the crackling of dry leaves. But still, the feeling of eyes following our every move gnawed at me. After all, we were 7 college students, young, fearless. Who or what could possibly harm us here? 20 minutes into the hike, the trail suddenly opened into a vast, silent field. The size of it was astonishing, like a forgotten cemetery in the middle of nowhere. The grass was overgrown and the moon cast an eerie glow over everything. We stood there looking around until one of my friends whispered, "Look, over there." At the far edge of the field stood an abandoned house, its decayed structure barely visible through the trees. Boarded up windows, no sign of life. We crept toward it, our flashlights darting across its sagging porch and peeling paint. I peeked between the boards over a window and spotted an old white couch draped in plastic in an empty room. A ghost of a home long forgotten. A chill ran through us, so we stepped back, deciding to gather in the open field and figure out where to go next. We were about to sit when Mark's face went pale. His hand slowly lifted, pointing across the field. "Do you see that?" At the far side of the clearing, half hidden in the shadows, was a figure, tall, thin, almost skeletal, swaying and dancing. He skipped from tree to tree, swinging his arms, spinning around, holding onto the trunks like they were dance partners. The moon caught his face, unnaturally pale, his features lost in the darkness. Jay, the skeptic, squinted, trying to see. I leaned over, whispering, "Look closely, right there." Jay's face drained of color, his breath catching in his throat. What is that?" And then it happened. The dancer stopped dead, head turned toward us as if he'd been aware of our presence all along. For a chilling second, he stood still, staring straight at us. Then, without a sound, he bolted in our direction. The manic, jerking movements gave way to a focused, terrifying charge. Without thinking, we all broke into a run, back toward the trail we'd come from, our hearts thundering. Jay stumbled, glancing back, his flashlight bouncing wildly as the figure closed in. The woods seemed to stretch longer, twisting and turning, yet somehow we made it to our cars. We threw ourselves inside, slamming doors and peeling out into the night, desperate to escape whatever that thing was. Once we felt a safe distance away, we pulled over, catching our breaths. The silence between us filled with raw fear. That field, that figure, whoever he was, dancing under the moonlight at 1 a.m. He knew we were there. He'd waited, watched, and when we came too close, he charged without fear, outnumbered but unfazed. Even now, years later, the memory stays sharp, haunting the dark corners of my mind. What was he? A ghost? A lunatic? Or something else? Something waiting in the woods for the next group to wander too far. It was Halloween night, 2018, but this Halloween felt different. A few of us were nursing fresh wounds from recent breakups, and instead of celebrating, we felt the weight of our solitude pressing down on us. As the clock struck 10 p.m., the pizza place began to close. Only 3 of us remained: me, Pat, and Jack. We refilled our drinks and bundled up against the chilling breeze, then ventured into the night. Crossing the vast, desolate parking lot of an abandoned mall, the cracked asphalt stretched out like a dark abyss beneath our feet. Flickering lights cast eerie shadows that danced in the corners of our eyes. It was a stretch of land that felt wrong, too quiet, too empty, as if the world had forgotten this place. We were no strangers to danger, having grown up in the city. But what? As we walked, an unsettling silence fell over us, the air thick with tension. That's when I spotted it. A white van creeping along, nearly silent, lurking just 100 yards behind us. The kind of white van that sends a chill down your spine. I whispered a warning to Pat and Jack, and we instinctively quickened our pace, our hearts pounding in rhythm with our hurried steps. Jack flipped up his collar, I clenched my fists, and Pat squared his shoulders, trying to project an image of toughness we didn't truly feel. In a blink, the van sped up, blocking our path. Its windows were pitch black, concealing whatever malevolent force lay inside. A A low, smooth voice emerged from the darkness, slithering into our ears. "Hey, happy Halloween, guys. You like Halloween?" Every instinct screamed that this was no innocent greeting. The voice dripped with a sinister intent that sent shivers down my spine. We exchanged glances, caught in a web of fear. We could run, but they had the van. Standing there felt like an invitation to a nightmare we couldn't wake from. Jack attempted bravado, his voice steady yet strained. "Yeah, but it's over. We're heading home." The voice from the van responded with a chilling laugh, soft yet laced with malice. "Halloween's never over, not until we say it is." The air turned icy as his words hung in the stillness, darkening the parking lot around us. Suddenly, the back doors of the van creaked open, revealing two figures dressed in all black. Suits, gloves, and hollow-eyed Mitt Romney masks that twisted into eerie, grinning smiles beneath the flickering lights. They stood there motionless, like phantoms come to life, their eyes boring into our souls. Time froze as we stared at them, breath held tight in our chests. Pat, usually so fearless, was the first to break the silence, his voice barely above a whisper. "This is a Hail Mary, but get ready to run when I say go." We exchanged bewildered looks, unsure of his plan, but we nodded, sensing that this was our only chance. In one swift motion, Pat grabbed a styrofoam cup from our drinks and hurled it at the driver's side window. It shattered against the glass, the sound echoing in the silence like a gunshot. The driver jerked back, surprise and confusion etched across his face. "Run!" Pat shouted, and we sprinted into the night, fear propelling us forward. The van screeched to a halt, tires shrieking against the asphalt. For a brief moment, I thought they'd chase us, that our lives hung by a thread, but when I glanced back, a strange sight met my eyes. The driver's head lolled to the side, the two masked figures still standing, watching us with their empty smiles. They didn't call after us, they didn't move. They just stood there, shadows against the darkness, their hollow eyes fixed on us like a predator waiting for its prey. When we finally stopped, breathless and gasping, Jack's confusion broke the tension. How did a cup of soda scare them off? Pat, still catching his breath, grinned mischievously. I threw more than soda. He opened his hand, revealing a stone he'd slipped into the cup just before he threw it. We told ourselves it was over, that we were free, but the memory of that night lingered, clawing at the edges of my mind. That mocking voice echoed in my ears, whispering, "Halloween's never over." The images of those hollow, grinning masks haunted my dreams, invading my thoughts in the quiet moments. Even now I can still hear that voice, always lurking in the shadows, reminding me that some horrors never truly leave us. Halloween wasn't just a night, it had become a curse, forever intertwining with our memories. A chilling reminder of what darkness truly lurks in the silence. Sometimes the most innocent nights can take the darkest turns. This story is about one such night, a seemingly harmless campout that became a haunting memory no one could forget. When I was a kid, we lived in Georgia, in a house with a backyard so big it felt like an endless playground. Our yard stretched over 2 acres, surrounded by dense woods that hugged 3 sides of the property. It was the perfect spot for endless games and adventure. There was a trampoline in one corner, a hot tub, an above-ground pool, and plenty of open grass to play anything we wanted. That yard was my kingdom. One Friday night, when my friends Mike, Michael, Jason, and I were in 6th grade, we decided to have a sleepover camp out in my backyard. Our parents all agreed, and by 5 p.m., we were out there, running wild, laughing, and playing like we didn't have a care in the world. We played soccer and baseball until we were sweaty and out of breath, then filled up on pizza as the sun started to set. Finally, it was time to set up the tents. We had 2 of them, big enough for each pair of us to sleep in. As the darkness crept in and the backyard lights glowed dimly, we were ready for our favorite game, Manhunt. We paired off, Mike and I hiding first, while Michael and Jason hunted. I slipped under the trampoline to hide, my heart pounding with excitement as I lay in the shadows, watching Michael and Jason searching the yard with flashlights. I waited for the right moment to creep closer to the house, my eyes on the hot tub, which sat just a few steps from the back door. And then, just as I started to move, a trash bin on the side of the house rattled and nearly tipped over. Instinctively, I froze. The motion-activated light by the house flicked on, casting a harsh beam that sliced through the darkness. That's when I saw him. A tall figure dressed in dark clothes was lurking just beyond the edge of the light. He was speed-walking away, straight into the woods, disappearing into the shadows. I bolted out from under the trampoline, calling off the game. My friends and I ran to tell my dad, and he came out, flashlight in hand, searching the edge of the yard and the street. But there was nothing. No cars, no sign of anyone. My dad insisted we sleep inside. We didn't listen. After playing a few games on my PlayStation, we started talking, convincing each other it was just some random guy. I mean, what were the odds he was still out there, right? So, against our better judgment, we went back outside and settled into our tents, giggling, whispering, trying to convince ourselves that everything was fine. The night was quiet. My friend Mike was already dozing off when I heard the softest sound. Footsteps, faint but growing closer. My heart stopped. The sound of grass crunching under heavy footsteps, getting louder. Closer. Then the zipper of our tent began to slide open. I looked up, expecting to see my dad. But as I focused, I realized that this wasn't my father. It was him. A stranger, with an unsettlingly calm expression, his face just inches from mine, looking down into the tent. He murmured something, leaning closer. That's when terror exploded inside me and I screamed, a blood-curdling, desperate scream. Mike jolted awake and he screamed too. We tried to scramble out, but the man lunged, grabbing at our ankles, whispering for us to stay quiet. Panic set in. My mind raced, telling me to fight, to kick, to get away. Finally, he let go, startled by the chaos of our screams. We tore out of the tent, running toward the house as fast as our legs would carry us, calling out for my dad. He met us at the door, wide-eyed with shock as we burst inside, trying to explain what had happened between ragged breaths. The police arrived a short time later, lights flashing in our quiet neighborhood. They took our story, listened to every trembling detail, and filed a report. But the man was gone, vanished as quickly as he'd appeared. They assured us they'd keep an eye out, but we knew the truth. He was just another shadow that had slipped back into the night. From that night on, the backyard never felt the same. The trampoline, the hot tub, the lights, they all seemed haunted, like silent witnesses to a memory that would never leave us. And every time I heard the soft crunch of footsteps on grass, I'd shudder, knowing that somewhere in those woods he might still be watching, waiting. Some memories stay with you, haunt you, no matter how safe you think you are. Sometimes the monsters aren't in your dreams, they're right outside your door. It was 2019, the kind of year that already feels like a distant, a haunted memory. That night was I at a friend's house for a sleepover. Let's call her M. I'd been looking forward to that night, excited to gossip about all the middle school drama and just have a good time. M's house was isolated, so deep in the woods that you couldn't see a neighbor's house for miles. If you looked out any window, all you'd see was an endless wall of trees. Behind her house, a steep cliff dropped down to the ocean, where the waves crashed rhythmically in the distance. That night was pretty fun at first. Our friend Sam was there too, and the three of us played all the usual games. Truth or dare, hide and seek, silly teenage stuff. But when it started getting late, we decided to venture out for a walk along the gravel road leading to other houses. We asked M's mom for permission, and to our surprise, she agreed. The night air was warm, a little humid, and it felt almost too quiet as we strolled down the road, giggling and whispering. After about 10 minutes, we spotted someone walking toward us from the opposite side. At first, it seemed harmless, maybe just another night owl out for a walk, but as he got closer, something felt off. He was wearing thick, bulky clothes like he was dressed for a snowstorm, even though it was a balmy 60 degrees. And then, that smell, this nauseating, putrid stench washed over us as he passed, a smell so thick and vile that we could almost taste it. Sam gagged and ran into the woods, nearly throwing up. We decided to turn back, hoping to put as much distance as possible between us and that revolting stench. But as we walked away, I felt a prickle of unease down my spine. I glanced back, and there he was. No longer walking in the opposite direction, he had turned and was now following us. Our hearts raced. We sped up our pace, but every time we did, so did he. We were nearly jogging, and still he matched our pace. And then, in a horrifying moment, Sam looked back and let out a scream that could have shattered glass. We turned around to see him sprinting toward us, his eyes wild, and in his hand, something sharp glinting under the dim light. A knife. We didn't need to think twice. We broke into a full sprint, screaming as we bolted back to M's house. Once we finally slammed the door behind us, we collapsed in the living room, gasping for air. We didn't tell M's parents. They were already asleep, and we didn't want to wake them. We told ourselves we were just overreacting, that it was probably nothing. Hours passed, and around 2 a.m., we'd managed to settle down. We were watching a horror movie, trying to shake off the fear and laugh at ourselves for getting so freaked out. Now, M's house had large windows on the back wall, facing the cliff and the ocean. I was sitting on the couch right by one of those windows, and every now and then I'd glance outside, unable to shake the feeling that we weren't alone. The view was pitch black, with only the faint glimmer of the waves below. Suddenly I heard faint footsteps outside, just beyond the window. I mentioned it to Em, and she shrugged, saying it was probably just a deer. Apparently she'd been feeding one for years, and it often came up to the window looking for food. Relieved, I leaned closer to the glass, hoping to catch a glimpse of the deer. But as I peered into the darkness, I saw nothing, just an empty yard, the wind barely stirring the leaves. I shrugged it off, though the unease lingered. We went back to watching our movie, but a strange tension hung in the air. Eventually, we decided to call it a night, turned off the TV, and curled up in our sleeping bags. Em and Sam fell asleep almost immediately, but I lay there, staring up at the ceiling, every creak and rustle outside making me jump. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, lurking just beyond the edge of the woods. I finally got up, glanced out the window, and that's when I saw it. A shadow moved just beyond the trees, shifting in the faint moonlight. My heart dropped. I grabbed a flashlight and shone it in the direction of the movement, my pulse thundering. The light fell on the man from earlier, but this time he wasn't wearing the heavy coat. He was shirtless, standing motionless at the edge of the tree line, staring right at me. I stumbled backward, frantically trying to wake up Sam, and Sam opened her eyes groggily, clearly annoyed. When I pointed to the window, he was gone. She gave me a frustrated look, mumbling that I was just imagining things, and went back to sleep. But I knew what I'd seen, and I wasn't about to let my guard down. I stayed awake, every sense on high alert, as the hours crawled by. Around 4:30 a.m., just as I felt myself drifting off, I heard it. A knock at the door. It was soft, almost polite, but in the silence of the house it sounded like thunder. I froze, not daring to move, every instinct screaming at me to ignore it. But curiosity got the best of me. I crept to the door, heart pounding, and peered through the peephole. There was no one there. I stumbled back to the couch, thrown my blanket over my head, trying to block out the mounting dread that had settled in my gut. I must have dozed off, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a cold sweat, my body shaking uncontrollably. And that smell, it was back, thick and nauseating, clinging to the air like a rotten fog. I sat up, stomach churning, and as I did, I heard footsteps. They were slow, deliberate, moving closer and closer. I flipped on my flashlight and saw him. The man standing in the corner of the room, watching me with those cold, empty eyes. His skin was pale, almost translucent in the dim light, and his mouth twisted into a sick smile as he took a step forward. I screamed, and in that instant Em and Sam jolted awake, their terrified cries filling the room. As if our screams broke some spell, he bolted out of the house, vanishing into the night. Em's parents came rushing down the stairs, and after hearing our panicked explanations, Em's mum called the cops. Her dad grabbed a shotgun and went down the road to see if he could find any trace of the intruder. The police arrived and took our statements, but I could tell they didn't quite believe us. They reassured us, saying they'd patrol the area, but deep down I knew that wouldn't be the end of it. The image of that man's face haunted me long after that night. It wasn't until weeks later that I learned the truth. The police eventually tracked him down and searched an old abandoned shed in the woods, a place we dared each other to explore more than once. Inside, they found 5 decomposing bodies. The smell that had clung to him that night was the stench of decaying flesh. And I realized then, with bone-chilling clarity, that if things had gone just a little differently, if we hadn't run fast enough, if we'd stayed out a moment too long, we would have ended up in that shed too. I work in risk management for a major bank in Manhattan, where the fast pace and stress can lead people to some unusual personalities. In 2019, a guy named Sebastian transferred to our office, and from the moment I met him, he seemed larger than life, constantly laughing, cracking jokes, always the center of attention. Happy hour was his stage, and we all quickly got used to his wild stories about his travels, celebrity encounters, and whirlwind romances. He was entertaining, sure, but as I got to know him better, I started to suspect his stories were more fantasy than fact. Still, he was easy company, so we continued hanging out now and then. Then, one day, Sebastian invited me to his family condo in St. Pete Beach, Florida. His mom, apparently wealthy, owned the condo along with homes in Beverly Hills and Colorado. He insisted it would be a fun getaway. I decided to bring my younger brother Tyler along for the trip, figuring it would be more relaxed if he was there too. When we arrived in Florida, I finally met Sebastian's sister at the airport. She was odd. She had a quirkiness I couldn't quite put my finger on, something that felt a little unsettling. The condo itself was spacious with 3 bedrooms, which was impressive, though the vibe of the place felt strangely off. That first night, we headed to some beach bars. It was a laid-back older crowd, but Sebastian was pounding shots like there was no tomorrow. His behavior quickly turned aggressive. He was hitting on every woman in sight, crossing lines in ways that made everyone around visibly uncomfortable. Tyler and I laughed it off at first, but then it became embarrassing, even disturbing. When a larger guy confronted him about talking to his girlfriend, I had to step in and apologize on his behalf to avoid a fight. Instead of calming down, Sebastian shoved me, calling me a traitor for not having his back. His sister didn't say much, but I caught her looking at him with a worried expression. Sebastian stormed off back to the condo, leaving us there. Tyler and I decided to stick around, and we even met a couple of girls who invited us to meet up later. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. So we eventually headed back to the condo, hoping Sebastian had cooled down. When we walked in, I expected him to be angry, but instead he leapt off the couch with an exaggerated grin, excitedly asking if we were ready to go out. It was as if the earlier incident never happened. But when I mentioned the girls we'd met, his smile vanished. Tyler, trying to lighten the mood, joked that the girls had come up to us after he left. Big mistake. Sebastian's face twisted in anger, and he stormed to his room, slamming the door so hard the walls shook. I whispered to his sister, "Is he always like this?" She stared back, her face unreadable, then replied coolly, "Like what?" The rest of the night felt off-kilter. Tyler and I went to our room to talk about what had happened. After some time, we heard slow, deliberate footsteps outside our door. They stopped right in front of us. I whispered to Tyler that Sebastian was standing right outside, listening. The footsteps remained for what felt like an eternity before fading away, only to be replaced by a low, disturbing laugh coming from the living room. Curious and unnerved, I cracked the door open to see him. There, in the dim light, Sebastian was standing in the corner, his head lowered, talking to himself, his words slurring into an eerie, guttural laugh. I could just make out him muttering my name, calling me an idiot, a traitor, things that didn't make sense but sent a chill down my spine. I quickly closed the door and returned to Tyler, both of us shaken. We tried to sleep, but around 3 a.m. I jolted awake, sensing someone in the room. I sat up, and there was Sebastian, standing by the door, his silhouette eerily still. He looked at me, his eyes unfocused, and without warning, he lunged at me, hands outstretched as if to strangle me, screaming accusations of betrayal and hatred. Tyler jumped from his bed, grabbing Sebastian and pulling him off me. As he stood in the corner, panting, he screamed that we were mocking him, trying to ruin him. The look in his eyes was pure, raw rage, something more animal than human. There was no reasoning with him. Tyler and I grabbed our things, not caring that it was the middle of the night. We called an Uber and left, staying at a hotel until our flight back on Sunday. For the next few weeks at the office, Sebastian wouldn't look at me. He kept his distance, and eventually, he transferred to another location. I never heard from him again, but I still remember that night, standing in that dark condo, feeling as though I was face to face with someone or something monstrous. Whatever fractured part of Sebastian had surfaced that weekend, it left me with a cold dread that I've never been able to shake.